Chapter 481 Obsession. Female Lord? Lin Yu looked at the opponent, who appeared in the field with a surprised look. A lord who can reach the 6th floor is almost very strong. At least, he should be one of the top ones in the same level. And the opponent's weapon is very strange. It was the first time he saw someone use the guqin as a weapon. And there was a faint breath of rules flowing on his body. So the means were probably not simple. And just as he was looking at the other party, the female lord was also looking at him. And a trace of surprise appeared on her calm and elegant face. "You are very strong," she said lightly. The voice was like silk brushing past the ears, reaching the heart, soft and soothing, making people unconsciously indulge in it. Mental control. Lin Yu was secretly shocked, and felt an invisible wave mixed in the voice, which almost made him fall into a short state of unconsciousness. Mental control of the undead system? Lin Yu did not act immediately, but asked tentatively. In the undead system, the vengeful spirit type of soldiers have the ability of mental control, and it is different from the mental skills of the plant system. Most of the plant-based spiritual skills are still ranged interference, changing the enemy's 5 senses by environmental changes, so as to achieve the purpose of killing without being seen. The spirit-based spiritual skills of the undead system are to attack a single enemy with a spiritual attack in the form of essence and energy, which is more offensive. Even his words have a spiritual attack effect. The opponent seems to be an undead lord specializing in spiritual troops, which is completely different from his elegant temperament. Because just from the temperament, he thought it would be an angel, or a plant, or at least a humanoid. No matter how you think about it, it has nothing to do with the undead system. You are the first person who is completely unaffected by my spiritual control. The gentle and soft voice sounded again, a little more solemn than before. And it was obvious that Lin Yu's strength had been felt. Spirit-based attackers are very sensitive to the perception of breath. Although the divine breath on Lin Yu has been covered up, she can still vaguely feel a breath that makes her palpitate. She knows she is not Lin Yu's opponent. Under the blurred face, a trace of unwillingness and hesitation finally emerged. But after a moment of silence, he bit his lower lip and said, "My name is Yi Lingyin. Please teach me." After that, he didn't say any more nonsense to Lin Yu. He held the guqin horizontally in front of him, and his slender fingers suddenly plucked the strings. In an instant, the bright sound of the guqin spread on the strings, spreading rapidly around, turning into invisible ripples, and shooting towards Lin Yu. Yi Lingyin? Lin Yu frowned slightly, as if he had never heard of this name. Seeing the ripples of the guqin sound attacking him, he didn't hold back anymore, activated the 4-leaf protection, and slashed with a knife. The sword energy containing the breath of ice instantly cut off those guqin sounds. It was the sword energy skill of the disaster sword bamboo, and his Frust spirit suit had the attribute of reducing mental damage. He even ignored the remaining piano sounds, and with a bang under his feet, he suddenly rushed towards Yi Lingyin, who was standing at the edge of the arena. Zheng! The piano sound burst out again. Yi Lingyin obviously knew that being close to her would be disadvantageous to her. The momentum of the piano sound turned into a sky full of sharp blades to attack Lin Yu. And a burst of air breaking sounded in the air. It was obviously an invisible attack, but it seemed as if the air was cut open, and even the space above the dual arena was shaking violently. Lin Yu just rushed halfway and felt a powerful mental attack surrounding him like a tide. If he took it head-on, even he would suffer a serious mental trauma. Moreover, the opponent was best at mental attacks, and illusions and charm skills obviously would not have much effect, let alone interrupting actions. He did not dare to hesitate, and inserted the Ice Soul sword in his hand into the ground. A large piece of thorns rushed out of the ground, and formed a blue garden around him to protect him. Those sharp piano sounds swept through the air and rushed into the garden, just like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing in an instant. Moreover, under the interference of thorns, Yi Lingyin had no way to accurately lock onto Lin Yu's location, and it was even more difficult to hit him with mental shock. Boom! There was a loud noise. Without any warning, the vines under Yi Lingyin's feet rushed out, wrapped around her body, and interrupted her movement of vibrating the strings. Void! Yi Lingyin gritted her teeth and directly activated the void skill of the Wraith Soldier. The whole person gradually became ethereal, turned into a wisp of green smoke, and floated to the other side, leaving the vines empty. Then, the sound of the piano sounded again. It swished towards the blue garden, and finally successfully cut through the thorns that blocked the view. However, What she didn't expect was, there was no figure of Lin Yu in the garden, only an empty field of withered flowers. Before she could react, a shadow had already appeared behind her, with a cold light flashing. Puff! Yi Ling's arm was directly cut open. She groaned, and felt the terrifying icy breath seeping into her body through the wound, as if to freeze her soul. In the end, she relied on the flashing skill of the ghost army to avoid the vital points and flashed into the field. Looking back, she saw that Lin Yu had appeared on the place where she was standing. You are not my opponent. Give up. Lin Yu stared at Yi Ling and said lightly, although the opponent's strength is very strong among the 9th level lords, and is not much weaker than Xinzhong he met before, it is basically impossible to win him, because the difference in the number of godhead fragments is not so easy to cross. What's more, he also has the mental resistance of the 10th level equipment, which happens to have a restraining effect on mental attacks. Even if the fight continues, the result will not change. I will not give up before I reach the top of the tower. Yi Ling gritted her teeth, endured the severe pain in her arm, and plucked the strings again. This time, her plucking speed was obviously much faster and more urgent than before. The sound of the piano continued to ring out, turning into countless resentful souls flying into the air. And she also flew back and forth, widening the distance between her and Lin Yu. In an instant, the resentful souls in the sky flew back and forth, and rushed straight to Lin Yu in a shrill howl and scream. Wherever they went, plants withered. Those thorns and vines summoned by Lin Yu withered rapidly, and their vitality dissipated, turning into dead trees hanging on the ground. What a powerful attack method! Lin Yu was surprised. He didn't expect that the opponent would have such a powerful method. The originally gentle breath also became cold. Don't dare to be careless. Immediately activate the ice shield on the frost spirit armor, and at the same time stretch out your hand. 5 mirror walls appear out of thin air, forming a square grid to protect him. But unexpectedly, those resentful souls were not blocked at all, and directly passed through the mirror wall and surrounded him. Zheng! At this time, the sound of the zither suddenly rose, turning into an invisible wave. When the resentful souls surrounding Lin Yu came into contact with the wave, they exploded and turned into a terrifying mental storm, sweeping towards him. Did it succeed? Yi Ling looked pale and looked at the center of the mirror wall. It was obvious that launching such a big skill was very consuming for her. Buzz. But at this moment, a buzzing sound rang out. A stronger mental wave suddenly erupted with Lin Yu as the center, instantly defeating the mental storm of those resentful souls. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu's feet exploded, rushed out of the mirror wall, and quickly approached Yi Ling. How could it be? Yi Ling was shocked and had no time to react. He put away the guqin and dodged to the side to avoid Lin Yu's sharp sword energy. Then he trembled and played the zither, shooting out mental waves. While retreating, the wound on his arm was bleeding. But he didn't say a word. Why bother? With your strength, it's impossible to reach the top of the tower. Lin Yu held the sword across his body, attached spiritual power, and blocked the attacks. He could clearly feel that the opponent's offensive was much weaker than before, and it was no longer a big threat to him. He didn't understand why Yi Ling was so obsessed with the top of the tower. She knew it was impossible to defeat him, but she still insisted. And even if she could defeat him, what would happen? How could you just go to the top of the tower? How can you know if you don't try? Yi Ling gritted her teeth, her voice trembling a little, and with a hint of unwillingness. Obviously, she also knew that her chances of reaching the top of the tower were very small. But it seemed that there was some obsession supporting her, making her unwilling to give up. This made Lin Yu recall what Situ Jian said. Climbing to the top of the tower, you can gain the power to transcend the rules of this world. If the power to transcend the rules of the world could be obtained so easily, no one would have climbed to the top of the tower for so long. But sometimes people are such contradictory creatures. Knowing that it is impossible, he will still try everything to seek that 1 in 10 million possibility. To seek a little starlight in the vast universe. This may be the biggest difference between humans and monsters. Thinking of this, he didn't say anything more. His eyes were stern, and he activated the instant shadow skill, and his speed suddenly doubled. Boom! With a bang under his feet, the whole person turned into a residual image and disappeared on the field. So fast! Yi Ling paused in the movement of the strings. With her powerful spiritual perception, she couldn't catch Lin Yu's figure. She only felt a flash in front of her eyes. And Lin Yu, holding a big knife, had appeared beside her, And then a cold light flashed, and the cold blade was already on her white neck, scraping a shallow blood thread. Defeated, Yi Lingying felt bitter in her heart, and the guqin in her hand slowly fell, and finally gave up resistance. Sometimes letting go of obsession is not a bad thing. Lin Yu's calm voice came out slowly. I don't know if he said it to Yi Lingying or to himself. I understand. But some things can't just be put down. Yi Lingying bit her lower lip, but it eventually turned into a sigh. Then, she raised her head and stared at Lin Yu's blurred face, as if she wanted to remember him. Before leaving, can you tell me your name? No. Lin Yu shook his head and didn't intend to reveal his identity. After all, he now has 4 pieces of godhood fragments and a complete godhood. If he is targeted by a strong man, the consequences will be disastrous, especially on this battlefield full of dangers. Okay then. There was a hint of disappointment in Yi Lingying's voice. Then, she chose to surrender directly, and the whole person was wrapped in light and teleported out of the field. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the 6th level trial. Teleportation is about to take place. Please be prepared. Chapter 482 The Limit of the Ninth Order. Swish. The light came on. Yi Lingying, who was eliminated, was directly teleported to the wasteland outside the Tower of Luck. Lingying, how come you were eliminated too? As soon as she stood still, a girl of her age ran over and looked at her in surprise. Yi Lingying glanced at her and said sadly, My strength is too weak. I can only reach the 6th floor. It's really impossible to reach the top of the tower. Whispering, she looked back at the Tower of Babel behind her again, looking at the tower top that was out of reach. The 6th floor is pretty good. Don't blame yourself too much. The girl seemed to know what she was thinking, and comforted her softly. As long as we keep working hard, we will find those children one day, and we don't have to climb to the top of the tower. I hope so. Yi Lingying retracted her gaze, her expression gloomy. It's been so long, and there's still no trace of those children. They were so young. If I could protect them at the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. Don't think too much. They have been strong since childhood. Nothing will happen to them. And I heard from those old seniors that those who can't become lords will be teleported to another place. As long as we keep getting stronger, we will find that place one day. I hope so. Yi Lingying nodded silently, and her expression finally eased a lot. Then, the girl suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, Lingying, who eliminated you? Your strength should not be weak among all the 9th level players. Could it be those guys from the 10 realms? No. Yi Lingying shook her head gently. It was a strange person I had never seen before. As she spoke, she couldn't help but recall the battle with Lin Yu in the tower just now, and her expression changed slightly. A breeze blew over, blowing the ends of her hair up, revealing her gentle and elegant face, which was in perfect harmony with her pure white clothes, making everything around her pale. If Lin Yu were here at this time, he would definitely be shocked and surprised that the person he had just fought with was so beautiful. Of course, no matter how beautiful she is, he will not hesitate to take action. Women will only affect his speed of climbing the tower. That's it. As time went by, the trials in the tower finally reached a white-hot stage. Except for those emperors and kings who had already crossed the 10th floor, the geniuses from all walks of life finally began to exert their strength, gradually catching up with Lin Yu's progress and ascending to the 7th floor of the Tower of Luck. And it can be clearly felt that after crossing the watershed of the 5th floor, the number of lords who passed the test became fewer and fewer, from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands at the beginning, to less than 10,000 later. By the 7th floor, there were only a few hundred people left, and they were basically from the top 2 realms. And even the speed of ascent slowed down. It was not until half an hour later that people gradually ascended to the 8th floor. And the 3 big words original realm represented by Lin Yu were also prominently included in it, which made the lords of the original realm waiting outside cheer. 8th floor. He really reached the 8th floor. I'm afraid this speed is faster than those perverts in the 10 realms. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful 9th level lord in our realm. God bless our original realm. The original realm team cheered continuously, and the lords of other realms on the side were also talking about it. There was no way. The 3 words original realm are so conspicuous among the well-known large realms that it is hard not to see them. Some lords even heard the name of the original realm for the first time, and they were naturally very surprised and extremely surprised. At this time, in the 8th floor space, Lin Yu's graceful figure moved at high speed in the dual field. avoiding the attacks of the two beasts in front of him. The entire venue was bumpy, with traces of explosions and collapsed plants everywhere. In a deep pit on the edge, 3 monster corpses were lying. They were a skeleton knight, a mandrake flower, and a giant centipede. That's right. Starting from the 7th floor, the trials he encountered were no longer battles with other lords, but 9th level lord monsters. And they were the highest SSS level. It was okay on the 7th floor. There were only 2 lord monsters, and they were barely solved with some effort. But after reaching the 8th floor, it suddenly increased to 5. This is not it. After much difficulty, he finally got rid of 3 of them, leaving a beast-type nether fire fox and a demon-type hell lava dog, chasing him relentlessly. Roar! The lava dog behind him roared, and a ball of hot lava suddenly sprayed into the sky, turning into a rain of fire and crashing down on the running Linyu. The wide area covered almost blocked all his escape routes. Fuck! Linyu cursed loudly. The last thing he wanted to encounter was the fire monster, because it had a very obvious inhibitory effect on his skills. Even the dandelions he had just cast through the power of rules and spread over the dual field were burned to ashes by these 2 fire monsters. Not to mention the deep blue illusion, which was burned as soon as it appeared, and there was no way to restrict their actions. Whoosh! At this moment, a red afterimage attacked. The nether fire fox on the other side directly activated the acceleration skill and approached quickly. The nether fire on its body and the fire rain above completely submerged Linyu. Rumble! The violent flames exploded at the edge of the field, causing the entire arena to vibrate. Around Linyu, an ice shield and a semicircular protective barrier appeared, blocking the fierce combined attack of the 2 lord monsters. Taking this opportunity, he waved his hand, and a series of thumps and thumps sounded. Large pieces of vines and wooden thorns rushed out from the ground and accurately entangled the limbs of the nether fire fox. Finally I caught you. Right? Linyu sneered, watching the flames burst out of the nether fire fox, struggling desperately to burn the vines on its feet one by one. He immediately stretched out his other hand, condensed a mirror wall on the side, and blocked the lava dog's pounce with a bang. Then the power of rules burst out, and his palm suddenly clenched. Explode! As the voice fell, the nether fire fox's body exploded, and countless cold wooden thorns rushed out of its body, directly piercing it into a hedgehog. The lava dog, which was blown away by the mirror wall, quickly got up and rushed towards him again with a roar. The sharp front claws cut through the air, bursting out a blazing flame. Flame slash. Start. For this attack skill of the lava dog, even Linyu didn't dare to take it head-on. Immediately activated the Shadow's skill to speed up and flash to the side. And the Ice Soul Sword raised up. With a puff sound, it cut open the lava dog's abdomen, and a ball of lava blood exploded. The lava dog howled in pain, and turned around and pounced on Linyu with even more anger. Gravity Field. Linyu did not hesitate and directly activated Qin Gang's specialty skill, and the gravity around him suddenly increased. Bang! The huge body of the lava dog was heavily pressed to the ground, splashing a large amount of dust. Just as he wanted to get up, he was pierced through the head by the violently shot ice with spikes. With a scream, he finally lost his life completely and fell heavily to the ground. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the 8th level trial. You are about to be teleported. Please be prepared. Huh? Finally solved. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Linyu let out a long breath, fell to the ground, and immediately recovered on the spot. Without a military unit, it is indeed very difficult for one person to deal with 5 9th level lord monsters. If he did not have 4 pieces of divine fragments and the power of rules was strong enough, he would probably have been defeated long ago. This is only the 8th level. I really can't imagine how difficult it will be. It's probably not easy to pass the test of the 10th floor and get the rule fragments. Not to mention the higher 11th to 13th floors, which are the heights that only the emperors can climb. Let's think about it. Linyu then accelerated the operation of the rule power, cast a small sun in the air, and then began to use healing to recover himself. On the other side, outside the Tower of Luck, after half a day of climbing, more and more lords were eliminated, making the whole wasteland become lively, and everyone was talking about the trial in the tower. Then not long after, the geniuses from all walks of life in the 8th floor also passed the 8th floor trial and climbed to the 9th floor of the Tower of Luck, causing another exclamation. Swish. Unexpectedly. At this time, a ray of light suddenly lit up in the team of the beast god realm. A dragon lord covered with dragon scales and tall in stature appeared in everyone's sight, making them all quiet down. Then, there was a violent commotion. Isn't that the dragon emperor's youngest son? Long Ting? Long Ting? Even he was eliminated. I remember he should have just reached the 9th floor. How come he was eliminated all of a sudden? What on earth is in the 9th floor? The lords kept exclaiming, and looked at the team of the beast god realm. As the son of the dragon emperor, Long Ting has already condensed the fragments of the godhead, and his strength is absolutely unquestionable. But even so, he was still eliminated at the 9th floor, and the speed was so fast that it was beyond their expectations. What they didn't expect was that, not long after Long Ting appeared, those large realms also lit up one after another. One by one, the 9th level lords, who were called evil geniuses, were teleported out, causing an uproar again. What's going on? How come so many people were eliminated at once? Is there any monster in the 9th floor? Even the people from the 10 realms were eliminated. Fuck. It's true. The exclamations rose and fell in the crowd, and everyone was guessing the content of the 9th floor trial. Then, an astonishing news spread quickly. In the 9th floor, there are actually 10 9th level lord monsters, and they are all SSS level. The lords who received the news were all shocked and couldn't believe it. 9th level lord monsters are nothing to those old lords. But don't forget that the trials in the tower cannot summon soldiers, no matter how strong a single lord is. Facing 3 or 5 lord monsters is already the limit. Not to mention 10 at a time? This is simply not something that a 9th level lord can pass. Obviously, the 9th floor is already the highest floor that a 9th level lord can reach. Chapter 483 Trialist Incarnation. Do you think that person can pass the 9th level? In the Primitive Realm team, the lord stared at the big words Primitive Realm on the 9th level, looking a little worried, as if they would fall at any time. Shouldn't it be possible? Look, the geniuses of those big realms have been eliminated. I guess no 9th level lord can reach the 10th level. Indeed, it's already very good that someone can reach the 9th level so quickly. It can be regarded as a phase for our realm. This person will definitely become a king in the future, and it is even possible to be promoted to the 11th level. I didn't expect that there is such a person hidden in our realm. I have to get to know him when he comes out later. At this time, the information on the Tower of Luck has basically been fixed. The higher you go, the fewer people there are. More than half of the lords are gathered below the 7th level. The lowest level lords only reach the 5th or 6th level. It is obvious that the trials encountered by each level in the tower are not the same. The emperors and kings, without exception, all crossed the 10th floor. Some emperors even stayed on the 13th floor for a while, and their names quickly dimmed and turned gray. Challenge failed. Even the emperors could not pass the trial on the 13th floor, which made the lords exclaim, and their attention was all attracted by the information on the tower, and they gradually forgot the changes below the 10th floor. At this time, in the 9th floor of the Tower of Luck, Lin Yu, who passed the trial, also came here, and was in a death race with 10 lord monsters. Quick! Stop them! Roar! Lin Yu shouted, accompanied by angry roars, which kept echoing in the duel field. The entire field had been transformed into a dense forest by Lin Yu using the power of rules. There were vines and thorns everywhere, and countless summoned carnivorous plants and tree monsters, and a large number of dandelions in the air. In the forest, 10 powerful lord monsters chased after Lin Yu and chased him frantically. Wherever they went, vines collapsed, and the man-eating plants and tree monsters were torn into pieces. Lin Yu looked fierce, and while changing direction, he turned around and threw out a few chaos mushrooms, which exploded between several lord monsters, causing them to fall into a state of chaos. However, the next second, the fallen angel flying in the air suddenly raised his staff, bursting out a deep black light, covering the lord monsters, and instantly relieved their state of chaos. Fuck! Lin Yu cursed, and finally deeply realized the perversion of the 9th level trial. These 10 monsters are not just simple lord monsters. Instead, there is one lord monster from each faction, covering the lord monsters of the 10 major factions. When the 10 monsters are matched together, the combat power they exert is simply terrifying. Even he dare not confront them head-on. The only thing to be thankful for is that none of the 10 lord monsters are of the fire type. Otherwise he would probably be defeated. Seeing the chaos resolved, Several faster Lord monsters approached again. Lin Yu's face darkened, and he directly launched a savage roar. In an instant, he and those summoned creatures appeared with a red glow, and their attributes skyrocketed. Hold him. At the command, all the summoned creatures gathered around and surrounded those Lord monsters. And there was a bang under his feet, and the whole person flew into the sky. And the Ice Soul sword infused with cold light chopped at the fallen angel flying in the air. Puff! Blood flowers exploded, and feathers flew. With the extreme speed blessing, the fallen angel had no time to dodge Lin Yu's accumulated attack, and half of his wings were directly chopped off and fell from the sky. Lin Yu knew very well that as long as the fallen angel was still there, the damage he caused to other Lord monsters would soon recover, so he had to get rid of this rear support as soon as possible. However, what he didn't expect was, just as he fell to the ground and was about to pursue the fallen angel, the mechanical earth dragon in the distance suddenly opened its mouth and shot a large laser at him. It was so fast that it was right in his face in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud bang, the laser exploded on the mirror wall condensed by Lin Yu. Although it was impossible to break the mirror wall blessed by the wild roar, it successfully delayed the time for the fallen angel, and flew out with the only remaining wing, widening the distance between him and Lin Yu. Then, the humanoid Cyclops and the beast-type golden-haired beast broke through the encirclement of the summoned creatures and roared at him again. Looking for death, Lin Yu shouted, and countless vines rushed out from all around him, accurately entangled the two monsters, and sent them forward. Puff! The sound of flesh and blood being pierced rang out. The huge Cyclops was pierced through the chest and fell to the ground with a scream. Seeing that the duration of the savage roar was running out, Lin Yu gave up the golden fur beast and activated the shadow speed skill to chase after the fallen angel. With the dual blessing of the fast shadow and the wild roar, his speed reached an extremely terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the place less than 100 meters away from the fallen angel. Shadow kill. When the skill was activated, the whole person turned into a shadow and teleported behind the fallen angel. He raised his hand and slashed the knife, piercing the body of the fallen angel. Then he infused the power of rules, and a large piece of wood thorns exploded in the body of the fallen angel, killing him on the spot. Very good. The most difficult opponent was solved, and Lin Yu was relieved. However, this continuous skill burst also made his rule power very little. Once the wild roar was over, it was afraid that it would be difficult to resist the attack of the remaining 7 Lord monsters. Without hesitation, while the state lasted for the last few seconds, he detonated the dandelions that had been arranged on the field, and the bodies of those summoned creatures. Boom! Ah! The violent explosion, accompanied by a scream, swept the entire field. The golden-haired beast entangled by the vines, and the skeleton general surrounded by the summons, were instantly blown to death on the spot. The remaining 5 Lord monsters had defensive means, and all of them blocked the attack with their skills, and only suffered minor injuries. But Lin Yu was not in a hurry. Seeing that the state of wild roar had passed, he immediately gave himself a natural healing, and a small sun rose in the air. Then he distanced himself from them again, and waited for the wild roar to recover in a guerrilla way. Just as those Lord monsters were about to rush up, they were immediately entangled by a large number of summons and vines and thorns, and roared continuously inside. And just when Lin Yu was fighting a guerrilla war with the remaining Lord monsters, the lords outside the Tower of Luck were also gathering more and more, all paying attention to the results of their own realms, and even staying close to them. There was no way. After all, this was related to the distribution of luck in the 10,000 realms. Everyone hoped that their own realm could be allocated more luck, so as to surpass other realms. This would not be in vain for them to fight so hard in the tower. Although the Tower of Luck seems to last for a while, but the results of the first day have basically reflected the comprehensive strength of each realm. Even if there is an error, the difference will not be too big. So compared with those large realms, they are still at a great disadvantage. They can only rise to the top by stepping on other realms with equal strength. Look! A 9th level lord has climbed to the 10th floor. Suddenly, a cry of surprise interrupted everyone's discussion. A 9th level lord has climbed to the 10th floor? The lords of each realm were shocked and quickly looked at the information about climbing the tower on the 10th floor. The 10th floor of the Tower of Luck. Level 12, none. Level 11, none. Level 10, Holy Light Realm 1047. Eternal Realm 1035. Beast God Realm 1028. Level 9, Primitive Realm 1. Fuck. There really is a 9th level lord who went up. Am I seeing that right? He is not from one of the 10 realms. Didn't they say there are 10 lord monsters on the 9th floor? He can even pass a trial of this difficulty. This is too abnormal. Primitive Realm. This Primitive Realm again. Is it the same person as the previous one? When they saw the name of the realm hanging alone on the 9th level column, all the lords were shocked. Especially those evil geniuses who had just been eliminated from the big realms. They were even more shocked. And even a little bit unbelievable. Because they have all experienced the difficulty of the 9th level trial. I thought it was impossible for a 9th level lord to pass. But I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. What do you think? Adolf of the Holy Light Realm said solemnly. Very strong. At least stronger than us. Mammon from the Demon Realm rarely did not argue with him. It's this Primitive Realm again. It seems that we underestimated it. Another person followed. I just investigated this Primitive Realm. The number of emperors is only half of ours. I didn't expect such a person to appear. Could it be the Son of Luck in the Primitive Realm? Very likely. There are always a few amazing people in each realm. This is not surprising. But the appearance of Lin Yu made them feel threatened. It was possible to reach the level of their top realms with the resources of a medium realm. Or even stronger. It was hard for them not to pay attention. Some people have even begun to secretly inquire about the news about the Primitive Realm, waiting for Lin Yu to teleport out. In this regard, Lin Yu, who was in a tower, naturally didn't know. At this time, he had healed his injuries and teleported to the 10th floor space. Congratulations. You have successfully climbed to the 10th floor of the Tower of Luck. The trial is about to begin. Please be prepared. As soon as he stood still, a cold reminder came from the sky. Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and he immediately alerted his surroundings. On the opposite side of the dual field, a figure exactly like him quickly condensed, and an attribute interface also popped up in front of him. Name, Trialist Avatar, Ordinary, Race, Humanoid. Level, 10th level. Skills, Rule Assimilation, possessing all the abilities of the Trialist. Not affected by attribute bonus. Introduction, the incarnation of the Challenger. Perfectly replicating all the abilities of the Trialist. And possessing extremely high wisdom. 10th level. After reading the attributes, Lin Yu was stunned. Although he had expected it, when he really saw it with his own eyes, he was still extremely shocked and a little helpless. Sure enough, the 10th level trial is not something that he, a 9th level lord, can complete. And this enemy is also ridiculously strong. Not only does he have all his abilities, but his attributes are also so terrifying. How can he fight this? Chapter 484 Fierce Fight. Brutal Charge. Wait. Not affected by attribute bonus? Suddenly, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and noticed the last sentence of the skill. Doesn't that mean that the 4-leaf protection and savage roar are useless to this clone? If that's the case, there's a lot of room for improvement. Although 50,000 attributes are still scary in his eyes. With various attribute blessings, it's not completely impossible. And the clone only copies all his abilities. And external blessings such as 10th level equipment are not copied. These are his advantages. If he can really pass the test of the 10th level, the reward he gets is definitely incomparable to the 9th level. And it's totally worth his effort. And he has a final resort. Bloody Frenzy. Although Lin Yu doesn't want to use this ability that makes people fall into a frenzy, he can only give it a try for a better reward. I just hope it won't get out of control. While silently reciting, the replica on the opposite side had also condensed. And then under the prompt of that voice, the trial began. Boom! The ground exploded. And the moment the prompt fell, the replica suddenly rushed out and shot towards him. So fast! Lin Yu was shocked and dodged without thinking. However, he was still half a beat slower, and was punched in the shoulder by the replica, knocking him out. After finally turning over in the air and landing smoothly, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Looking sideways, a cactus thorn pierced his shoulder, forcing his blood to drip continuously. It was the skill effect of the cactus soldier, using so many means in such a short time. Is this the power of 50,000 agility? How dared he hesitate? Frowning, pulling out the thorn and throwing it aside. Seeing the replica rushing again, he immediately activated the power of rules, waved his hand, and countless vines rushed out from under the replica's feet and went straight to its vitals. The replica crossed his hands, and a mirror wall appeared in front of him, accurately blocking the surging attack. However, the huge impact force knocked it away, widening the distance between it and Lin Yu. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. More than 7,000 corpses appeared out of thin air and were thrown into the air by him. These corpses were specially collected by him during the battles in the past 2 days. But it was a pity that he was too hasty and only collected so many. However, his divine fragments can increase the power of skills by 40%, which should be enough. Explode. The palm raised in the air suddenly clenched, and an invisible force squeezed all the corpses together, and then exploded. The flesh and blood in the sky, under the guidance of this force, turned into a pure blood breath and rushed into Lin Yu's body, making him tremble all over, and his eyes and skin gradually turned red. The blood and chi surrounded his body, and the breath was surging, looking like a human-shaped beast. Originally, Lin Yu wanted to complain that this skill was just like some evil cultivation method. But the next second, a violent breath surged into his heart and rushed into his mind, almost making him lose his mind and turn into a complete killing machine. What a terrifying skill! Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect Qingting's skill to be so perverted. Is this the power of royal blood? It was just the blood of 7,000 corpses, and he already felt that he was about to lose control, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable murderous intent. At this moment, the clone who stabilized his body quickly reacted, and the power of rules burst out, and a strong suction force enveloped Lin Yu's position. It actually directly activated the swallowing skill of swallowing the sky, trying to swallow his bloody frenzy. How could Lin Yu let it do as it wished? The Jaying skill was activated, turning into a residual shadow and sweeping out of the swallowing range to avoid this skill. Then, the clone waved his hand again, and a large number of vines suddenly rushed out from under his feet. Break it! With a loud shout, Lin Yu activated the 4-leaf protection, and smashed his fist filled with blood into the ground. Boom! The entire arena shook violently. The shock wave turned into a terrifying air wave, which shook all the vines away. The ground where he stood also collapsed instantly, and a huge deep pit appeared, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly in all directions. Is this the power of bloody frenzy? Looking at the power of this blow, Lin Yu was shocked, and felt an unimaginable power flowing through his body. Every move he made was full of destructive breath. In his heart, a surging bloodthirsty desire was ready to move, making him want to fight. Come again! With a loud shout, he gave up defense and rushed towards the replica, pulling out his big knife and colliding with it fiercely. In a blink of an eye, the two fought fiercely in the center of the arena. Rip! The big knife, condensed by the power of rules of the replica, cut open Lin Yu's abdomen and made a cut. Lin Yu showed no weakness, and used his sword skills to cut the thigh of the replica with one blow, splashing a large amount of blood. He actually fought a battle with the replica on equal terms. Of course, Lin Yu also knew that his burst time was limited. After fighting for dozens of rounds, the two injured men suddenly collided. Both retreated violently and pulled away. Rumble. There was a violent vibration, and a large number of plants suddenly rose above the originally empty dual field. Countless vine tree monsters and carnivorous plants rushed out crazily and surrounded Lin Yu. And on the top of the replica's head, a large number of wooden thorns quickly condensed, whizzing towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned over to avoid the wooden thorns, and the power of rules burst out. A large number of plant summons also emerged around him, and once again fought fiercely with the replica that rushed up. The sound of collision kept echoing in his ears. The whole field was in chaos, with crazy surging plants everywhere. Although Lin Yu could still barely block the attack of the replica, he felt that the blood power in his body was slowly draining away. Finally, in another collision, he was blown away by a huge force. Then a cold light flashed behind him, and the replica directly activated the Shadow Kill skill to teleport behind him, and slashed with a big knife. The speed was so fast that Lin Yu only had time to deflect his body to avoid the vital points, and at the same time activated the frost shield of the frost spirit armor. Puff! The frost shield broke with a sound. Lin Yu was hit hard on the back, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, almost from the shoulder to the waist, which was hideous and terrifying. Fortunately, the cold air from the explosion of the frost shield successfully froze the replica in place, giving him a chance to react. He rolled over and got up from the ground, and hurriedly gave himself a healing spell to temporarily stop the bleeding. He didn't dare to hold back anymore, and launched a savage roar directly. In an instant, The bloody aura on his body surged even more wildly, and his eyes were as red as blood, like a demon descending to the world. Die! With a loud shout, the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and rushed out. The ice soul sword infused with bloody breath slashed out. As if the air around it was about to be cut, the replica felt the threat of death, and struggled to break the frozen state, activated the damage reduction skill, and at the same time a large number of vines rushed out, wrapped itself inside, and piled up layer by layer. Boom! With a deafening roar, the vine protection was directly blasted into pieces. The replica inside flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and his chest was bloody. Lin Yu's feet exploded, and he pursued the victory, wanting to get rid of the replica within the brutal 30 seconds. Otherwise, once the explosion was over, he would have no chance. However, at this moment, the replica's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and a strong mental wave burst out, rushing into his mind fiercely, causing his brain to stagnate for a short time, and his speed slowed down. Immediately afterwards, a large number of vines emerged from all directions, entangled his hands and feet, and restricted his movement. He actually used Lin Yu's ability to such a perfect level. Seeing Lin Yu being controlled, the clone immediately stopped, and instead of treating himself, he stretched out his hands. Suddenly, the dandelions in the sky turned around and attached themselves to Lin Yu, and then exploded with a loud bang. Lin Yu was blown to pieces without any resistance. You lose. Unexpectedly, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind the clone. Lin Yu, who should have been killed on the spot, appeared strangely behind the clone. The clone's face changed drastically, and his body retreated violently, but what greeted it was a flash of cold light that slashed across its neck. Puff! Blood splattered, and the clone's head rolled off its shoulders, and the action of controlling the plants also stopped. Congratulations! You passed the 10th level trial. The reminder without any emotion sounded in Lin Yu's mind. He took a deep breath, and finally collapsed to the ground, panting violently. The savage roar on his body also disappeared at any time. It was not him who was killed by the dandelion just now, but the phantom he copied by activating the mirage skill at the last moment. And he himself used the stealth ability to go around behind the copy and launch this fatal attack. Everything happened in just a few seconds. Although the process was very difficult, Lin Yu finally won, which made him excited. Looking at his body again, his clothes were already tattered, and his chest and back were full of hideous and terrifying wounds. Even if they were a little deeper, it would probably take his life. He didn't dare to think about it anymore, and immediately activated the remaining power of rules to treat himself and prepare for the upcoming 11th level test. At this time, outside the Tower of Luck, after more than half an hour of accumulation, 2 9th level lords ascended to the 10th level space. One of them was the 9th level first person, who all 9th level lords had long known. The elemental lord Angus from the Yuanzuan realm. As for the other one, no one knew, because he came from the most mysterious origin world. You know, among the 10 realms. Because the primordial realm and the origin realm have to guard the gates of the life realm and the death realm. They generally do not easily participate in the battles between the 10,000 realms. So it is rare to see the lords of these 2 realms appear. Now that they suddenly saw it, it naturally caused a lot of discussion, and everyone was guessing the identity of that person. But at this moment, what all the lords did not expect was the information on the 10th floor, which had been basically fixed, suddenly jumped, and the 3 words original realm gradually disappeared. What's going on? Why did the name of the original realm disappear? Strange. I saw it just now. Why is it gone? Is there something wrong with the information on the tower? Chapter 485 Leaving the Tower. The lords outside the tower soon discovered the changes in the information on the 10th floor, and were surprised, because even if the challenge failed, the name of the realm would remain on the original floor, but it would turn gray to indicate that the current floor had not been cleared. But now it disappeared directly, which was a bit weird. Unless, suddenly, the lords thought of a possibility and looked at the higher 11th floor. 11th floor of the Tower of Luck. 12th level, none. 11th level, Demon Realm 97. Void Realm 96. Holy Light Realm 96. 10th level, Beast God Realm 4. Void Realm 4. Disaster Realm 3. 9th level, Primitive Realm 1. 11th floor. I actually went to the 11th floor. Am I seeing right? The 9th level lord of the primitive realm actually passed the 10th level trial? Fuck. It's really the 11th floor. How is it possible? At this moment, all the lords were shocked, and there was an uproar in the crowd. Even the lords of the primitive world had a look of seeing a ghost, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Quick! Slap me and try it. Pa! Hiss. It hurts? Who told you to slap me so hard? You told me to slap you. The crowd was in turmoil, and exclamations came one after another. That was the 10th level trial, and it was said that the difficulty was infinitely close to the 10th level. There was actually a 9th level lord who could pass it. Is this still a human? Even the 10th level lords, who had just come out of the tower, were all surprised, looking at the information on the tower. This Tower of Luck is dynamically balanced according to the challenger's level. The same level as your own level represents the highest difficulty of the current level. For example, when a 9th level lord is on the 9th level, the difficulty he encounters is the highest difficulty of the 9th level. And after that, he will officially enter the 10th level. The difference of one level is like a chasm. Logically speaking, no one should be able to pass it. But now someone has done it. And he is also the only lord who has passed the trial one level higher than himself. If converted to the emperor level, it means that he has the strength to pass the 13th level. It is hard not to make them pay attention. Brother Xingyao, your primitive world has really produced a good seedling. With a 9th level body, he passed the 10th level. Even in the 10 major realms, no one can do it. You actually hid such a trick. Brother Xingyao, you have kept it from us so badly. Above the void, around the top of the Tower of Fortune, several emperors praised Emperor Xingyao, who had already left the tower. No. It's just good luck. He is only 9th level, and there is still a long way to go in the future, Emperor Xingyao said modestly, responding to the other party's words, showing an appearance that he had known it for a long time. But he was secretly wondering in his heart, when did such a good seedling appear in their primitive world? Why had he never heard of it? Emperor, this person, could it be Lin Yu? At this time, Ji Xinghe, who had also finished the trial in the tower, came to him and said hesitantly. When Emperor Xingyao heard this, his eyes suddenly flashed. That kid? It's unlikely. He just reached the 9th level not long ago. To be honest, Emperor Xingyao still hoped very much that the person on the tower was Lin Yu. As the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders. If such a monstrous talent came from his Xingyao Empire, not only would he be proud, but the national fortune of the empire would also rise greatly. Although I'm not sure. When I returned to the principality a few days ago, I found that his combat power suddenly soared a lot. It didn't seem like a change in the type of troops, but rather like condensing the fragments of the godhead? Ji Xinghe said uncertainly. Are you serious? Emperor Xingyao stared. Then, he immediately laughed. Good boy. It's only been a short time, and he has condensed another fragment of the godhead without saying a word. When he comes out this time, we have to catch him and interrogate him. Again? Ji Xinghe was secretly shocked when he heard this, and realized another meaning in the words of Emperor Xingyao. Could it be that Lin Yu already had other fragments of the godhead before? Thinking of this, Ji Xinghe was shocked. It seems that he finally understood why Lin Yu could create miracles again and again. I'm afraid that Emperor Xingyao has been cultivating him in secret for a long time, and using his great power to help him absorb additional fragments of the godhead. No wonder Emperor Xingyao has valued him so much from the beginning. I'm afraid it's really the same as the rumors. He is the illegitimate son of Emperor Xingyao outside. No mistake. It must be like this. Ji Xinghe nodded secretly, and didn't expect that he accidentally dug out a shocking secret, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. As for the fragment of the godhead on Lin Yu, he naturally didn't dare to covet it. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to snatch the fragments of the emperor's illegitimate son's godhead. Okay. Just as he was thinking, the voice of the Emperor Xingyao sounded again. The trials in the tower should be almost over. Let's go down and gather the team to prepare. Yes. Ji Xinghe responded and immediately disappeared from the spot, and went down with several other kings to gather the original world team. At the same time, in the Tower of Luck, Lin Yu, whose injuries had basically recovered, finally stood up, and with a prompt, he teleported from the 10th floor to the 11th floor. Congratulations. You have successfully climbed to the 11th floor of the Tower of Luck. The trial is about to begin. Please be prepared. The same prompts echoed in my ears. The reason why Lin Yu did not give up and directly exit the trial space was to see how terrifying the trial of the 11th floor was. He did not think he could pass the test of the 11th floor. After all, he had already used up all his trump cards on the 10th floor. And even the corpses that had been saved were consumed, without the bloody and frenzied means of explosion. Let alone the 11th floor. He could not even pass the 10th floor. While thinking, movement finally began to appear on the opposite side of the venue. Two figures quickly condensed in the dual field, and finally turned into two incarnations of the trialists, who were exactly the same as the 10th floor. That's right. Two 10th level copies with 50,000 attributes and all his abilities. Lin Yu was shocked and finally understood how perverted the 11th level trial was. At the same time, he chose to give up without hesitation. Do you want to give up the challenge? If you give up, the Tower of Luck will record your highest clearance level and distribute rewards based on this. Current highest clearance level, 10th floor. Give up. Nonsense. Don't give up and stay to get beaten. One copy almost killed him, and two copies were out of the question. However, he also discovered the rules of the trial, according to the opponents he encountered in the previous trial. If he guessed correctly, the 12th level challenge of the 9th level Lord would probably have 5 identical copies, and the 13th level would probably reach the maximum of 10. This is far beyond the response range of the 9th level Lord. No wonder no one has been able to pass the highest level, with such a geometric increase in difficulty. It is impossible to pass it. And just as Lin Yu's voice fell, his body was also wrapped in light, and a prompt sounded at the same time. Congratulations. You have passed the 10th level trial. Rewards, Faith Force X1. Rule Fragment X1. Swish. The light lit up, and Lin Yu instantly disappeared from the spot, and the information on the tower dimmed. The lords of various realms who had been waiting outside the tower for a long time were suddenly shocked and looked towards the direction of the original realm team, wanting to see which guy had passed the 10th level test. However, what they didn't expect was, after waiting for a long time, except for a few lords of the 6th and 7th levels, no 9th level lord was seen teleporting out, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. Yes, it really disappeared out of thin air. Lin Yu, who left the tower, had long expected that there would be many people waiting outside. So when he teleported out, he immediately activated the stealth skill and sneaked into the team. Quietly, he avoided a wave of attention. All the plans of those lords were thwarted. Boy, where are you hiding? Unexpectedly, a thunderous voice exploded in Lin Yu's ears, which frightened him. Before he could react, a big hand appeared out of thin air and pulled him out of stealth. Then the scene in front of him spun, and when he came back to his senses, he found that Emperor Xingyao was already standing in front of him, staring at him with a pair of eyes. Great Emperor, are you looking for me? Lin Yu smiled awkwardly, feeling like a grasshopper that had been pulled out. If not you, who else? Emperor Xingyao glared at him fiercely again. Tell me, are you the 9th level lord who just reached the 11th floor? His tone was very calm, as if he had known about this for a long time. But there was still a trace of expectation in his eyes, staring at Lin Yu closely. Sure enough, you can't hide it from the Emperor? Lin Yu smiled bitterly, and did not notice the change in his expression. It's really you. Emperor Xingyao raised his eyebrows, looking very surprised. At his level, there are very few things that can make him have such obvious emotional fluctuations. It is enough to see how moved Lin Yu's answer was, and he even laughed without hiding it. Haha. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. You are worthy of being a member of the Shengyao Empire. After saying that, the powerful perception swept over Lin Yu, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Good boy. For pieces of Godhead fragments, more powerful than me in the past. This is just good luck, Lin Yu said modestly. He was not surprised that the Emperor Xingyao could sense the number of Godhead fragments in his body, and it seemed that the Emperor seemed unable to detect the 11th level complete Godhead in his personal space, which made him secretly relieved. It's not that he was worried that Emperor Xingyao would take a fancy to this divine nature, but that he was worried that the emperors of other realms would sense it. If they knew that he had a complete divine nature at the 9th level, those emperors would definitely regard him as a threat. As long as he gave a little hint to the 11th level king below, he would face endless pursuit, unless he kept hiding in the realm. If you are lucky enough to reach the 11th level, it will not be called Chaos Treasure. Emperor Xingyao glanced at Lin Yu, and his expression finally relaxed gradually. After a moment of silence, he continued, this time the Chaos Treasure appeared. And every realm wanted to seize the opportunity to compete for more luck and trample on other realms. Everyone who passed the 10th level or above is very important to us. You have won a lot of luck for our original realm. So the Emperor wants to reward me? Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. You want a reward for just the 10th floor? Do you think the reward is cabbage? Emperor Shengyao said unhappily, and slapped Lin Yu with his sandbag-sized fist. However, he seemed to be in a good mood, so he didn't use much force, but continued, the Chaos Treasure will last for 10 days before disappearing. If you can clear the 11th floor during this period, I can try my best to meet your requirements. Really? Can I lie to you? Then can I ask for a few 10th level soldier upgrade scrolls? Upgrade scrolls? How many more? You are asking for a lot. Okay. If you can really clear the 11th floor and win more luck for our primitive world, I will give you 10 scrolls. Emperor Shengyao obviously didn't believe that Lin Yu could clear the 11th floor, and he casually agreed to Lin Yu's request, and even increased the reward to 10 scrolls. Okay. It's a deal. Chapter 486 Replacement Skills. Lin Yu was delighted. Upgrading the royal army has always been his biggest headache, especially when it reaches a higher level. The resources required for upgrading are more exaggerated. Upgrading in a normal way is impossible. But if there is an upgrade scroll, it will be different. At least it can save him a lot of resources. So he said he would pass the 11th trial. But before that, he must accumulate more strength. The first is the corpse. Whether it is a monster corpse or a soldier corpse. As long as it can trigger bloody frenzy. And all of them must be 9th level. Otherwise the energy contained in the low-level corpse is too low. And the improvement effect is very limited. The second is the power of faith. While gaining faith, the basic strength of the Lord itself will also be improved. According to Lin Yu's observations along the way, it is found that after full faith, the Lord's strength will basically be equivalent to that of the Lord monster of the same level. That is, an average of 10,000 basic attributes, in addition to the superposition of various strengthening auras such as holy objects, divine nature, and skills. He can almost reach an average attribute of more than 20,000. Only in this way can he easily defeat the 10th level replica under the effect of bloody frenzy, and have enough strength to enter the 11th level. Otherwise, like just now, after a battle, he was seriously injured and the power of rules was exhausted, and it was impossible to beat the 2 replicas of the 11th level. Only 9 days. Lin Yu looked solemn and took a deep breath. 9 days is enough for him to make a lot of preparations. Wait until the last day, and then accumulate all the strength to impact the 11th level. There is still a great chance of success. With this idea, he was quickly sent back to the ground by Emperor Shengyao. After a circle in the primitive team, he didn't find Yan Lai and the others, so he rushed back to the war camp. On the way, he finally had the opportunity to take out the 2 rewards he had just received from the Tower of Luck. Faith Force and Rule Fragments. Needless to say, Rule Fragments are an important resource of the 10th level, and their preciousness is absolutely unimaginable. And because he had completed the Saint's Path mission, the reward Rule Fragment did not have the word exclusive behind it, which means it can be traded. After putting away the Rule Fragment, Lin Yu looked at another thing. A deep light ball surrounded by a gray aura. Just by holding it in his hand, he could feel an extremely strong power of faith flowing through his fingertips. Name, Faith Force Grade, Rare Effect, After Use. Gain 10,000 points of faith power. Introduction. A magical world force that contains extremely huge faith power. 10,000 points of faith. Lin Yu's breathing stopped suddenly, and he looked at the information interface in front of him with joy. I didn't expect that the reward for clearing the 10th level would be this. This may not be a big deal for lords above the 10th level, but for him now, it is definitely a real help in the snow. It solved his problem of lack of faith at once. You can get 10,000 faiths by clearing the 10th level once. If you clear all the remaining 9 days, it will add up to 100,000 faiths, which is a big step forward. This is much faster than hunting down the Lords of the Realm Alliance everywhere. Think about it. Lin Yu speeded up, rushed back to the war camp, teleported directly into the territory, and then took the Faith Force to the World Tree to use it. In a blink of an eye, his faith increased to 60,000, and his strength improved a little. After doing all this, he clicked on the Principality channel and found that the Lords had returned from the realm battlefield one after another, and they were all talking about the Tower of Luck. Haha. I cleared the 5th floor, and got a very powerful territory relic. What's that? I cleared the 6th floor, and was directly rewarded with a territory upgrade scroll. Fuck. Then you can directly upgrade to the 7th level? I'm jealous. I was eliminated on the 3rd level, and I dare not say anything. Same 3rd level. I can only continue to work hard tomorrow, and strive to reach a higher level. By the way, does anyone know who the 9th level boss, who reached the 11th level is? It's definitely not from our principality. I guess he's the chief of some empire? Chief. Usually used to refer to the lord, who ranks first in a certain level in a country. A person like this who can reach the 11th level with a 9th level body is definitely not something that people like them, who are generally only on the 5th or 6th level, can get in touch with. So many lords just chatted about it after dinner, and were soon drowned by more topics about the Tower of Luck. Lord, I need to see you for something. Just then, a shout came from outside the territory. Shui Changui and a few stewards stood outside the vine forest of Qingtang, waiting quietly. Come in, Lin Yu thought, and asked Qingtang to make way for them. After a while, Shui Changui and several managers came to him through the forest and reported to him the construction of the new city during this period. What surprised Lin Yu was that less than 2 months had passed, and the infrastructure of the new city had been basically completed. The city wall was built 20 kilometers outside the forest to protect the entire city. Now the city of Huasha City has been divided into the central city in the forest and the outer city outside the forest. The range of both ends of the city is nearly 50 kilometers. It has gradually become a city of millions. The world tree in his territory is in the center of the entire city. It can be vaguely seen as soon as you enter the outer city. Well done. We can gradually arrange the population after improving the facilities. After listening to the report of Shui Changui and others, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. With the expansion of the territory, the speed at which he obtains the power of faith will also become much faster. So he naturally cannot be careless. It is the abundant funds given by the Lord that have enabled us to achieve our goal so quickly. Su Zhong on the side said respectfully, there is one more thing. At this time, Shui Changui spoke again. Recently, many families, colleges, and cultivation sects from the capital have wanted to set up gates in our Huansha city. And there are many 9th level masters. What do you think the Lord should do? The forces from the capital? Lin Yu was slightly surprised. Since they want to settle in, let them settle in. More 9th level practitioners will also be beneficial to the defense of our city. I may have to go out frequently during this period, so let Wuing take a team with you to negotiate. If there are those who disobey the rules, don't worry. Just kill the chicken to scare the monkey. His current royal soldiers, except for not being able to speak, are already very intelligent, and there is no problem in leading a team to act independently. And within the territory, the attributes of the soldiers will be blessed. And it is not difficult to deal with 9th level practitioners. But they are all powerful forces from the capital. Killing them may have a bad impact, Shui Changui said with some concern. It's okay. Those who disobey the rules or make trouble can be dealt with directly. Lin Yu waved his hand at him. Now is the critical time to establish order. Being too lenient will only make them restless. I will deal with the capital. Yes. Shui Changui and others responded quickly. With Lin Yu's words, they have nothing to worry about. Just do it boldly. That's it. After talking about some things about urban trade planning and trade routes, Shui Changui and others hurriedly left and went to the city to continue supervising work. What Lin Yu didn't know was, just when he was dealing with territory affairs, in the capital of the Great Wilderness Principality, the king suddenly issued an emergency decree that all exchanges between the capital and Huasha City would be protected by the capital. As soon as this order came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the central area of the entire principality. All exchanges are protected, which is simply an open support, and also represents the king's attention to Huansha City. The major forces that originally despised Huansha City, a remote city, sounded the alarm and smelled a hint of something unusual. You know, even the territories of the 9th level lords, who served under the king, have never received such treatment. Not to mention that it was issued by the king himself. So soon, the top leaders of the major forces warned their subordinates not to cause trouble in Huansha City. Especially those forces that were preparing to develop branches in Huansha City received multiple warnings to keep a distance in Huansha City. Some even brought gifts for this purpose. Of course, these are all things done by the subordinates. As a lord, Lin Yu naturally has no time to care about such trivial matters. After handing over all the tasks, he continued to work in the territory and began to prepare for the next battle. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. As soon as the sky brightened, Lin Yu got up, washed, had a simple breakfast, and then teleported directly to the war camp. Today he had to pass the 10th level trial again to get the reward, so he had to hurry up and collect more corpses. As for the source of the corpses, he could only go to the Tower of Fortune first to see Lin Yu. Just as he was thinking, a shout rang out. Ji Yunchuan, who was wearing a light yellow outfit, just happened to be teleported from the territory. You came so early too? Lin Yu stepped forward and greeted her. Seeing Ji Yunchuan, he suddenly thought of something. If she could copy the end countdown skill of her sacred arbitrator troop, it would be of great help to him in passing the trial. After all, the number of troop types has increased, and the flower sea summoning skill is no longer of much use to him. As long as he can copy the end countdown skill, he will have an extra chance to restore his status to full. What are you thinking about? So absorbed. Seeing Lin Yu standing there, Ji Yunchuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Oh, nothing. I just want to ask you for help with something. Lin Yu came back to his senses and said quickly. Ask me for help? Yes. Don't you have a Holy Arbiter unit? I want to ask you for a unit corpse. Is that convenient? So that's it. I thought it was something big. Of course, no problem. Ji Yunchuan smiled. She didn't ask why Lin Yu's unit could copy the skills of the angel system, and there was no need to ask. What she cared about was that Lin Yu asked her for help. It's not common for this guy to ask for help. Chapter 487, The Battle of Defending the Ring. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that there were several corpses of the Holy Arbiters left behind in Ji Yunchuan's space. So soon, he took the corpses, let Tunchen absorb them, and successfully copied the end countdown skill. Originally, this skill could not be copied by ordinary piranhas because of their poor compatibility. But Tunchen's deprivation skill can be copied specifically, making the impossible possible, and allowing Lin Yu to use an additional skill from another system. This is the power of Tunchen. Okay, I'm going to the base to find my dad. Let's talk again when we have a chance. Well, I'll be near the center of the battlefield during this period, and contact me at any time if you have anything. The relationship between Lin Yu and Ji Yunchuan now is like that of old friends who have known each other for many years, and they basically know each other well. So naturally, there was no need to say too many polite words, and they said goodbye to each other and went about their own business. From beginning to end, Ji Yunchuan did not ask about the Tower of Luck. It seems that there is really something urgent to do, or he has not received the news yet. This is good, and it will save him from too much attention. Lin Yu doesn't want the news of his passing the 10th level to spread. If people from other hostile realms know about it, someone might target him and send a high-level lord to eliminate him as a potential threat to eliminate future troubles. Especially the three realms of Yuansha, Xinling, and Taixien, which are clearly hostile to the original realm, and the Realm Alliance may attack him. So he must be careful. Think about it. Lin Yu retracted his gaze and looked at the attributes of Tianyin. The deprivation skill has been replaced by the countdown to the end. Name: Soul-Devouring Flower Tianyin, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Skill, Guardian Barrier, deploy a barrier within a range of 250 meters, so that friendly parties within the range gain 25% damage reduction for 5 seconds. And after the barrier disappears, all the reduced damage will be converted into a defensive shield. Death Devour, awaken the devouring power. Can devour everything including skills. Convert it into energy. Convert it into self-energy. Repair injuries, and gain corresponding experience points. Corpse Explosion, detonate all corpses within the specified range, causing 150% spiritual damage to the enemy. Countdown to the end, start the countdown. Regress all states of the specified target to 1 minute ago. Can only take effect once every 10 minutes. Invalid for dead targets. King of Flowers, Piranha-type soldiers gain 10% blood sucking. Introduction, a terrifying plant that awakens the devouring power. Can devour everything and deprive it of all its energy. It is worthy of being a rare skill of the angel system. The effect is really powerful. All states regress to 1 minute ago, which is equivalent to all the damage he suffered in this 1 minute will disappear. Skill cooldown. Even the energy consumed will all regress and return to the state 1 minute ago. For this skill, Lin Yu is still very satisfied, because in this way, He can launch 2 savage roars in a row. Even when seriously injured, he can rely on this skill to reverse time and return to the state before the injury. As for the fact that the clone will copy his skills, he is not too worried, because the attribute bonus of the clone is invalid. Even if the big skills such as Savage Roar are reset, there is no effect. He can completely use this difference to widen the gap and find an opportunity to burst out a wave of instant kills to the clone. At that time, even if the reset is repeated many times, it will be useless. Quick! I heard that there is a fight over at the Tower of Fortune. Hurry over to help. Suddenly, an anxious shout interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. He looked up and saw several teams rushing over from a distance, and his eyes lit up. The 2 camps are fighting again? It seems that the appearance of the Tower of Fortune has finally triggered the conflict between the 2 camps. This is good news, because in this way, he can collect more corpses of soldiers in the chaos. If he is lucky enough to kill a few people from the Realm Alliance, he can also earn more merits to exchange for faith. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the demon ancestor dragon to fly high in the sky, followed the lords, and rushed to the central wasteland at the junction of the 2 armies. It was not until more than half an hour later, finally, we could vaguely see the black sky that fell from the sky, and the Tower of Fortune standing in the sky. Around the tower, the lords of the Realm Alliance and the Anti-Alliance camp clashed fiercely, and shouts and roars continued to be heard. The whole scene was in chaos, and they fought back and forth on both sides of the tower, vying for the right to use the Tower of Fortune. They actually want to occupy the Tower of Fortune and not let us in. The Realm Alliance is too arrogant. Let's go. Let's go down and help. Charge. The lords of all realms who came shouted loudly, and immediately turned around to join the battle below. Lin Yu took a look and found that almost all the lords at the center of the battle were at the 8th and 9th levels, while the lower level lords were at the periphery. No matter where they were, there was a melee, and the ground was full of corpses of soldiers. It was simply a natural source of corpses. Then, he looked at the information on the tower again. He found that there were a few more 9th level lords who had climbed to the 10th floor than yesterday, and almost all of them were from the big realms. He was not surprised by this. After all, the Tower of Luck descended too suddenly yesterday, and many lords had not had time to prepare, nor did they understand the content of the trial, and they were completely unable to exert their full strength. Now, after a day, the talented lords from all walks of life have also made efforts to attack the 9th level trial, and the results are much better than yesterday. However, what surprised Lin Yu the most was the 11th floor. There is an extra 9th level lord. The 11th floor of the Tower of Luck. 12th level, none. 11th level, Void Realm 101. Demon Realm 100. Holy Light Realm 100. 10th level, Beast God Realm 4. Adlan Realm 4. Eternal Realm 4. 9th level, Primitive Realm 1. Origin Realm 1. Origin Realm. Seeing the names of the realms above, Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. The black-eyed young man who had fought with him twice, because he knew very well how difficult the trial of the 10th level was. Generally, it is difficult for a 9th level lord to pass even if he has condensed the fragments of the godhead. Only the host with that heart can exert a strength far beyond that of a lord of the same level and successfully pass the 10th level test. Could it be that that guy is a lord in the Origin Realm? Lin Yu was in doubt. The 2 realms of Taichu and Binyuan are said to be the 2 most powerful realms in the 10,000 realms. They rarely participate in the struggles of the various realms, and they don't pay attention to the survival of other realms. It's not easy for the emperors to go in and search, and he doesn't have sufficient evidence to prove that the heart is in the Binyuan realm. It seems that I have to pay more attention to the movements of the Binyuan realm in the future. Lin Yu thought secretly in his heart, and his eyes gradually became solemn. But soon, he was pulled back by the shouting and killing below. Seeing that the 2 sides were fighting fiercely and corpses were everywhere, he didn't waste any more time. He circled and landed on the ground, summoned the plant army, and rushed directly to the center of the battle circle. At the front of the team, the ancient tree army led by Qin Gang opened the way. With the blessing of the 4 divine bodies, they kept advancing forward like a bulldozer on the battlefield, waving the sword bamboo in their hands, and slashing out sharp sword energy. Other royal families were not idle either. They led their own teams to attack the soldiers of the surrounding boundary alliances, and specifically targeted those soldiers with strong blood. Brothers, charge together. Drive the people of the Boundary Alliance out of the Tower of Luck. Kill. At this time, the Anti-Alliance camp launched another round of fierce attacks, pushing back the Boundary Alliance that had just occupied the bottom of the tower. Wherever he went, there were corpses of soldiers on the ground. Lin Yogwang almost picked up the corpses until his hands were tired, and he couldn't close his mouth. In less than half an hour, his space was filled with 20,000 corpses, all of which were well sealed. Originally, he wanted to put more, but the origin space could only hold so much. This was because he used up the space originally used to store soldiers. Seeing that the space was full, the team advanced to the edge of the Tower of Luck, and he took this opportunity to recall the soldiers to the territory, and then teleported directly into the tower. Many lords of the Anti-Alliance camp also entered the tower like him. As the number of people on their side decreased, the Realm Alliance pressed back again and reoccupied the bottom of the tower. Many people followed suit. The two teams gradually formed a cycle in the back-and-forth tug-of-war, and neither could do anything to the other. This also caused the continuous fighting in the wasteland, and the shouting and killing shook the sky. However, these have nothing to do with Lin Yu for the time being. At this time, he has been teleported to the space of the first floor, preparing for the second round of trials. However, what he didn't expect was, this first level of the test was completely different from yesterday. It became a large venue full of arenas. On each arena, there were basically two figures fighting. The crowds of people surged around, and they were full of 9th level lords from all walks of life, cheering for the battle on the stage. Go! Kick him hard in the balls. Poke his ass. Keep going. Don't stop. Well done. Get rid of him. The whole venue was noisy, and the sound of fighting and fierce collisions kept coming to my ears. Lin Yu was just wondering when a reminder sounded in his mind. Please note that you have come to the first floor of the Tower of Luck. The content of the trial on this floor is defending the ring. Defeat 10 enemies in a row on the ring to advance to the next floor. The ring challenges are all random and cannot be specified. Everyone has 3 challenge opportunities. Defeat 10 enemies? And defeat them in a row? Hearing the rules of the trial, Lin Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. No wonder so many lords gathered here. It turned out to be because of this. Chapter 488 Speedy Clearance. Obviously, the trials in the Tower of Luck are randomly assigned. However, the first 2 levels of trials are still based on a very high elimination rate, which is used to eliminate most of the lords at the bottom of the strength. Defeating 10 opponents in a row, and their opponents of the same level, is not something that everyone can do easily. This requires not only luck, but also one's own strength as support. Without some means, it is not necessarily possible to pass. Of course, Lin Yu was heading for the 10th floor, so naturally he had no time to waste on the trial of the first floor. After walking around the various arenas and observing the battles between the lords, he directly chose to challenge. Swish! The light came on. Lin Yu was teleported to an arena where a battle had just ended. Huh? Someone else was teleported up. Haha. Another unlucky guy was randomly sent to this stage. As soon as he stood still, a gloating voice came from the side. Because the champion of the ring where Lin Yu was standing was a guy who had won 8 consecutive games and was very strong. Basically, every lord who went up to the ring could not hold on for more than a minute before being defeated. The side of the ring was surrounded by lords from all walks of life, who came to see how those who came up to challenge were abused. Brother, I advise you to surrender quickly. That guy is not easy to mess with. A lord below shouted to Lin Yu on the stage, as if advising, but also as if joking. I bet he will be knocked down in less than a minute. 1 minute? Too long. At most 40 seconds. Too much. At most 30 seconds. Other lords talked about it, all guessing how long Lin Yu could hold on the stage. Some simply made a bet, making the entire ring lively. Lin Yu ignored them and looked at his opponent this time. A thin man with a cold aura all over his body. He was armed with black leather armor from head to toe, and he looked like a humanoid lord. Because the racial talent of the humanoid system is to improve the equipment bonus effect. So basically every humanoid system lord will specially create a set of equipment suitable for himself to maximize his own strength. Boy, if you don't want to die too miserably, it's not too late to admit defeat. The humanoid system lord was also looking at Lin Yu. When he could no longer feel the breath of rules on him, his expression became indifferent. A pair of daggers in his hands flew, shining with cold light, as if demonstrating to Lin Yu. How do you know I will lose before the fight starts? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party with interest. The equipment on this person is not weak. All of them are 9th level. With the blessing of racial talent, the effect is indeed considerable. Unfortunately, the other party did not give him a chance to look at him more. Since you don't want to admit defeat, then I send you down. As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden explosion under his feet, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and rushed over. The speed was so fast that it immediately caused an exclamation. Lin Yu didn't expect the other party to be so direct. He fixed his eyes and dodged the oncoming dagger. But unexpectedly, at this time, the body of the humanoid lord suddenly dissipated and disappeared in front of him. After image, Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. He didn't feel the breath of the power of rules. That is, this is the effect attached to the equipment. Swish. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The humanoid lord holding a dagger appeared directly on the other side, and the dagger stabbed his throat. Lin Yu's footsteps sank, and he leaned back and knocked the humanoid lord arm away with a knee strike. And at the same time, he drew his knife and chopped it out. But what he chopped was the afterimage left by the opponent, which disappeared again in his sight. It seems that the equipment effects of this guy should be assassination effects, or the ability to assist assassination. Since you like to hide, then I will leave you nowhere to hide. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, and the power of rules was running secretly. The next second, with a loud bang, the ground of the arena was directly broken open, and a large number of vines rushed out and spread rapidly around the arena. What? The humanoid lord, who was about to launch an attack, changed his face greatly. He was hit by a vine in time, and was hit hard and flew out. His hidden figure was also forced out at once. The power of rules. It turned out to be a big boss, who condensed the godhead. The lords who were watching the battle below were also stunned by this sudden scene, and exclaimed one by one. Which lord who can successfully condense the fragments of the godhead at the 9th level is not a dragon and phoenix among the people in the world? Any one of them is extremely terrifying, and is also an existence that countless lords look up to. Let alone them. Even the humanoid lord who was fighting with Lin Yu on the stage was so shocked that his eyes widened, and he forgot to attack. But immediately, he reacted, gritted his teeth, avoided the encirclement of the vines, and attacked Lin Yu again. This time, he didn't hold back. The 2 daggers in his hands burst out with endless sharpness. His feet tapped twice on the ring, and then suddenly flashed, instantly shrinking more than 10 meters away, and appeared in front of Lin Yu. The dagger filled with powerful power seemed to tear open the space, and flashed past Lin Yu's throat. Tear! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. The dagger of the humanoid lord did not feel the touch of hitting the target, which made his face suddenly change, and he almost instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! With a bang, several thorny vines rushed out from under his feet, and cut a huge gash on his thigh. Lin Yu, who was supposed to be in the center of the field, appeared at the edge of the ring without knowing when. With a big hand raised, countless vines rushed out crazily and surrounded him. The humanoid lord moved left and right, dodged back and forth, and cut the vines with a dagger. But the increasing number of vines, and the ring gradually covered by plants, made him deeply feel the horror of Lin Yu. Finally, he stopped struggling and hurriedly shouted to the sky, I give up. The decisiveness of giving up was completely different from before, and at the moment when the voice fell, he was wrapped in light and disappeared from the spot, leaving only a large area of plants on the field, and Lin Yu standing alone among the plants. It was quiet all around, and everyone stared at the changes on the field with wide eyes. At this time, the ring was no longer a ring. It had already turned into a terrifying forest full of vines. So strong. Is this the power of rules? Even that guy lost. Who is he? The lords who reacted were shocked and frightened by the terrifying strength displayed by Lin Yu. Even the lords of other nearby rings were attracted by the scene here, and ran over to inquire about the situation. The 8-game winning streak was defeated so easily. Who would have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? It also made them afraid of Lin Yu, and they didn't dare to get close to the ring. Swish. At this moment, the light came on. A young lord who chose to challenge was randomly placed on the ring where Lin Yu was. When the young lord saw the plants all over the field, his face turned pale, and he couldn't help but retreat. I give up. How dare he stay on the field? He chose to give up without thinking and disappeared again. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Lin Yu looked weird. He didn't expect that the forest he created would actually have a deterrent effect. But it was good this way, saving him a lot of effort. So he simply went all out and operated the power of rules again, summoning a violet garden and a deep blue illusion, and finally completely transformed the ring into a terrifying forest that no one dared to set foot on. Then the lords below witnessed a weird scene with their own eyes. Every lord who was randomly assigned to Lin Yu's stage just glanced around and immediately chose to admit defeat, without even hesitation. There was no way. Those who possessed the fragments of the divine body were all ruthless people who had independently killed the 10th level leader monster. Such a powerful person. How could ordinary lords like them afford to offend? Only fools would take action. This also resulted in Lin Yu standing on the stage without doing anything, and easily accumulated 10 consecutive victories. Then, with a system prompt, he was directly teleported away from the first floor. Huh? This plague god is finally gone. Seeing him leave, the lords around him immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and each of them felt relieved. Some people even didn't dare to click the challenge from the beginning, just because they were afraid that they would accidentally be randomly assigned to Lin Yu's stage. Fortunately, this plague god didn't stay on the first floor for too long. Let them finally relax and continue the hot arena battle. On the other side, after Lin Yu reached the second floor, he was still the same as the first floor, and did not encounter any opponents that could threaten him. He fought all the way and climbed up, and soon he reached the 9th floor. This time his luck was not as good as yesterday. Among the 10 lord monsters, the beasts, elements, and demons were all of fire attribute. He consumed more than 2,000 corpses before he finally survived and successfully reached the 10th floor. The trial of the 10th floor was different from the previous ones, and there were not many changes. As soon as Lin Yu teleported over, a clone who looked exactly like him appeared on the opposite side. Considering that he almost failed last time when he used more than 7,000 corpses, this time he directly swallowed the blood and chi of 10,000 corpses, and raised his strength to the point of completely suppressing the clone. Finally, after more than 5 minutes, he successfully killed it. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the 10th floor trial. You are about to be teleported to the next floor. Please be prepared. A familiar prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. He glanced at the remaining 8,000 corpses in the origin space, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to give up the challenge. No way. With his current strength, consuming 8,000 corpses can only narrowly defeat one replica at most. If he faces 2 at the same time, the chance is still too slim. It is better to save these corpses for tomorrow's tower climbing. When the power of faith is sufficient and the strength becomes stronger, it will not be too late to challenge again. Do you want to give up the challenge? Give up. Congratulations. You get the reward, Origin Crystal Core X2, Faith Force X1. You are about to leave the space in the tower. Please be prepared. Origin Crystal Core? Not a rule fragment. Hearing the reward information, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. 1 Origin Crystal Core can increase the upper limit of the range of the origin space by 1 kilometer. Although it does not improve his strength much, it can hold more corpses. This reward comes at a good time. Just thinking about it, he was also wrapped in light and disappeared directly on the spot. Chapter 489 Rescue. After Lin Yu came out of the Tower of Luck, he specially returned to the territory to use up the Origin Crystal Core he had just obtained. Then he immediately rushed to the Demon Conqueror realm, and went to various places on the battlefield to find monsters above the leader level, collect the origin power, and expand the scope of the origin space. He kept running until the evening. He finally upgraded the extra 2,000 meters limit, and was lucky enough to kill a few lord monsters and get a few treasures. He now has no less than 50 treasures in his personal space. All of them were obtained by killing lord monsters on the battlefield during this period. And there are many types, all of which are at least S level or above. Of course, these things are no longer of much use to him, who has reached the 9th level. It seems that I have to find a place to make a move. Sitting on the back of the demon ancestor dragon, Lin Yu looked at the pile of things in his personal space with a thoughtful look on his face. These treasures are just sitting there, so it would be more practical to exchange them for resources that are useful to him. He remembered that there would be a lot of people setting up stalls every night in the war camp, selling things they don't need. He could take this opportunity to sell all these treasures, which should be able to exchange for a lot of merit points. Thinking of this, the demon ancestor dragon under him suddenly accelerated and rushed back to the war camp. At this time, in a dense forest not far from here. Run! Quick! An anxious cry echoed in the forest. Two figures were running in the forest in a mess, with a bloody figure on their backs. Dying? Behind the three people, a large black shadow was surging, and the sky was filled with dense insect soldiers. Two powerful 9th level lords were in the insect swarm, chasing them closely. Yenwu, take him away first. I hold him back. Seeing the other party chasing him, Bai Haitang, who was running for his life, gritted his teeth, summoned the remaining 100 or so angel soldiers, and turned around to look at the sky. You will die like this. Yenwu turned his head, his face full of blood, not knowing whether it was his own or Yin Tianga's. Go! If we don't leave, we will all die here. Bai Haitang shouted anxiously. Want to escape? You can't escape. Just then, the two 9th level lords in the sky had arrived. The insect soldiers in the sky and the surging bee soldiers in the forest turned into a tide and rushed out crazily, finally completely blocking all their retreat routes. Damn it! Yenwu's face was gloomy. They were only 8th level, and there was no way they could be the opponents of the 9th level lords. I didn't expect them to be so unlucky. They actually ran into the Realm Alliance lords, who came here specifically to hunt low-level lords. And there were two of them. It was just a face-to-face encounter. Yin Tianga was seriously injured and unconscious, and the two of them were also seriously injured. It was simply a pipe dream to want to escape. We can only fight them. Bai Haitang gritted her teeth, her eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. At this time, her clothes were also torn in many places, all of which were cut open, and her white clothes were almost dyed red. Seeing that the retreat was blocked, Yenwu put the seriously injured and unconscious Yin Tianga on the ground, and also summoned dozens of elemental soldiers to form a circle with Bai Haitang's angel soldiers back to back, ready to fight to the death. Come on! Get rid of them! With the shouts of the two 9th level lords, the surging bee soldiers and insect soldiers turned into a tide and surrounded Yenwu and the others, launching a fierce attack. For a moment, their soldiers kept falling down and were drowned by the beasts and insects that rushed up. The two struggled to hold on, but could only watch their troops continue to decrease. Finally, the defense line was broken, and a 9th level Black Panther turned into a shadow and flew towards Bai Haitang. Be careful! Yenwu shouted in shock, drew out his weapon and dodged in front of Bai Haitang. Bang! The violent collision knocked Yenwu out. The weapon in his hand also broke, and several deep claw marks appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out. Yenwu! Bai Haitang exclaimed and turned back. Unexpectedly, she was directly cut in the waist and abdomen by the sharp air blade that swept down from the sky, and fell to the ground with a muffled groan. The severe pain made her vision blurred. In less than a minute, their defense was completely collapsed, and they couldn't even resist. Are you going to die? Bai Haitang wanted to get up unwillingly, but her increasingly scattered spirit made her unable to even stand up. In her blurred vision, she saw the soldiers that were drowning her, and the fierce faces of the two 9th level lords. Finally, she closed her eyes silently, and her mind flashed through all the experiences she had along the way, waiting for death to come. But at this moment, something strange happened. In the dark jungle, an invisible wave suddenly appeared, covering the three of them. The attacks that were about to fall on them also dissipated instantly under this wave, as if they had never appeared. Who? The strange scene immediately changed the faces of the two people in the sky, and they hurriedly looked towards the center of the fluctuation. It was a tall ancient tree that exuded the breath of nature, and a tall figure standing beside the ancient tree. The people of the Realm Alliance dared to run to such a place. They are very brave. Lin Yu looked at the two people in the sky and the three Yenwu lying on the ground not far away with indifferent eyes. If he hadn't heard Bai Haitang shout just now, he probably wouldn't have known that they were being hunted, and he wouldn't have come so quickly. Without hesitation, he directly asked Ling Shi to bring the flower spirit core to give them emergency treatment. And then his eyes fell on the two people in the air again. Who did I think it was? It turned out that another person came to die. Boy, you want to stop the two of us by yourself? You probably don't know how to write the word death. Seeing that Lin Yu was alone, the two 9th level lords, who were originally a little nervous, suddenly relaxed their expressions and laughed unscrupulously. Their troops gradually spread out, surrounding Lin Yu. Since you're here, leave your life behind. Go! Tear him into pieces. With a loud shout, the troops of the two rushed out and attacked Lin Yu. The beast troops in the forest roared and rushed towards Lin Yu one by one. The expressions of the two people in the air became more and more ferocious, as if they had seen the scene of Lin Yu's blood splattering on the spot. But the next second, the expressions on their faces froze instantly. In the dark jungle, countless huge vines suddenly emerged, like black giant pythons, twisting wildly in the forest. Those beast troops, who had just rushed up, were entangled by the vines, and were beaten into mummies amid screams. Then, large pieces of fiery red mushrooms were thrown into the sky and fell into the insect swarm. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion shook the whole sky violently. The terrifying might turned into a wave of air, drowning all the insects. Their bodies kept falling like rain, and they couldn't even resist a single blow. How is it possible? The two ninth-level lords' faces changed wildly, and a storm was set off in their hearts. In just one encounter, most of their troops were lost. What kind of evil monster did they encounter? Run! The insect lord screamed in shock, turned around and fled without thinking, driving the insect troops to escape from here. Bang! But at this moment, a burst of sparks exploded. A red stream of light infused with terrifying dragon flame swept out of the jungle, and the insect lord didn't even have time to use the means to save his life. His chest was directly pierced, and a large blood mist exploded. Kill the ninth-level lord of the other plane. Get 200 million magic power, 10 battlefield merits, and the essence of the ninth-level territory X1. As the prompt sounded, the remaining insect troops also died one after another and fell from the sky. No! The beast lord screamed in fear. Without his flying mount, he also fell from the sky, and was immediately submerged by the rushing plants and torn into pieces. Kill the ninth-level lord of the other plane, and obtain 300 million magic power, 10 battlefield merit points, and the essence of the ninth-level territory X1. In the blink of an eye, both ninth-level lords died, providing Lin Yu with 500 million magic power and 20 merit points. Come back. Lin Yu ignored their bodies, recalled the troops, and immediately came to the side of Yanwu and the other two. With the unremitting efforts of Lingxi and the Flower Spirit Core, the three finally escaped from danger and woke up slowly. Where am I? Yanwu propped himself up, looking confused. He remembered that he had been submerged by the beasts just now and should have been dismembered on the spot. In doubt, he looked around and saw Lin Yu squatting beside him. You are? Lin Yu. Yanwu was stunned, and his eyes suddenly widened. Hearing his exclamation, Bai Haitang and Yin Tiange, who had just woken up, were also startled and looked over. It's me. You are seriously injured. Don't move. Lin Yu secretly operated the power of rules, and used vines to make a simple backrest behind them. Lin Yu. It's really you. Why are you here? The three Yanwu were shocked and didn't understand what happened at all. Then, they saw the corpses of beasts and insects all over the ground, and the dilapidated human corpses in the distance. And they were even more shocked. Those two people from the Realm Alliance were killed by you. At this moment, they were really shocked. Two powerful ninth-level lords, who forced them into a desperate situation, actually died like this. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't even dare to believe it was true. Are you already ninth level? Yin Tiange asked in great shock. Since Lin Yu was promoted to the ninth level, he has hidden all his name information, so they don't know Lin Yu's specific strength at this time. But since he was able to kill the ninth level lord, he must have reached the ninth level. It has only been a short time. Not to mention him. Even Yanwu and Bai Haitang were shocked and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Bai Haitang's originally bright eyes dimmed a little. She worked so hard to improve, but she still couldn't close the gap, and even got farther and farther. I just reached the ninth level some time ago. Lin Yu said calmly. You are the same. You reached the 8th level so quickly. That's not as good as a pervert like you. Yin Tiange smiled bitterly. That's right. We escaped from the lower plane together. But you are still so far ahead. It's really annoying to compare with others. Yanwu said helplessly. However, there was not much jealousy in their words, as if they had expected such a result. After all, when they last met, Lin Yu was already one level higher than them, and it was not so easy to catch up. Congratulations, Bai Haitang said softly. After hearing what Yanwu and the other two said, she felt relieved. Thank you. Lin Yu smiled slightly. He could naturally sense their thoughts, so he did not dwell on the topic of level, but asked about the cause and effect of their being hunted. Then, several people recovered from their injuries in the forest while talking about their recent situation. Chapter 490 Emperor Quota. You mean? There is a new move from the Realm Alliance? In the dark jungle. Lin Yu looked at Yen Wu and the other two in surprise. Just now, when they were talking about why they were being hunted by the Realm Alliance, Yin Tiange actually revealed an unexpected piece of information. The Realm Alliance people seem to be carrying out some unknown plan. In fact, we are not sure, Yin Tiange said solemnly. Originally, we just wanted to go deeper to see if we could find the Lord Monster. But we saw that the Realm Alliance's army stationed deep in this dense forest seemed to be digging something. Digging something? Lin Yu gradually frowned, noticing something unusual. The Realm Alliance guys can do anything to achieve their goals. Now they are secretly sending troops here. Obviously they have no good intentions. What about now? Are they still there? He asked again. It should be gone. Yen Wu shook his head. When we were discovered, they seem to have retreated, leaving only 2 9th-level warriors to chase us. Besides, it was too dark, and we were only concerned with escaping, so we couldn't remember the exact location. Like this. Lin Yu lowered his head and pondered after hearing this, frowning even deeper. The range of this dense forest is at least 1,000 miles, and it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find something buried in it. Before knowing what the Realm Alliance is doing, it is better not to act rashly. Thinking of this, he said, in this case, let's leave here quickly to avoid being chased by pursuers. Well, let's go back first. At this time, the injuries of the 3 people had recovered a lot under the treatment of the flower essence. Although they have not been completely healed, it has not affected their actions. Lin Yu got up and simply dealt with the corpses around him, and took them to fly out of the dense forest and rushed back to the war camp. Until half an hour later, finally, they returned to the brightly lit camp under the cover of night. The camp tonight was still like usual, gathering a large number of lords from all walks of life, with all kinds of stalls set up on the roadside, and shouting was endless. After passing through the crowd and coming to the cross-border teleportation array, the 3 Yenwu turned back to look at Lin Yu. Just send it here. We lost a lot of soldiers today and suffered such serious injuries. We have to go back to the territory to recuperate for a few days, Yin Tiange said first. Okay. I will be here during this period. If you need anything, please contact me at any time. Lin Yu nodded silently. Then, he thought of something, clicked on the transaction interface, and traded a sum of magic power to each of the 3 people. What is this? Bai Haitang looked at him in confusion. The magic power I got from killing those 2 guys just now is not much. Take it first, Lin Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, the 3 people looked at the transaction interface and were shocked. 50 million, Yen Wu exclaimed, looking very shocked. 50 million mana is definitely a huge sum of money for an 8th level lord. Many 8th level lords only have this much in total. 3 people, 150 million mana. You can imagine how shocked they are. Take it. Just consider it as your reward for luring those 2 guys out, Lin Yu said calmly. This amount of mana is nothing to him now, and it is easy to earn. After all, Yen Wu and the others were also considered to have shared hardships with him, and they were one of the few friends who could confide in him. Naturally, he would help them with this little favor. It also happened to allow them to speed up their strength improvement, so that they would not be almost killed by the 9th level lord like today. But Bai Haitang opened his mouth, looking a little hesitant. On the contrary, Yen Wu and Yin Tiange were more open-minded and said with a smile, since you said so, I won't be polite. I just don't have money to recruit soldiers. I won't be polite if the money is delivered to my door. Thank you. Just call me if you need it in the future. After that, he chose to accept it directly. Bai Haitang hesitated for a while, and finally took the magic power. Thank you. Obviously, she also knew the gap between her and Lin Yu. Although this amount of magic power could not let her catch up with Lin Yu, it could at least narrow the distance and not be left too far behind. Yen Wu and Yin Tiange probably had this idea, so they accepted it so readily. After all, they were the first group of people to leave the novice village in the entire area, so their talents were naturally beyond reproach. Becoming stronger is only a matter of time. That's it. After saying goodbye to each other at the cross-border teleportation array, the 3 of them took the cross-border teleportation array to teleport back to the territory, until they all disappeared. Lin Yu then turned around and left, heading to a busy open space nearby, preparing to find a suitable place to set up a stall to see if he could exchange all the treasures on his body for faith. However, what he didn't expect was that, He had just walked a few steps when a familiar loud voice suddenly came from a distance. Come! Come! Take a look. Freshly baked top-quality treasures. Selling at a low price. Lin Yu could tell from a distance that it was Yan Lai's voice. He didn't expect that this guy would also set up a stall in the camp, and immediately walked over to the sound. As expected, not far away, he saw Yan Lai standing shirtless next to the stall, shouting at the top of his voice, completely ignoring his image as a 9th-level lord. Not to mention, the hideous scars on his body looked quite intimidating. Those low-level lords were scared and dared not approach. Yan Lai, why are you setting up a stall here? Lin Yu walked straight over through the crowd. Huh? Lin Yu, you are here too? Seeing him appear, Yan Lai in front of the stall was immediately surprised. But immediately, he said, Hey, isn't it that we need money to develop the territory recently? Sell the unused treasures and replaced equipment to earn some resources. How about you? Come and set up a stall? Yes, I want to sell something. Lin Yu nodded and glanced at the empty space next to Yan Lai. Is it okay to set up a stall next to you? Of course it's okay. I'm just bored and you're just in time. Yan Lai grinned and gave up the empty space next to him, and cleaned up the debris for Lin Yu. Then Lin Yu took out a stall from his personal space and set it up, and began to organize things. You look like you just came back from outside? Yan Lai asked casually. Yes, I encountered something, Lin Yu said while organizing things. Then, he suddenly remembered that he had just learned about the news about the Realm Alliance. So he mentioned this matter to Yan Lai. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Yan Lai's expression suddenly became surprised. You also saw the Realm Alliance digging things? Why? You also saw it? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, looking a little surprised. Yes, it's in a desert near the Realm Alliance headquarters. Yan Lai scratched his head and said, This happened several days ago. At that time, Situ and I were preparing to go to the desert to find the Lord monsters. But we just happened to encounter a lot of Realm Alliance lords digging something or burying something in the desert. In short, it was very strange. And they used something like illusions to hide it. We just happened to run into it. But there were too many of them. We just took a look from a distance and ran away immediately. Yan Lai's face was full of memories, as if he was trying to recall the original scene. Lin Yu was even more surprised when he heard it. Desert area. In addition to the dense forest, the Realm Alliance actually had the same action in other places? From this point of view, things are indeed not as simple as he imagined. The Realm Alliance may be preparing for something big again. You have to be careful during this period. However, even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up, since even they can find it. The emperors obviously can't be unaware of the little tricks of the Realm Alliance. What he needs to do now is to seize the time to improve his strength. Only if his own strength is strong enough can he calmly deal with various accidents. Thinking of this, he temporarily put this matter aside and began to set up the stall seriously. I'm lucky today. In just half a night, he exchanged more than 20 treasures and got a total of 20,000 faiths. It was almost midnight. He said goodbye to Yan Lai and took the cross-border formation to teleport back to the territory, and finally ended this busy day. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was the 10th day of the Tower of Fortune. During these few days, Lin Yu rushed between the Tower of Fortune and the battlefield every day, participating in countless battles of all sizes. Finally, on the last day, he accumulated 180,000 faiths, only 70,000 away from upgrading to the 10th level. Even the origin space has increased to 30,000 meters because of the trial rewards in the past few days. Name, World Tree, Origin, Category, Plant System. Level, 9th level, 30,000/30,000, Range, 30,000 meters. Holy Artifact Effect, all attributes plus 48%/shield plus 24%. Talent Effect, Constitution plus 32%. Recovery Speed plus 32%. Abilities, Soul Domain. Race Talent, Aura. Summoning Space. Storage. Introduction, Condensed by Souls. It can evolve into a world when it grows to a certain extent, and needs the power of Origin to irrigate. Note, click here to expand the talents of each system. The improvement of the spatial range not only greatly improved his strength, but also increased the stock of corpses. Except the space occupied by the Origin Tree, it can hold 25,000 corpses. Finally, the conditions for impacting the 11th floor of the Tower of Luck are met. And early this morning, As soon as the sun rose, Lin Yu left the camp with all his things and arrived outside the Tower of Luck. Probably because it was the last day. Surprisingly, the lords of both camps did not take action again. They all gathered in the wilderness early, ready to make a last-ditch effort to seize more luck for their own realm. Let's go. Let's go in together. Sidu Jian, who rushed over beside Lin Yu, whispered, his expression more serious than ever, because he had already inquired. The number of emperors in the primitive world had reached saturation due to luck. If they want to give birth to new emperors, they must get more luck. Otherwise, unless the emperor falls, they will never be able to achieve the throne. Although this is still very far away for them. As long as there is a slight chance of improvement, they still have to try their best. What if the next emperor is them? After all, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Chapter 491, Attacking the 11th Floor. Swish. The light came on. Lin Yu finally appeared on the first floor of the Tower of Luck. The lords of other realms were also teleported into the tower, and began the last day of trial. Do you think anyone can pass the top of the tower on the last day? On the wasteland outside the tower, some lords who were watching, and had not yet entered the tower whispered, it is probably impossible to reach the top of the tower. Didn't you see that the Dragon Emperor of the Beast God realm, and the Holy Emperor of the Holy Light realm both failed? Don't even mention the 13th floor. Only the emperors of various realms can reach the 12th floor. After a few days of precipitation, the number of clearances on each floor of the Tower of Luck has basically been finalized. Especially for the upper floors. It is almost impossible to have major changes. So most of the lord's attention is placed between the 9th and 11th floors. Because although these levels are not as good as the highest level, they also have a large proportion in the distribution of luck. If one more lord can pass the level, it is equivalent to one more luck. And it is also the key level that all lords are fighting for on the last day. However, what they don't know is, just when they were discussing which realms would eventually stand out, there was a person who was passing through the trials one after another at an extremely exaggerated speed. In less than 20 minutes, he rushed directly from the first floor to the 6th floor, and stayed on each floor for less than 5 minutes. And this person was Lin Yu. The experience of climbing the tower in the past 9 days has made him familiar with all the rules in the tower. Basically, he passed the trials in the shortest time without stopping. However, this time, there was an accident. When he climbed to the 6th floor, a powerful demon lord appeared opposite him. It was Mammon, the 9th level lord, who had condensed the fragments of the godhead in the demon Yuan realm. It's you. Seeing Lin Yu, Mammon was also very surprised. Although he couldn't see Lin Yu's appearance clearly, he remembered the aura of Lin Yu, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. On the first day of the 2nd level trial, he saw Lin Yu defeat Shen Zhong of the Eternal Realm. At that time, he had always wanted to fight with Lin Yu to see who was stronger. But he didn't expect that he would actually meet him. It turned out to be you. Lin Yu looked at Mammon in surprise. He also vaguely remembered Mammon's aura. And with the unique demon appearance, he could recognize it at a glance. It is said that the opponent had condensed the fragments of the godhead 2 months ago, and was waiting to upgrade to the 10th level after the next battle of the 10,000 worlds. His strength can be ranked among the 9th level of the entire 10,000 worlds. To be honest, Lin Yu didn't want to meet such an opponent, because this would only increase his consumption. But since he had already met him, there was nothing he could do. He could just try to see what level he would reach after his strength was improved. Mammon obviously had this idea in mind, and his aura surged wildly, causing the air around him to gradually distort. The two sides looked at each other across the arena without saying a word. The next second, the two men's feet suddenly exploded, and they attacked almost at the same time, turning into sharp arrows and rushing towards each other. Ha! Mammon shouted loudly, and his fist infused with demonic power exploded the space and blasted towards Lin Yu. There was even a faint sonic boom in his ears. Facing the oncoming attack, Lin Yu's eyes were stern, and he directly activated the 4-leaf clover protection and punched out. Bang! A violent collision exploded between the two. Mammon, who was originally full of momentum, suddenly changed his face. He felt an extremely powerful force rushing into his body through his fist, blasting his entire huge body away. Lost? He actually lost to a human in a head-on collision. Mammon was shocked. You know, the demons are born with extremely strong bodies. At the same level, it is definitely much stronger than other races. But it still lost so thoroughly. How terrifying is this guy's power? Is this still a plant system that focuses on defense? Frightened, he immediately turned over in the air and flapped his wings to stabilize his body. At this moment, a large number of vines suddenly rushed out from the ground and swept towards him. In the center of the entire arena, a large number of plants emerged, forming a dense forest on the field. It's not that easy to defeat me, Mammon snorted coldly, and his figure soared into the sky, avoiding the attack of the vines through flying ability. At the same time, with a swing of his sturdy arms, the sky full of demon fire appeared, falling straight down to the forest below. And in a series of violent explosions, the entire forest turned into a raging sea of fire. Demon fire is different from ordinary flames. The burning ability is not that strong, but it has extremely strong adhesion and erosion ability. Like a maggot on the tarsal bone, it is difficult to extinguish once infected, and it continues to cause burns. Many lords are reluctant to encounter this kind of thing, especially the plant type who are afraid of fire. This is why Mammon is so confident. However, before Mammon could pursue the victory, a calm voice sounded in the forest. Gravity field. With a low shout, the space on the field suddenly became distorted, covering the entire range of the flames. Mammon, who was flying in the air, felt his whole body sink, and he fell directly from the air. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he landed, a large number of vines and wooden thorns rushed out from all directions, completely surrounding him. Lin Yu, who was in the sea of fire, was not affected by the devil's fire. He was protected by a layer of light shield, completely isolating the flames. How could it be? Mammon was shocked. He didn't expect that someone could block his flames. Seeing countless attacks approaching, he didn't dare to hold back. The power of rules was running, and a wall of fire burst out around him. As soon as those vines and wooden thorns approached, they were instantly burned to ashes and scattered all over the ground. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand again, and the air around him was quickly drawn away, turning it into a vacuum state. The originally blazing demon fire was also extinguished rapidly. Boom! There was an explosion under Mammon's feet, and he rushed towards him again. At the same time, the demon blood flowed in his body, and his already huge body expanded rapidly, and his muscles bulged high. Die! A hoarse roar like from the abyss came out of Mammon's mouth. With a full momentum, the fist surrounded by demon fire suddenly slammed into Lin Yu. Wherever it went, a crack appeared in the space, and the speed was extremely fast. Lin Yu couldn't dodge, so he had to draw out the Ice Soul Sword to block in front of him, and activated the damage reduction skill to retreat violently. Boom! Crack! The violent collision was accompanied by a crisp sound. The Ice Soul Sword that had been following Lin Yu for a long time was actually broken directly, turning into ice fragments and shattered all over the ground. He himself was blown away by this huge force, and even the shield blessed by the territory's holy relics was declared broken, and a punch landed heavily on his chest. What a powerful explosive method! Feeling the heavy blow on his chest, Lin Yu was shocked. As expected of the top genius, who condensed the fragments of the Godhead into 10 realms, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. If this blow fell on an ordinary 9th level person, he would be blown up directly with one punch. Fortunately, he just activated the damage reduction skill and only suffered a slight injury. Seeing Mammon chasing again, he no longer held back and launched a savage roar. In an instant, red light spread, and the momentum instantly rose to a new height. Mammon, who had just taken shelter, changed his face, and reflexively built a thick wall of fire in front of him. And at the same time his speed dropped sharply. But what greeted him was a huge mental fluctuation that rushed into his mind fiercely. You lose. Lin Yu's calm voice sounded in his ears, although it was only a moment of blankness. A strange suction force had already enveloped him. The originally violent demon blood turned into energy and was stripped from his body, all flowing into Lin Yu's body. His terrifying aura quickly wilted and returned to the initial state. As soon as Mammon woke up, a large number of vines rushed out from his feet, completely surrounding him, and at the same time, spikes were floating in the sky. Mammon's face changed drastically, and he wanted to break through the encirclement. But the next second, Lin Yu waved his hand, and the surging attack completely submerged him, and he didn't even have time to scream. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the 6th level test. You are about to be teleported to the next level. Please be prepared. The power of the skills blessed by the savage roar is still very powerful. Even a top genius like Mammon, without the blessing of burst skills, can't escape the fate of being killed on the spot. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu did not hesitate and directly activated the end countdown skill. An ancient clock with a heavy atmosphere appeared behind him, reversing all his states to 1 minute ago. Even the savage roar that had just been activated was restored and could be activated again. In general, this battle did not consume him much, and it was still within an acceptable range. The only thing that could not be restored was the broken Ice Soul Sword. Lin Yu had been prepared for this, and had prepared 2 identical ice attribute swords in the space. He took out one of them and put it on, and after resting for a while, he disappeared from the spot in a burst of light and teleported to the 7th floor space. Starting from the 7th floor, the enemies he encountered changed from lords to monsters. Lin Yu, who passed the 6th floor trial, naturally did not encounter any obstacles and soared all the way from the 7th floor to the 10th floor. And this time, he only used 7,000 corpses on the 10th floor to easily crush the clones without much consumption. Excluding the 1,000 corpses used for safety on the 9th floor, there are still 17,000 corpses left, which should be enough to pass the 11th floor test. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the 10th floor test. You are about to be teleported to the next level. Please be prepared. With the sound of the prompt, Lin Yu took a deep breath and finally teleported to the 11th floor space in a ray of light. On the 11th floor information outside the Tower of Luck, the 3 big words original realm that had originally turned gray also lit up. Look! The 9th level boss on the 11th floor has started to challenge again. Chapter 492 Sensation. The lords of all realms who had been paying attention to the information on the tower soon noticed the changes on the 11th floor, which immediately caused a great commotion. It's that abnormal person from the primitive realm again. He actually reached the 11th floor so quickly. What a fast speed. It's only been a short time. Do you think he can pass the 11th floor today? It's very difficult. It is said that he will face 2 10th level opponents. Fuck. 2 10th level opponents. How can anyone pass this difficulty? The disclosure of the content of the 11th level trial immediately caused an uproar. People who originally thought that Lin Yu had a chance to pass the level no longer had any hope. That's 2 10th level ones. 1 level higher than the 9th level lord. It's unimaginable to deal with 1, let alone 2 at the same time. And 2 10th level ones are not as simple as 1 plus 1. It also involves skill matching, offensive coordination and other aspects. Even if the strength is stronger than them, it may not be able to win. Therefore, most of the lords were not optimistic, and did not believe that Lin Yu could pass the test. What they did not know was, just when everyone was discussing the changes in the information on the Tower of Luck, in the sky above the demon-subduing realm, several emperors from the Anti-Alliance gathered together and looked down at everything below. However, they did not pay attention to the changes on the tower, but looked at the vast demon-subduing continent below. Recently, the Realm Alliance has become restless again. The Dragon Emperor standing in the front whispered, "Have you found out what they dug?" Another emperor asked. "No." An emperor on the side shook his head. "Their actions are very secretive. I sent people to clean up several places these days and interrogated some people on the opposite side. But I didn't find anything unusual. As early as when the Realm Alliance took action, they had already discovered the Realm Alliance's small actions and had been paying attention to it secretly. However, the results were not satisfactory. Even if they could sense everything, they did not find any clues. What about deeper places? Have you seen them?" The Dragon Emperor asked again. "I went, but was stopped by the guys on the opposite side. And I couldn't even penetrate my senses." "What about the other battlefields?" "The situation in other battlefields is similar to this one." The emperors beside him looked at each other in surprise. "It can even block our detection. Is it the work of that existence?" "It should be correct. Only he can do this. This Realm Alliance is really planning something again." The faces of the emperors were extremely solemn, and even the Dragon Emperor had a gloomy face. Originally, they were not afraid of the Realm Alliance at all with their numerical advantage. But the joining of that terrifying existence put them in a passive position. If they don't solve it as soon as possible, I'm afraid something will happen. So after thinking for a while, the Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice, "In this case, notify the other battlefields immediately, and launch a general attack immediately after the Chaos Treasure is over, so as to avoid more trouble at night. With the current situation, retreat is obviously impossible, because once their forces are dispersed, it will inevitably cause a counterattack from the Realm Alliance, which will only increase the losses. The current strategy is to launch a general attack and capture the realms where the major battlefields are located, so that the plan of the Realm Alliance will also collapse. Soon, several emperors scattered and hurried to various battlefields to inform other emperors. The Dragon Emperor stayed in place and silently watched every move below. At this time, in the Tower of Luck, Lin Yu, who was undergoing the trial, had also been teleported to the long-lost 11th floor and started his final challenge. Congratulations! You have successfully climbed to the 11th floor of the Tower of Luck. The trial is about to begin. Please be prepared. With the sound of a prompt, two figures who looked very similar to him quickly condensed on the opposite side of the wide dual field, and soon became two powerful copies. Name, Trilist Avatar, Normal Race, Humanoid. Level 10. Skills, Rule Assimilation, possess all the abilities of a Trilist. Cannot obtain attribute bonuses. Introduction, the incarnation of a Trilist. Perfectly replicates all the abilities of a Trilist, and possesses extremely strong intelligence. The attributes are the same as the 10th level, both 50,000. But Lin Yu at this time is no longer the first time he came here. Seeing the gleam in the eyes of the two replicas, he did not hesitate any longer and threw all the corpses out. More than 17,000 corpses, pulled by the power of rules, turned into blood-colored torrents and merged into his body. The spectacular scene shocked even Lin Yu himself. But soon, a violent killing aura surged through his body and poured into his mind, causing his heart to tremble violently. Boom! The huge force exploded in his body, colliding with his limbs and bones crazily, and the aura on his body continued to rise. This time, the bloody frenzy was stronger than any previous time. The strong bloody aura surrounded him like a substance, and the whole person looked like a demon god descending to the world. Under the infusion of blood, he felt that his body was about to explode at any time, and even his consciousness became extremely blurred, leaving only a monstrous murderous intent. Kill! A roar that seemed to come from the 9 nether hell came out of Lin Yu's mouth. He raised his head suddenly, and a breathtaking red light burst out of his eyes. Even as strong as the two 10th level clones, they were forced to retreat half a step by this power. But soon, they reacted. There was a bang under his feet, and he turned into two afterimages and rushed towards Lin Yu. In a burst of flying sand and rocks, countless vines rushed out and surrounded Lin Yu from both sides. At the same time, the power of rules exploded, and the devouring skill was directly activated, intending to devour the bloody frenzy state on Lin Yu. Boom! How could Lin Yu let them do what they wanted? A huge deep pit suddenly sank under his feet, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and shot out violently. A powerful wave of air swept around him, and all the vines were repelled. As soon as the devouring skills of the two clones were activated, Lin Yu rushed to one of them and punched him away, crashing into the edge of the wall like a meteor piercing the sun, causing a series of violent collapses. The devouring skill of the other clone was also dodged directly, and it was empty. At this time, Lin Yu's whole mind was already filled with murderous intent. With the remaining trace of consciousness, he rushed to the remaining clones again, and the big knife infused with terrifying power chopped out, directly tearing the surrounding space. Bang! Two thick mirror walls appeared, blocking this destructive blow. The replica that should have been hit hard and blasted into the wall appeared at some point, and took action to defend at the same time as the replica in front of him. Then, the countdown to the end was activated, and an ancient clock hung high behind him, restoring his state to 1 minute ago, and even the injuries on his body disappeared. The two replicas quickly merged, one on the left and one on the right, and suddenly collided with Lin Yu, and a fierce battle broke out in the field. For a moment, countless plants emerged crazily and spread all over the field. The replicas cooperated with each other and gradually blocked Lin Yu's fierce attack. Just as Lin Yu was about to attack one of them, the other immediately used control skills to restrain him. Then he fought hard with him with various healing skills, and the field exploded. In a blink of an eye, they fought for hundreds of rounds. Ha! Lin Yu slashed again with a knife. The big knife infused with bloody breath flashed a terrifying blood light in front of him, forcing the two to retreat, and the violent breath in his body was like a flood and beast, madly attacking his body and consciousness. There were signs of collapse. Not daring to hesitate, he launched a savage roar. Instantly, blood and energy surged in his body, murderous aura soared to the sky, and his strength instantly broke through to an unimaginable level. Die! With a loud shout, the big knife in his hand burst into a shocking sword light, and fell towards one of the clones. Wherever the sword light went, it was like a sea of blood, surging and rushing. The clone couldn't resist it, and the neck was pierced by the sword light. Puff! Blood exploded, and the head of the clone rolled to the ground. Instant kill. Instant kill without suspense. With the blessing of various skills, Lin Yu almost crushed and successfully killed one of the clones. Then, he turned his head suddenly. His scarlet eyes pointed directly at the remaining clone, and rushed towards it, without his companions to restrain each other. The clone no longer posed any threat to him. In less than half a minute, he was pierced by thousands of arrows and killed on the spot. Since then, both copies were killed. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the lower 11th level trial. You will be transferred to the next level soon. Please be prepared. Puff. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu spurted out a mouthful of blood, and could no longer hold on. He knelt on the ground, and his red eyes gradually regained clarity. As expected, the blood of more than 10,000 corpses was still too much for him. If it weren't for his firm will, he would have been overwhelmed by the violent killing intent and suffered a severe mental injury. Even his body felt like it was about to burst and could not withstand this force. It's still too reckless. Lin Yu smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the worst result did not occur. Otherwise, he would have to give up the challenge of the 11th level. Thanks to the strength he had improved during this period, he could barely withstand the impact of this force. Now that the 11th level trial has been successfully passed, he can finally get the 10 scrolls of upgrading the arms promised by Emperor Xingyao. And he can't help but get excited. At the same time, the information outside the tower also jumped because of his clearance. The 3 words original realm on the 11th floor suddenly rose 1 floor, and appeared on the 12th floor. The originally noisy team of lords from various realms also suddenly became quiet, staring at this sudden change. Looking at the extremely abrupt name on the column of the 9th level lord on the 12th floor, even the lords of the original world stared with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. Then, the crowd suddenly exploded. Fuck. Fuck. Am I seeing right? A 9th level lord actually reached the 12th floor. It's really the 12th floor. How is this possible? Didn't they say that a 9th level lord couldn't pass the 11th level trial? This is the 11th floor. Many 11th level lords can't pass it. How did he do it? Lords from all walks of life kept exclaiming. And Emperor Xingyao, who had just come out of the tower, and other kings of the original world also rushed over after hearing the news, all looking at the information on the tower in shock. This kid. I didn't expect him to be able to do it. Emperor Xingyao was stunned, and there was a deep sense of shock in his eyes. Chapter 493 Reward. Changes in the origin space. The news that Lin Yu successfully ascended to the 12th floor was like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire wasteland in an instant. The lords of various realms gathered around the Tower of Luck, exclaiming one after another. Even the emperors and kings of other realms were attracted. Original realm. This original realm again. What kind of shit luck did they have? In the Taishan realm team, the 7 evil kings looked gloomy as he looked at the information on the tower. They and the original realm were old enemies. Although they temporarily cooperated because of this realm war, they still had constant friction in secret. So what they didn't want to see the most was that the original realm would be better off. And the neighbors of the original realm, the lords of the original evil realm, and the true spirit realm, all looked unhappy, because they knew very well that every lord who ascended to the 12th floor would bring a lot of luck to their own realm. The original realm suddenly had an extra 12th level quota, which was not good news for them. After being shocked, they immediately sent people to investigate secretly. In contrast, the atmosphere of the primitive realm team was much more high-spirited. Some realms that were friendly with the primitive realm all came over to congratulate them. Brother Xingyao, I didn't expect that you would have such a talented person. Congratulations. Brother Xingyao, this is your fault. You didn't even tell us about such a big thing? Haha. It was just luck. Pure luck. Emperor Xingyao laughed heartily, his face full of pride. On weekdays, their primitive realm was only in the middle of the 10,000 realms, neither up nor down, and not many realms would pay attention to it. Now that a surprise suddenly broke out, the representatives of these realms that were stronger than them all came over to congratulate them, and his face instantly became much brighter. Even in the primitive realm, because he broke through the latest and had the lowest qualifications. His voice among all the emperors was not too high. But now that Lin Yu appeared, he saw a turning point. If he could support that kid in the future, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. It seems that kid will get the upper hand again. Emperor Xingyao thought silently in his heart. His eyes gradually narrowed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, in the Tower of Luck, Lin Yu, who had simply recovered from his injuries, was finally teleported to the 12th floor in a ray of light. Congratulations! You have successfully climbed to the 12th floor of the Tower of Luck. The trial is about to begin. Please be prepared. Accompanied by a reminder. 5 identical clones appeared on the originally empty duel field. Staring at him covetously, 5 Lin Yu smiled bitterly. The difficulty of the 12th floor trial was exactly as he expected. And the number of enemies increased dramatically. In other words, the trial of the 13th floor is likely to face the siege of 10 clones at the same time. For him who has used up all the means of burst, there is absolutely no hope of passing the level. However, he was mentally prepared. So he didn't think much about it. He just took a deep look at the clone on the opposite side and chose to give up the challenge directly. Do you want to give up the challenge? If you give up, the Tower of Luck will record your highest cleared level and distribute rewards based on it. Current highest cleared level, 11th level. Give up. After the voice fell, he was once again wrapped in light and disappeared into the tower. As he disappeared, a reminder that was a little different from before sounded in his mind. Congratulations. You have passed the 11th level trial. Rewards: Faith Force X2. Rule Fragment X2. Chaos Secret Treasure X1. Chaos Secret Treasure? What? Lin Yu was stunned. Unfortunately, before he could take a closer look, the surrounding space was distorted and took him out of the tower. Not daring to be careless, he immediately activated the stealth skill to hide his body. When his sight was restored again, he had already appeared on the wasteland outside the tower again. The surroundings were extremely lively, and there were lords from all walks of life everywhere. After listening carefully, he found that they were indeed discussing their clearance of the 11th level. How dare he stay? He used the 30 seconds of stealth to blend into the crowd, shuttled back and forth in the crowd, and gradually appeared when he came to the outer area where no one paid attention. Fortunately, there were many lords present, and people were teleported out every moment, so not many people noticed him. Even the few lords on the side just looked at him in surprise, then retracted their gazes and looked elsewhere, which finally made him feel relieved. However, Lin Yu didn't know it. As early as when he teleported out, the Holy Emperor in the sky had already discovered his figure and used his power to help him block the perception of the surroundings. It's just that there are many emperors from other realms around him, so he didn't make a sound. In this way, Lin Yu quickly joined the team of the original world and hid in the corner as if nothing had happened. Look! The name above has dimmed. At this time, the lords of the primitive world finally discovered the change in the information on the tower and suddenly exclaimed, "It's really dimmed. Did that big guy come out? Where is he? Where is that big guy? I can't find him. There are too many people teleported out. I don't know which one it is. Damn! Another opportunity to meet the big guy was missed in vain. He shouldn't have gone far. Let's look for him again." The lord shouted and tried to search for Lin Yu and the team. Even the lords of other nearby realms looked over, making the primitive world the focus of the entire wasteland. Lin Yu stood in the team and could clearly feel the unfriendly eyes of many realms. He dared to guarantee that once his identity was made public, he would be ambushed by many people on the way back, because no realm would sincerely hope that other realms would be better, and would not ignore a potential threat, even if this was not taken into account. The clearance reward he brought with him was enough to make many people take action. Thinking of this, Lin Yu calmed down and silently checked his personal space. Suddenly, he was stunned. After searching in his personal space, he only found the Faith Force and Rule fragments, but did not find the shadow of the Chaos Secret Treasure. Chaos Secret Treasure. There is only one word difference between it and Chaos Supreme Treasure, and it is very simple. Moreover, Lin Yu had heard that the Chaos Chi is a powerful force that fills the world and the origin of all things. Its level is even higher than the power rules in the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a power that transcends the rules of the world. Anything related to the word chaos is extraordinary. For example, the monsters they encountered only absorbed some chaos energy, and their strength was greatly enhanced. even to the point of far exceeding their lords. After finally getting a treasure that may be related to chaos, Lin Yu was of course very concerned and hurriedly searched everywhere in the space. Finally, after another round of searching, he found the thing. It was in his origin space. It was a ball of light emitting a gray aura, floating quietly above his origin tree. Faintly, Lin Yu seemed to feel a trace of chaotic aura spreading out from it, nourishing his origin tree. Even the static rules in his origin space began to flow slowly. Chaos secret treasure, unknown, a secret treasure born in chaos, containing the most primitive power of chaos. Insufficient level, unable to be activated, and its function is unknown. Damn! Insufficient level? Lin Yu was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a bizarre thing. Because even if it was something above the 10th level, he could control it through the power of rules. But this thing was good. It couldn't be used directly. Could it be that it had to meet certain conditions to be activated? The mood that was originally full of expectations was suddenly made itchy, as if thousands of ants were crawling over. Not to mention how uncomfortable it was. It's like having a mountain of gold but not being able to move it. Forget it. I find a way later. After studying it for a long time without finding any reason, and not finding any other changes in the origin space, Lin Yu had no choice but to give up and retreat from the origin space. This time, the Tower of Luck descended, and the harvest was extremely huge. According to his plan, it would take at least half a year to upgrade to the 10th level. But now it has only taken more than 2 months to reach the level close to the 10th level, including the 2 faith forces just obtained. The distance from the upgrade is only 50,000 faiths. Even the rule fragments have accumulated a total of 5 pieces, although I don't know what other uses they have. Of course, the more the better. After checking the harvest, Lin Yu didn't waste any more time and rested and healed his wounds on the spot. During this period, lords from all walks of life kept entering and exiting the Tower of Luck, seizing the time to participate in the trial. And the surroundings of the wasteland became more and more lively, with lords coming and going everywhere. Finally, when the sun rose to the sky and noon arrived, the sky suddenly boomed with a loud noise, and a black sky curtain descended again, covering the Tower of Luck. At the same time, the entire demon-subduing continent also shook violently. What's going on? What happened? It seems that the Tower of Luck is going to disappear. Quick! Leave here first. Retreat quickly. The lords of all realms kept exclaiming and hurriedly retreated with the team. The lords who were in the Tower of Luck were also all teleported out, and a large area of teleportation light lit up on the wasteland. Immediately afterwards, golden light burst out from the Tower of Luck. The silk threads connecting the planes of the 10,000 worlds on the top of the tower lit up one after another, transmitting streams of mysterious energy to the 10,000 worlds. The faces of the Emperor Xingyao and a group of kings who were still guarding in the sky all changed. Luck. The luck of our realm has improved, one of the 11th level kings said excitedly. Even the Emperor Xingyao was extremely surprised and a little shocked. It has improved so much all at once. I'm afraid that within 100 years, a new emperor will be born in our primitive world. Emperor? The kings were shocked and their breathing became rapid. This time, the distribution of luck actually gave their primitive world another emperor quota? Doesn't that mean that everyone present has the opportunity to achieve the throne? Excitement instantly surged into their hearts, making them even more ecstatic. Chapter 494, The Army Gathers. Boom. The violent vibration swept across the entire world. After 10 days of fighting, the Tower of Luck that came from nowhere finally rose slowly, under the gaze of all the lords. It broke through the space and disappeared in the vast void, leaving only an empty land. Retreat! A majestic shout sounded in the sky. The lords of both camps retreated in a hurry, and neither chose to take action at this chaotic moment. In a blink of an eye, only the emperors of both camps were left on the entire wasteland, confronting each other from a distance in the sky, and the atmosphere around them was extremely tense. 100 demons. What the hell are you doing recently? The Dragon Emperor of the Anti-Alliance side spoke first. The 100 Demons Emperor is the most powerful emperor in the demon-subduing realm. Their actions to explore the plan of the Realm Alliance are obviously not hidden from the other party's perception. So the Dragon Emperor was too lazy to talk nonsense and asked directly. Playing tricks? What tricks? I didn't do anything. The 100 Demons Emperor sneered and put on an innocent expression. At this time, there was a faint evil spirit surrounding him, and his aura was not much weaker than that of the Dragon Emperor. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? The Dragon Emperor said indifferently. Believe it or not. The 100 Demons Emperor sneered again. Don't forget. This is on the territory of our demon-subduing realm. If you want to pass through here, you have to ask us if we agree. After saying that, the evil spirit around him surged even more wildly, and his voice was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't take the anti-alliance army seriously at all. And they did have the capital to be arrogant, because since the Supreme Being broke free from the seal and joined them, the strength of all of them has been greatly improved. Even when facing the top powerhouse in the 10,000 realms, like the Dragon Emperor, they are not afraid at all, can greatly improve their strength. This is also the reason why so many realms are willing to join the alliance. After all, who doesn't want to be the existence that is above the entire world? Even as the emperors, they are not immune to this. The Dragon Emperor's expression remained unchanged. He silently looked at them for a long time before finally saying, "Since you are so confident, let's meet on the battlefield. Let's go!" With a low shout, the emperors of the anti-alliance side left one after another and disappeared into the vast sky. Humph. I'm always here. The Emperor of the Realm Alliance did not stay for long and also turned around and left. An event that brought together the lords of all worlds has come to a temporary end here. On the other side, Lin Yu, who followed the team back to the war camp, quickly rushed back to his territory through the teleportation array, just as he used up the rewarded faith force to increase his faith to 200,000. The voice of Emperor Xingyao came to his ears. "Boy, come here." Before he could react, a space channel that could accommodate one person suddenly appeared behind him, leading directly to the palace of Emperor Xingyao. Lin Yu had been thinking about the 10 scrolls for upgrading military units, so he walked in without hesitation. After a while, he appeared in the palace of Xingyao Empire, and saw the Emperor Xingyao sitting on the throne, and the ministers of the empire standing side by side. Is this a court meeting? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and bowed slightly to the Emperor Xingyao. "Hello, Emperor." "Okay. No need to be polite." The Emperor Xingyao waved his hand. "I called you here this time, in addition to giving you what I promised. There is one more thing I want to tell you." "Anything else?" "Yes. Didn't you pass the 11th level of the Chaos Treasure? It is considered a significant contribution to the realm. So in addition to the reward I gave you, other empires will also assign part of their land to our Xingyao Empire. I think you should be about to reach the 10th level. So I plan to keep this land for you as your territory in the future." "Territory?" Lin Yu was shocked. The ministers on both sides also caused a commotion. Although the land was assigned from various empires, and was not very rich, its area was almost twice that of an ordinary principality. Even those old kings might not have such a large territory. More importantly, this land is adjacent to the Xingyao Empire. Once it is assigned, with the support of the empire, trade will definitely develop rapidly, and it will not take long for it to be promoted to a powerful country. It seems that the emperor wants to use the land to retain this young lord. Those who can stand here are basically smart people. They guessed the real intention of the Xingyao Emperor at once, and their eyes looked at Lin Yu differently. "How about it? What do you think of my proposal?" the Xingyao Emperor asked directly. "When the time comes, I will also assign the area around your city to you, so that you don't have to be reluctant. The location of Huansha City is at the junction of the Great Wilderness and the Liuhua Principality, separated by a wasteland in the middle. Apart from the mountains in the west, the east is just the border of the Xingyao Empire, which can indeed be connected to the newly added territory. Obviously, Emperor Xingyao has put a lot of thought into this matter. Such a great benefit that is delivered to the door. Lin Yu will naturally not refuse, and said happily, "I don't have any problem. But do you really want to give me such a large territory?" "Nonsense. I will give it to you if I say so. Can I still lie to you?" Emperor Xingyao glared at him fiercely. To be honest, if Lin Yu's potential was not far beyond his imagination, he might not be willing to give such generous conditions. So when he saw Lin Yu's expression of getting a bargain and still acting cute, he was immediately furious, and found it very funny, because in Lin Yu, he vaguely saw his younger self, which made him laugh. He directly threw 10 scrolls to Lin Yu, and then waved his hand. "Okay, I have other things to do. You go back first." After saying that, without giving Lin Yu a chance to react, a space channel appeared again and sent him back to the territory again. When he came back to his senses, he found himself under the world tree, and 10 golden scrolls were quietly lying beside him. Soldier upgrade scroll. Lin Yu was shocked and quickly picked up the scroll. And an information interface appeared in front of him. Name, Soldier upgrade scroll, rare, level 10. Introduction. Use it on the specified soldier to directly upgrade its level to level 10. Usage requirements. 2.5 million magic power. Rule fragment X1. Level 10 territory. You actually need rule fragments? Seeing the above usage requirements, Lin Yu was surprised. He only has 5 rule fragments now. If he wants to upgrade all 8 royal families to level 10, he has to collect 3 more. He had already inquired about it before. In the absence of the Saints Road mission, the 10th level leader monster has only a very small probability of dropping rule fragments. And the higher the chaos level, the greater the probability. Only Lord monsters with strong enough rule power will definitely drop rule fragments. However, 5 10th level royal families should be enough for him for the time being. At least it is not a big problem to deal with leader monsters. The only problem now is that the number of monsters after the 10th level is very rare. Even if he wants to find them, he may not be able to encounter them immediately. It is estimated that it will take more time. It seems that there will be more work in the future. After closing the interface and carefully putting away the scroll, Lin Yu looked at his origin space. But the next second, he was suddenly stunned. I saw that in that empty space, colorful light spots began to appear one by one, and they kept slowly rotating around the origin tree. And the chaos secret treasure above the origin tree was just at the center of rotation, spreading a trace of gray breath to the surroundings. This scene, why does it look familiar? Lin Yu was extremely surprised. After a closer look, he found that those light spots were like swirling nebulae, slowly floating in the air, illuminating the dark origin space. Even the land where the origin ancient tree grew was completely illuminated, like a sky full of stars. Interesting, Lin Yu murmured to himself, studying the changes in the origin space with interest. Although he didn't understand what the changes caused by this chaos secret treasure meant, it didn't look like something harmful to him, and he didn't feel any threat. So he didn't pay much attention to it, and planned to continue studying it when his strength became stronger. Think about it. He directly withdrew his consciousness, exited the origin space, got busy on the side, and then went outside to check the construction of the new city. Time passed quickly. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. After this short period of recuperation, the anti-alliance camp finally received news of launching a general attack. Early in the morning, Lin Yu teleported directly to the war camp and found that the lords of various realms had begun to gather quickly. Even the emperors and kings came early and gathered in the sky outside the war camp. After waiting for so long, we are finally going to launch a general attack. I must kill more enemies this time. Me too. At least I have to kill more than a dozen enemies to make up for it. It would be best if we could capture the demon subduing realm in one fell swoop and leave those guys from the Realm Alliance with nowhere to go. I can't wait any longer. The lords of various realms gathered together and talked excitedly. The emperors in the sky also gathered in a circle and whispered. How is it? Are the people on the other battlefields ready? The Dragon Emperor asked first. It's ready. Once the battle starts, we can implement the plan immediately. Another emperor responded. That's good. The Dragon Emperor nodded silently. Then we will have to rely on you to hold the other side back. As long as the plan succeeds, we can take down the demon suppression realm in one fell swoop. No problem. Of course. Leave it to us. The other emperors responded one after another, and their fighting spirit soared to the sky. After receiving their response, the Dragon Emperor flashed to the sky above the war camp and looked around the entire camp. Let's go! With a loud shout, the teams of all realms finally started moving. Chapter 495, Changes in a Flash. Under the leadership of the emperors, the team of lords from all walks of life rushed on the battlefield, rapidly approaching the headquarters of the Realm Alliance. Lin Yu rode the demon dragon and followed behind the team, his heart surging. He had waited for so long, and finally waited for the general attack to be launched. As long as he seized this opportunity, he would have a great chance to gather the remaining 50,000 faiths in a short time and upgrade to the 10th level. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. It will probably be a big melee this time. Let's remember not to get separated later. Situ Jian on the side whispered. What are you afraid of? Let's kill dozens of the bastards of the Realm Alliance first. Yan Lai followed closely. Ji Yunchuan on the other side didn't speak, but was also very excited. They had gathered together when the army was assembled, ready to act together later. After all, it is better to have someone to take care of you on the battlefield than to fight alone. As they continued to move forward, a large group of dark figures gradually emerged in the distant sky, stretching across the entire horizon for thousands of miles. Here they come! It's the army of the Realm Alliance. The lords of all realms were shocked, and they stopped talking and took a fighting stance. Behind the endless human figures, beams of teleportation light shot up into the sky and sank straight into the clouds. It was the headquarters of the Realm Alliance, and also the central holy land of the entire demon-subduing continent. As long as they occupied this place, it would be equivalent to occupying the hinterland of the demon-subduing realm. It would only be a matter of time before they completely conquered the demon-subduing realm and entered the Realm Alliance. So this battle was crucial. There was no need for too many words. As soon as they arrived outside the Holy Land, the emperors and kings appeared one after another. Everyone, listen to the order and attack! With the Dragon Emperor shout, all the emperors and kings burst out with momentum, and suddenly collided with the other side's great empire king. Boom! With a loud noise, the space between the two armies shattered in an instant. The might of the world-destroying force swept in all directions from the place where they fought. Then it shuttled through space and rushed into the vast void above the demon-subduing realm, causing the entire world to shake violently. Charge! Kill! In an instant, shouts of killing merged into one. The emperor and the kings fought fiercely in the air, and the low-level lords of both sides below turned into a tide and fiercely merged together, fighting fiercely on the battlefield outside the Holy Land. Wherever you look, there are countless arms, colliding wildly in roars, and blood is gushing. In the rear team, the sky is full of holy light, and the mechanical missile lasers are fired round after round, carpet bombing the front. The flying arms in the sky collided fiercely, and large pieces of corpses and blood rain were sprinkled. The whole scene was extremely spectacular and chaotic. It's time to attack! At a corner of the front line, Lin Yu and his men, led by the Yin Liaor Corps, also encountered the troops of the Realm Alliance. Lin Yu, who possessed the end countdown skill, did not save it, and directly let Qin Gang launch the savage roar at the beginning. In an instant, red light spread. The momentum of all the surrounding troops suddenly increased. Then his plant army, led by several royal families, launched an attack on the Realm Alliance. After Situ Jian and Ji Yunshuang passed through the Tower of Luck, their strengths were greatly improved. The black insects and dazzling holy light burst out, and they supported on the side, and actually blocked the impact of the Realm Alliance. And a tug-of-war between the two armies began. This time, Lin Yu came to kill the enemy, so he did not hold back, and took advantage of the savage roar blessing, raised his arm, and a large area of dense with thorns instantly condensed above his head, emitting a breathtaking cold chill. The exaggerated scene immediately changed Situ Jian's expression. The power of rules. Lin Yu, you have completed the path of the saint. As soon as these words came out, Yin Lai and Ji Yunshuang also turned back and looked at Lin Yu surrounded by the power of rules in shock. It has only been a short time, and he has successfully condensed the fragments of the Godhead. Well, I just completed it some time ago, Lin Yu responded, and the power of rules suddenly burst out, and all the wooden spikes turned into afterimages and rushed straight to the opposite side, piercing through the bodies of a large number of soldiers. Instant kill. All the 9th level soldiers hit by the wooden spikes were instantly killed without exception. Such a strong power of rules. Not to mention Situ Jian and the others. Even the lords of the opposite Realm Alliance were shocked by this sudden change and retreated in panic, not knowing what happened at all. Fuck. You got ahead of me again. Yin Lai quickly reacted and burst into a swear. His focus was not on Lin Yu's condensation of the fragments of the Godhead, but on Lin Yu's condensation faster than him. I never thought you could accomplish so many things that the lords couldn't accomplish so quickly. Situ Jian was still extremely shocked. Although he had expected Lin Yu to rise to the 10th level, he did not expect that day to come so soon. You know, that is a 10th level leader monster. How many 9th level lords are out of reach? It is enough to show how terrifying Lin Yu's current strength is. It is definitely beyond their imagination, which makes him feel a sense of urgency. Ji Yunshuang looked at Lin Yu silently, as if she thought of something, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. However, she did not say much, but clenched her fists and made up her mind silently in her heart. That's it. With the addition of Lin Yu's rule power, their battle became much easier, and they quickly suppressed the offensive of the Realm Alliance and harvested the lives of each soldier in the center of the two armies. And Lin used dandelion soldiers, led by the Soul Chaser, spread the dandelion seeds, and soon spread across the battlefield within a few kilometers. Explode. Accompanied by Lin Yu's low shout, the Soul Chaser directly detonated all the dandelion seeds, causing a series of violent explosions on the surrounding battlefield. Accompanied by screams. Kill the 9th level Lord of the Other Plane. Obtain 400 million magic power, 10 battlefield merits, and 1 9th level territory essence. Kill the 9th level Lord of the Other Plane. Obtain 600 million magic power, 10 battlefield merits, and 1 9th level territory essence. Kill the 9th level Lord of the Other Plane. Obtain 100 million magic power, 10 battlefield merits, and 1 9th level territory essence. A series of prompts sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Just this explosion. The heads of 5 unlucky guys were harvested, and nearly 1.5 billion magic power and 50 battlefield merits were obtained at once. It is equivalent to 5,000 points of faith. Lin Yu was overjoyed. At this rate, it is estimated that he will soon be able to accumulate enough faith and upgrade to the 10th level. Sure enough, the battlefield is the fastest place to get resources. Without thinking too much, he immediately let Zuohan control the spread of those blooming dandelions, and continued to wait for the next detonation opportunity. And Yin Lai and his men, with mutual cooperation, successfully killed several lords on the opposite side. The shouts and screams shook the sky, and the battle gradually became white-hot. At the same time, above the battlefield of the demon realm, the void collapsed and Tianxian was upside down. Hundreds of emperors led the sky-high troops to collide fiercely, and the power of destroying the world spread throughout the void, destroying everything around. 100 demons. Admit defeat. You can't stop our attack. At the top of the void, the Dragon Emperor, who turned into a golden dragon, tore the void and blasted the 100 demons Emperor away. Admit defeat? What a joke. I want to see what you rely on to break our defense. The 100 demons Emperor shouted. His body turned into a 10,000-foot demon body, and the terrifying murderous aura around him fell like a galaxy and swept towards the Dragon Emperor. In an instant, the void shattered, and endless black holes emerged, swallowing everything around. Why? Of course it's us. Unexpectedly, a loud shout suddenly sounded at this time. In the distant void, hundreds of figures passed through the space and appeared on the battlefield. The 100 demons Emperor and the emperors of other realm alliances, who were still in a fierce battle, suddenly shrank their pupils when they saw this. It's you? Aren't you on other battlefields? How come you are here? At this moment, the expression of the 100 demons Emperor finally changed, and he became a little flustered. If it were just a few emperors, they could still stop it. But the appearance of hundreds of emperors changed the whole battle situation. No matter how powerful they were, they could not resist. Unexpected? The Dragon Emperor sneered and dodged the attack of the 100 demons Emperor. We didn't plan to win all the battlefields. 10 battlefields. As long as half of them can be won. The remaining half? Leaving some people to hold them back is enough. You will lose today. So this is your plan? The 100 demons Emperor had a gloomy face, and the murderous spirit around him was surging wildly. Obviously, he did not expect the anti-alliance camp to use this method to deal with them. Below is the continent of the demon subduing realm where he is. Once it is breached, they will also be implicated. At the least, they will suffer heavy damage. And at the worst, they will die on the spot. Do you really want to do this? He said coldly, with endless murderous intent in his eyes. Several emperors of the demon subduing realm also withdrew and flew back to his side. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not getting involved in that power. The Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. You should know that once that power is released, it will only destroy the foundation of the 10,000 worlds. So don't blame us for being ruthless. It sounds nice. You just don't want to give up your own world and indulge in the lofty power. The eyes of the 100 demons Emperor were full of sarcasm, and he was not moved at all. It seems that you still don't want to turn back. The Dragon Emperor shook his head helplessly. Then, his eyes turned cold. In this case, don't blame us for being cruel. Do it. With a loud shout, the Emperor of the Anti-Alliance side exploded again and launched an attack on the Realm Alliance side. And the hundreds of Emperors who had just arrived also followed closely and took action one after another. For a time, the void shook violently and collapsed continuously. The Realm Alliance was defeated by the attack of Emperors who were 3 times their own, and was gradually forced to the edge of the realm. Many emperors were even severely injured and stained with blood in the void. Seeing that the defeat was inevitable, the eyes of the 100 Demons Emperor, who was in tatters and had disheveled hair, finally burst into a strong murderous aura. Very good. You forced me to do it. As soon as the voice fell, several emperors of the demon-subduing realm around him retreated violently, looked at each other, and a breath that made all the emperors palpitate suddenly burst out from them. At the same time, the entire demon-subduing realm below also shook violently. This is, the rules are reversed. Not good. Stop them quickly. They want to destroy the entire realm. The faces of the emperors changed wildly, and finally knew what they were going to do. They actually wanted to destroy the entire demon-subduing realm and die with them. Chapter 496, The Desperate Realm Alliance. He wants to destroy the realm. Stop him. The Dragon Emperor changed back to human form and instantly appeared in front of several great emperors of the demon-subduing realm, trying to stop them. However, as soon as he approached, he was blown away by an invisible force. The other great emperors did not expect that they would be so decisive and actually sacrifice the entire realm. It's useless. You don't really think we are not prepared at all? Amid the wild laughter of the 100 Demons' great emperor, other great emperors of the Realm Alliance appeared one after another and blocked them, and the vibration of the demon-subduing continent became more and more intense. One after another, dark beams of light suddenly rose from all corners of the continent and rushed straight into the void. And the location of those light beams was exactly the places that the Realm Alliance had been digging recently. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? What are those black lights? Is it a high-level monster? No. Look up in the sky. The lords of both sides who were fighting stopped and raised their heads in shock. Above the collapsed void, a black sky spread rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire demon-subduing realm. Even the clear sky became dim, as if the doomsday catastrophe had come. At the same time, the same thing happened on the other 9 battlefields. All were covered by a black sky that suddenly appeared, blocking the entire realm and isolating all the emperors. 100 demons. What do you want to do? The Dragon Emperor had a gloomy face and also felt the changes on other battlefields. What do you want to do? You will know later. The 100 Demons Emperor and several other emperors sneered and stopped talking nonsense. The evil spirit on their bodies surged wildly, and their auras rose rapidly. The demon-subduing realm continent below also began to collapse on a large scale. One after another, black holes, like huge mouths of the abyss appeared, swallowing everything around them, and finally stopped the battle below. This is stripping of rules. You actually stripped the rules out of the demon suppression realm. Finally, one of the most senior emperors shouted in surprise, seeing what the 100 Demons Emperor and his men were doing now. The other emperors all changed their expressions when they heard this. These guys are actually going to break away from the rules of the demon suppression realm. Don't you know that doing this will directly wipe out the rules? The Dragon Emperor asked in surprise. 10 battlefields. That is, hundreds of emperors. How could the Realm Alliance be willing to make such a big move? That's why I said that you know nothing about true power. The 100 Demons Emperor sneered. Not only did he not stop, but the speed of his momentum increased suddenly. Following that, a piece of Godhead shining with colorful light slowly floated out of his body. Under the gaze of the emperors, he frantically absorbed the black light that soared into the sky. In the end, even the entire Godhead turned into a deep black, and the momentum also rose a bit, making the surroundings fall into a strange light. At this moment, all the emperors were shocked, because they found that the Biamo people could no longer feel any breath of the demon-subduing realm, as if they had been completely separated from it. In other words, even if the demon-subduing continent is destroyed now, they will not be affected at all. It turns out that this is the backup plan of the Realm Alliance. Not good. The realm is about to collapse. At this time, a great emperor shouted loudly, waking everyone up. They knew very well what the simultaneous destruction of 10 realms meant. If this force erupted at the same time, it would definitely cause heavy damage to the monster plane connected to the realm, causing a devastating blow. Break their defense against the monster plane. I'm afraid this is the ultimate goal of the Realm Alliance. They actually sacrifice trillions of lives to achieve their goals. This Realm Alliance is really cruel. Although they thought that the Realm Alliance would counterattack before death, they didn't expect the other party to use such a crazy method. The most important thing is, They thought that the Realm Alliance would have some concerns, because they wanted to keep these hundreds of emperors. But who would have thought that the other party would find a way to completely withdraw, catching them off guard? What do you think? Save them or protect the monster plane? Choose. The evil laugh of the 100 Demons Emperor came again. I don't know if it's because of the change in his godhood. His voice seems to be more gloomy than before, and even contains a hint of madness. It's like a completely different person. The Emperor of the Anti-Alliance side had a gloomy face. He glanced at the hundreds of emperors blocking the way of the 100 demons and others, and then looked at the demon-subduing realm that was constantly collapsing and shrinking. After looking at each other, they finally gave up the attack and directly blasted open the rapidly shrinking black sky curtain and rushed into the demon-subduing realm. At this time, on the battlefield of the entire demon-subduing realm, the lords of both camps had already been in a mess, fleeing in panic on the collapsing land. The Realm Alliance, relying on the base camp, all left on the cross-realm teleportation array. But the Anti-Alliance was far away from the war camp, and could only escape on their mounts, while avoiding the space cracks everywhere. Quick! Go back to the war camp. The war camp is too far away. It's too late. What happened? Is this realm going to be destroyed? Wait for me. Be careful. Exclamations continued to sound in the team. And the Anti-Alliance army, which was originally aggressive, could only be completely disbanded under this sudden natural disaster. And Lin Yu and the others followed the team and hurried to the direction of the war camp. No. At this speed, this realm will collapse before we return to the camp, Situ Jian said in a deep voice. It has to work even if it doesn't work. Speed up and rush back. Yen Lai roared, with a serious expression rarely seen on his face. He hadn't found his sister yet, so he couldn't fall in such a place. Even if he died, he had to see her once before he died. Yen Lai is right. It's not time to give up yet. Lin Yu waved his hand and used the power of rules to launch a savage roar, increasing their flying speed to the extreme. After 30 seconds, he used the end countdown to restore the status to full and started again. As they accelerated and flew all the way, the sky boomed and collapsed downwards. The speed of the collapse of the entire realm accelerated even more, and a large area of void filled with the breath of destruction could be seen. Be careful. Suddenly, Ji Yunchuan on the side exclaimed. The space on their way collapsed and shattered into countless pieces, accompanied by a terrifying suction force that sucked them over. This space crack appeared too suddenly, so they didn't even have time to react, and they just ran straight into it. If they were sucked in, they would be in danger of death, which made them all look pale. Follow me. At this moment, Ji Xinghe, who had been looking for his daughter, finally arrived, grabbed a few people, rushed through the void in front of him, and teleported several kilometers away. Dad. Ji Yunchuan was surprised and shouted immediately. Are you all okay? Ji Xinghe waved his hand, and an invisible force wrapped them in it to resist the invasion from all sides. It's okay. Ji Yunchuan responded quickly, and then asked, Dad, what happened to the Demon Conqueror realm? How could it suddenly become like this? As soon as he said this, Lin Yu and the other two looked at him immediately. I don't know what happened, but it seems that the Demon Conqueror realm is probably over. It's over. Are all the emperors of the Demon Conqueror realm killed? Situ Jian said in shock. No. It's probably not that simple. Ji Xinghe's face was extremely solemn. The fall of the emperor will only cause the realm's luck to dissipate, and it will slowly be eroded and destroyed by the chaotic aura. It will never collapse directly like it is now. And I feel that the rules of this realm are being rapidly compressed by the sky, and it will explode soon. Explosion. Lin Yu and his friends were shocked, and finally had a bad premonition. You know, this 10,000 races realm is connected to the monster plane. If an explosion occurs, this devastating force will not even blow up the monster plane. The collapse of the monster plane is not a big deal, but if the seal inside is broken, the consequences will be disastrous. Needless to say, this is definitely the work of the Realm Alliance. Lin Yu immediately guessed the cause of the matter. They actually wanted to destroy a world as a price to break through their protection of the monster plane. What a cruel method. In addition to the lords, there are trillions of lives on this continent. It is impossible for all of them to evacuate in such a short time. In other words, the Realm Alliance had no intention of protecting them from the beginning. Once again, Lin Yu finally had a new understanding of the Realm Alliance's madness. Just as they continued to flee to the war camp, The sky suddenly shook violently. The black sky covering the entire realm was blasted open with a huge gap. And then the emperors appeared one after another. Everyone, prepare to move. Accompanied by the Dragon Emperor's shout, the emperors scattered. And a vast force enveloped all the surviving lords below. And the entire space began to distort. Swish. With a flash of light, the lords of the anti-alliance camp disappeared instantly with the emperors. The 100-demon emperor and others, who were outside the realm, did not dare to stay for long and also teleported away. The next second, a loud bang that penetrated the entire universe exploded in the endless void. Even Lin Yu and his companions who were being teleported could feel the violent fluctuations in space and the terrifying might. If it weren't for the protection of the great emperor's power, they would have turned into ashes in an instant, with no chance of survival. It wasn't until a few breaths later, they landed again and appeared in an unfamiliar plane. Is this the Guiyuan realm? Sidu Jian said uncertainly. The Guiyuan realm was the realm they were in at the beginning of the realm war. It was also the realm closest to the Fumo realm, with only a void battlefield in between. Faintly, a powerful impact could be felt, constantly approaching this side at a rapid speed. It was the aftermath of the explosion of the Fumo realm. All the lords were shocked and looked in the direction of the Fumo realm. At this moment, there was a sudden loud bang in the center of the Guiyuan realm, and even the entire Guiyuan continent was violently shaken. What's going on? Why is this place affected? It seems to be in the center of the continent. No! It's the monster plane. It's the place connected to the monster plane. Chapter 497 Changes in the 10,000 Worlds. The crowd cried out in surprise, all looking towards the center of the continent. At the same time, the other 9 battlefields also exploded at the same time, finally breaking through the Emperor's defense against the monster plane. The power of destroying the world made the entire 10,000 world shake violently, and even heard a loud rumble in the ears. Let's go back to the realm first, the leading Dragon Emperor shouted loudly. And together with other emperors, they built a cross-realm teleportation on the plane. In an instant, the sky-high light lit up. Lin Yu and his men also entered the formation under the leadership of Emperor Xingyao, reconnected with the territory, and teleported directly back. Shua. The light lit up. Lin Yu returned to his territory again, clicking on the Principality channel. All the news was surging like crazy. Damn! Finally back. I thought I would die there. I was almost sucked into the space crack just now. Luckily I dodged quickly. Can anyone tell me what happened? It seems that the Realm Alliance destroyed all 10 battlefields. Fuck. Destroyed? That's more than 100 emperors. How could the Realm Alliance bear to do that? The low-level lords didn't know what happened on the battlefield. They just thought the news was shocking. After all, the loss of more than 100 emperors is huge for either camp. If the Realm Alliance really wants to save them, at least 70% can be saved. From their perspective, it is really difficult to understand the significance of the Realm Alliance's move. This is probably the essential difference between us and the Realm Alliance. Outside the palace of the Great Wilderness Principality, Ji Xinghe looked at the center of the continent with worry, and couldn't help sighing. Every emperor was nurtured by the realm, and he went up to the peak step by step from the lowest level. It can be said that the realm made the emperor. If they were in this situation, they might choose to die in battle and defend their own realm to the end. Maybe they would hide and pray for the war to end. But they would not be so crazy as to destroy the entire realm and the people with their own hands. This is the last bottom line for each of their lords, and also their dignity. But now the Realm Alliance has lost this bottom line, which is not good news for them. Dad, is there anything wrong with the monster plane? Ji Yunshuang asked worriedly, also looking at the center of the continent. The Realm Alliance is taking a risky move. I'm afraid that the 10,000 realms will change. You should stay in the capital for the next few days, and don't go anywhere. I will go to the Emperor to see the situation first. After saying that, Ji Xinghe had disappeared in a flash and hurried to the direction of the Shengyao Empire. The 10 principalities under the Shengyao Empire are basically adjacent to the border of the empire. Even the farthest one is only separated by a principality. With the strength of the 10th level, you can get there quickly even without a teleportation array. At this time, inside the monster plane, after settling the lords of their respective realms, the emperors came one after another. Boom! The deafening sound filled the ears. Above the monster plane, a huge space crack penetrated the sky. The entire plane was shaking violently, and the space collapsed piece by piece. Damn! It's too late. The emperors all looked gloomy when they saw this. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the void. You came at the right time. If you don't want the world to perish, come with us to reinforce the seal. As the voice fell, black light pillars rushed down from the sky, and the 68 demons guarding the monster plane all arrived, which shocked the emperors of all realms. However, they also knew that the situation was urgent. They looked at each other and said directly, "There is no time to lose. Let's do it quickly." After saying that, they immediately soared into the sky and appeared above each seal. The power of rules burst out and began to infuse power to reinforce the seal. In addition to the seals in the monster plane, the space continued to collapse, and the range shrank rapidly. This caused the two originally connected realms to begin to squeeze each other, and the vibration of the entire world became more and more intense. Especially where the two realms meet, there is a violent collision, and pieces of land are swept into the void and disappear. Look! What is that? Suddenly, the lords in the primitive world exclaimed and looked to the east. On the vast sky in the east, a crack like a giant beast appeared, and it was spreading rapidly around. Indistinctly, you can also see the geographical features on the other side of the crack that are completely different from the primitive world. This seems to be the space channel between us and the original evil world. Fuck. It's really the front battlefield. What's going on? Why has the channel between our two worlds become larger? No. Not only that side, but also the Wuhan world in the west is connected to us. Amid the exclamations of the lords, there was another loud rumble in the west of the continent, and the entire space collapsed rapidly. The Wuhan realm, which was originally close to them but not connected, also had a space channel, and it was expanding rapidly. The doomsday-like scene immediately caused the lords and practitioners near the two ends of the continent to flee in panic, and directly put the territory into the migration orb and fled inland. Until then, Lin Yu, who was in the territory, finally thought of something, and suddenly his mind was shocked. This is, the world returns to one. That's right. As early as when he came to this world, the system had mentioned that the worlds collapsed and returned to one place. At that time, he didn't understand what it meant. Now seeing the scene of the continuous fusion of this realm, he finally woke up and understood it completely. So, the monster plane is the main reason that hinders the unification of the entire world. Now that the monster plane has been destroyed, the scene mentioned in the prompt has finally appeared. Quick! Gather all the guards and stand by in the city. Lin Yu immediately gave orders to Wei Gang and a group of managers. The world is changing drastically, and no one can predict what will happen. We must take precautions in advance. If there is an accident, at least we can move the territory in time. At this time, the lords of all realms also moved one after another. All the lords were agitated, and the practitioners were even more worried. Gotcha. Suddenly, a sound resounded through the sky. With the continuous contraction of the monster plane, the balance of rules between the realms was finally completely broken. All the adjacent continents broke through the space and gradually connected together. Different rules entangled and collided with each other, forming a chaotic land of rules between the continents. But they did not completely merge together. At this moment, black beams of light fell from the sky, and the long-lost monster plane appeared in the center of the entire world. It was only separated from them by a distorted space. Indistinctly, you can also see a portal to the sky, exuding an ancient and heavy vast atmosphere. Then, the lords of each world were shocked to find that under the influence of that breath, the contraction between the realms finally stopped gradually, and the vibration slowly subsided. That is, the 72 demons guarding the monster plane. Some lords reacted and couldn't help but exclaimed. I saw that the 72 beams of light were arranged in sequence in the center of the entire world, forming an extremely large and strange pattern, suppressing all the evil spirits that escaped from the monster plane. And the 4 largest beams of light in the center surrounded the portal tightly. The void chains locked the portal, as if besieging a terrifying prehistoric beast. Is that the center of the monster plane? Lin Yu murmured to himself, his eyes full of shock. I have always heard that there is something deep in the demon plane that attracts the emperors to go there. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder what was in that portal that required the 72 demons to suppress it together. And even the emperor couldn't get close to it. What a pity. That space doesn't seem to be very stable, and it may not be easy to get there, even where the realms are connected. The power of rules is extremely violent. and it is estimated that it will not be calmed down in a short time. This is good news for him. Otherwise, if the realms of all races are really completely connected, there may be a big mess. What's more, the forces of the Realm Alliance are still watching covetously, and God knows what tricks they will play. Lord, the vibration seems to have stopped. Xue Changui wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a trembling voice, his current strength is only level 6. And Yu Daonan and his team used a lot of resources to help him improve. How could he have seen such a devastating scene? If Lin Yu hadn't been around, he would have collapsed to the ground in fear. Even Wei Gang and the guards behind him, who had been baptized by countless battles, felt weak and felt like they had walked through the gates of hell. It should be fine. Take people to check the various urban areas to see if there are any damaged places. Also send people to the dwarf tribe to check, Lin Yu said in a low voice. Yes. The managers and the guards took the order and left. And Lin Yu returned to the territory and opened the chat channel to check. After the incident just now, the news on the chat channel has become a mess. Whether it is the Principality channel or the Empire channel, they are all asking and discussing this matter, making people panic. Lin Yu observed for a long time and did not find any useful information. So he could only go to the city to continue patrolling to avoid causing unrest. Until it was almost dark. The king's voice finally appeared in the Principality channel. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. I have something to announce. As soon as the voice sounded, all the lords stopped sending messages and waited eagerly. Even Lin Yu was no exception. Then, the king's voice sounded again, for some reason. The barriers between the realms have been broken. It may not be long before the realms and the monster planes will be completely connected. The emperors are already rushing to build a new battlefield to resist the attack of the Realm Alliance. Everyone should rest and gather strength in the territory these days. What awaits us next is probably going to be a protracted war. Chapter 498 Lecture. Lin Yu had never expected the temporary truce with the Realm Alliance. After all, he still wanted to get more power of faith on the battlefield. And he had accumulated 200 points of merit in the previous battle. But he had not had time to redeem them. But now the truce between the two sides is equivalent to cutting off his main source of faith. With the current faith gain of more than 100 points per day in Huangsha City, it would take nearly a year to accumulate 50,000 faith. If that time comes, the daylily will be cold. Fortunately, from the king's tone, this truce period should not last too long. In addition, it is a chaotic period now, and the battlefield of the 10,000 realms is imminent, so it is not suitable to upgrade to the 10th level. Thinking of this, Lin Yu no longer hesitated, and like other lords, he waited patiently in the territory. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After a few days of recuperation, the lords of all realms finally gradually adapted to the current environment. Some people even dared to approach the chaotic area between the realms, and found that the collision of rules above was indeed slowly weakening. Then a piece of news that shocked countless lords suddenly came out. They estimated that within 3 months, the rules and obstacles between the realms would completely disappear. This means that except for the temporary incompatibility of the rules, the realms will be completely connected, and there will be no more obstacles. Once this news came out, it instantly swept through every realm, causing an uproar among the lords. Many people are speculating, is the real unification of the 10,000 realms really coming? Of course. There are also many people who hold different attitudes. Because although the realms are connected in space, the rules have not changed at all, and it is not completely integrated. In short, there are all kinds of opinions. Basically, the chat channels of every country are lively, and everyone is discussing this topic. However, this lively atmosphere, but at noon on the 3rd day, it was interrupted by a sudden reminder. Lords, please note that due to the change of rules, the battlefield of the 10,000 realms will be temporarily terminated and will no longer be opened. Lords, please note that due to the change of rules, the battlefield of the 10,000 realms will be temporarily terminated and will no longer be opened. Dear lords, the cold reminder sounded 3 times in succession in the minds of all the lords. The originally lively channel suddenly became quiet, and everyone's face was full of astonishment. The battlefield of the 10,000 worlds was cancelled. What's going on? Is it because of the drastic changes in the realm that the battlefield can no longer be maintained? At this moment, all the lords were shocked. Many people know that the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds is carried out in those death realms that are on the verge of destruction. now that the 10,000 worlds have undergone drastic changes. It has also affected this large battlefield that has always been there, which is something they never expected. Could it be that the previous explosion destroyed all those battlefields? It's very likely. Those realms were already close to collapse. With such a big incident happening this time, they must have been affected. It's over. I was thinking about getting some resources from the battlefield in a few days. Aw? That's it? You haven't participated yet, since you just arrived. It doesn't matter. It's estimated that we will continue to attack the Realm Alliance soon. By then, there will be many lords for you to kill. That's true. The lords talked a lot. Some were shocked. Some were surprised. And some wailed, which made the entire chat channel lively again. Lin Yu was also very surprised when he looked at the news that kept passing by in front of him, because he had a hunch that the battlefield of all realms would be affected in the past few days. But he didn't expect it to come true. Not only was the battlefield of all realms affected, but it was also closed. Obviously, just as the Lord said, those realms on the verge of extinction had been destroyed in that impact. This news really came a little unexpectedly. However, this wave of discussion had not passed for long. There was a sudden boom near the monster plane. Two beams of teleportation light that shot up into the sky appeared at both ends of the monster plane and rushed straight into the sky. Although there were many realm spaces in between, they could still be seen clearly on the original continent, which made all the lords stop talking and look at the two beams of light. Boys, the teleportation array is connected. I changed the teleportation coordinates from the Empire to the Holy Land to the Realm battlefield. Those who want to go to the battlefield can go directly from the Holy Land portal. After many days, the rough voice of Emperor Xingyao finally appeared in the Empire channel again. The lords who were still in doubt were all shocked and looked at the Holy Land portal in their own territories. After waiting for so many days, they finally got the news that the battlefield was reopened. And it was still a battlefield on the edge of the monster plane. There was no need to talk nonsense. And they cheered and rushed into the teleportation portal one by one. Lin Yu in the territory naturally did not hesitate and immediately walked into the portal. Swish. The light lit up, and a strong tearing feeling followed. Lin Yu remembered that this feeling was not so strong when he went to the Holy Land. As expected, it was just as Emperor Xingyao said. It had been changed to a cross-border coordinate and connected to the new battlefield. After a long time, when he stood still again and the weightlessness disappeared, a noisy sound came from the side. Haha. It was really teleported here. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Where is this? It seems to be very similar to the previous camp. No. I have been here. It seems to be in Taishan Realm. I have been here too. There was a battlefield set up near Taishan Realm. Taishan Realm? Lin Yu in the crowd was shocked. He never expected that the new battlefield would be set up in their mortal enemy, Taishan Realm. Surprised, he immediately looked up and looked around. In the wide war camp, the garrisons of various realms were lined up in a row, extending to both sides, until they could not be seen. The entire war camp was protected by a huge light curtain connecting heaven and earth. People were coming and going inside, and there were lords from all walks of life everywhere, which was indeed very similar to the previous war camp. Outside the camp, Taishan continent was closely connected to the opposite continent. In the middle, a desolate battlefield destroyed by the power of rules. It was almost impossible to tell which land belonged to which realm. Needless to say, the opposite side must be the sphere of influence of the Realm Alliance. However, what surprised Lin Yu the most was that the side of the war camp was actually closely connected to the monster plane. In other words, as long as he passed through that chaotic area of rules, he could directly enter the monster plane, without having to teleport like before. But there was also a problem. That is, the probability of encountering enemies from the Realm Alliance would also increase greatly. And coupled with the unknown changes in the monster plane recently, the risk factor was soaring. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but look at the center of the monster plane, the vaguely visible portal to the sky. Even from a long distance, he could feel a palpitating breath. If he approaches such a place, he might encounter 11th level or even 12th level monsters, which are definitely beyond his current exploration. But he also discovered, among the light pillars where the 72 demons are located, some are closer to the periphery. If he has a chance in the future, he can go and have a look, and maybe he can get some unexpected gains. Let's go to the station first to use up the merits we got before. Just as he was thinking, the voices of other lords of the primitive world suddenly sounded beside him, which also made him alert. Without stopping, he immediately followed the other lords to the station to exchange, and exchanged all 200 merits for faith. In this way, he only needs 30,000 faiths to save up 250,000. 30,000. 30,000. Where can I get it? Lin Yu walked in the station with a frown. Although 30,000 faiths are not much, it is not easy to get them in a short time. In addition, the treasures on him have basically been sold, and there is nothing to exchange for merits with others. So it is even more difficult to start. Moreover, both camps had just experienced a great war, and they are probably on guard in the short term, and will not launch an attack easily. You can't just ask the emperor for money with a flattering face. Right? This is even worse. The emperor has promised him a large piece of land. If he dares to ask again, he will be scolded, and he can't bring himself to ask the emperor for help. After all, the emperor has saved him more than once, and he still has to repay this favor. While thinking, Lin Yu unknowingly left the primitive world station and came to the open space outside where people were coming and going. Are there any brothers who want to explore the battlefield together? The 7th level team lacks a healing soldier. The vanguard of the monster plane. Come with the good players above the 8th level to explore the depths of the monster plane together. They are absolutely honest and reliable, and will not backstab. Send 10 points of battlefield merit. Come if you need it. Outskirts of the monster plane. Walking on the road, there were lords and teams everywhere shouting to call for teammates, making the entire war camp hot. Moreover, as more and more lords were teleported over, there were signs of congestion, as if there were many more people than in the previous battlefield. Could it be that the number of battlefields has decreased? However, before Lin Yu could think about it, a different shout suddenly caught his attention. Are there any friends with a combat power of more than 35,000? A bounty for merit to help with the Saints Road? The Saints Road? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Someone was actually going to do the Saints Road mission. Surprised, he immediately looked in the direction of the voice. He saw 4 9th level lords, 2 men and 2 women, standing on the lawn in the distance. Each of them exuded an aura that was much stronger than that of ordinary lords, especially the woman in white plainclothes, who was surrounded by the power of rules, and seemed to have successfully condensed the fragments of the godhead. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu exclaimed softly. His eyes were attracted by the guqin in the woman's arms, and his expression became strange. White plainclothes, condensed the fragments of the godhead, and used the guqin as a weapon. It can't be such a coincidence. Lin Yu was extremely surprised and looked at the other party curiously. However, his direct gaze made the woman's delicate eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Lecher. She whispered a few words and turned her face away. What's wrong? Ling Yin. The girl next to her noticed her abnormality and asked in confusion. Nothing. Just ran into a lecher, Yi Lingyin said in a low voice. Chapter 499 Ice and Fire Phoenix. Before, when they were in the Tower of Luck, they did not see each other's appearance because of the cover of the rules. And now Lin Yu has changed his clothes, so Yi Lingyin naturally cannot recognize him. Seeing that the other party turned his face away, Lin Yu was a little confused, but he didn't think much and walked straight over. Are you going to do the Saints Road mission? He asked straight to the point. Just now, when he heard the man shouting, he said that he would use merits to reward, so he naturally would not miss such a great opportunity. After all, everyone knows how difficult the Saints Road mission is, and the price cannot be too low, which also gave him the opportunity to gather the last 30,000 faiths. Yi Lingyin obviously did not expect that this lecher would actually come here, and frowned slightly, but did not reveal anything. Brother, do you have 35,000 combat power? The middle-aged man in the lead looked at Lin Yu. He had an extremely strong aura, and there was a faint light in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was very powerful. The other cold-blooded young man was slightly weaker, but he exuded such a dangerous aura. Needless to say, Yi Lingyin was not weak. People who could condense fragments of the divine nature were not weak. On the contrary, the girl next to her surprised Lin Yu. Originally, he thought it was a human lord, but when he walked in, he found that the girl had a pair of delicate ears on her head and a furry tail behind her. It was a fox lord. With just one glance, Lin Yu roughly looked at the 4 people in front of him, and then said, of course, if it weren't for me, I wouldn't have come. since the power of faith exceeded 200,000. His current combat power has already reached more than 35,000. Even without relying on burst skills, it is enough to compete with the old lord. Is it convenient to reveal the arms and realms? The leading man asked again. It can be seen that he was very cautious, and did not invite Lin Yu immediately because of his sufficient combat power. After all, one must be on guard against others. Obviously, this time, he is the one who will complete the path of the saint. Primitive world, plant system, control, defense, and treatment are all okay. Lin Yu did not hide, and directly reported the basic information. This is essential for cross-border team formation, because you need to know the ins and outs of the matter before you can cooperate with confidence. But he didn't know. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lingyin, who was facing away from him, couldn't help but look back, with surprise in her eyes. The plant lord of the primitive world. She couldn't help but think of the person who had defeated her thoroughly in the Tower of Luck before. Could it be him? Yi Lingyin couldn't help but guess, but immediately rejected this idea. The person she met in the Tower of Luck was so powerful that he was definitely not comparable to the lecher who was staring at her with a lecherous look. Others didn't notice the change in her expression. Hearing the information reported by Lin Yu, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. The primitive world is a very famous realm recently. I didn't expect that you are from that realm. It just so happens that we are still short of a control and treatment. It's just a coincidence. Lin Yu smiled slightly. In that case, let me first tell you about the mission content and price. This time we are facing a pair of 10th order F-level ice and fire phoenixes. I will deal with the fire phoenix at that time. Your task is to help me drag the ice phoenix and prevent it from disturbing me. No matter whether the mission is completed or not, I will pay you 200 points of merit. If it is completed, I will pay you an additional 200 points. What do you think? 400 points of merit? Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is a full 40,000 faiths. If he can get it, he can directly upgrade to the 10th order. I didn't expect the other party to be so generous. For people will get 1,600 points of merit, which is not a small amount. However, if the fragments of the Godhead can be successfully condensed, let alone 1,600 points, even 10,000 points will not be a loss at all. Okay. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and nodded in response. Frank, welcome to join us. The middle-aged man grinned and immediately extended his palm to Lin Yu. After the two shook hands, the man continued, Let's go! I found the monster's nest this morning. To prevent any accidents, I will tell you about other things on the way. After that, he stopped talking nonsense and took the lead in summoning the Griffin Knight to rush out of the battlefield. It was not until then that Lin Yu realized that the middle-aged man's army was a humanoid. Without hesitation, he summoned the Mount and several other people to follow him. Then the middle-aged man started to introduce other things while he was on his way. The middle-aged man's name was Li Yu, and the young man's name was Fu Chengfeng. They were both lords of the Jinwu realm. Yi Lingyin and the fox girl, who mayor next to him, were both lords of the Tianling realm. Lin Yu had heard of these two realms. The Jinwu realm advocates force, and is a famous gathering place for battle maniacs. The Sky Spirit realm emphasizes the word spiritual. There are many spiritual lords, and a wide variety of races. Like the fox people, they are born with the ability to charm, and have an extra bonus to spiritual attacks. In this case, Lin Yu's plants, Yi Lingyin and Hu Mayor's mental interference, and Fu Qingfeng's ice and fire elements all seem to be biased towards control. It seems that Li Yu came prepared and found helpers specifically for the two monsters. Otherwise, facing two 10th level monsters at the same time, no matter how strong he is, he can't handle it. By the way, there is one more thing. At this time, Li Yu thought of something and suddenly said, the location of the two phoenixes is very close to a valley in the opposite Tying realm. So there is a possibility of encountering people from the Realm Alliance. At that time, I will trouble you to help delay it. Okay. Of course. No problem. Lin Yu and Yi Lingyin said at the same time. After speaking, the two were stunned for a moment and looked at each other subconsciously. But immediately, Yi Lingyin frowned slightly, looked away, and gradually distanced himself from Lin Yu. Lin Yu touched his chin, looking strange. Did the other party recognize him? Why does he seem to be very repulsive to him? Last time in the Tower of Luck, he eliminated the other party without any hesitation. Now he must have a grudge against him. Right? It seems that it is better not to reveal his identity easily, so as not to cause any unnecessary trouble. Anyway, his ultimate goal is just battlefield merit. After the task is completed, he can get the merit and leave directly. However, Li Yu's words just now also alerted him. In addition to the 10th level monsters, they will face the Lords of the Realm Alliance, who may appear at any time. If they are not careful, they may end up being besieged. After all, they are enemies now, and they will definitely not watch the enemies successfully condense the fragments of the Godhead. This must be careful. On the way just now, he also heard some information about the situation of the 10,000 worlds. Now that the barriers of all realms have disappeared, all the continents are connected together, and the most extensive monster plane is surrounded in the middle, just like a huge disk. So they have only two realm battlefields, the Guiyuan realm and Taishian realm, which are located at the two ends of the monster plane and border the realm alliance. As for the monster plane in the middle, because the monsters are too dangerous, it has not been included in the battlefield for the time being. But it is not ruled out that the realm alliance will take risks and send troops deep into the monster plane to bypass the realm battlefield and sneak attack them from behind. In short, the current situation is very complicated. It may not be easy to break through the opponent's defense in a short time, and it is necessary to slowly accumulate strength. And he can use this buffer time to speed up the improvement of his own strength. Here, just thinking about it, Li Yu's low shout suddenly came from the front. The other people were shocked when they heard the words, and they all looked into the distance. As Li Yu said, a huge valley stood in the chaotic land of rules at the junction of Tying Realm and the monster plane. And it is very strange. The valley was covered with ice and snow on one side and lava on the other, creating a wonder of ice and fire in the valley. Are the two 10th level monsters in there? Fox Mayor blinked her big eyes and kept looking at the valley below. The soldiers she brought with her were demon-type succubi. Every move she made was unconsciously emitting a charming aura. People with weak mental strength probably couldn't stand it for too long in front of her, and had to surrender in the end. She was indeed a Foxman race born with charming bodies. Fortunately, his Frost Spirit Bracelet and Frost Spirit Battle Armor both had mental and abnormal resistance attributes. Otherwise they would be affected. Let's go. The two phoenixes should be in there. I will block the fire phoenix in the valley, and you can help lead the ice phoenix away. Li Yu's face was solemn, and he began to arrange their respective tasks. Even though they were several meters apart, Lin Yu could feel the solemn aura on him. After all, it was about the fragments of the Godhead. No 9th level lord could remain calm. Just like the first time he faced a rank 10 monster, he also made all kinds of preparations, fearing failure. Even Yi Lingyin and others beside him were serious and took out their weapons. Cry. Just then, a terrifying long roar sounded. At both ends of the valley, two huge figures, one ice and one fire, suddenly rushed out and rushed straight towards them, obviously discovering their traces. Go! Li Yu shouted. The next second, a heavy armor and a heavy sword appeared on him. And then he suddenly jumped high, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, and slashed the fire phoenix surrounded by flames with a sword. Boom! The violent collision was accompanied by a long roar of the fire phoenix. The two of them fell from the sky like meteorites, crashing down from the air to the valley below. Just one blow. It directly forced back the rank 10 leader monster. What a powerful force. Before Lin Yu could be surprised, Yi Lingyin beside him had taken the lead. His eyes were stern, and the guqin in his hand was ringing, creating invisible ripples that swept towards the ice phoenix. The guqin sound, which seemed to be real, turned into a sky full of resentful spirits, blocking all the retreat routes of the ice phoenix, and preventing it from joining the fire phoenix. Mayor, I leave it to you. Beat it down, Yi Lingyin shouted in a low voice, showing a completely cold attitude that was completely opposite to her usual weakness, as if she had changed into a different person. Hee. Leave it to me. Fox Mayor smiled happily and followed suit. A strange pink gradually spread across her lively eyes. Chapter 500 The Troublemaker. The Fox Tribe's Natural Charm Skills. Lin Yu looked surprised, and felt a strong mental wave suddenly spread out from Hu Mei, and rushed into Bing Feng's head together with the charm skills of those succubi. Li. Bing Feng's voice was trance, and the originally fierce momentum suddenly stopped, became free, and fell from the air. It was obviously controlled by Hu Mei's charm. The Fox Tribe was indeed worthy of its reputation for being able to have such an obvious effect on the 10th level leader monster. Fu Chunfeng on the side did not speak, as if nothing could make him emotional. Seeing Bing Feng fall, he waved his hand, and a large number of ice element soldiers spread all over the world. Cage! With a low shout, the extreme cold air on the ice element burst out, forming an ice cage around Bing Feng, and even the temperature around it dropped sharply. Boom! At this time, there was a loud noise in the valley. Liu, with a large number of well-equipped humanoid soldiers, has successfully held back the Red Flame Phoenix and prevented it from joining the Ice Phoenix. Next, what they have to do is to try to stop the Ice Phoenix and let Liu successfully kill the Red Flame Phoenix. And this bounty mission will be completed. Thinking of this, Lin Yu did not stay idle anymore, and fell to the ground with Yi Lingyin and others, summoning a large number of plant soldiers. The attributes of the Ice Phoenix also came into view. Name: Extreme Ice Phoenix. Leader: Race: Beast. Level: 10th level, F level. Skills: Ice Cone, Blizzard, Ice Explosion, Absolute Zero, Chaos. All attributes increased by 20%. Introduction: A sacred bird living in an extremely cold place. Often appears at the same time as the blazing flame phoenix, and has a very strong ability to control ice and snow. Crack! Just as Lin Yu was checking the attributes, a crisp sound came. The ice cage that trapped the ice phoenix appeared cracks, and it seemed that it was about to break free from the cage. Without hesitation, he immediately gave the attack order to the plant army around him. Then, with a burst of air-breaking sounds, countless vines rushed out from the ground and quickly entangled the ice cage. Qin Gang. At the command, Qin Gang directly launched a savage roar, and a large area of red light lit up, raising the attributes of the 4 soldiers. This is a full attribute burst skill. Feeling the change in the momentum of his own soldiers, Yi Lingyin was shocked and couldn't help but look at Lin Yu more. Hu Mei and Fu Chengfeng on the side were also surprised, because such a burst skill that can improve all attributes is very rare, and it can improve so much at once. Even in the top rare soldiers, they have never seen such a powerful skill. More importantly, the number of Lin Yu's soldiers is frightening, almost catching up with the number of the 3 of them combined. This person is not simple. Yi Lingyin and the others immediately came to a conclusion in their hearts. No longer holding back, they issued orders to the troops and deployed them around the ice cage. In contrast, Lin Yu was surprised that the savage roar could be added to the troops of other realms. He remembered clearly that when he was on the battlefield before, his enhancement skills could not have an effect on people from other realms. Could it be because of the fusion of realms? Unfortunately, before he could think about it, the ice cage exploded, and the ice phoenix directly broke through the frozen shackles, tore off the vines, and its huge body soared into the sky. Ah! It ran out, Hu Mei exclaimed, and the succubus around her immediately activated the charm skill, creating circles of pink ripples. Lin Yu and his troops followed closely and surrounded it again. But this time, the ice phoenix learned it well. With a long roar, it flapped its wings violently, blowing up an extremely cold storm around, freezing all the troops that rushed up into ice sculptures, and falling from the sky. Even Lin Yu's plant dragon soldiers were not spared. As expected, it is not easy to deal with a rank 10 leader without using the explosive means of bloody frenzy, and the attributes of this ice phoenix are much higher than the clones they encountered before. Fortunately, they only need to delay it, not to kill it, so it is better to keep some trump cards. Jung. Just thinking about it, the sound of the zither burst out, sometimes strong, sometimes soothing, like a mountain stream washing by the ear. Seeing the ice phoenix escape, Yi Lingyin finally showed his strength of condensing the godhead. The notes flew up to the sky like a substance, turning into illusory flying phantoms, and launched a fierce attack on the ice phoenix. Li! The ice phoenix whistled and fought fiercely with those flying phantoms, but was directly blocked. And Yi Lingyin, holding the guqin, kept plucking the strings with his slender fingers. With her eyes closed, she exuded a transcendent aura, as if she had completely merged with the surrounding environment, and her aura was elevated. This ability, she didn't seem to have used it before. Lin Yu looked surprised. If he guessed correctly, this should be Yi Lingyin final trump card. No wonder she was able to complete the path of the saint. She was indeed quite capable, and it seemed that the other party was very proficient in music, and there was a hint of master style in the sound of the piano, which was incompatible with the delicate body. I will be responsible for restraining it in the air. You continue to attack. At this time, Yi Lingyin voice sounded again. After rescuing the fallen flying soldiers, Lin Yu and Fu Chunfeng also took action. A large number of vines soared into the sky, entangled Bingfeng's feet, and pulled it to the ground. The attacks of other long-range soldiers followed closely, drowning it like a tide. Then, a 5-element formation appeared under Fu Qingfeng's feet, and a huge meteorite condensed rapidly in the sky and smashed towards Bingfeng. Bingfeng roared, broke free from the vines, and a terrifying cold air burst out from his body. In an instant, the cold air swept the entire valley, freezing the meteorite into ice. The ice phoenix's claws shattered it into countless ice fragments, which fell into the sky like ice cones. Fortunately, Lin Yu reacted in time, and the guardian barrier and the life curtain were activated at the same time. Protect all the soldiers in the range. Then, before the ice phoenix took off, Hu Meier's mental shock appeared again, temporarily controlling it in place, giving Lin Yu and Fu Chunfeng the opportunity to reorganize the attack. In this way, under the combined efforts of the 4 people, even the Ice Phoenix, who was as strong as the 10th level leader, could not break through their encirclement, suffered heavy damage one after another, and fought fiercely outside the valley. And inside the valley? At this time, Li Yu's battle had also reached the most critical stage. He was covered in blood. His heavy armor was damaged and burned in many places, and there were a large number of charred soldiers lying beside him. The situation was much more miserable than Lin Yu and his men. But the condition for completing the Saint's Path is to kill independently. Even if Lin Yu and the others wanted to help, they could do nothing. They could only pray that nothing unexpected would happen. Otherwise, they would only get half of the reward. But the accident still happened, just as they were fighting the Ice and Fire Phoenix. The violent noise finally attracted a Realm Alliance team that was exploring nearby. Quick! It's over there. I've heard the sound. Someone is fighting with monsters. Go and have a look. Accompanied by a series of urgent shouts, the 9th level lords of the 10 Realm Alliances hurried over, causing Lin Yu and the others to change their expressions. It's so annoying. They just showed up at this time. Hu Meier pouted, looking angry. Be careful. They have more people than us. Try to delay them, and don't let them affect the battle inside, Yi Lingyin said in a low voice, his eyes full of solemnity. They have been fighting fiercely with the Ice Phoenix, and everyone's consumption is not low. Facing the siege of 10 9th level lords at the same time is still very difficult, and it may end up with a failed mission. While talking, the team of the Realm Alliance, who came over, also found them. There are indeed people here. The people of the Anti-Alliance camp actually dared to come to our territory. They are really brave. No. It seems to be a 10th level monster. They are doing the Saint Road mission. No. Stop them quickly, and never let them complete the mission. At a glance, they saw Li Yu, who was entangled with the Red Flame Phoenix, alone in the valley, and they were all shocked. Now the 2 camps are already at odds with each other. How could they watch the other side complete the Saint Road and successfully condense the fragments of the Godhead? With a loud shout, tens of thousands of soldiers turned into a tide and surrounded Lin Yu and his men. And those flying soldiers even flew over their heads, trying to stop Li Yu in the valley. It seems that I have to use some tricks. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He absolutely could not tolerate these people who wanted to stop him from upgrading to the 10th level. Green Vine. With a loud shout, the tens of thousands of corpses accumulated on the battlefield were suddenly thrown out and swallowed by the Green Vine. Then, the power of rules was activated, and a savage roar was launched directly, causing the attributes of all surrounding soldiers to surge again. Is this the power of rules? Feeling the change in Lin Yu's aura, Yi Lingyin and others on the side were shocked. They always thought that Lin Yu was just an ordinary plant lord, but they didn't expect that he also had a fragment of the Godhead. And the terrifying aura was even stronger than Yi Lingyin. Not at the same level at all. Is it him? This familiar aura finally made Yi Lingyin react, staring at Lin Yu with a look of doubt. Unfortunately, before she could think about it, Lin Yu's voice came immediately. I hold them back. You guys take care of the Ice Phoenix. Do you need support? Fu Chunfeng rarely spoke. His voice was extremely low. No, Lin Yu said without turning his head. Then he waved his hand, and Vine shot up into the sky, together with Lingxi and the P troops. They shot and killed all the flying troops that flew over their heads and dragged them into the forest. And those land troops that rushed up collided with the ancient tree army lined up in a row. And there was a series of loud bangs, and they were all repelled. The original fierce offensive also stopped. It was blocked. The Lord of the Realm Alliance widened his eyes, and looked at his army that was blocked. So many troops. But they couldn't break through the defense of those ancient trees. Chapter 501. The last step is achieved. Don't hold back. Start to explode. Seeing the aura of the red flame phoenix in the valley gradually weaken, the 10-domain alliance lords suddenly looked fierce and started to explode. In a moment, the momentum of their troops rose rapidly. And finally, with a huge advantage in numbers, they gradually forced Lin Yu's ancient tree army back. The troops of both sides fiercely bombarded each other outside the valley, and the whole scene was in chaos. Charge! Tear up his troops for me! Several lords shouted and issued attack orders to their troops. But they didn't notice that the whole valley was filled with patches of dandelion seeds at some point. Even their troops were attached with large patches of seeds, and they were growing rapidly by absorbing their blood, until they all grew into blood-colored dandelions. They suddenly realized, not good. There is something wrong with those dandelions. Get rid of them quickly. Burn all those dandelions. However, Lin Yu, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, would never give them a chance. The mental interference of Deep Blue Dream broke out directly. An invisible mental wave swept around, instantly reducing the mental attributes of all enemies by 50%. Explode! Accompanied by Lin Yu's loud shout, the dandelion seeds in the army exploded, blasting all those arms into pieces, and blood spilled all over the ground. Qingting, who had eliminated all the flying arms, seized the opportunity, inserted the vines into the ground, and madly absorbed the blood flowing on it. The attributes, which were originally only more than 40,000, suddenly soared to 60,000, approaching the 10th level leader monster, and those bodies that were blown to death, under the horrified gaze of the Lord of the Realm Alliance, once again bloomed into a bunch of extremely strange dandelions, spreading out with the wind. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with these arms. Return to defense. Return to defense quickly. This time, the Lord of the Realm Alliance was finally shocked and felt the horror of Lin Yu's arms. How dare they think more? They gathered their troops and tried to resist the attack of Qingting with a defensive formation. As soon as Lin Yu's savage roar passed, he immediately started the countdown to the end and reset the skill effect. In an instant, red light spread. The properties of Qingting directly reached an unprecedented height. The giant red vines danced wildly on the ground like octopus tentacles. Wherever it went, no army was its enemy. All of them were pierced through the body, and their blood was drained in an instant. And because of its large size, it did not absorb too much blood and could not bear it. Instead, it became more and more courageous and rushed back and forth in the opponent's army. The spectacular scene stunned Yi Lingyin and the other two who were dealing with Bingfeng. Just one person killed 10 9th level lords and routed them. Is this really something that a 9th rank lord can do? Even Yi Lingyin, who had already condensed the fragments of the godhead, thought that she could not reach such an exaggerated level. It also confirmed her guess. Bang! At this moment, sparks exploded. In Lin Yu's team, a stream of flames rushed straight out, instantly penetrating all the troops within a straight line of hundreds of meters in front. Without the threat of the opponent's flying troops, the Mushroom Demon King immediately rode the Demon Ancestor Dragon to the sky and led the Mushroom Army to carry out a round of carpet bombing on the troops below. Boom boom. The deafening explosion echoed in all directions. With the addition of double the explosive power, no troops could withstand the bombing of the Mushroom Demon King. They were all blown to pieces, leaving no bones behind, and finally successfully blasted open the defense line of the Realm Alliance. Damn! His troops are too strong. We can't stop them. Retreat! These 9th level lords are obviously veterans of the battlefield. When they found something was wrong, they retreated immediately. Immediately, two people took out the extremely precious teleportation scrolls from the space and wanted to teleport away from here. But the next second, a strange suction force appeared and enveloped them. The teleportation light that had just lit up turned into energy and flowed into Lin Yu's troops. What? The two lords' faces changed drastically and looked at the place where the energy gathered. Among the pile of carnivorous plants that kept spitting acid, a carnivorous plant that was twice as big as ordinary troops opened its mouth and swallowed the energy in one gulp, and burped at the same time. The strange scene made them pale in an instant. However, just as they were about to turn around and continue to escape, the green vine with skyrocketing attributes had already followed. The giant body twisted wildly, accompanied by bursts of crazy and sharp laughter, instantly drowning all 10 lords. No! Ah! The screams came one after another, and then quickly fell silent. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Obtain 400 million magic power, 10 battlefield merits, and 1 9th level territory essence. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Obtain 500 million magic power, 10 battlefield merits, and 1 9th level territory essence. 10 reminders sounded in succession. Lin Yu immediately gained nearly 4 billion magic power and 100 merit points, which also made the whole valley suddenly quiet. Are they all dead? In the distance, Hu Meier's eyes were wide open and her mouth was wide open. Even Yi Ling and Fu Chengfeng beside him were deeply shocked by this result. One person killed 10 9th level lords head-on. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it was true. What kind of perverted teammates did they have this time? And just as they were shocked, the Ice Phoenix, which was besieged by the soldiers, also gradually weakened under several rounds of wild roars and Yi Ling explosive means, and it felt like it was about to collapse. The 3 of them were shocked when they saw this. They didn't pay attention to Lin Yu anymore and immediately launched a series of attacks. Finally, after another round of siege, the Ice Phoenix's body was broken and fell from the air with a shrill long howl. Cry. At this moment, the Red Flame Phoenix, who was fighting with Li Yu in the valley, seemed to feel the death of its partner. It cried out and broke through the encirclement, wanting to fly out and join the Ice Phoenix. Ha! Li Yu seized the opportunity. His feet exploded, and his bloody body soared into the sky. The long sword in his hand focused on the last bit of strength, and stabbed it hard from top to bottom into the back of the Red Flame Phoenix. Puff! Blood flowers exploded. The long sword went straight into the back of the Red Flame Phoenix, and passed through its chest. However, even so, it did not die immediately, but roared and shook Li Yu away with the sword. Then, relying on the last bit of strength, it staggered out of the valley, and slowly landed on the body of the Ice Phoenix. Yu Lingyin and the others were alert, and did not continue to attack, because if they attacked now, Li Yu's mission might fail. Lin Yu came from a distance, but saw the Red Flame Phoenix leaning down and rubbing the body of the Ice Phoenix with its head, and a humming sound came from its throat. Finally, a drop of red water, which was not sure whether it was lava or tears, fell from its eyes and dripped onto the Ice Phoenix, and its movements also stopped, and it laid down with the Ice Phoenix. The breath of ice and fire continued to blend, turning into 2 red and blue fluorescent lights that flew up and gradually dissipated in the air. Then, a crystal shining with a colorful halo appeared and floated above the original position of the corpse. Success. Everyone was silent, but there was not much joy. They were deeply touched by the scene just now. A trace of pity flashed in Hu Meier's eyes. Lin Yu sighed and said nothing. This world is full of killing. Either I kill you or you kill me. Who can tell the real good and evil? It's just a different standpoint. Thank you very much. Li Yu came with his seriously injured body, took a look at the rule fragment, and slowly put it away. Then he took a deep breath and thanked Lin Yu and others solemnly. Especially when he looked at Lin Yu. His expression was extremely serious, although he didn't have much energy to pay attention to the situation outside just now. He saw with his own eyes the process of Lin Yu killing the 10 lords. Such a terrifying strength is definitely what he has seen in his life. Heal your wounds first. Lin Yu waved his arm, and the Flower Spirit Core was summoned to his side to treat Li Yu and others. At this time, after experiencing a great battle, basically everyone's consumption was very huge, so they didn't stay in the valley for a long time. After a simple treatment of the wound, they rode on their mounts and rushed back to the war camp. On the way, Yu Lingyin hesitated for a moment and suddenly came to Lin Yu's side. Are you the person in the Tower of Luck? Although it was a question, there was 70% certainty in the words. Lin Yu was slightly stunned and looked at her in surprise. But he was not surprised, because from the moment he used the power of rules, he had already felt that his identity would be guessed. Of course, it was impossible to admit it. After all, his performance in the Tower of Luck had been noticed by many people. Once his identity was exposed, there might be trouble. So after being stunned, he asked in confusion, "What Tower of Luck? Did you recognize the wrong person?" Yu Lingyin opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. Looking at Lin Yu's puzzled expression, she couldn't help but hesitate. Did she really recognize the wrong person? Sorry. Maybe I saw it wrong, she whispered, stepped back to one side with some disappointment, and then silently watched Lin Yu's back. Lin Yu didn't say much, and put his mind on hurrying on the road again. That's it. As they moved forward, they soon returned to the war camp. Lin Yu finally got the 400 merits promised by Li Yu as he wished, and helped him exchange them for 40,000 face. Well, thank you all so much for helping me complete the mission successfully today. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I will not delay. On the open space of the war camp, Yu stood in front of Lin Yu and said. At this moment, he looked very excited. After completing the Path of the Saint, he could finally step into the level he had always dreamed of. Lin Yu was the same. He glanced at the faith orb in his personal space, and was eager to go home. After saying goodbye to a few people in a hurry, he did not stay for long and went directly to the original world station, and teleported back to the territory through the cross-world formation. Chapter 502, The Glory of the Saint. The Gathering of Wind and Cloud. At this moment, Lin Yu was filled with emotion. After so many changes and twists and turns, he finally gathered enough faith for the upgrade, and was about to take the most critical step. But he did not start the upgrade immediately, because before upgrading the territory, there are still many things to arrange in advance. After all, the 10th level is different from the past. The territory will undergo huge changes, and its nature will be completely different from before. It is necessary to make sufficient preparations. Otherwise it will only make things difficult and chaotic. So soon, Lin Yu rode the demon ancestral dragon to leave the territory, passed through the central urban area of Huansha City, and found Wei Gang, who was leading the team to patrol everywhere. Wei Gang, call all the managers and senior executives to come to the conference hall to see me. As soon as the voice fell, the demon ancestral dragon flew directly across the streets, and flew into the conference hall in the center of the city until it disappeared. Call everyone here? Wei Gang was shocked. This was the first time that the Lord had issued such an urgent order. How dare he neglect it? He immediately said to his subordinates, Go! Notify the manager and the chief clerk, as well as the heads of each area. And notify old Yu as well. Yes! The subordinates responded loudly, and immediately dispersed. The anxious look attracted the passing people to stop and look curious. Very soon, in less than half an hour, the senior officials of the entire Huansha city came from various districts, and hurried to the conference hall under the leadership of Shui Changgui and Wei Gang. Old Shui, what do you think the Lord suddenly summoned us for? Wei Gang couldn't help asking while walking on the road. Didn't the Lord ask you to summon everyone? Shouldn't I ask you this? Shui Changgui glanced at him. I don't know either. The Lord didn't tell me anything. He just asked me to summon everyone. Wei Gang had a bitter face. Anyway, let's go there first. Yu down and on the side whispered. Afterwards, they sped up, and soon arrived at the conference hall. As soon as they passed through the gate, they immediately saw Lin Yu sitting in the first seat checking the territory information. Meet the Lord. Greetings, Lord. Led by Shui Changgui and others. The senior officials saluted Lin Yu one after another. Those junior secretaries and regional leaders, who had no chance to see Lin Yu on weekdays, followed them nervously, not daring to breathe. You are here. Sit down. Lin Yu closed the interface, and waved to the people below. Thank you, Lord. Shui Changgui responded, gestured, and took the stewards to sit aside, and the secretaries and leaders all stood behind them. Wei Gang took his city defense officials to sit on the other side, and behind him stood a large number of leaders of various city defense detachments. Yu Daonan and Xiao Songyun, as guests, sat next to Shui Changgui and Wei Gang respectively. That's it. All the civil and military high-ranking officials of Huansha City were present. The entire conference hall was silent, and everyone was waiting for Lin Yu to speak. After a while, then Lin Yu looked at Shui Changgui. General Manager Shui, how long have you been with me? My lord. It has been 1 year and 6 months since the Lord came. Shui Changgui replied respectfully, his palms sweating. For some reason, he felt that the Lord was more majestic today, as if he had changed into a different person. 1 year and 6 months? Lin Yu muttered to himself, his eyes somewhat dazed. It has been exactly 1.5 years since he came to Huansha City. Time really flies. Which makes people sigh. The entire conference hall was silent for a while. And then Lin Yu continued, thank you for your hard work during this period. Thanks to you, Huansha City has been well managed. After speaking, he also glanced at the people below. It's not hard. It's what we should do. It's because of the Lord good teaching that we can do so well. That's right. We just did our part. A group of managers and commanders echoed. And the whole conference hall finally became lively. Okay. No need to flatter. Lin Yu waved his hand and suppressed the voices of the crowd. I called you here today because there is a very important matter to explain. And it is also a decision related to the changes in the entire Huangsha city. Huangsha city changes. Everyone was shocked. And they immediately gathered their minds, knowing that the highlight was coming. Then, Lin Yu's eyes fell on Shui Chonggui and Wei Gang again. You two are old men who have been with me since the beginning. I also believe in your abilities. But I still want to ask. If I let you manage the important affairs of a principality, are you sure you can do it? Managing the principality. Everyone's face changed. And Shui Chonggui and Wei Gang, who were sitting in the first place, suddenly thought of something and their breathing became rapid. They had been in Huangsha City for so long that they had become extremely shrewd and naturally understood the meaning of Lin Yu's words. Even the two 9th level cultivators on the side, Yu Daonan and Xiao Songyun, were shocked. Lord, do you mean that our Huangsha City is going to establish a principality? Wei Gang swallowed and asked. As soon as these words came out, those who hadn't figured it out finally reacted. And there was an uproar in the hall. Principality. The Huangsha City is actually going to establish a principality. Doesn't this mean that these old meritorious officials will be promoted and become important officials of the country in one fell swoop? Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became rapid, and their faces were full of uncontrollable excitement. And at the same time, they were a little bit unbelievable. Fortunately, Shui Chonggui, the chief steward, was relatively calm and quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, Lord, the difficulty of managing a principality is not comparable to that of a city. There are many things involved, and preparations must be made in advance. Oh, what do you think? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. As expected, he was worthy of being the chief steward appointed by him. He was experienced in dealing with people and remained calm even in the face of such a big thing. To establish a principality, the first thing we have to do is to expand the manpower. We alone cannot support a principality. The second is the coordination between cities, such as Shui Chonggui sat upright in a chair, talking freely, and his voice kept echoing in the hall. The long-term management of Huangsha City gave him a very deep insight into management, and also made others gradually come back to their senses and began to discuss the establishment of the principality. The entire conference hall was lively, and sometimes there were even sounds of quarrels. The managers argued over some detailed decisions. Their faces flushed, and they all wanted to contribute to the principality. Lin Yu sat in the first seat, listening to their arguments and discussions, nodding from time to time, secretly approving some good ideas. It was not until mid-afternoon that they finally drew up a preliminary plan. Okay, now that we have come to a conclusion, let's start preparing. Lin Yu slowly got up from his seat. Then, with a respectful farewell of everyone, he rode on the demon ancestor dragon and flew back to the territory. Shui Chonggui and Wei Gang also led their men to leave the conference hall in a hurry, and excitedly went to the city to make various preparations. The drastic scene immediately made the people in the territory smell a hint of something unusual, and they began to inquire about it. At this time, Lin Yu had already returned to the territory on the demon ancestor dragon. After explaining everything, he no longer had any worries, and took the faith orb he had just obtained today and came to the world tree. Do you want to use Faith Orbs Advanced X4? Use all? Lin Yu's slightly trembling voice echoed in the territory. Then, the light came on. All the Faith Orbs in his hand turned into streams of light and merged into the world tree. Congratulations. All the conditions for upgrading the territory have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade? Lin Yu took a deep breath and replied. He didn't know how much preparation and effort he had made for this moment, so he naturally couldn't waste any more time. And just as his voice fell, with a boom, a strong breath of life suddenly surged out with the world tree as the center, sweeping towards the periphery of the forest. The entire Huangsha city also shook violently, and the big trees suddenly rose and spread out. Then, a green light column fell from the sky and crashed into Huangsha city. There were faint hymns around, as if praising the birth of the saint, and the breath of life suddenly surged, breaking through the sky, and turned into a green ripple that spread rapidly towards the territories of the Great Wilderness Kingdom and the Flowing Fire Kingdom. In a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky was full of rosy clouds, completely covering the entire sky above the Yellow Sand City. The spectacular scene immediately shocked the lords of all the surrounding principalities to stop what they were doing and look towards the direction of the Yellow Sand City. What's going on? Why did such a terrifying breath suddenly emerge over there? Could it be a 10th level monster? No. I have seen this scene once before. Someone has been promoted to the 10th level. Fuck. 10th level? Someone here has been promoted to the 10th level again. It seems to be at the border between the Great Wilderness Kingdom and the Flowing Fire Kingdom. Let's go! Go and have a look. Once the news of the birth of the 10th level came out, the lords and the principalities could not sit still, especially those lords of the 8th and 9th levels. They simply left the territory and hurried towards the place where the strange phenomenon was. Is this direction Huangsha City? Some lords, who had dealings with Huangsha City or New Lin, you were extremely shocked, because they found that the location of the strange phenomenon was above Huangsha City, and there was only one 9th level lord in that direction. Lin Yu. Could it be that he was the one who was promoted to the 10th level? At this moment, they were all shocked. Without hesitation, he immediately asked his subordinates to prepare generous gifts and personally led the team to the direction of Huangsha City. Even the kings of the principalities were alarmed and directly tore open the space and disappeared on the spot, aiming directly at the direction of Huangsha City. Good boy. You have been promoted to the 10th level so quickly. In the palace of Xingyao Empire, Emperor Xingyao, who was discussing things with ministers, also felt the changes in Lin Yu's territory and disappeared on the spot in a flash. After a while, he and a group of kings passed through the space and appeared above Huangsha City. Even the kings of the principalities of other empires and kingdoms in the surrounding areas arrived one after another. They were shocked to see the Emperor Xingyao appear. Meet the Emperor Xingyao. The kings saluted one after another, not daring to neglect him. Haha. No need to be polite. Today is a happy day. There is no need to be so reserved. The Emperor Xingyao laughed heartily and seemed to be in a very good mood. Then, their eyes fell on the territory below. In a life breath that was so rich that it seemed to be substantial, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His aura continued to rise, causing the air around him to tremble violently, and even cracks appeared faintly. In a year and a half, he has risen from the 6th level to the 10th level. This speed is really unprecedented. Ji Xinghe couldn't help but admire. As soon as these words came out, all the kings were shocked, and the kings belonging to the Xingyao Empire regretted it so much that their intestines turned green, because they had heard that when Lin Yu came to the primitive continent, he was directly rejected by their subordinates. But now, Lin Yu has reached the same level as them, and he feels so bad. Damn it. When I go back this time, I must beat those guys up. A hot-tempered king cursed in a low voice. Other kings beside him smiled bitterly when they heard this. Then not long after, the lord of Moyuan City, the young man Wei Jun who was trained by Lin Yu, and the lord of Shuangye City Ming Qing'an, and even the surrounding lords under the jurisdiction of Huangsha City, also arrived one after another. When they saw Huangsha City shrouded in the vision and the majestic figures in the sky, they were all shocked. It's really that lord who is upgrading to the 10th level. Even the emperor and the king are here. It's only been a short time, and he has already reached the 10th level. What a fast speed. These lords who arrived kept exclaiming, staring closely at the center of the vision of heaven and earth and the vast and boundless world tree. However, because the emperor and the king were present, they dared not approach Huangsha City. And at this moment, Lin Yu in the territory opened his eyes. An extremely powerful aura exploded on his body, turning into a terrifying air wave that swept around. He felt as if he had been reborn, and even his perception was improved to an unimaginable level. Then, a series of prompts finally sounded. Congratulations. The territory has been successfully upgraded, and the current level is level 10. The upper limit of the arms has been increased. The upper limit of the buildings has been unlocked. The personal attributes have been unlocked, and the divine function has been unlocked. The level has reached the requirements, and the principality system has been unlocked. The territory has been officially renamed as the Principality, and this function can be used to establish a country and occupy territory. It has been detected that the current territory is Huangsha City, which will be defaulted to the capital of the Principality. and resources can be consumed to transfer the capital. Obtain the title Saint. Please go and check it yourself. The nature of the territory has changed, and various functions have changed. The origin space has been upgraded, and various functions have changed. Chapter 503 Personal Attribute Panel. A series of prompts flashed by, making Linyu dizzy. The unlocked things are nearly twice as many as when he upgraded to level 7. He is worthy of being called the 10th level of the Saint. And it seems that many things have changed because of the change in the nature of the territory. However, before he could check, the space in front of him was distorted, and a group of kings headed by Emperor Xingyao appeared in his territory. Emperor Linyu hurriedly stood up and saluted. No need to salute. Emperor Xingyao smiled, raised his arm, and an invisible force lifted Linyu up. I thought you would need at least a few months to reach level 10, but it was much faster than I expected. You are worthy of being the seat of my Xingyao Empire. Seat of the Xingyao Empire? The kings on the side looked strange, looked at Emperor Xingyao, and then looked at Linyu, as if they were guessing something. Only Jixinghe remained unmoved, even with an expression that he had seen through everything, and raised his head slightly. Are you stupid? The new king in front of him is not a simple person. Jixinghe looked proud and began to be glad that he had established a good relationship with Linyu early on. Since you have already reached the 10th level, I will assign the land I got before to your name. Don't let me manage it badly. Emperor Xingyao ignored their reactions, summoned the interface, and tapped his fingers to assign a piece of land to Linyu. Congratulations. The scope of the territory has increased. Please go to the Principality Management interface to check it yourself. A reminder sounded in Linyu's mind. The kings on the side were secretly shocked. The emperor actually gave Linyu the land he had obtained from other empires before. You know, that piece of land is very vast, almost covering half of the southern area of the Xingyao Empire, and bordering other kingdoms and principalities around the southern region. Although it is not as good as the territory of Xingyao Empire, the land is very fertile, and the population flow is also extremely huge. The only problem that needs to be paid attention to is the unrest caused by the land being divided. As long as it is properly suppressed, it will definitely be a golden land for trade and agricultural development. Thank you, Emperor. Linyu was also very happy to hear the reminder and hurriedly thanked him. Emperor Xingyao waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be polite. After thinking for a moment, he said, by the way, has the name of your principality been decided? National name? Linyu looked puzzled. The emperor means, has the name of your principality been decided? Jixinghe explained at the right time. Just like our principality, the name is Da Huang. Now that you are the master of a country, you naturally have to have your own national name. I see. Linyu suddenly realized. It seems that you haven't decided yet. In this case, I will help you think of one. Emperor Xingyao raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He thought for a moment and said, what do you think of the Holy Principality? The Holy Principality? The kings were shocked again, looking extremely surprised. Generally speaking, subordinate principalities cannot have the same name as the imperial kingdom, because it is a taboo, and no emperor likes his country name to collide with the principality. There is only one case where a country name has the same character. That is, the country established by the emperor's own descendants can be allowed to use it. Sure enough, Jixinghe narrowed his eyes and confirmed his guess a little more. If you say now that Emperor Xingyao has nothing to do with Linyu, he will never believe it. As for Linyu, he is not very clear about the ins and outs of this. Of course, he will not refuse the emperor's personal help in naming the country. And this country name also has the character U in his name, which he likes very much. Thank you, Emperor, for the name. He immediately thanked him. Okay, you just upgraded to level 10, and there are still many things to adapt to. We won't bother you here. Let's go. Emperor Xingyao didn't stay for long. He said something to the kings around him, and then he cut through the space and disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, the kings immediately came up to congratulate him, and tried to get acquainted with Linyu, planning to cooperate with the Principality of Xingyu in the future. Naturally, Linyu would not refuse this. After all, these old kings are much more experienced than him. And building good relations with the surrounding principalities will also be of great benefit to his future development. And he can't neglect it. This lasted until the afternoon. After the other kings left, only Jixinghe was left in the entire territory, and he was still discussing land planning with Linyu. The location of Huangsha City is a little southwest of the empire, and it is separated from your territory by cities such as Muyuan City and Shuanya City. If you don't mind, I will give you this piece of land in the middle, the half of the wasteland and the mountains, in exchange for the equivalent territory of your southern border. What do you think? Ji Xinghe unfolded the map of the Great Wilderness through the Principality Management interface, pointed to the location around Huansha City and said, "Okay." Lin Yu looked at the map and nodded silently. It was also the first time that he knew the surrounding geographical conditions in such detail. Originally, there was a piece of territory of another empire between the Great Wilderness Principality and the Shengyao Empire. Now that this piece of land has become Lin Yu's territory, it is definitely good news for Ji Xinghe. After all, no matter what, they are all under the jurisdiction of the Shengyao Empire, which is more convenient than negotiating with other empires. That's it. The two of them discussed for more than an hour, handed over the land, and talked about some experience in governing the country. Ji Xinghe finally said goodbye to Lin Yu and rushed back to the capital. Then not long after, the news of the establishment of the new principality was like a hurricane, instantly sweeping across the entire Shengyao Empire and other surrounding countries, causing the lords to exclaim again and again, "Fuck! Is it true? A new principality was established? Who is the new king? Why didn't I hear any news about him before?" It seems to be the lord of Huansha City, which was originally affiliated with the Great Wilderness Principality. Haha. Great. So there will be 11 principalities in our empire. Are there any brothers who want to develop in the new principality? Of course. I heard that the resources there are very rich. So I will move there directly after the founding of the country. The lords talked a lot, and messages kept pouring in like a tide, making all channels become hot. Some lords on the battlefield received the news and hurried back to the territory to inquire about the news of the new principality. Some were even ready to move at any time and planned to move in as soon as possible. Maybe they could even get the title of elder. For these, Lin Yu naturally didn't care. After sending away all the kings, he hurried to the World Tree to check various new functions. The first is the basic information of the territory after the upgrade. Name, World Tree, Territory, Category, Plants. Level 10. Durability, 100, 000/100, 000, plus 5,000. Number of recruits, 1, for 100/10, 000, plus 4,000. Upgrade requirements, 50 billion mana. Godhead fragments, for tenths, introduction, the cornerstone of the principality. With various functions. Principality management. Personal information. Chat channel. Ranking. Skills. Buildings. Faith. As expected, after reaching level 10, many things increase exponentially by 10 times. Not only is the durability much higher, but even the mana required for upgrading has reached a very amazing level. However, after level 10, the broken core of the territory will not affect the lord, so this durability is optional. What surprised Lin Yu the most was the number of arms, which actually soared from 1,000 to 10,000. With the blessing of 4 pieces of Godhead fragments, it has reached an exaggerated level of 14,000, and it is not a problem to build a large army of arms. And just like the prompt, there is an additional duchy management and personal information in the function interface below, and many functions have been integrated. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed a problem. A 10th level territory actually does not need the power of faith. Surprised, he quickly clicked on the faith interface below and found that the introduction above had indeed changed. Faith 11203, the product of the faith power of the people in the duchy, which can be used to condense rule fragments. It can actually condense rule fragments. Is this the real use of faith power? Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised. In this way, the rule fragments for upgrading his troops finally had a place to go. But what he didn't expect was that when he clicked on the operation interface and prepared to condense the fragments, he was prompted that 10,000 faiths were needed. Damn. So expensive. Lin Yu cursed. 10,000 faiths are definitely a huge sum of money for him. In the end, he hesitated for a while, and still couldn't make up his mind to use the faith that he had accumulated with great difficulty. Then, he looked down and looked at the 2 additional functions, duchy management and personal information. There is no need to say much about the management of the principality. I think it should be various territories, people, resources and buildings. I will study this slowly later. What he cares about most is the function of personal information. Without hesitation, He tapped his finger, and a familiar yet unfamiliar interface appeared in front of him. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, race, human. Level, 10th level, 4 out of 10, basic skills, double mutation. Rule power, can use the skills of existing arms, and increase the power of the number of divine fragments x 10%. Except for some special skills. Space shuttle, cross space. Teleport to a designated location. The distance must not exceed the range of the original space. Rule conversion, can absorb the rule power contained in the rule fragments to improve its own designated attributes. Divine power, all attributes plus 40%. Race talent, constitution plus 16%. Recovery speed plus 16%. Introduction, Lord attribute interface. Record the specific strength and skills of the Lord. Can be unlocked by the 10th level Lord. Lord attribute panel. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly widened, looking at the interface in front of him and his name on the interface in shock. After reaching the 10th level, the Lord actually unlocked his own attribute panel. It's outrageous. But soon, he reacted and quickly looked at the skill information below, and was immediately shocked by the skills. Chapter 504 Royal Transformation. Lin Yu was already familiar with the skills of mutation and rule power, so there was no need to say more. But this space shuttle and rule transformation really surprised him. It was possible to shuttle freely within the scope of the origin space. No wonder the lords after the 10th level could cross the space at will. Doesn't it mean that the larger the origin space, the farther the distance can be crossed? This is simply a magical skill for escaping. But what surprised Lin Yu the most was the rule transformation. Although he didn't know how much the specified attribute could be improved by absorbing rule fragments, the effect of this skill alone was enough to move him, because in this way, he could improve his own strength by collecting rule fragments, instead of only plundering the fragments of the divine body. After all, the 10th level Lord is not so easy to kill. If he can't beat him, can't he still shuttle through space to escape? Another point is that his initial attribute actually reached the full value of 50,000 points of the 10th level. With the blessing of 4 pieces of divine body fragments and racial talents, the attributes are far beyond those of the leader-level monsters he encountered before. The only thing that puzzled Lin Yu was that, apart from the blessing of the Godhead fragment and the racial talent, the other blessings seemed to have no effect. Could this be what the prompt said? The function has changed. Under doubt, he quickly opened the origin interface to check. Name, World Tree, Origin, Category, Plant System. Level, 10th level, 4 tenths, range, 400 kilometers. Talent effect, Constitution plus 16%. Recovery speed plus 16%. Ability, Soul Domain. Racial talent, Summoning Space. Storage, Shume Space. Each piece of Godhead fragment doubles the range. No longer affects racial talents. The power of origin cannot be increased. The initial 100 kilometers. Introduction, condensed by the soul. When it grows to a certain extent, it can evolve into a world, and needs the power of origin to irrigate. Note, click here to expand the talents of each system. Sure enough, the origin space has really changed. The range increase is related to the Godhead fragment, and is no longer affected by other factors, and no longer has a bonus effect on racial talents. Even the bonus effect of the holy object and his double range have disappeared. In other words, if you want to increase the range and distance of Space Shuttle, you can only collect fragments of the Godhead. However, 400 kilometers is already very exaggerated for Lin Yu now, so he didn't think it was a big deal. After thinking about it, he casually clicked on the racial talents of each system. Humanoid, when obtaining equipment props and external objects for enhancement, the effect is increased by 16%. Humanoid, for every 2% reduction in physique, all attributes are increased by 160 points. Beast, attack with tearing effect, ignoring 16% of the enemy's defense. Insect, recruitment consumption plus 16%. Recruitment limit plus 3,200. Undead, defense minus 8%. Recruitment limit plus 24%. Plant, physical fitness increased by 16%. Recovery speed increased by 16%. Machinery, magic resistance increased by 16%. Range increased by 16%. Element, attribute restraint effect increased by 16%. Angel, holy light magic has a penance effect, and the effect of the next holy light magic is increased by 12%. Demon, attack with a curse effect, reducing the enemy's all attributes by 12%. After the 10th level, The racial talents of each system have been greatly improved. Although there is no bonus from the origin space, this value is still very terrifying based on the 10th level attribute. You have to be careful when dealing with other lords in the future. After closing the interface, he continued to check the information of the Divine Fragment. Name, Divine Fragment. Level, 10th level, April 10th, Feature 1, all arms attributes are increased by 40%. Feature 2, the upper limit of the number of arms is increased by 40%. Feature 3, unlock the power of rules. And you can use the skills of existing arms. And the power is increased by 40%. Feature 4, the core of the territory can be recondensed after being destroyed. And the Lord is no longer affected. And the condensation time is reduced by 40%. Feature 5, unlock the power of space. And you can freely shuttle through space and fly. Feature 6, unlock the personal attribute panel. Introduction, the fragment containing divinity, after being integrated with the Lord, activates various abilities. The more fragments are fused, the stronger the ability is. It is a must for upgrading territories above the 10th level. It turns out that the personal attribute panel and the ability to shuttle through space are unlocked after the Divine Fragment is upgraded. After reading the attributes, Lin Yu suddenly realized. After studying these new changes, Lin Yu also came to a conclusion. Regardless of the origin space, personal strength, or military attributes, they are all closely related to the Divine Fragments, and even play a decisive role. No wonder those kings are so eager to get the Divine Fragments. He finally understands now. One more or one less Divine Fragment is really the difference between heaven and earth. Fortunately, he had collected 4 Divine Fragments before the upgrade, and he was ahead by a large margin. Okay, there is one last thing. Lin Yu took a deep breath, and his eyes finally fell on the military that was wandering in the territory, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. After so much preparation, he could finally upgrade his troops to level 10. With a thought, he summoned all 9 royal families. After a while, the royal families of different sizes gathered from all directions and gathered in front of him. Lingxi, you go first. Lin Yu looked around and finally his eyes fell on Lingxi. He only had 5 rule fragments now. As the first royal family he mutated, Lingxi was also the long-range output in his team, so he was naturally the first choice for upgrading. Without hesitation, he immediately took out an upgrade scroll from his personal space and used it directly on Lingxi. Would you like to consume 2.5 million magic power and 1 rule fragment to upgrade? Very elder Lingxi? Upgrade? As the voice fell, the upgrade scroll in Lin Yu's hand turned into a stream of light and merged into Lingxi's body. The next second, Lingxi's body began to change rapidly. The body, which was originally only a tiny size, gradually grew to a height of half a meter. The wreath crown on the head was dyed with a layer of gold. Even the grass skirt on the body turned into a luxurious emerald green dress, exuding a majestic and noble aura, just like the Queen of Flower Spirits. However, just when Lin Yu thought that the evolution was complete, a sudden change occurred. A dazzling green light suddenly burst out on Lingxi. The rule fragment used for upgrading actually slowly flew up and gradually condensed into a crystal emitting the breath of life. The familiar appearance and the flowing rule power suddenly made Lin Yu's eyes widen instantly. Fragments of the Godhead. A low cry came out uncontrollably. After his royal army was upgraded to the 10th level, it actually condensed fragments of the Godhead. Shock and disbelief surged into Lin Yu's heart, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. He had never heard that the army would condense fragments of the Godhead after reaching the 10th level. Although it was a little different from his 7-colored Godhead, the aura it exuded was exactly the same. Could it be that this is the real strength of the royal army? Seeing that the emerald green Godhead fragment condensed and merged with Lingxi, Lin Yu did not hesitate and quickly clicked on its properties to check. Name, Fairy Queen Lingxi, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Level 10. Skills, Nature Control Top Level, controls all long-range attack spells and causes damage equivalent to the spiritual attribute. Affinity Aura, increases the attributes of all arms by 10%. And the recovery speed of natural force by 10%. Thorn Entanglement, bursts the power of nature. Entangles all enemies within a 1-kilometer range, restricting their actions. Power of Domination, summons 10 tree demons with the same attributes as itself to assist in combat, and can freely control all plants within a 1-kilometer range. Majesty of the King, the majesty of the king is inviolable. making all enemies within a 1 kilometer range surrender. And when launching an attack, it will cause the same damage to the enemy itself, which lasts for 10 seconds. Rule conversion can improve attributes by absorbing rule fragments. Nature Messenger, natural spell power increased by 20%. Introduction: the Queen of the Fairy Clan, the Supreme Existence, has a strong control over nature. After reading Lynx's attributes, Lin Yu was silent, but his shaking hands showed his restlessness at the moment, especially when he saw the rule transformation talent below. He was even more excited. The appearance of this talent meant that his guess was correct. Lingxi really successfully condensed the fragments of the Godhead, and had the same growth potential as the Lord, although not as abnormal as the Lord Godhead. This skill alone was enough to make his royal army undergo a qualitative change, because other arms have attribute caps, while his royal family can continue to improve their attributes by absorbing rule fragments. Now Lin Yu finally understood why those 12th level demons in the monster plane were so powerful. It turned out that they had condensed the Godhead a long time ago. And what surprised him very much was that after the 10th level, Lingxi's experience bar was actually cancelled, and it was directly the full value of the attribute. I don't know if it is unique to the royal family or all arms. If it is all arms, it is definitely good news for him. After all, 10th level monsters are not easy to find. And how can tens of thousands of experience points be accumulated, even if he has the ancient tree of knowledge? Of course, it would be best if it was cancelled. Suddenly, Lin Yu let out a sigh and fixed his eyes, because he just found out that the symbiotic moss on Lingxi's body did not work, and the attribute bonus did not take effect. Lin Yu clicked on the interface to check it out. The symbiotic moss had indeed been upgraded to the 10th level with the territory, but it could not copy Lingxi's attributes, nor could it bless her attributes. Could it be that the equipment effect of the planet soldiers after the 10th level is useless? Our power has changed, and ordinary bless can no longer work. At this moment, a soft and pleasant voice sounded on the side, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. He was startled at first, and then turned back to look at Lingxi beside him with a look of astonishment. Lingxi, were you talking just now? Chapter 505 All-Round Advancement. It's me who's speaking. Master. Lingxi opened her mouth slightly, and a soft voice came out again. She slowly flew to Lin Yu, bowed slightly to him, and exuded an elegant and dignified aura. Finally, Lin Yu came back to his senses, and his expression was shocked. 10th level Ling, she could actually speak. This was something he had never expected. Although they could communicate freely through spiritual connection before, he was still very surprised and amazed when Lingxi really spoke. A lot of things will change at the 10th level. However, considering that the 72 demons could also speak, he was not surprised for long. Take a deep breath and ask, what do you mean by the transformation of power? It means that our power has been completely transformed into the power of rules. Except for the Godhead and innate abilities, other things basically have no effect on us. Lingxi answered seriously, her voice calm, just like what he felt from the spiritual connection before. She is calm and experienced, and she is worthy of being the leader of Lin Yu's army. This temperament alone is enough to help him command the army. When Lin Yu heard her answer, he suddenly realized, no wonder all those implanted arms were ineffective. It turned out that it was because the power system was not matched. But fortunately, although he lost the advantage of double attributes, the royal army successfully condensed his own godhood and could improve his strength like the Lord. As long as he has enough resources and the attributes are improved to a certain level, he is equivalent to having 10 more 10th level lords as helpers when fighting against the enemy. 11 against 1. Isn't it cool? And the most important thing is that since other bonuses have no effect, he and those 10th level lords are equivalent to returning to the same starting line, and no longer need to worry about being suppressed because of seniority. Because even the lowest level F level lord monster has nearly 120,000 attributes, with 5 pieces of godhood fragments. I am afraid that few lords can do it, not to mention the large amount of rule fragments that can improve strength. So their gap is mainly reflected in the principality's faith. The stronger the principality's national strength, and the better its development, the more faith it will gain. And it can also gather more rule fragments and stand out from all the 10th level lords. And he just has the title of Certificate of the Overlord, which can double the faith he gains, which is his advantage. Oh, right. Title. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered that the previous prompt seemed to mention that he had given a new title, and he quickly opened the territory interface to check it out. After a while, He saw a new option in the title bar in the corner. Title, Saint. Level, 10th level. Grade, Rare. Effect, 50% immune to attacks and skill effects below its own level, and can be effective at the same time as other titles. Introduction. The default title obtained when upgrading to the 10th level. A symbol of identity. Okay. It's optional. High-level lords have a strong suppressive effect on low-level lords. This title is just icing on the cake at most, and it looks more like a symbol of status. The only benefit is that it can take effect at the same time as other titles, and there is an extra attribute for nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Yu closed the interface and took the second scroll to the body of Qingting. Since the wisdom will be completely awakened after upgrading to the 10th level, he naturally cannot lose sight of one and simply upgrade from the order of appearance. And Qingting was the mutation he had when he faced the beast tide in the novice village, and it was also his second royal soldier. May I ask if you want to consume 2.5 million magic power and 1 rule fragment to upgrade? Bloody Banshee Qingting? Upgrade. With a response, the scroll in his hand turned into a stream of light and merged into Qingting's body. Immediately afterwards, the breath of life burst out, and Qingting's body began to transform rapidly. The most obvious change is its body. The intertwined roots and the huge blood-colored flower bud on top gradually evolved into a graceful human figure. A delicate face gradually appeared in the center of the flower bud. Although the eyes were closed, it exuded a twisted and weird beauty. Then, just like Lingxi, a piece of emerald green godhead condensed in front of her, slowly merged into her body, and soon completed the evolution. Meet the master. The main body of the green vine kept swimming and saluted Lin Yu in front of it, perhaps because she inherited the bloody banshee bloodline. Her voice was charming and a little hoarse, giving people a sense of extreme danger. A bit like the beautiful and dangerous snake beauty in the impression. Okay. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, and clicked on her attributes to check. Name, Blood Queen Qingting, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Level 10. Skills, Devour. Blood Mist. Forest of Fear. Bloody Frenzy. Bloody Kingdom, the Forest of Fear is permanently covered with blood mist, which forcibly reduces the physical fitness of enemies other than friendly forces by 5% per second. The effect of the blood mist skill is doubled when casting, and the effect is reduced for objects with higher physical fitness than itself. Rule conversion. Attributes can be improved by absorbing rule fragments. Gift of the Earth. Injury recovery speed is accelerated by 50%. Introduction. The Banshee King. A terrifying plant born for war. Blood can greatly stimulate its potential, making it more courageous in battle, and has a strong pressure on the enemy's spirit. Percentage damage skill. Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly when he saw Qingting's 10th level skill. 5% per second. That is, no matter who enters the coverage area of Qingting vines, they will die directly in 20 seconds. When casting the blood poison mist skill, it is directly shortened to 10 seconds. If there is no healing skill and you can't escape, it is almost a situation of waiting for death. Qingting is worthy of being called a battlefield killing machine, and it really didn't disappoint him. After reading the properties of Qingting, Lin Yu couldn't wait. He upgraded the Mushroom Demon King and Qing Gang one after another. Would you like to upgrade the Cataclysmic Poisonous Mushroom Demon King by consuming 2.5 million magic power and 1 rule fragment? Would you like to upgrade the Ancient Tree of Destruction Qing Gang by consuming 2.5 million magic power and 1 rule fragment? Upgrade. With a reply, the Mushroom Demon King and Qing Gang also completed their advancement in a rich breath of life and condensed the fragments of the godhead. Their attributes also changed dramatically. Name, the ancestor of 10,000 poisonous mushrooms, Mushroom Monster King, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Level, 10th level. Skills, Explosive Mushroom, pick off the mushroom and move forward, causing 80% of the spiritual attribute explosion damage to enemies within a range of 100 meters, and can control the timing of the explosion. Explosive Mastery, double the explosion range and double the explosion damage. Fission, use the power of nature to split the number of mushrooms into 2 times. Various, increase the variety of poisonous mushrooms, and can cause various poisoning effects to enemies within the explosion range. Ancestor of 10,000 poisons, the poisonous gas spread from the ancestor of mushrooms will change the environment within 1 kilometer around him, and various poisonous mushrooms will continue to grow. When the enemy touches it, it will cause a strong explosion and enjoy the blessing of other skills. Rule conversion, You can improve the attributes by absorbing rule fragments. Mushroom spores. After the mushroom explodes, a large number of small mushrooms will fission and attach to the enemy, causing a secondary explosion. Introduction. The ancestor of poisonous mushrooms can control the types of mushrooms growing on his body at will, with many changes and hard to defend against. Name: Ancient Tree, Venerable Qin Gang, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Level, 10th level. Skills: Hardening, Physique increased by 30%. Lasting 5 seconds. War Trampling, trampling the earth, causing damage equivalent to strength attribute to enemies within 50 meters. Lasting 10 seconds. Savage Roar, emits an angry roar, increasing all attributes of all friendly units within 10 kilometers by 30%, and movement speed by 30%. Lasting 30 seconds. Gravity Field, forms a gravity field within 50 meters around the body, restricting enemy actions and causing multiple damage. Lasting 10 seconds. War Barrier, emits natural power, builds a defensive wall in front of all melee-friendly units, resists damage equivalent to physical attribute. Lasting 10 seconds. Rule Conversion, attributes can be improved by absorbing rule fragments. Domination of the battlefield, all friendly melee units' physical fitness increased by 20%. Introduction. The Venerable among the ancient trees, charging into battle, tearing down the enemy's defenses, is the most solid shield on the battlefield. The skill range of melee soldiers is much smaller than that of ranged soldiers. But when it comes to Qin Gang, it is not weak at all, and is even ridiculously strong. Qin Gang's 10th level skills also inherit the advantages of defensive soldiers. All melee soldiers' group protection is definitely a magical skill to resist the impact on the battlefield. Needless to say, the Mushroom Demon King, after comprehending the new skills, the blasting ability has been improved to a higher level, and the blasting ability is terrifying. Hee. I've reached the 10th level. Look! I've reached the 10th level. The Mushroom Demon King, who had just completed the advancement, jumped in the territory with joy, just like an unintelligent child. And her voice is also very childish, and it really sounds like a little girl in her early teens, playful and active. Okay, be serious in front of the master. At this time, Qin Gang next to him also spoke up. That steady and experienced voice, with a hint of irresistible majesty, immediately made the Mushroom Demon King stop calling and look at him with some fear. It was like looking at a majestic elder brother. Little Mushroom Demon, come to your sister. Don't worry about Qin Gang. That wooden lump. Qin Tong on the side interrupted, with a hint of a sweet smile in his words. Qin Gang is right. Don't lose your manners in front of the master. At this time, Ling Shi spoke. What surprised Lin Yu was that, hearing Ling Shi's words, Qin Tong, Qin Gang and the Mushroom Demon King actually shut their mouths, as if they were very respectful to her. Chapter 506 Void Space. May I ask if you would like to upgrade the explosive shooter cannon? Upgrade? Lin Yu's voice echoed in the territory again. After using up the last rule fragment, the cannon was finally upgraded to level 10 by him, and successfully condensed the fragment of the godhead. And the properties of the cannon also changed dramatically. Name: Explosive Sniper King Cannon, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Level 10. Skills: Obsession, Pea Shooting, 100 Steps Through the Willow, Deadly Sniper, Space Compression, bullets can cross space and appear in front of the enemy instantly, with a shooting range of 1 kilometer. Rule Conversion, attributes can be improved by absorbing rule fragments. Precise Strike, any enemy within the range can be accurately locked and its weaknesses can be struck. Introduction. The King of Snipers, with extremely terrifying long-range strike capabilities. When the level reaches a certain level, the enemy's head can be taken from thousands of miles away. Because the cannon is a long-range soldier, it cannot enjoy the physical bonus of Qin Gang. But even so, with the blessing of 40% of the divine fragments, 16% of the racial talent, and 10% of the natural affinity of Lingxi, its physique still reached nearly 80,000, which is much higher than the spirit. In this way, Lin Yu doesn't have to worry about the cannon being backfired when using the fatal sniper. It must be said that this racial talent is really strong and very suitable for him. Greetings, Master. The advanced cannon is more than half a person tall. The huge pea head bowed slightly and saluted Lin Yu respectfully. Compared with Qin Gang's calmness, his voice is a little rougher, with a sense of openness and closing. No need to be polite. Lin Yu nodded silently, then glanced at all the royals. You have just advanced. So go get familiar with it first. As for swallowing Sky Shadowless and chasing Soul, I will upgrade you when there are enough resources. Yes. The royals responded and immediately dispersed, starting to chat with each other nonstop, or adapting to their new bodies and skills, making the entire territory lively, especially with the addition of the playful little guy Mushroom Monster King. You can hear an explosion from time to time, and I don't know where he is throwing mushrooms. And Lin Yu, who stayed in the original place, finally had some free time. After thinking for a while, he clicked on the Principality Management to check. Swish. The light lit up. A huge map projection interface appeared in front of him, which was the territory of the Holy Blessing Principality. So big? Lin Yu was surprised. He found that the land area of Xingyu Principality was nearly 50% larger than that of the neighboring Dahuang Principality, and the terrain was mainly a combination of plains and mountains and forests, with countless rivers passing through it, and tens of thousands of cities and villages of all sizes scattered in every corner. It was really a fertile land. Emperor Xingyao really gave him an unimaginable gift. Then, he looked at the southwest of the principality again, and soon found the sign of Huansha City, with a crown sign hanging on it as a symbol of the capital, and the surrounding Wuyuan City, Shuangya City, and all cities within a range of 300 kilometers have been assigned to Ji Xinghe. Next to the interface, there are various management functions, such as city information, principality resources, lord allocation, principality taxation, principality channel, and so on. Lin Yu took a look and casually clicked on the principality channel. May I ask if you want to activate the principality channel function? Does he still need to activate it? Lin Yu chose yes in surprise. Please set the speaking permission. The prompt fell, and a speaking permission setting interface popped up, which made him even more surprised, because he found that there was a price setting for sending messages. This is great. In the past, he spent magic energy to send messages, and now it is finally his turn to use this to collect money. After thinking about it, he set the price to 100 magic energy per message, and then chose to activate. The next second, all the lords in the Holy Blessing Principality received a prompt that the Principality channel was opened, and messages began to emerge one after another. Fuck. The Principality channel is open. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and it's finally open. Come and take a seat first. Hee. Hello, brothers and sisters. We are all from the same principality in the future. Are you going to explore the boundary battlefield together? Some people can chat privately, looking at the messages that kept floating in front of him and the magic energy that kept accumulating below. Lin Yu gradually smiled, but soon, his brows suddenly frowned, because he found that among the people who spoke, the highest was only level 7, and the number was much less than that of the Great Wilderness Principality, and only a few messages appeared every few seconds. Confused, he quickly opened the interface of the Duchy's lords. You don't know until you see it, and you'd be shocked. The number of 8th and 9th level lords in the Duchy is actually 0. There are only more than 300 7th level lords, less than half of the Great Wilderness Duchy. The rest are all 6th level lords, and the lords of many cities are empty. He didn't think that these cities had never had lords come. Obviously, those high-level lords who originally belonged to the Empire could not accept the demotion of their territories to the Principality, so they all moved their territories away, leaving only a part of the 6th and 7th level lords. Sure enough, there are not so many good things in the world. Lin Yu smiled bitterly, and he could understand their approach. Although this would cause him to lose a large number of high-level lords, there was still good news. That is, all the territories were vacated, and there were fewer troublemakers who relied on their seniority to make trouble. So the most important thing for him now is to quickly recruit a group of new lords to fill the vacancies in the territory, because he found that all the cities and towns in the principality would actually provide him with the power of faith. In just half a day, thousands of points of faith have been accumulated. You know, his principality has just been established, and many citizens have not yet returned. If he could get so many beliefs just like this, what would happen if he developed the principality? This also strengthened his determination to quickly recruit lords to help manage the territory. It happened that the joint recruitment would be held in a few days, and he would have to arrange for smart people to go there. Thinking of this, Lin Yu slid his fingers and continued to familiarize himself with the various functions. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that he finally understood everything about the principality and stood up to relax his tense body. Then, his mind moved, and the space around him suddenly became distorted. Then his figure flashed, and he teleported to the sky above Huansha City. Standing still in the sky. Is this space control? Lin Yu was surprised to feel the new ability he had realized after reaching the 10th level. He felt that the space around him was like an arm driving, and he could control it at will, as long as he wanted. He could even go to a place hundreds of kilometers away in an instant. It only took a dozen round trips to cross the entire Holy Blessing Principality, which was not the same as the 9th level. Hurry up. Hurry up. Move all these things over. If you delay the coronation ceremony of His Majesty the King, you will all lose your heads. Suddenly, a hurried shout from below interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. In an empty urban area not far from his territory, a huge palace was being urgently built. Almost all the architects in the city gathered and built the palace in a hurry. Even the practitioners came to help. It looked like a scene of great enthusiasm. It took only half a day, and a prototype had been built. I'm afraid it will be completed in a few days. You, go and urge the goldsmiths to hurry up and build the throne. Xue Changgui was in the crowd. His face was flushed and radiant, and he felt that he had become a lot younger. Although it was already night, the lights inside and outside Huansha City were still bright, and busy figures could be seen everywhere, which was much more lively than before. Although Lin Yu didn't like trouble, he didn't affect them. He just observed silently in the air for a while, and then flashed back to the territory again. After working for so long, it was time to get down to business. As for the 10th royal family, he had considered what type of mutation to make long before he upgraded to the 10th level. But at this time, he was a little unsure, because his current royal family soldiers are basically saturated with close combat, long range, group attack, group battle, and single body. It seems that there is nothing missing. Moreover, he can't control what kind of royal family will mutate. At most, he can only decide the initial skills and general direction. Forget it. Let it go. In the end, Lin Yu still left it to fate. Skillfully clicked on the recruitment interface and recruited a 7th level 4-leaf clover as a mutant embryo. The reason for using the 7th level is that there are more types of soldiers at this level, and the skills of the 4-leaf clover are the most simple and practical. Because after upgrading to the 10th level, the attribute bonus effect of the 4-leaf clover will reach 40%. Although it is only a single attribute, it is still very terrifying for the 10th level troops. It takes 2,500 magic points to mutate the 7th level troops. Do you want to continue? Yes. Please choose to keep the attributes and skills. Random attributes. Keep the spiritual protection. The spiritual attribute is the attribute that directly affects the power of the skill, so it is naturally Lin Yu's best choice. If the Sunflower royal family can be mutated, it will be a powerful auxiliary troop. As he responded, the 4-leaf clover in front of him began to change rapidly. It was not until it mutated more than 2,000 times that a prompt finally sounded in his mind. The mutation was successful, triggering the hidden effect, and the troops awakened the royal bloodline. Success? Lin Yu, who was already drowsy, suddenly became alert and woke up instantly. Then he saw a lantern grass with a strong breath of life floating quietly in the air. Name, lantern grass, royal family, race, plant. Level 7, 0/2500, skills, spiritual protection, spiritual attribute increased by 40%, radiance, emitting life radiance, causing damage equivalent to the spiritual attribute to enemies within a 140-meter range, and converting the damage caused into healing for all friendly parties within the range. Purification, purifies all abnormal states within a 140-meter range around the body, and invalidates the abnormal states for 10 seconds. Void space, blocks the space within a 140-meter range, making it impossible for enemies to use displacement abilities for 10 seconds. After the effect ends, the space collapses, causing damage equivalent to the spiritual attribute to enemies within the range. Introduction: the royal family of lantern grass, with more powerful auxiliary offensive means than ordinary lantern grass. Chapter 507: Chaos Secret Treasure Mutation. It turned out to be the lantern grass royal family. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, Lin Yu was surprised. He did not expect that the 10th royal family would be this type of soldiers. But after reading the skill introduction, he could not help but feel happy. Group full health, group purification, space blockade, 3 large range skills, 2 of which also have attack effects. You know, this is only a 7th level skill. After upgrading to the 10th level, the range will definitely be greatly improved. Much stronger than ordinary lantern grass. The most important thing is the last void space skill. The seal displacement is 10 seconds, which means that the space shuttle ability cannot be used, which is equivalent to giving him an additional means to fight against the 10th level lord. This is the real strength of the royal family, because the royal family can have skills that ordinary soldiers do not have and are beyond the cognition of other lords. Those lords would never think that plant-based soldiers can actually have such means, let alone prevent them in advance. Okay, since your skills are related to space, I call you Kongming from now on, Lin Yu exclaimed, and took the opportunity to give the new royal family a name. Then he took it to the hero transformation pool to transform it into a hero soldier, unlocking a new exclusive talent. Thousands of lights. When a skill is activated, other lantern grasses within the skill range will also activate the same skill, with the effect reduced by 50%. Just like its name. Thousands of lights. Lin Yu can already imagine that the lantern grass army is dispatched, and the scene of Kongming lanterns blooming all over the sky is spectacular. Even if the effect is reduced by 50%, this exclusive talent is still very terrifying, especially now that there are more positions for soldiers. He can recruit more lantern grasses to spread throughout the team without any problem. The only pity is that he doesn't have so many rule fragments to upgrade the soldiers, so he can only wait until everything is on track. Think about it. Lin Yu went straight to the soldier's tower, opened the operation interface, and upgraded the soldier's tower to level 10 with the resources he had prepared long ago. Building name, Arms Tower. Building level, level 10. Building introduction, can research the advanced form of existing arms to make them recruitable, which requires mana, and the level of the arms cannot exceed the building level. Research speed, 40 days. Research quantity, 0/5. The function of the 10th level arms tower has been greatly improved, but the time required for research is also outrageous. It would be better to find a 10th level arms token to unlock it directly, which is faster. However, despite thinking about it, Lin Yu still honestly opened the research interface and selected the proliferation grass to study. Researching 10th level arms requires 25 million mana and rule fragments x1. Insufficient resources make it impossible to study. Even researching arms requires rule fragments? Lin Yu was instantly embarrassed and had the urge to curse. Everyone knows that he is short of rule fragments now, and is thinking of various ways to cheat him of resources. Right? Now he finally understands why Jixing has said that rule fragments are the main resources after the 10th level. He really wants everything. It seems that it is not possible to recruit new lords into the principality quickly. Otherwise, with the current increase in faith, it is unknown when the gap in rule fragments can be filled. As for killing lord monsters, he dare not hope for the time being. At least he has to wait until his or the royal family's attributes exceed 100,000. And his current attribute closest to 100,000 is Qinggong's physique, which has reached 93,000, and is also his highest defense type. But compared with F-level lord monsters, it is still a long way behind. Even his 4 pieces of divine fragments plus 10 royal families can't do anything. And the situation of other 10th level lords of the same level can be imagined. And it is probably not much better. Therefore, the development of the principality is particularly important. This is also the reason why the principalities have always emphasized national strength. In desperation, Lin Yu had to temporarily give up the proliferation of troops and use the fraud willow that follows the territory to upgrade the level for mutation. Soon, he came to the world tree and spent 2.5 million magic energy to recruit a 10th level willow. Name, Fraudulent Willow, Rare, Race, Plant. Level, Level 10, upgraded with territory, compared with the royal family. The level 10 skills of rare soldiers are relatively weak. Lin Yu didn't think much and tried to let the willow copy Ling Xi's attributes. As expected, like the symbiotic moss, it was prompted that the power level did not match and could not be copied. It seems that the cohesion of the godhead has made the royal family transcend the scope of ordinary soldiers. Just like the difference between the lord monster and the ordinary monster. No way. Lin Yu can only mutate the willow, without retaining any attributes and skills. Then, with a flash of light, it finally successfully mutated into a level 10 ordinary soldier. Name, Sunflower, Common, Race, Plant. Level, 10th level, increases with territory, skills, Trick. Photosynthesis, restores energy. Sun Focus, range attack. Sun in the sky, small sun. Skill effects doubled during duration. Sunfire, small sun's existence time extended to 1 minute. And the sun will burn the enemy, causing its energy to continue to drain. Introduction. A plant that is very friendly to sunlight. Under the sun's irradiation, it can burst out with extremely strong combat and auxiliary capabilities. The average attribute of the 10th level ordinary soldiers is 40,000, which is lower than that of the royal family and rare ones. But it is better in quantity. Once the number increases, it is still very terrifying. And even the human wave tactics can be used to pile up monsters with higher attributes. So Lin Yu did not waste any more time and began to recruit the fraud demon Willow for mutation according to this method. As the rays of light lit up, the 10th level soldiers in front of him gradually increased. Then he found that the 10th level skills of these soldiers were basically weakened versions of the royal family soldiers, all of which changed from group effects to single or small range skills. For example, Qin Gang's War Barrier. For ordinary soldiers, it became a shield for themselves, instead of being as perverted as Qin Gang, directly casting it on all melee. In comparison, the skills of the royal family are really ridiculously strong. No wonder those emperors couldn't beat the 72 demons. I'm afraid part of the reason is because of this. This went on until late at night. Lin Yu finally looked through the new skills of all the soldiers and mutated 3,000 10th order soldiers. Looking at the magic power again, he spent 20 billion, and only 3 billion was left. These 10th order soldiers really cost a lot of money. Fortunately, he had saved enough money in Huangsha City before. Otherwise, he would probably become the poorest principality king on the continent. I hope the tax and principality channels can recover some blood. Lin Yu thought helplessly, and clicked on his personal space to check if there was anything missing. Soon, he found the complete godhood he had obtained in the elf forest in the corner, and took it out immediately. Name, Godhood, Plant System, Level, 11th level. Introduction, Insufficient level. Cannot be used. Sure enough, it still can't be used. Long ago, Lin Yu had heard that if an 11th order demigod wanted to be promoted to the 12th order god level, he needed to collect 10 complete godhoods. So even if he could use this godhood, he would not use it directly, because when he reaches the 11th level in the future, he will condense a complete plant-based godhood, which will collide with this one. So it is best to keep it and exchange it with other 11th level lords for other godhoods in the future, which is the most correct choice. Your Majesty, I have something to ask for. Suddenly, a voice sounded outside the territory, interrupting his thoughts. It seemed to be Su Zhong who was responsible for personnel transfer. What is it? Lin Yu put the godhood into the origin space and looked outside. At this time, the surroundings of the territory were covered by the vines of the green vine and the bloody poisonous fog, but the voice could still be clearly transmitted to the outside. Your Majesty, there are 3 lords outside who say they are your friends and want to see you. My friends? Lin Yu subconsciously glanced at the private chat interface and found that there were indeed a few more messages on it, which were sent by Yanwu and the other 3. I didn't expect them to come together. Well, I understand. You can leave first. Yes. Su Zhong responded respectfully and left with several men around him. Lin Yu flashed and rushed to Huangsha City. But he didn't notice that the complete godhead he had just put into the origin space was attracted by the chaos secret treasure above the origin tree and slowly merged with it. Following, an extremely rich breath of life emerged, with the origin tree as the center, and continued to spread out to the surroundings. The rules in the entire origin space also began to change silently. On the other side, Lin Yu, who crossed the space, soon came to the reception hall of Huangsha City and saw Yanwu Yin Tiange and Bai Haitang waiting there. Why are you here? He said in surprise. The 3 of them were startled and immediately turned around, looking at him with surprise. Lin Yu, it's you? We finally see you. No, we should call you His Majesty now. Seeing Lin Yu appear, Yanwu and the other 2 were surprised and excited, and at the same time seemed a little reserved. After all, their status is now very different from Lin Yu. Okay. You don't have to use this trick with me. Lin Yu smiled slightly and waved at them. Let me talk about you first. Why did you suddenly come to me? He remembered very clearly that Yanwu and his territory were at least separated from here by a principality, and it would take a lot of time to rush over. What else? Of course I come to you, Yanwu said immediately. How about it? Are you interested in accepting the 3 of us? Yin Tiange said immediately. Bai Haitang didn't say anything, but her expression clearly showed that her thoughts were the same as the two. To me? Of course you are welcome. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He was just worrying about the lack of lords above level 8 in the principality. But he didn't expect someone to come to his door so soon. And they were some of his most trusted friends. Which was naturally the best. Chapter 508, Flower of Taotai. After a casual chat to understand the situation, Lin Yu sent someone to take Yin Wu and the others to rest. Because it was night, they could only wait until tomorrow to allocate them territory. As for Lin Yu, he returned to the territory again and prepared to rest in the tree house. But at this moment, he felt something in his heart, and his thoughts appeared in the origin space. Then, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The entire origin space was empty, with only the world tree and the floating light spots in the void. The complete godhead he had collected before, and the chaos secret treasure that originally floated above the world tree, all disappeared strangely. And the origin ancient tree exuded a breath of chaos and life, which continued to spread out in all directions. Fuck. Could it be that the world tree ate them all? Lin Yu's face darkened, and he almost couldn't breathe smoothly. That was the complete godhead, and the treasure he had finally obtained by climbing to the 12th floor of the Fortune Tower. The two things just disappeared? Even though Lin Yu had a strong psychological quality, he had the urge to curse and tried hard to search in the origin space. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any trace of the two things. On the contrary, he found something wrong. The regular aura in the origin space seemed to become more perfect than before. Even those light spots that looked like galaxies became extremely clear. As if following some kind of law, they slowly rotated around the world tree. This was not what Lin Yu cared about the most. What surprised him the most was that there was a different breath of life in those galaxies. Although it was very weak, the number was very large. Lin Yu subconsciously wanted to get closer to see it clearly. But the picture in front of him suddenly blurred and appeared directly above a primitive planet covered by seawater. This is... Looking at the picture in front of him, Lin Yu was completely stunned. He didn't expect that there was actually a planet in the light spot that looked like a galaxy. He thought it was just a simple image. What shocked him even more was, on this planet that looks like it was from ancient times, life has actually begun to emerge. Although it is only the most primitive microorganism, it is truly multiplying and changing. Is this really the world in his origin space? He remembered that there should not be these things before. Could it be because of the relationship between the Godhead and the Chaos secret treasure? If this is true, it would be incredible. His origin space actually gave birth to its own rules and began to evolve towards a universe. Lin Yu suddenly felt that his brain was not enough, because this development has far exceeded his cognitive scope. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. With a nervous mood, he withdrew from the observation of the galaxy, but suddenly noticed that a green fruit had grown on the world tree. That's right. It's the fruit. Isn't the world tree the soul of the Lord? How can it bear fruit? Lin Yu felt that his cognition was broken again, just like a bumpkin from the countryside. But he is numb now, and he is too lazy to think too much. So he immediately came to the side of the fruit. Then, an information interface appeared in front of him. Name, Fruit of Faith. Effect, after use, you can directly obtain 10,000 points of faith. Introduction. It is transformed by the faith of all things in the universe, and bears fruit on the world tree, which is mature. Fruit of Faith. 10,000 points of faith. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly widened. The lives in those galaxies can actually generate faith and turn into fruits on the world tree. Doesn't that mean, when more and more lives are born in these galaxies and their intelligence becomes higher, more fruits will be produced on the world tree? The faith of all things in the universe. Just thinking about it makes Lin Yu very excited. The gloomy mood of losing two treasures suddenly turned sunny. After all, he can't use those two things now. To put it bluntly, they are just things that eat dust. It is not a loss at all to be able to exchange for this change in the origin space. It is even the most practical for him at this stage, because as long as there is this origin space, he can continuously obtain the fruit of faith, harvest a lot of faith power, and can also use it to cultivate the lords below to improve the national strength. Wouldn't it be easy to surpass the same level by then? This is definitely the best news he has received besides the transformation of the royal family. And he feels that the changes in the origin space are far from as simple as he imagined. And there must be secrets hidden that he doesn't know. It seems that I have to study it carefully in the future. Think about it. Lin Yu slowly stretched out his hand. carefully picked the faith fruit in front of him, and then exited the origin space and used the fruit directly. Looking at the resource interface, the faith really became more than 20,000 points. Now that there are more sources of faith, he naturally didn't save it anymore, and directly condensed 20,000 faiths into 2 rule fragments. Then he took one of them in his hand and chose to use it. Please use the rule fragment? Use. As the voice fell, the rule fragment emitting colorful halo turned into a stream of light and merged into his body. Congratulations. You have obtained 4 basic attributes. Please go to the personal interface to allocate them yourself. 1 rule fragment plus 4 attributes? Lin Yu was slightly surprised. It seems that the system wants to give the Lord a choice. Whether to take the moderate route of all attributes plus 1, or to take the extreme route of strengthening 1 attribute. You can choose after absorbing the rule fragment. Don't say it. It's quite humane. For example, those who take the defensive route can strengthen all attributes to the physical fitness. Those who take the long-range attack route can strengthen the mental attributes and improve the skill power and mental resistance. In short, everyone has their own choice. Lin Yu opened the personal interface, thought about it, and added the attributes to strength, physique and spirit in a ratio of 1 to 1 to 2. Because his current fighting method mainly relies on various royal skills, the spirit that affects the power of skills is the most important. As for agility, he has the ability to shuttle through space, so he doesn't need to improve it for the time being. And at the moment when he confirmed the enhanced attributes, a magical power quickly flowed through his body, and he felt that his strength was enhanced a little. Although it was not much, it was also an improvement. He still understood the principle of accumulating sand to make a tower. Just at this time, a private chat message popped up. Just now, he sent a message to Ji Xinghe on the way back to ask about the equipment type, and finally got a reply. For equipment type after the 10th level, only rare ones can be used. Ordinary ones can be equipped, but the bonus effect is invalid. Ji Xinghe's answer was only a few short sentences, but it immediately solved Lin Yu's doubts. Only rare ones can be used. Then, except for the violet staff and sword bamboo, all other equipment and soldiers are useless. It seems that the trick of changing symbiotic moss can only be used below the 10th level. Although he was a little disappointed, he had been prepared for it, so it was not affected much. He replied with a thank you and flashed back to the treehouse. The next morning, not long after the sky was bright, Lin Yu took Yin Wu and the other 2 through space to the sky above several of the most prosperous cities in the principality. These cities are basically those top 8th level lords who moved away. Do you think they are suitable? Lin Yu stood in the air and asked the 3 people around him. Of course it is suitable. This is much larger than our original territory. Indeed, my territory is only more than half of this one at most. The 8th level territory is just right for us. We can't control those 9th level ones with our strength. Yin Wu and the others were not greedy, and immediately chose the territory arranged by Lin Yu for them. Well, these 3 cities will be handed over to you in the future. I will ask someone to open a route for you when the time comes, so that the development will be faster. Lin Yu used his perception to scan the 3 selected cities, and did not find the breadth of the 9th level, so he handed the city to them with confidence. After another farewell, the 3 of them hurried to settle down in their respective cities. And in Lin Yu's principality interface, 3 more 8th level lords followed. It's really miserable. Lin Yu looked at the interface in front of him helplessly. There were so many 8th level and 9th level lords, but none of them was willing to stay and serve him. Sure enough, the newly promoted kings were not popular. The lords were more willing to serve other powerful kings. Since no one is willing to stay, I will train myself. Lin Yu thought silently. He now has the powerful help of the faith space. With 1 faith fruit, he can create an 8th level lord. Is he still afraid that he doesn't have a high level lord under his command? And now that the battlefield of all realms has been cancelled, he no longer has to worry about dying in the battlefield because of upgrading too quickly. After thinking about it, he took a look at the origin space. After a night, another small fruit was produced on the world tree, and it seemed that it would mature soon. It just so happened that he still had a piece of rule fragment left over from yesterday. Without stopping, he disappeared from the spot in a flash, and soon rushed back to the territory and called Tunshin, who was wandering outside the territory. May I ask if you want to upgrade? Soul Devouring Flower Tunshin? Upgrade? Swish. The light came on, and Tunshin's body began to change rapidly. First, The bud became larger and the rhizome became thicker. Then the fangs in his mouth became sharper. And then, like the previous few royal families, he gradually condensed a piece of his own divine fragment and integrated it into his body. Name: Gluttonous Flower Swallowing the Sky, Royal Family. Chapter 509, First Battle of Level 10. 10th level Tunshin has mastered a super large-scale group attack skill. And it is not an ordinary group attack skill, but can also obtain all the abilities of the Swallowed. That's right. Although it is only 10 seconds. The operability is too great. It is completely possible to treat the enemy with the same method and catch the opponent off guard. It just makes up for the defect of Tunshin's insufficient attack means. Thank you, Master. After adapting to the new body, Tunshin immediately lowered the huge flower bud and saluted Lin Yu in a muffled voice. Well, go. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, and let him go outside to get familiar with other royal families. Then, he clicked on the territory interface and planned to see the development of the principality that day. There is danger approaching here. Unexpectedly, at this time, an old voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting his action. Lin Yu was slightly stunned and couldn't help looking at the source of the voice. He found that the forest sage sitting under the world tree suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the depths of the Gobi Desert. It was not until then that he realized that the forest sage had also opened his spiritual wisdom, like other royal families. Because the forest sage himself had no level and attributes, he subconsciously thought that other things would not change. Unexpectedly, after he was promoted to the 10th level, the forest sage also possessed the characteristics of the 10th level. Surprised, he immediately asked, Sage, what do you mean by saying that there is danger approaching? There is a strong rule fluctuation over there. The forest sage's voice was calm, and he looked at the Gobi Desert intently, as if to respond to his words. There was a sudden click in the depths of the Gobi Desert, and a huge space crack opened. 5 huge monsters passed through the crack and appeared on the Gobi Desert, exuding extremely terrifying power. The 10th level leader, Lin Yu, was shocked and immediately felt the sudden powerful aura. At the same time, he was surprised. I didn't expect that the forest sage could predict the appearance of space cracks in advance. He really has a deep understanding of the power of rules. Without hesitation, he immediately disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in the depths of the Gobi Desert and saw the 5 10th level monsters at a glance, including dragons, snakes, griffins, and 2 exaggeratedly large centipedes and sandworms. As soon as they appeared, they went straight to the direction of Huansha City, obviously sensing the breath of life there. However, what made Lin Yu relieved was that these 10th level leaders were only E level at most, and the general attributes were around 60,000 or 70,000, and his royal attributes have basically reached 70,000, which is just right for practicing and trying new skills. Lingxi, leave it to you. As the voice fell, the 6 10th level royals except the forest sage were all summoned to his side. The divine nature of the royal soldiers is different from that of the lords, and the distance of shuttle space is limited, so it is still the fastest to use the summoning method. Moreover, after reaching the 10th level, the world tree in his origin space has completely merged with the core of the territory. No matter where he goes, he can summon it. No need to worry about accidentally disconnecting from the territory. At the moment when Lin Yu and the 6 royal families appeared, the 5 10th level leader monsters also discovered them and rushed towards them with a roar. Leave that dragon to me. Qin Gang still rushed forward as before, and went straight to the Black Earth Dragon in the middle. In that case, I want that griffin. Qin Tung voice sounded immediately. Be careful not to have any accidents. In that case, let's see who is faster. Hee hee. Then I won't be polite with my brothers and sisters. In a blink of an eye, the royal families assigned their opponents, except for Ling Shi, who stayed behind to provide remote support at any time. The other 5 went to meet their opponents. Bang! With a muffled sound, Qin Gang, who rushed to the front, collided fiercely with the Black Earth Dragon. The powerful force directly knocked the huge body of the Black Dragon away and suddenly hit the rock wall dozens of meters away. Without waiting for it to react, Qin Gang directly opened the war barrier, condensed a translucent protective wall in front of him, and rushed straight towards it. So this skill can also be used for attack? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. At this moment, the vines of the green vine soared into the sky, tied up the flaming griffin in the sky, and dragged it into the vine forest full of blood and poisonous fog. Then the vines emerged crazily, entangled it like an octopus. Even though its fire attribute has a restraining effect on plants, it was still dragged by the vines that kept emerging, and struggled crazily in the forest. I'm afraid it will die in less than 20 seconds. On the other side, the playful mushroom demon king jumped around the centipede and threw mushrooms crazily, and the sound of explosions was endless. After she entered the battle, visible poison gas began to emerge from her body and spread out in all directions. Then mushrooms began to grow rapidly, exploding, causing confusion, coma, and paralysis. There were all kinds of poisonous mushrooms, colorful at first glance, densely packed together, making people's scalps numb. The centipede just wanted to rush towards the mushroom demon king, but it hit the mushrooms on the ground, causing a series of violent explosions, and was blown away directly. Then it fell into another pile of mushrooms, and there was another series of explosions, and it was blown away again. Looking at the scene that was like fireworks, Lin Yu was silent and couldn't help but mourn for the centipede. Today it was afraid that it would not be able to walk out of the mushroom group of the mushroom demon king alive. Bang! At this moment, the cannon finally took action. In a burst of sparks, a stream of flame shot out and disappeared in front of him. The next second, the sandworm that had just rushed out of the ground hundreds of meters away was directly hit, and a large ball of blood mist exploded on its body, screaming and shrinking back into the ground again. It was the new skill of the cannon, space compression. The speed was so fast that the enemy had no chance to react. But immediately, Lin Yu found something wrong, because there was no dragon flame attached to the P bullet just now, and it did not trigger the secret treasure effect of destroying dragon flame. Sure enough, the secret treasure of the army was invalid like the territory sacred object. Although he had expected it long ago, he was still very surprised when it was confirmed. In this case, if the 10th level wants to give the army an additional blessing, it must start with the thing called National Treasure. When he killed the Thunder Wolf King before, he obtained a National Treasure with Thunder attributes, which can enhance the additional effect and the resource regeneration speed of the principality. It seems that it should be the only treasure that can be used after the 10th level. Just thinking. Suddenly, a violent rule fluctuation came from not far away. Tunshin, who was fighting with the Golden Horn Python, directly activated the 10th level skill, and his body rose rapidly, turning into a 1,000-foot giant mouth. The Golden Horn Python was swallowed up in one gulp before it could dodge. It struggled desperately in the mouth, but its breath became weaker and weaker, and finally, it was completely silent in a roar of unwillingness. Killed a 10th level leader monster and gained 10 million magic energy. Gone so quickly? Lin Yu was shocked. He had never expected that the 10th level skill of Tian Tun would be so powerful that it could kill even the 10th level leader in seconds. Although it was only the lowest F level, it was too powerful. Not long after the death of the Golden Horn Python, the other 4 leader monsters also died one after another, falling under the attacks of various royal families. Then Lin Yu was surprised to find that one of them actually exploded a rule fragment, and immediately rushed over to pick it up. As far as he knew, the probability of F-level leader monsters appearing rule fragments was very low because of their weak power. I didn't expect that I was so lucky and got another piece for free, which was equivalent to 10,000 points of faith. It was really a pleasant surprise. Swish. At this moment, the space in the distance twisted, and several figures appeared in the sky. It was the kings of several other principalities nearby, including Jixinghe. They were obviously here for the 10th level monster. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked. Jixinghe looked at the 5 corpses below and Lin Yu next to the corpses, his eyes full of surprise. From the appearance of the 10th level monster to his arrival here, it was only less than a few minutes, and the battle was over? Not to mention him. The other kings were also extremely shocked. He was able to kill 5 10th level leaders in such a short time. Is this really something a 10th level lord who has just advanced can do? You know, generally, a 10th level lord who has just advanced only has 1 fragment of the godhead, and the attributes are only more than 50,000. It is not easy to kill a leader monster with an average attribute of 60,000 in a short time, let alone 5 of them. It seems that this new king is not simple. Immediately, several people slowly descended to the bottom. Brother Lin is really good at dealing with so many level 10 monsters by himself. I didn't expect you to deal with them so quickly. We are still a step late. The words of several people contained admiration and a little helplessness. There were not many level 10 monsters to begin with. It was not easy to encounter one. But someone got there first. Naturally, they felt very regretful. It turned out to be you brothers. We meet again so soon. Lin Yu recalled all the troops, stood up and looked at the newcomers. He was not surprised, because he knew very well that the scarcity of level 10 leader monsters would definitely attract nearby level 10 strongmen in a short time. That's why he rushed here to solve the battle in such a hurry. Fortunately, the combat power of his royal troops was not bad. Otherwise he might have to divide a few monsters. And it would be hard to say whether he could get the rule fragments by then. Although they didn't fight for this little thing, there would always be some friction. At the beginning of the establishment of the principality, it was better not to make the relationship between the surrounding neighbors awkward. This would only be detrimental to future development. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Several kings just came over to say hello and left in a hurry, without any intention of staying for long. And Lin Yu quickly dealt with the corpses of the monsters and rushed back to the territory again. 5 corpses of 10th level monsters, excluding the one that was swallowed by Tion Tun, should be enough to make a suitable equipment. When there is a chance in the future, I will go to Megan to ask if he has time to help him make it. Chapter 510 Duchy Mission. Boundary Battlefield. Inside the original boundary station. After 2 days of fermentation, the news of the establishment of the Holy Blessing Duchy has spread throughout the boundary. In almost every corner, people are discussing this matter. I heard that the new duchy was established in the Holy Glory Empire. I wonder what the situation is. What can a newly established duchy be like? The national strength and resources are definitely not as good as those of the old duchies. Indeed, it is said that the original high-level lords in that duchies have all run away, leaving only a small number of low-level lords. Ah, so miserable. I was just thinking about whether to move there. It seems I have to reconsider. Several lords gathered in a corner and whispered, as if they were afraid of being heard by others. After all, no matter how downtrodden the king was, he was still a 10th level strongman. They looked up to him, so they naturally didn't dare to be too ostentatious. But they didn't notice it. At this time, a low-key figure was slowly walking past them, restraining his breath, and just happened to hear their conversation just now. As expected, many people are not optimistic about his principality. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Apart from the large land area, he seemed to have no other points to attract other lords. This made him more eager to develop the principality. He did not waste any more time, and went straight to the exchange crystal to exchange the merits he had gained from killing the 10 realm alliances for 10,000 points of faith, and then teleported back to the territory again. In this way, in addition to the gains from killing the 5 10th level leader monsters this morning, he had a total of 2 rule crystals, which could be used to research the proliferation grass and lucky 4-leaf clover first. After all, this is a time-consuming job. And of course, the sooner the research, the better. After arranging the research tasks, he clicked on the territory interface to check. It was already past noon. It was almost a day since the establishment of the principality yesterday, and his faith increased by more than 4,000 points. This is indeed a lot more than before, but it is still much less than other principalities, because he had inquired with Ji Xinghe. The faith of the Great Wilderness Principality was about 10,000 per day, and 1 rule fragment could be produced per day. This was also the average level of most principalities. He had the double faith bonus of the Overlord certificate, but it was only half of that of the Great Wilderness Principality, which was really terrible. But the good news was, the speed of time in the origin space seemed to be much faster than he imagined. Only 1 day had passed, and those microorganisms had begun to gradually split and evolve into new individuals. And after half a day of nourishment, the faith fruit yesterday had matured and began to grow the prototype of the second fruit. It seems that the evolution of those lives will also speed up the accumulation of faith. I wonder if there will be an intelligent civilization like them in the future. In this case, wouldn't he be equivalent to the god of creation? The god of creation. Lin Yu murmured to himself. I wonder if the previous world was also created by a god of creation. Lin Yu couldn't help but think about it, and always felt that this world was full of mysteries and unknowns. Unfortunately, before he could think about it, a reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Please note that the joint recruitment every 3 months will start tomorrow. This recruitment will last for 5 days, and the newly descended lords can be recruited under his command. Please go to the Principality Management interface for details. Joint recruitment tomorrow. Lin Yu was shocked. He had been waiting for this day to come. Immediately, he thought and called up the Principality Management interface, and indeed found an option for recruiting personnel arrangements below. Without hesitation, he directly clicked on the private chat interface and contacted Yunwu and the other three, asking them who was free to be the chief judge for a few days. Chief judge? Such an important matter is going to be handed over to us? Yunwu asked in great surprise. If it is this kind of thing, I think Yin Tiange is the most suitable person to go. He is the most eloquent. Bai Haitang rarely gave advice. With her cold temperament, she is indeed not suitable for such things that are exposed. In that case, leave it to me. I just need to stay in the territory for a few days to get familiar with it. Yin Tiange did not shirk and directly assigned the task. Okay. Then leave it to you. I will reward you with a development resource after you complete it. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. When Yin Tiange heard that there was a reward to be won, he was immediately delighted. After all, Lin Yu is now the lord of a country, so he will not be stingy. Next, after chatting with the three people about the development of the territory for a while, Lin Yu closed the private chat and continued to look at the personnel recruitment interface. He soon found an option to publish a duchy task on it and began to operate it. At this time, the lords on the duchy channel were constantly sending messages, chatting about their recent situation, or exchanging information. Lords, please note that Lin Yu, King, has issued a mission for the Principality. Mission content: go to the secondary plane to recruit new lords to join the Principality, which will last for 5 days. Mission requirements: 10 7th level lords who pass the screening. Mission reward: 5,000 face. Suddenly, a mission reminder sounded in the minds of all the lords of the Holy Blessing Principality. The Principality channel was quiet for a while, and then it exploded instantly. Fuck. Did I hear it right? 5,000 faiths. 5,000 faiths? This reward is too exaggerated. This is enough for me to directly upgrade to the 8th level. It turned out to be a mission issued by the king himself. Ah! I was almost promoted to the 7th level. Why did it appear at this time? The entire Principality channel explained continuously, and the news emerged like a tide, even to the point where it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Just as they said, 5,000 faiths can allow a 7th level lord to directly upgrade to the 8th level. This is simply a great opportunity to soar to the sky. Some thoughtful lords saw the king's intention to start training his subordinates. In other words, if they perform well in this mission, they will have a great chance to serve under the king in the future. This opportunity is not always available. Even if they just stick to it a little bit, it will be extremely beneficial to their future development. Even those 7th level lords on the battlefield were extremely anxious after receiving the news, and they all dropped what they were doing and rushed back to the station. What's wrong? Lao Zong? Didn't we agree to go on the mission together later? Why are you running back suddenly? In the original world station, several 7th level lords looked at their teammates, who left in a hurry with confusion, their eyes full of confusion. Let's not do the mission for now. Our king has just issued a mission for 10 7th level lords, and each of them will be rewarded with 5,000 faith. The lord called Lao Zhang shouted without looking back, and his speed even increased a bit, and his words were also heard by other lords nearby, making them all shocked. 5,000 faiths. Even the 8th level lords were tempted. Not to mention the 7th level lords. 10 7th level lords. That's 50,000 faiths. Which king is so arrogant that he actually gave out so many faiths at once? Shocked, many lords immediately asked around, and soon found out the country where Lao Zhang was. It was the recently established Holy Blessing Principality. Holy Blessing Principality. Wasn't it just established? How could it have so many resources? 5,000 faiths. I can barely get 1,000 after working hard for a month. Even if other kings rewarded, I'd never heard of anyone rewarding so many faiths at once. Basically, they gave other treasures. I'm afraid this Holy Blessing King is not that simple. Alas, if I had known that I would move the territory there yesterday, the 7th level lords of the Holy Blessing Principality would probably be so happy. In the garrison, lords from various countries talked about it, and the news was spread by word of mouth. Other lords were fine. At most they were just envious and jealous. But after hearing the news, those 7th level lords, who had just moved out of the Holy Blessing Principality, regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. That was the opportunity to directly ascend to the 8th level. They actually ruined it with their own hands. They all wanted to slap themselves in the face, and scolded themselves for being so impulsive, and not staying to wait and see for a few days. Even if they wanted to go back now, it was probably impossible to accept them again, and they could only regret it. On the other side, in the Holy Blessing Principality, Lin Yu looked at the active channel in front of him, and finally raised a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. 50,000 faiths are nothing to him now. At the current speed of one origin fruit every half a day, as long as he is given a few days, 50,000 faiths can be easily accumulated. Although the power of faith itself cannot be traded. But he can take the condensed rule fragments to exchange with other kings for props to increase faith. As long as it is a little cheaper. I believe those kings will still welcome it very much. Next, wait until there are more lords in the principality. Lin Yu thought silently. He casually opened the task interface and took a look at the number of applicants. Wow! There are more than 80 applicants among the more than 107th level lords. And the number is still increasing. He flipped through the list and soon found Wei Jun, the lord of Moyuan City, and Meng Qingdan, the lord of Shuangye City. One of them is his subordinate, and the other is his old neighbor for more than a year. Compared with other lords, they are naturally more trustworthy, and it is time to train them. So after thinking for a moment, he directly allocated 2 of the places to them, leaving 8 places for Yin Tiange to decide. Then he went to the World Tree to continue working. At the same time, in Shuangye City, not far from Huangsha City, Meng Qingdan, who was sitting in the conference hall waiting nervously, also received the task reminder. He was stunned at first, and then suddenly jumped up from his chair. Chosen! I was actually chosen! Great! Meng Qingdan shouted excitedly, trembling all over, and his excitement was beyond words. His crazy state immediately scared the subordinates on both sides. Lord, what makes you so happy? An old man couldn't help asking. Good news. Great news. Pass the order. Starting today, Shuangye City will be tax-free for a month. Chapter 511 Marching. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In just 3 days, the whole city had mobilized its strength, and the main body of the palace in the center of the forest had been built and stood next to Lin Yu's territory. Your Majesty, it's time to leave. Early in the morning, drums and trumpets sounded, and Xue Changui led a grand guard of honor to the outside of Lin Yu's territory, lining up from the street to the end of the street. The lively scene attracted countless people to gather and watch from afar on the street. A group of children were chasing and playing in the street, wearing clothes that they would only wear during the new year, and inside the territory. At this time, Lin Yu was surrounded by several stewards and a large group of waiters. Everyone was holding various things in their hands and running around in the territory. Hurry up. Lin Yu opened his hands and put on a set of purple and gold dragon robes and a golden crown with the help of a group of waiters. He looked much more majestic. Quick! Quick! Take away all the useless things. Don't delay the time. Su Zhong kept shouting and directing his men's actions. The waiters heard the words and sped up their speed, cutting the edges and tidying up the tail for Lin Yu. Soon, everything was ready. Lin Yu walked out of the territory surrounded by a large group of people and joined the ceremonial guard outside. Get going! With a shout, the dragon sedan chair where Lin Yu sat slowly rose. For a moment, drums and harps sounded. Salutes were fired, and they slowly moved towards the newly built palace. In the sky, plant dragons and flower spirits flew back and forth, scattering pieces of light below. The stewards and guards following the dragon sedan chair were all rosy-faced, diligently maintaining order. Lin Yu didn't want to be so extravagant, and didn't like this kind of red tape. However, considering that the Holy Blessing Principality had just been established, it should indeed show up and make it more grand. So Xue Changui and the others were left to it. After thinking about it, he retracted his gaze and casually clicked on the territory interface to check. After 3 days of accumulation, he obtained a total of 8 rule fragments, 2 pieces for the principality and 6 pieces for the origin space. He also successfully upgraded the remaining 3 royal families to the 10th level, and their attributes also underwent earth-shaking changes. Name, Cactus Slayer Shadowless, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Level, 10th level. Name, Dream Dandelion Soul Chaser, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Level, 10th level. Name, Radiant Lantern Grass Empty, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Level, 10th level. Shadowless's 10th level skill is to dodge and save life plus attack Phantom, which greatly improves the survival and offensive capabilities of the battlefield. As for Soul Chaser, the means of spreading dandelion seeds are greatly enhanced, and it will even provide protection for all seeds. Although it only blocked one attack, it was still very terrifying when it spread to the tens of thousands of seeds. As for the new royal family Kong Ming, his new skills are even more powerful. All enemy gains are invalid, and with the exclusive talent of 10,000 lights, it almost seals all the enemy's burst methods. Even when the opponent bursts out, it is absolutely sour and refreshing. And Kong Ming's skills are about a large range, and the kind that penetrates everywhere. It seems that I have to leave some space to recruit more lantern grass in the future. Then, Lin Yu also looked at the development of the principality in recent days. Yin Tiange is worthy of being the candidate strongly recommended by Yanwu and by Hai Tang. Under his control, in just 3 days, the number of 6th level lords in the principality has increased to more than 3,000, which is not far from the previously estimated 5,000. And this batch of 6th level lords will be the team of the Holy Blessing Principality. It is also the focus of Lin Yu's future training. Anyway, it doesn't take much resources to upgrade a 6th level lord to the 8th level. And there is no need to worry about dying in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds due to upgrading too quickly like before. As for the 9th level lord, Yanwu and the other 3 should be close. Your Majesty, get ready to go to the palace. At this time, Shui Changgui's voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. He looked up and found that the honor guard had passed through the brand new palace gate and came to the marble paved palace. Wherever he looked, there were all dazzling pearls and jade. White jade pillars. Luxurious palaces were located in them, exuding a fresh fragrance of pearl lacquer, mixed with the smoke in the air. And on the wide square in front of the palace, rows of figures had been waiting there early, preparing for the coronation ceremony. Let's start, Lin Yu said lightly, got off the dragon sedan, and followed the team to the main hall. Next, it was a lot of ritual sacrifices, burning incense and praying, and officials worshipping, and other messy things. The kings of several nearby principalities also came to congratulate him. From morning to afternoon, when the sun was about to set, the whole process was finally completed, and Lin Yu finally experienced the hardship of the ancient emperors. Fortunately, this was nothing for him, who was at the 10th level. At most, he was just a little tired. After everything was done, he moved the world tree to the back of the palace, and then went to rest in the bedroom next to it. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Just as Lin Yu was discussing the affairs of the principality with the officials below in the hall, the voice of Emperor Xingyao finally sounded in his ears. Everyone, gather at the battlefield immediately. The war is about to start. The war is about to start. Lin Yu was shocked and immediately reached out to stop the officials from reporting. Your Majesty, what happened? Shui Changgui, who was standing at the head, asked in confusion. The war has started on the battlefield in the boundary domain. I have to go there. Everything will remain the same during my absence. You will be responsible for the affairs of the principality. If there are any major issues that cannot be decided, wait until I come back to talk about it. After speaking, Lin Yu disappeared on the throne in a flash. Farewell, Your Majesty. The faces of the ministers below changed, and they hurriedly shouted to bid farewell. At this time, on the battlefield of the realm, lords from all realms gathered here, and the cross-realm teleportation arrays in various garrisons also lit up one after another, and lords kept coming from the realm. In front of the original realm team, Lin Yu flashed and appeared in the team of kings. Lin Yu, here. Ji Xinghe in the team saw him at a glance and waved at him. Beside Ji Xinghe, Ji Yunchuang was also standing there, looking at him in surprise. Lin Yu, I didn't expect you to reach the 10th level so quickly. Congratulations. It's just good luck. With your father here, you should be fast. Right? Lin Yu asked back. What's the use of me? This girl just knows how to run around all day, and she is not worrying at all. Ji Xinghe interrupted. I just want to upgrade to the 10th level quickly so that I can help you. Dad. Ji Yunchuang rolled her eyes at Ji Xinghe. Okay. As long as you live well. Ji Xinghe responded, and then looked at Lin Yu. How is it? Are you familiar with it after the upgrade? Next, we will start to advance to the Realm Alliance, and there may be a big battle. Don't worry. I'm basically familiar with it. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Yesterday, he met Ji Xinghe once, and exchanged 7 rule fragments for some things that increase faith as a reward for Yin Tiange and others. The remaining 3 pieces were exchanged for magic energy, expanding the 10th level troops to 5,000. It's good to be familiar with it. In the 10th level battle, sometimes you may encounter an opponent with 7 or 8 pieces, or even full godheads. At that time, you must not be stubborn, and avoid it if you can. Ji Xinghe reminded again, because in his opinion, Lin Yu is just advanced. No matter how much Emperor Xingyao supports him, he will only have 2 godhead fragments at most. Facing an opponent with more than 5 pieces of divine fragments is still very difficult. Yes, I will. Lin Yu nodded seriously. He is just starting out now, and it is indeed not appropriate to touch those powerful characters. It is better to keep a low profile and wait for the origin universe to multiply and improve its strength before talking about it. So what he lacks most now is time. Just thinking about it, the emperors of various realms slowly rose into the air and came to the front of the team. Everyone listened to the order. Set off. With an order, the entire huge team followed and moved forward in the direction of the Realm Alliance. Chapter 512. First Battle with the 10th Rank Lord. Following Ji Xinghe, Lin Yu quickly ascended to the sky and joined the team of the 10th Rank Lords. At this time, the team was filled with a large number of 10th Rank Lords from various realms, gathering in groups of 3 or 2, chatting while marching with the army, looking very lively. Hey, isn't this Brother Xinghe? Long time no see. Suddenly, an old man came up and greeted Ji Xinghe with a smile. It turns out to be Brother Qingzhu. Why don't you stay in the realm to enjoy your retirement and come here? Ji Xinghe said half-jokingly. Look at what you said. In the realm war. Of course I, an old man, must do my part. I think you want to take the opportunity to get a few pieces of the Godhead fragments? Who here doesn't have the same idea? The old man Qingzhu asked back with a hint of meaning, and then finally noticed Lin Yu beside him, and couldn't help but glance at him. Seeing this, Ji Xinghe immediately introduced him. He is a new member of my principality. His name is Lin Yu. Brother Qingzhu, please bear with him in the future. He is actually someone from your principality? You are so lucky. Brother. Qingzhu looked at Lin Yu in surprise. The resources in the principality are not as good as those in the kingdom and empire. It is not easy to reach the 10th level. It can even be said to be extremely rare. But the old man has obviously seen a lot of ups and downs. He just nodded to Lin Yu and whispered, Brother Xinghe, have you heard about it? A few days ago, the emperor on the opposite side launched an attack on the 72 demons, trying to destroy the seal in the demon plane. There is such a thing? Ji Xinghe and Lin Yu were both shocked. The 72 demons are the key to the seal. If they are broken, the consequences will be disastrous. What happened later? How did it happen? Lin Yu couldn't help asking. What else can it be? Of course, they were stopped by our great emperor. Qingzhu shrugged. But I heard that the power of the 72 heavenly demons seemed to be affected by the destruction of the demon plane. And it has declined a lot. Weakened? Isn't that dangerous? Ji Xinghe said in surprise. Their anti-alliance camp and the 72 heavenly demons are now barely in the same camp because of their interests. If the 72 heavenly demons are in trouble, the seal under the demon plane will definitely loosen. And it will cause chaos. That's why the great emperors are so eager to march. Qingzhu whispered. Only by eliminating the root of the disaster, the Realm Alliance, can we eliminate the trouble forever. But then again, that's a matter of the 12th level. And it has nothing to do with us little people. So we should just take care of ourselves. That's true. Ji Xinghe nodded silently. These 10th level lords are high and mighty in the eyes of the earth level lords. But in front of the 12th level lords, they are just bigger ants. Even the emperors can't solve it. So it's useless for them to worry. The only thing they can do is to take this opportunity to quickly improve their strength. The more strength they have, the more chances they have to survive. That's it. The 3 chatted while flying, and followed the team to continue advancing into the territory of the Realm Alliance. Finally, after traveling thousands of kilometers, they advanced to the vicinity of the Realm Alliance headquarters. At a glance, they saw the Realm Alliance army on the opposite side, which was waiting in full battle array, and the high-level lord standing in the sky. Everyone listened to the order. Attack! Charge! Kill! With the order of the emperors, the anti-alliance camp directly blew the attack horn. Countless lords' arms turned into a tide and rushed towards the Realm Alliance headquarters, causing the entire land to shake violently. Everyone, follow me. Charge. Kill them all. The Realm Alliance army was not to be outdone, and rushed out of the camp to collide fiercely with them. Several 10th level lords wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to attack and kill the low-level lords, but were immediately stopped by the 10th level lords on the anti-alliance side. Both sides have arranged 10th level and 11th level lords to keep watch and prevent the other side from attacking the low-level lords. Let's go over there quickly, Jixing has said to Lin Yu, and immediately disappeared from the spot and joined the battle of the 10th level. In the sky, the space continued to collapse, and the battlefields of the 11th and 12th levels gradually spread outward and rose into the endless void. Lin Yu shuttled through space and followed Jixing's footsteps, and soon came to the chaotic zone of rules on the edge of the battlefield. The 10th level lords of both sides confronted each other in the air, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. In front of them, several terrifying figures stood there. Their rule aura was almost twice as strong as Lin Yu's. These people were obviously very close to the 11th level, and had at least 8 pieces of godhood fragments. They were definitely not something Lin Yu could afford to offend now. Do it! Without giving him a chance to think. With a loud shout, soldiers from all over the sky and the ground were summoned, and the kings also suddenly burst out the power of rules, and the two sides collided fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, a large crack appeared in the space. Jixing also fought with another 10th level warrior, and the soldiers fought madly, and the whole scene was instantly in chaos. Boy! Look at that! Just as Lin Yu was observing the situation around him, the space in front of him was distorted, and several lasers suddenly shot out, heading straight for his vitals. Lin Yu raised his arm, and a mirror wall blocked in front of him. Boom! With a sound, the laser exploded on the mirror wall. A strong figure with mechanical prostheses appeared and punched him. Mechanical Lord? Lin Yu was slightly shocked. He felt the breath of 4 pieces of divine fragments from the other party. Not daring to be careless, he immediately activated the damage reduction skill and crossed his hands in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, he was directly knocked out. The powerful force blasted into his body along his arm, shaking his internal organs. Such a powerful force. He clearly had the same number of godhead fragments as him, but his strength was so much stronger than his. Needless to say, the other party must have added all the attributes to the strength, and went for the extreme school. In this case, he had nothing to fear. With a wave of his hand, the plant army appeared instantly. Ling Shi and Kong Ming, who had the ability to fly, floated beside him, and lantern grasses were flying all around. Plant system? The mechanical lord raised his eyebrows in surprise, and summoned his own mechanical army. More than 10,000 mechanical soldiers, against Lin Yu's more than 5,000 plant soldiers. The difference in numbers was obvious at a glance. You can't beat me with just these few soldiers. Get started, the mechanical lord shouted, and the mechanical army under him fired thousands of arrows at Lin Yu, shooting lasers and missiles all over the sky. The huge number almost drowned them all. That's not necessarily true. Ling Shi, Lin Yu shouted, and Ling Shi beside him raised the staff in his hand. The crown on his head shone, and he burst into endless majesty. The majesty of the king. Activated. In an instant, those mechanical soldiers were directly pressed to the ground by an invisible force, and at the same time suffered the backlash of skills, and a large short-circuit arc exploded on their bodies. This is... The mechanical lord face changed, and he looked at Ling Shi beside Lin Yu in shock. How come he had never heard that plant-based soldiers had such powerful skills? And just as he was shocked, Qin Gang and the team below also held a 10-meter-long bamboo sword in front of him, and directly launched a war barrier. Translucent barriers appeared in front of all melee soldiers, directly facing the flying laser missiles. Boom boom boom, the violent explosion echoed in the ears, and the barrier broke with a sound, but successfully blocked almost 3 times their attacks. Then, under the treatment of the Flower Spirit Army in the rear, they recovered quickly. It seems that I underestimated you. Attack with all your strength. When the effect of the King's Majesty wore off, the Mechanical Lord gave an order and launched a full-scale attack. He flashed and appeared behind Lin Yu. Lightning burst out from his prosthetic limbs, and sword blades burst out in the sky, turning into afterimages and shooting straight at Lin Yu. While punching out, Lin Yu found that in this kind of battle, The surrounding space was extremely unstable, and there was no way to instantly shuttle through space to avoid the attack. Seeing the attack fall, he immediately opened his hands, and a devouring force appeared, devouring all the sword blades. At the same time, he quickly retreated, using the force to avoid the opponent's powerful punch. Lingxi Kongming, you go down to help. With a loud shout, he drew out his big knife and went up again, colliding fiercely with the machine. The two fought fiercely in the air, and the two armies below were frantically bombarding each other across hundreds of meters. Laser missiles were constantly shooting, and vines and thorns were all over the ground. But Lin Yu's troops were at a disadvantage in the end. After a while, casualties began to occur, and he was gradually forced back. Glorious! At this moment, Kong Ming arrived, accompanied by a mixed voice that could not be distinguished between men and women. A large area of dazzling brilliance suddenly burst out from his body, illuminating the entire 1-kilometer area. Following that, the Thousand Lights talent was triggered, and all the lantern grasses within the skill range also burst into brilliance, covering the armies of both sides in an instant. The plant troops that were originally seriously injured and dying instantly recovered to their prime. The troops on the opposite side exploded one after another under the illumination of the light, and a large number of troops died at once. Little Kong Ming, it's okay. Qin Tun laughed tenderly, and took this opportunity to rush out with vines one by one, entangled with the front row tank troops on the opposite side, and dragged them all into the vine forest. Follow me, Qin Gang shouted in a deep voice, directly started the war trampling, and rushed straight towards the mechanical army. With the blessing of his 20% physique and plant talent, the melee soldier's survivability is extremely strong. They directly moved forward against the opponent's bombardment and advanced to the front of the mechanical army. The Mushroom Demon King sitting on his head smiled cunningly, and a terrifying poisonous gas spread out from her as the center. And in a blink of an eye, the entire 1-kilometer area was covered with various mushrooms. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded incessantly. Under the leadership of several royal families, the plants finally managed to stabilize the situation and block the offensive of the mechanical army. In addition, Ling Xi's unique 10% all-attribute blessing made their average attributes suppress the mechanical soldiers. The two-side soldiers fought back and forth, and they were evenly matched. How is it possible? The mechanical lord, who was fighting fiercely with Lin Yu in the air, was shocked. He had nearly 3 times the number of soldiers, but he couldn't defeat the opponent? Chapter 513, Meeting the Seven Evils Again. The powerful strength displayed by the royal army saved Lin Yu from being beaten by the enemy army. After hundreds of rounds of fierce fighting in the air, he collided with the mechanical lord suddenly and finally separated again. Both sides flew back hundreds of meters before they could stabilize their bodies. You are very good. There are not many people of the same level who can fight me to this extent. The mechanical lord stood in the air, tore off his scrapped mechanical prosthesis, and looked at Lin Yu deeply. Indeed, it was just as he said. Among the lords with 4 pieces of divine fragments, few people can strengthen their strength to this extent. After all, there is no way to deal with a lord monster, and the output of rule fragments is limited. If it weren't for Lin Yu's racial talent to improve his physique, he might not be able to block the opponent's attack. And basically everyone who can reach the 10th level of lords will have skills similar to the 4-leaf clover protection, which can't be used as an advantage at all. Lin Yu shook his arm, which was cracked by the shock, and said, "Are you still going to hold back? The opponent has not used the final trump card of the mechanical system, mechanical overload. For this reason, he also specially left the savage roar and various big skills unused, just to prevent the opponent's sudden outbreak. Unexpectedly, this guy was so patient that he didn't want to use mechanical overload after fighting for so long. Since you are so determined to die, I will fulfill your wish." The mechanical lord's face turned cold, and his aura surged wildly, and there was a faint electric light flowing around. Is it coming? Lin Yu's eyes were stern, and he was ready to burst out to respond. However, at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the black light column closest to them in the distance, and at the same time, it rushed into the sky with a terrifying might. All the 10th level lords, who were fighting fiercely, stopped because of this sudden change and looked in the direction of the light column. Dragon Emperor, I didn't expect you to join forces with the demons. A voice full of anger exploded in the void, shaking the whole world violently. A group of 10th level people were shocked because it was the voice of the Emperor. Did something happen in the Battle of the Emperor? Before they could think about it, the arrogant laughter of the Dragon Emperor spread throughout the sky. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Don't you understand this truth? Get started. Damn it! Retreat! Be careful! There was a loud rumble. The wind and clouds surged. The thunder roared. And the space above the entire monster plane was shaking violently. Above the gray sky, blood was like a pillar, turning into a bloody rain and falling down, covering the sky with a layer of blood. Lin Yu was shocked. The Emperor. An Emperor has fallen. And there is more than one. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel that several extremely terrifying auras suddenly disappeared. Combined with a previous conversation, it was obvious that they had the upper hand. The 10th level lords of the Realm Alliance looked at each other in surprise and doubt. After a while, the leaders finally looked gloomy. Retreat! With a loud shout, the 10th level lords in the battle immediately recalled their troops and evacuated quickly. Want to run? It's not that easy. Chase! The victory of the Emperor level battle inspired the anti-alliance. They were not willing to let them go so easily, and suddenly jumped up and chased after them with their troops. Several weaker ones were immediately stopped and died on the spot under the group beating of a group of 10th level lords. Several pieces of divine fragments emitting colorful halos burst out, and were taken by several powerful old lords. The mechanical lord in front of Lin Yu also saw that the situation was not good, and wanted to escape through space. You can't leave, Lin Yu shouted in a low voice. And the power of rules burst out, and an invisible wave instantly enveloped the mechanical lord. It was Kong Ming's skill. Void space. The mechanical lord, who was about to activate his ability, suddenly changed his expression. He did not expect that a plant type would have such an ability. His murderous eyes immediately locked onto Lin Yu. I will remember you. He threw down a harsh word and directly activated the mechanical overload. His aura suddenly doubled. Then he punched out, and actually smashed the surrounding space. His figure flashed and disappeared into it. As expected, for opponents with much higher attributes than himself, the skill effect can also be broken by brute force. However, the mechanical overload skill only lasts for 25 seconds. Once this time is over, the opponent will instantly lose all combat capabilities, and should not be able to run far. Lin Yu did not hesitate, and immediately joined the large force to chase the team of the Realm Alliance with them. At the same time, the low-level battlefield also won the first battle, successfully breaking through the headquarters of the Realm Alliance, and began to advance into the interior of the Taiyin realm. Where they went, corpses were everywhere, and the whole land was dyed red. When they advanced deep into the continent, they were forced to stop the attack because the enemy's support arrived. We won! We won! The lords cheered loudly, celebrating the victory of this battle. The atmosphere was even more lively above the void. A group of emperors gathered together, staring at the four colorful colored glazed 12th level godheads, and a black godhead emitting a faint light. Their faces full of joy. The Realm Alliance is really generous. They left us so many godheads before leaving. Yes, it shows that our plan this time was very successful. What should we do with these godheads? The emperors all stared at the godheads in front of them. Even if they reached their level, they couldn't help showing a trace of desire. After the 12th level godhead is perfected, it is impossible to integrate other godheads, but they can rely on the godhead to improve their strength. This is also the reason why there is a gap in strength between the emperors. The Dragon Emperor on the side thought for a moment, then whispered, as usual, the highest bidder wins, and the price is shared among the people present. As for this black godhead, my suggestion is to take it back and study it first. I also think we should study it. This power is too strange. Another emperor followed. Okay, let's do it. Other emperors agreed. Then emperors from all walks of life gathered around and began to bid for the four godheads. And the whole void was bustling. And at this time, in the battlefield below, after the battle, Lin Yu quickly joined Jixinghe. How is it? Did you succeed in getting the godhead fragments? Jixinghe asked. It's not that easy. Lin Yu smiled bitterly. 10th level lords, even those with one godhead, are very difficult to kill, and they will escape through space when they have a chance. Not to mention those with stronger strength. After all, who can reach this level has not crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses. It is only when a large group of people besiege a few people, as they did just now, that they can finally succeed. Haha. Get used to it. If the fragments of the godhead are so easy to get, there won't be so few 11th level lords. Jixinghe smiled and patted his shoulder. At this time, there was no battle. and Lin Yu's rule aura was not revealed. So Jixinghe did not sense the number of Lin Yu's godheads, and only thought that he was a rookie and needed more experience. But what he said was not unreasonable. The reason why there are so few 11th level lords is mainly because the 10th level lords are difficult to kill. It seems that I have to hurry up to improve the attributes of myself and the royal family. Lin Yu thought silently. Like the battle with the mechanical lord just now. If his average attribute can reach 100,000, coupled with the skills of the royal family, there is still a great chance to successfully kill him. Let's go. We should go back and join the team. As he said that, Jixinghe flashed and rushed back to the direction of the anti-alliance army. Lin Yu took a deep look at the pillar of light not far away, and then followed his footsteps. Soon, the two returned to the plain where the army gathered. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that as soon as he appeared through the space, he met an old acquaintance. The king of Qisha of Taishan realm. It's you, Jixinghe? Seeing Jixinghe appear, Qisha's originally smiling expression suddenly sank. It turned out to be you. It's really bad luck. Jixinghe's eyes also turned cold, staring at Qisha closely. Qisha wanted to say something, but when he saw Lin Yu next to Jixinghe, he was stunned. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes gradually narrowed. Boy, I didn't expect you to have reached the 10th level. Obviously, he recognized Lin Yu's identity. The ant that he had hit so hard was now standing at the same height as him, which surprised him. At the same time, he was very active, and his eyes looked at Lin Yu differently, even with a hint of murderous intent. Qisha, I advise you not to pay attention to him. Otherwise we in the primitive world will not let you go. Jixinghe knew what Qisha was paying attention to. That is, he wanted to take away the fragments of the godhood from Lin Yu, when he just rose to the top, and was not yet fully grown. Usually, this kind of newly upgraded 10th level lord is the easiest to kill. Look at what you were talking about. We are allies now. How could I have any evil thoughts? Qisha said with a fake smile. Then he took a deep look at Lin Yu, and turned around and left, unexpectedly not getting entangled with them for the first time. But it was also because of this that Jixinghe had to be alert and immediately said to Lin Yu beside him, be careful when you go out in the future. This guy might target you. Target me? Lin Yu couldn't help but look in the direction where Qisha left, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He remembered the revenge of that day clearly. If he didn't have the divine power, he would have been killed by the other party long ago. And he wouldn't be able to stand here. Want to take the fragments of the divine power from him? It's hard to say who will get it by then. Of course, he is not a reckless person. Before taking action, you must make a thorough plan. So he didn't think much about it, and followed Jixinghe's words and said, don't worry. I will be careful. That's good. Jixinghe nodded. Qisha had an only son, who was killed by people from our realm on the battlefield. So he has always been resentful of us, often taking the opportunity to cause trouble, and secretly killed many of us. It's best to avoid him in the future. I see. Lin Yu suddenly realized. He finally understood why the other party targeted their primitive realm everywhere. And just in the gap between their conversation, the space twisted, and the Emperor Xingyao suddenly appeared in front of them. All the kings of the Xingyao Empire, come and gather. There are good things for you. Chapter 514 Magan's Strength. Are there good things? Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately gathered with the other 10 kings. Emperor Xingyao didn't say much, and took out a few things while saying, we successfully killed 5 emperors on the opposite side in this battle, and got a lot of good things. I will share some with you to take back and improve your strength. 5 emperors. All the kings, including Lin Yu, were shocked and shocked. That's the emperor, the most powerful existence in the realm. 5 people died at once, which is a bit too exaggerated. You don't have to think too much. Where there is war, there will be deaths. No matter how strong the emperor is, he is still a human being. Emperor Xingyao smiled slightly, and seemed to be in a good mood. Although he didn't get the godhood, he got a lot of resources. And overall, he got a lot of gains. While speaking, a large number of rule fragments appeared in front of him, and each king was given 50 pieces. Lin Yu was very surprised. He didn't expect that after a big battle, there would be such unexpected wealth. 50 rule fragments are equivalent to 200 attributes. Even if they are evenly distributed, all attributes will be improved by 50 points. This is much more practical than other empty talk. Emperor Xingyao really has nothing to say about his subordinates. For a while, All the kings were delighted and thanked them one after another, attracting the attention of the lords of the primitive world nearby. Many people's eyes fell on Linyu, who was standing among the kings, with puzzled expressions. Is that the king of the recently established Holy Blessing Principality? He looks so young. He should be less than 30 years old? Is it impossible? It is said that the 10th level can live to 1,000 years old. Maybe he just looks young? I think so too. Maybe he is hundreds of years old. The lords of various countries whispered. And the topic was basically centered around the new King Linyu. And the newly arrived lords of the Holy Blessing Principality were very excited. Because it was the first time they saw what the king of their principality looked like. And it was also the first time they saw so many big figures. What a pity. Emperor Xingyao did not stay for too long. After distributing all the resources, he disappeared to the original place in a flash and joined other emperors. Then, with the joint efforts of the emperors from all walks of life, he once again launched the Tontian method to move the war camp in Taishian realm to prevent the Realm Alliance from regaining the lost land. Okay. The next war may take a few days to prepare before it starts. I will go back to the principality first, Jixing has said to Linyu, and disappeared with the resources he had just obtained. Just as Linyu was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by a shout from a distance. Linyu, wait a minute. Two figures hurried out of the original world team. It was Yin Lai and Situ Jian. Is it you? Linyu's eyes lit up. Thinking back, they hadn't seen each other for a few days. Obviously, these two guys waited until they were gone before coming out. Huh? It's good that I caught up. Yin Lai quickly came to him and breathed a sigh of relief. It's really hard to see you now, Situ Jian said helplessly. Well, I've been busy dealing with things in the principality recently, and I forgot to inform you. Linyu smiled awkwardly. How dare you say that? You upgraded to the 10th level without saying anything. And you didn't tell us. You don't treat us as friends, Yin Lai said with some resentment. Haha. Sorry. There are too many things recently, and I can't get away at all. I make up for it when you upgrade to the 10th level in the future. That's what you said. Situ and I have obtained a lot of resources on the battlefield recently. If we upgrade to the 10th level at that time, you have to come over. Okay. It's a deal. It's a deal. Yin Lai and Linyu did not have a gap with each other because of the difference in level. If friends become estranged because of this, they can't be called friends. And Linyu knew that both of them were people with great perseverance, and believed that it would only be a matter of time for them to successfully upgrade to the 10th level. So after chatting for a while, they said goodbye to each other and went about their own business. Back to the territory. Linyu called Lingxi over directly. Lingxi, try to see if you can absorb this rule fragment. He took out a crystal with rule flow from his personal space. Okay. Lingxi didn't say much, responded, and stretched out her hand to summon the rule crystal in front of her. Then, the rule power in the fragment turned into streams of light and quickly merged into her body. Seeing this, Linyu immediately clicked on her attribute interface and took a look, and found that each of her attributes had increased by 1 point, adding up to 4 points. Is there no way to specifically strengthen a single attribute? Linyu asked. No. Lingxi shook her head. You can only strengthen the whole. Like this, Linyu murmured in a low voice, with a thoughtful look on his face. It seems that there are still some subtle differences between the godhood of the royal family and the lord, and they cannot choose the attributes to be strengthened at will. But even so, the fact that the royal family can improve the attributes is still very powerful. After coming to the conclusion, Linyu let Lingxi move freely, while he sat under the world tree, leaving 3 pieces of rule fragments for studying the arms, and absorbing the remaining 46 pieces. After experiencing the battle with the mechanical lord, he has understood the importance of agile evasion of attacks during battle, because during the battle, the opponent's rule power will interfere with the surrounding space. It is okay to cast Space Shuttle, but the consumption will be greatly increased, which is not conducive to a protracted war. At this time, relying on speed to dodge becomes a better choice. Otherwise, sooner or later, the rule power will be exhausted and you will be at the mercy of others. Of course, when escaping, Space Shuttle is still the fastest and most practical, and there is no need to consider the problem of consumption. This is what Linyu learned after a battle. So he changed the direction of strengthening, changing it to a 1:3 to 1:3 ratio for 8 attributes, mainly strengthening physical fitness and spirit. After strengthening the attributes in this direction, His personal interface also changed significantly. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, race, human. Level, 10th level, for tenths, strength, 50024, plus 20,010, constitution, 50070, plus 28,039, agility, 50024, plus 20,010, spirit, 50070, plus 20,028, basic skills, double mutation. Rule power, space shuttle, rule transformation, godhead power, all attributes plus 40%. Race talent, constitution plus 16%. Recovery speed plus 16%. Introduction, Lord attribute interface. Recording the specific strength and skills of the Lord, which can be unlocked by the 10th level Lord. All of a sudden, Lin Yu's average attribute increased by more than 40 points. It has only been a few days, which is much faster than he expected. Then, he called out the origin space again to check the reproduction of that galaxy. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu asked in confusion. He found that in one of the galaxies close to the World Tree, there was a planet where land creatures had begun to appear. Could it be that intelligent creatures were about to evolve? Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Compared with primitive creatures and intelligent creatures, the faith they can provide is absolutely incomparable. In other words, when these creatures begin to develop wisdom, his faith will get a qualitative leap. And producing dozens, or even dozens of faith fruits a day will no longer be a dream. Very good. Let's develop at this speed. Lin Yu thought silently. And he actually felt like he was watching the world reproduce. I don't know what this unexpected origin universe will look like in the end. If it is a world of cultivation, the intelligent creatures in it have spent their entire lives cultivating to the extreme, and finally broke through the dimensional barrier and ascended to the fairyland they longed for. I wonder what I would think if I found out that it was the current battle of the realm. And should they call me the god of creation? Dad? All kinds of strange thoughts emerged in Lin Yu's mind. And the more he thought about it, the weirder his expression became. Lin Yu, I'm here to see you. Just then, a familiar shout came from outside, interrupting his thoughts. McGunn? Lin Yu looked up in surprise. He immediately regained his composure and appeared outside the palace gate. Sure enough, he saw that Megan was leading a large team of dwarves through the city, attracting countless passers-by to stop. That is the symbol of the royal family of the Dwarf Kingdom. Immediately, someone recognized the symbols on the flags and exclaimed. The people around him were even more shocked when they heard it. Dwarf Kingdom? Could the one in the front be the Dwarf King who took the throne a while ago? His Dwarf King? Even such a big shot came here in person? Who is the king of Xingyu? Don't worry about it for now. Go back and inform the head of the family. Quick! Tell the head of the family the news. The appearance of the Dwarf Kingdom can be said to have caused 1,000 waves. Especially when the Dwarf King came in person. With such a grand ceremony, it released a layer of meaning. The Dwarf Kingdom has a relationship with the Principality of Xingyu. I thought that Huansha City only had a small dwarf tribe. But I didn't expect that it was actually involved in the Dwarf Kingdom. Shocked, those passers-by couldn't sit still, and immediately sent people back to inform the forces behind them. Even those low-level lords, who came to the royal city by airship to do business, were shocked and talked about it, asking about the situation in the channel. McGunn, why did you come here in person? After confirming that it was Megan, Lin Yu went straight to greet him. Haha. I heard that you founded the principality, so I came to congratulate you. Don't you welcome me? McGunn said with a big beard. At this time, he was wearing the God of War suit, and he could feel a heart-pounding breath from a few meters away, which was several times stronger than when he saw it before. You broke through to the 10th level? Lin Yu said in surprise. You know, the God of War suit has the effect of raising the strength level by 1 level. That is to say, Megan at this time can already exert the strength of the 11th level. Hee hee. Are you envious? McGunn said with a wink, looking very proud. Can I say I'm not envious? Lin Yu wanted to punch him. If it weren't for the fact that only the Dwarf King could wear the God of War suit, he would have wanted to take it off and wear it on himself. But since Megan came here in person, he naturally welcomed him very much. He patted Magnu's shoulder hard. Come on. Sit inside and take a look at my newly built palace, and the fairy flower wine I prepared for you. Fairy flower wine? Megan's eyes widened. What are you waiting for? Hurry in. After saying that, he walked into the palace gate with Lin Yu. The intimate look of them arm in arm made the passers-by stunned. The king of the Principality of Xingyu has such a good relationship with the Dwarf King? Chapter 515, Venerable Fierce Wind. McJern's honor guard did not leave until the evening. During the period, Lin Yu and him mainly talked about the Dwarf Kingdom settling in the Holy Principality, and planned to open a new dwarf station here. Lin Yu naturally welcomed this. With a connection with the Forging Kingdom, more and more merchants and practitioners will definitely be attracted. Why worry about the economic development at that time? Before leaving, Magjin also took away the materials of the 5 10th level monsters and promised to help him forge a handy weapon. Okay. Send it here. McJern stood in the teleportation array and said to Lin Yu outside the array. Well, come and see it again when you have the chance. Lin Yu and a guard team watched them go. Then the light came on, and the entire dwarf team instantly disappeared in the array and teleported back to the Dwarf Kingdom. After dealing with this matter, Lin Yu said something to the team behind him, and then teleported to the World Tree in the palace. After a few days of hard work, the development of the Principality has basically been on the right track. Every day, each city will automatically pay 7% of the day's transaction amount as tax. This ratio is the best ratio that Lin Yu has found after managing Huasha City for so long. It will not be too low, nor too high, just within the reasonable range that the Principality and the people can accept. According to this ratio, the daily tax revenue is about 90 million, plus the usage fee of the Principality channel. It just reaches 100 million. This is the case when there are no high-level lords managing the city in the Principality. As for faith, it is now basically stable at about 8,000 points per day, not far from the level of the Great Wilderness Principality. This is also thanks to the joining of those new lords, which has caused a surge in faith acquisition. The large territory is another major reason. So what he has to do now is to accumulate magic power and recruit all the soldiers. Then use the rule fragments obtained every day to continuously strengthen his own attributes. Now it takes 2.5 million to recruit each soldier, and it takes hundreds of millions to mutate 3 or 4 times to produce a combat soldier. Even though he has 100 million in revenue a day, it is only enough to mutate a dozen types of soldiers, which is not enough to make up for the losses in the previous battle with the Mechanical Lord. It seems that I have to go to the deeper part of the monster plane tomorrow. While muttering, Lin Yu glanced at the dark sky, and did not do anything else, and flashed back to the bedroom. Your Majesty, do you want to arrange a bed tonight? The servants guarding outside heard the noise, and immediately shouted into the bedroom. Bed? Lin Yu paused and looked outside the door. It is said that the ancient emperors had 3,000 concubines, but I didn't expect that this world also has them. However, as a lord, he walks on the edge of a knife every day, and he may lose his life at any time. And his life is in danger. Love is too luxurious for him, and he doesn't need to abuse a woman he has never seen. After all, it is a lifetime thing for a girl. Let them leave. He said something to the outside, and then lay down on the bed to rest. Yes, the attendant replied, and there was no more movement. The next morning, as soon as it got light, Lin Yu set out for the boundary battlefield. After making sure that no one was following him, he shuttled through space and disappeared in the station. After a while, he passed through the chaotic area and entered the monster plane. This was the first time he really entered the monster plane since the fusion of all realms. What surprised him was that at this time, there was a faint evil spirit in the monster plane, and he didn't know if it was leaked from the seal. Under the influence of this breath, even the outermost monsters have 8 levels, and it is not easy for the 6th level lord to come in. However, after the 7th level lord has an 8th level soldier, he can form a team to come in and explore together. Lin Yu didn't think much, and chose one of the light pillars symbolizing one of the 72 demons to speed up and shuttle back and forth in space. And at this time, in the direction he was going, the 9th rank lords of the 2 realm alliances were quietly approaching an anti-alliance lord who was fighting a monster. I didn't expect to meet a lone one. I attack from the side later, and you be responsible for going around. Don't let him get away. Do I need you to tell me? No one from the anti-alliance can be left alive. As they spoke, the 2 alliances restrained their voices and approached the lord in 2 directions, with cruel smiles on their faces. However, the next second, something strange happened. The 2 had just advanced a short distance when a terrifying force suddenly appeared, like an invisible big hand, strangling their throats and pressing them to the ground. Puff! Blood splattered, and two huge wooden spikes rushed out from the ground and instantly pierced through the chests of the two. There is no ability to resist. Kill the 9th level Lord of the other plane, and get 100 million magic power, 1 battlefield merit, and 1 9th level territory essence. Kill the 9th level Lord of the other plane, and get 80 million magic power, 1 battlefield merit, and 1 9th level territory essence. Only 1 merit. In the sky, Lin Yu was surprised to hear the prompt in his mind. After reaching the 10th level, the merits obtained by killing the 9th level lords were actually reduced. His hope of earning merits by slaughtering the 9th level lords was instantly dashed. But think about it. If the high level lords on their side slaughtered the low level lords on the opposite side, it would definitely lead to retaliatory slaughter on the opposite side. It was a self-destructive move for both sides, and the emperors naturally did not recommend it. As for whether someone was doing this secretly, it was unknown. Since the 9th level lord was not of much value, he did not stay for long, disappeared from the spot with a flash, and continued to rush to the depths. The lord who was fighting the monster felt something in his heart, turned around in confusion, but found nothing, and suddenly became strange. But he didn't know that he had just walked through the gates of hell. After dozens of extreme space shuttles, Lin Yu finally came to a place less than 3,000 kilometers away from the light column and stopped. It's not that he didn't want to move on. Instead, he had just entered the 3,000 kilometer range when he encountered a Lord-level monster. That's right. It was a Lord monster. An F-level wind elemental venerable. This was the first time that Lin Yu had seen a Lord monster above level 10. On the desert under the scorching sun, a fierce wind elemental that was hundreds of meters tall stood proudly. The terrifying aura of his body actually directly affected the environment within a range of dozens of kilometers, blowing up violent gusts of wind, and even the space was torn into countless cracks. There were also a large number of ordinary level 10 wind elements wandering on the land, and it was not an exaggeration to call this place a storm canyon. As soon as Lin Yu approached, he found that several level 10 lords had come early like him. There were those from the anti-alliance camp and those from the boundary alliance, all standing in the air across the outer perimeter of the desert, alert to each other. Lin Yu also took this opportunity to explore the attributes of the Lord monster. Name: Fierce Wind Lord, Lord, Race, Elemental. Level: 10th Order, F-Class, Skills, Wind Blade, Wind Shield, Hurricane Dance, Fierce Storm, Chaos, all attributes increased by 20%. Introduction: The ruler of the wind element. The devastating storm power will destroy all enemies who dare to approach. All attributes are above 100,000. Agility and spirit are even a terrifying 110,000. Lin Yu was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Even if there are such terrifying monsters stationed in the periphery, wouldn't it be even more terrifying near the light column? And there are those 10th Order lords on the side. Although the number of their godhead fragments cannot be sensed for the time being, the extraordinariness of 2 of the old men can be vaguely sensed. The strong aura is 3 times stronger than the mechanical lord he met yesterday. At least they all have more than 5 godheads, and their attributes have also been greatly enhanced. It's not easy to deal with it, Lin Yu muttered to himself, and his brows gradually frowned. With so many 10th level lords, there is still a great chance to kill this lifelong venerable. But the problem is that his strength is only average among them, and it is not easy to snatch the rule fragments. And it is said that the higher the chaos level of the Lord monster, the more rule fragments will be condensed after death. For F level, only 2 pieces will appear, and 1 piece will be added for each level increase. And SSS level is exactly 10 pieces. But that level is not something that everyone can deal with. With Qin Gang's burst, I should be able to barely suppress them for 2 seconds. At this time, Ling Shi appeared beside him and whispered, "Are you sure?" Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard it. 2 seconds is a very long time for a 10th level. But even so, it is not an easy thing to snatch things from so many 10th level monsters with strong strength. Forget it. Let's see the situation first. Although the 2 rule fragments are precious, they are not enough to make him fight for his life. Obviously, others think so too. After waiting for a while, and seeing that no one else came, one of the old men said loudly, "Everyone, how about joining forces to kill him? The treasure depends on your own ability." "That's what I mean," another old man responded in a deep voice. "They are the 2 strongest people at present. With them leading the way, The others are naturally very happy, and responded one after another. The 9 10th level lords, including Linyu, quickly reached a consensus and began to approach the Rift Master from all directions. "Do it!" the white-haired old man shouted loudly. And his figure flashed and appeared beside the fierce Wind Master. At the same time, tens of thousands of beast soldiers appeared and surrounded the fierce Wind Master. Seeing this, Linyu also teleported to the side of the fierce Wind Master with other lords and summoned soldiers to attack. "Line up!" Another black-haired old man spoke in a loud voice and waved his hand. The humanoid archers below lined up and shot a rain of arrows, whistling towards the fierce Wind Master. However, the 10th level Lord Monster was obviously not so easy to deal with. As soon as they attacked, venerable fierce Wind burst out with momentum, shooting a large number of air blades in all directions. At the same time, the ordinary wind elements scattered around were also summoned and quickly surrounded them. Chapter 516, The Treasure of the Nation. "Qin Gang!" Linyu shouted, and Qin Gang immediately opened the war barrier, and all the ancient tree soldiers held up the shield to block the front. Qin Tung and Mushroom Monster King were in the back to resist the attack of ordinary wind elements. Swoosh! 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 The sharp wind blades kept hitting the shield, blasting cracks. After a while, Qin Gang's war barrier cracked. The wind blades flew all over the sky, scraping the front row of ancient tree soldiers, easily tearing open a hole. Even if the physique has reached more than 80,000, it is still unable to block the powerful attack of the fierce wind venerable. "Group treatment," Ling Shi on the side shouted in a low voice. And the flower spirit army around him immediately raised their staffs and treated the front row. Tunshin opened his mouth, and a protective barrier appeared. The protective barrier after the 10th level has a coverage area of 1 kilometer, which immediately covers the entire plant army. With the help of these two, they managed to block the wind blade of the fierce wind element. Just one encounter fully demonstrated the advantage of the plant system in defense. The other lords on the side suffered more or less casualties, and their troops fell. When the wind blade gradually dissipated, several people finally rose up again. "Attack with all your strength!" shouted loudly, and several heroic troops in their team roared and led the team to rush towards the fierce wind element and attacked it fiercely. For a moment, dense attacks emerged crazily, constantly falling on the body of the crack element, exploding with light of various attributes. The 10th level lord in the back was not idle either, and the power of rules was running, turning into a terrifying might and falling down. Then Linyu clearly felt the divine aura in the bodies of the two old men, and there were as many as 5 pieces. It was just as he had guessed just now. The fierce wind lord roared again and again, but was gradually suppressed by the offensive of the two old men and was trapped in place and unable to move. So strong. Linyu was secretly shocked. He thought he couldn't fight a 10th level lord monster to this extent. The average attribute of these two people is probably over 100,000. "Be careful. Don't rush too hard," Linyu said to several royal families through mental contact. Since there are strong people blocking in front, he naturally doesn't need to fight so hard. He can slowly fish on the side and clear the wind element monsters that are gathering around. Kill a 10th level monster and get 100,000 magic energy. Kill a 10th level monster and get 100,000 magic energy. Kill a 10th level monster and get 100,000 magic energy. An ordinary monster actually has so much magic energy. Listening to the reminders that kept ringing in his mind, Linyu's eyes lit up. He is short of magic energy now, so he doesn't want so much magic energy. He immediately dispatched troops and killed those ordinary wind elements more vigorously. He activated the power of rules and rushed out vines to control the venerable Lifeng, assisting the attack from the rear. After several rounds of siege, the venerable Lifeng finally got angry. With a roar, a series of terrifying tornadoes connecting the sky and the earth suddenly blew around his body, sweeping in all directions. Wherever he went, sand and rocks flew, and clouds gathered, as if the whole world was torn apart. Not good. Retreat quickly. The faces of the 10th level lords who were attacking changed, and they all retreated with their troops. Some slow-running troops were directly swept into the sky by the hurricane, and were torn into pieces in the cracks in the space, and a large amount of blood rain was sprinkled. Fortunately, Linyu was well prepared and evacuated first, and only lost a few ancient trees. But the tornado was crazy, as if it had locked them, and kept approaching them at a high speed. Even the giant rocks around them were swept into the sky. And the scene was extremely terrifying. Is this the power of a skill with 110,000 attributes? Buzz. At this moment, the forest sage and the team directly activated the peace field. And an invisible ripple spread out. And the originally fierce tornado hurricane dissipated instantly, including the surrounding ones. They all turned into nothingness in an instant, as if they had never appeared. The other lords all looked at Lin Yu, who was in the center of the ripple, with full of surprise. And even the two old men couldn't help but look at him more. It can actually clear the big skill attack of the Lord Monster at once. What kind of method is this? However, before they could think more, the roar of the fierce Wind Master pulled them back again, and his face changed again. Continue to attack. With an order, the soldiers launched an offensive again and surrounded the fierce Wind Master. With the experience of fighting the enemy just now, they became more comfortable in dealing with it. So they let the melee soldiers watch in front, and they and the ranged soldiers output in the back. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately retreated to avoid the attack. Although the fierce Wind Venerable was unwilling, he could only roar in anger. Under their joint siege, his breath gradually weakened, and he showed signs of decline. Finally, after several rounds of attacks, his limbs were broken, revealing a core of wind elements that gathered from a hurricane. Success? Everyone was shocked and looked at the broken body of the fierce Wind Master. As long as they could destroy the core, they could successfully kill him, which made them all eager to move. Of course, they were not the kind of rookies who would rush forward so recklessly, but secretly alert. As expected, the fierce Wind Master seemed to feel that his death was approaching, and suddenly roared to the sky. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out from him, and the whole world was gathered with wind and clouds. Thunder and lightning roared, as if a catastrophe had come to the world. It was his last skill, the Fierce Storm. If it was launched, there would probably be a large number of casualties, which immediately shocked the faces of the 10th level lords, and they hurriedly retreated. Now! Lin Yu's eyes were stern, and he finally seized this opportunity, and directly launched a savage roar with the power of rules. In the moment when the red light spread, the cannon that had been waiting for a long time finally took action. Bang! Sparks exploded, and a fiery red bullet shot out like a meteor piercing the sun, and disappeared in front of the cannon in the blink of an eye. It was its 10th level skill, Space Compression. Under the blessing of the 42% attribute of Savage Roar, everyone didn't even have time to react to what was going on. The fiery red light had already penetrated the space, and with a bang, it exploded on the core of the Fierce Wind Venerable. The Fierce Wind Venerable, who was still accumulating strength to fight to the death, stopped moving, and the strong wind gathered around him also dissipated instantly. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 10th level Lord Monster and obtained 100 million magic energy. Accompanied by a prompt, a gray energy floated out from the core of the Fierce Wind Venerable and quickly merged into Lin Yu's body. But before he could check, the body of the Fierce Wind Venerable exploded with a bang, and two pieces of rule fragments shining with colorful halos and a treasure wrapped in golden light scattered. He was unlucky. The two rule fragments flew in the opposite direction from him. Only the treasure shot towards him. Without hesitation, he disappeared from the spot, put the treasure in his pocket, and then appeared next to a rule fragment again, ready to take it down. You are too greedy. But at this moment, an old voice sounded. The old man from the Realm Alliance suddenly appeared, and the powerful space force gathered and poured towards Lin Yu. So fast! Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. He had to give up the rule fragment and retreat violently. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge deep pit was instantly blasted where he was standing, and a large area of terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. The power of the 5 Godhead fragments was indeed terrifying. Just as he retreated violently, several other 10th level lords also set their eyes on the treasure in his hand and surrounded him. Ling Shi! With a loud shout, Ling Shi appeared beside him, holding the staff in his hand high, and the majesty of the king was activated. What? The faces of several 10th level lords changed, and they felt a vast and boundless pressure covering their bodies, making them unable to move. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu waved his hand directly, recalled all the soldiers, and fled by space shuttle. Until then, several people finally broke free from the suppression of the king's majesty. When they wanted to catch up again, they could no longer feel Lin Yu's breath. Obviously, they had escaped from the coverage of their original space. And the two rule fragments were also snatched by the two strongest old men. A battle finally came to an end here. On the other side, after several space shuttles, Lin Yu had already arrived thousands of kilometers away. Seeing that there were no pursuers chasing him, he stopped and took out the things he had just obtained and began to check. What was very surprising was, the treasure he got this time was extremely similar to the national treasure obtained by killing the leader-level Thunder Wolf King before. And it was also a thing like a national jade seal. The only difference was that the sculpture on it turned into a tornado. Then an information interface appeared in front of him. National treasure, Eye of the Storm. Item level, F level. Territory effect, wine skill consumption reduced by 2%. Wind skill casting speed increased by 2%. National effect, resource regeneration speed increased by 18%. Faith acquisition increased by 17%. Introduction. The national treasure can be used on the country in charge to obtain additional bonuses, and can only be effective on one at a time. Increase faith acquisition. Seeing the attributes in front of him, Lin Yu was surprised. The national treasure actually has such an additional effect? The F level has already increased by 17%. What about the higher level national treasure? If he can get it, then his daily faith acquisition speed will definitely increase greatly. And this is a national effect. It should be effective for all territories in the principality. Just like the holy objects can be effective for the people before. It seems that this is also the main reason why those high-level lords moved away. After all, it is basically impossible for a newly promoted king to get a national treasure that is too high, which will only affect their speed of gaining faith. Although the effect of more than 10% cannot be seen in a short period of time, the gap will gradually widen in the long run. This is also the reason why the lords hope to move to a powerful country. I have to find a chance to get a higher level national treasure in the future, Lin Yu murmured to himself, his face gradually becoming solemn. A higher level national treasure means that you have to kill a higher level lord monster to get it. With his current strength, it is difficult to deal with F level, and he needs to accumulate strength for a while. Right. Suddenly, he remembered that when he killed the fierce wind venerable just now, it seemed that a stream of energy merged into his body. He immediately calmed down and checked carefully. Chapter 517 New Hatred and Old Grudge. After checking around, Lin Yu finally knew where the gray energy went. It was actually absorbed directly by the origin space. Or, it was because of the existence of the origin space that the opponent's energy was absorbed when the Lord Monster was killed. This situation had never occurred before when the leader monster was killed. It was obviously unique to the Lord Monster. Or it was a mutation caused by the evolution of the universe by his origin space. This is not the point. What surprised Lin Yu the most was that after the origin space absorbed the energy, the reproduction of the creatures inside actually accelerated. The original 2 fruits of faith per day directly became 3. This growth rate is simply outrageous. Could it be that the energy obtained by killing the Lord Monster can speed up the reproduction of the universe? If this is true, it is great news for him. Although he can't kill the Lord Monster independently now, he can speculate. Anyway, as long as you get the kill, you don't have to snatch treasures from those 10th level lords. With the 2 long-range killers, the cannon and Lingxi, you can steal and run away, and safety is absolutely guaranteed. Okay, it's decided. Finally, Lin Yu made up his mind and left the place immediately. He searched around the nearby light column, specifically looking for the traces of the Lord Monster. As time went by, he gradually discovered that the monster plane was different from before. It seems that because the seal is loose, the regeneration and advancement speed of the monster has become faster. But even so, the number of 10th level leaders and Lord Monsters is still in short supply. Every time one appears, it will be besieged by several or even dozens of 10th level lords. And those who can face the Lord Monster directly have at least 3 pieces of divine fragments. And each one is not weak. Fortunately, Lin Yu's royal family is strong enough. With the blessing of 4 pieces of divine, it is not weak among all kings. Basically, you can kill a Lord Monster in 2 or 3 battles, and then escape calmly. Relying on this method, he kept running in the monster plane, participating in the encirclement and suppression of various Lord Monsters, and became more and more comfortable in the battle of the 10th level. Finally, until the 4th day when he killed a Lord Monster, the universe in his origin space suddenly trembled slightly. In the galaxy closest to the World Tree, Primitive intelligent life began to be born. The faith fruit on the world tree also suddenly increased to 30. And it only took 1 day to fully mature. So many more? Lin Yu looked at the fruit embryos hanging on the world tree in shock. And he found that he still underestimated the faith of all things in the universe. It has only been a few days, and it has grown to this point. What a pity. Before he could think more, the sound of fighting on the side pulled him back. Seeing that the Lord monster was killed, other 10th level lords were fighting for rule fragments and treasures. He immediately disappeared with a teleportation, away from this place of right and wrong. However, this time there was an accident. Just when he appeared thousands of miles away after a few rounds, the space in front of him suddenly boomed and collapsed, and a void filled with space turbulence blocked his way, making it impossible for him to teleport away. Who? Lin Yu stood still in the air, looking around fiercely. Boy, we meet again. As if in response to his words, 3 figures slowly appeared and surrounded him in the middle. It was the 7 evils he had just met not long ago. It's you. Lin Yu's face sank. He was so careful to hide his tracks when he came out. But he didn't expect to be followed by the other party. And even brought 2 helpers with him. After a careful feeling, he found that the divine aura of the 2 people was not much weaker than that of the 7 evils. 3 God lords. Lin Yu's mood instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. If it was just 1 7 evil, he would not be afraid at all. And he could even fight for 300 rounds. But 3 10th level lords, with the same strength as himself, were different. There is almost no possibility of victory. Swish. Without hesitation, when the space stabilized, he teleported hundreds of kilometers away and rushed towards the war camp. But the next second, the space he was in collapsed again, and Chisha and 2 other 10th level lords appeared in front of him. You can't escape. Just hand over the fragments of the godhead. Chisha laughed arrogantly, and the powerful force of rules burst out, turning into a 100-foot-long undead, spraying a large piece of ghost fire at him, causing the entire space to shake violently. Undead system. Lin Yu's eyes condensed. I just felt that under the pressure of this powerful force, the surrounding space became extremely unstable. At this time, forcibly crossing the space will only greatly consume the power of rules. And there is even the risk of being caught in the space turbulence and suffering heavy damage. Without hesitation, he activated the strengthening skill immediately, stepped into the air, and leaped back violently, but unexpectedly. At this time, the 2 10th level lords followed closely. Poisonous insects and vines appeared at the same time, rushing towards him, completely blocking his retreat. They were the lords of the insect and plant systems. Under the strong siege of the 3 people, Lin Yu had to activate the mirror wall skill to build a square defense around him. Boom! The mirror wall shook violently, and was instantly shattered by the 3 attacks. Lin Yu was knocked out together with him, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it was too difficult for one person to block the attacks of 3 people. Even though he had activated the damage reduction skill in advance, he was still seriously injured, and he only felt that his blood was surging. Obviously, the attribute enhancement of these people was much higher than his. Fortunately, with the recoil of the explosion, he successfully got rid of the siege of the 3 people. With a thought, the space around him began to twist. Want to escape? Stop him! Seeing that Lin Yu actually blocked their joint attack, Chisha's face changed slightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. He immediately shouted and chased after him. Void space. Lin Yu stretched out his arm, and an invisible wave suddenly spread, blocking the teleportation ability of Chisha and others. And then his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. However, the direction of his escape this time was not the direction of the war camp, but the depths of the monster plane, because the other party was obviously prepared. It would never be so easy for him to escape back to the camp. In this case, let's fight. Lin Yu's eyes were burning with murderous intent. At the beginning, because of the huge gap in strength, he couldn't resist. But now he has risen to the 10th level, and it's time to settle old accounts. No, he escaped that way. Seeing the direction of Lin Yu's escape, the insect lord face changed slightly. Damn it. How can the plant system have the ability to block space? Break it for me, Chisha shouted. And the power of rules suddenly exploded in front of him, breaking the space blockade with brute force. Then, the 3 disappeared again, and chased after Lin Yu. As one chased and one fled, the 2 sides gradually went deeper into the monster plane, getting closer and closer to one of the black light pillars. This made the plant lord worried. Chi-Sha, if you continue to move forward, you may encounter high-level lord monsters, and we may not be able to deal with them with our strength. What? Are you afraid of this? Don't forget that you have accepted my benefits and have to help me get the fragments of the godhead on that kid, Chi-Sha said coldly. The two heard this, and both smiled bitterly. But thinking of the great benefits that Chi-Sha promised to give them, they didn't say anything more, and even accelerated their speed to chase after Lin Yu. Not long after, the few people came to a place less than 2,000 miles away from the light pillar. Boy, you can't escape. Chi-Sha appeared in front of Lin Yu and punched out, knocking Lin Zong, who was running away, without any nonsense. 10 heroic undead bone dragons appeared out of thin air, and suddenly spewed out 10 undead breaths. The terrifying dragon breath, accompanied by raging flames, dyed the entire sky purple, rolled up a space turbulence, and fell towards Lin Yu. At the same time, the other two followed closely and attacked one after another. For a moment, black clouds filled the sky. Insects danced wildly, and countless vines soared into the sky, covering the void where they were. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless, and his whole body shook. A huge phantom of a carnivorous plant appeared behind him, with a mouth full of sharp teeth opened, swallowing the 3 sweeping attacks in one gulp. Boom! The violent energy exploded in the air, and the phantom of the carnivorous plant shattered, turning into a terrifying air wave that surged out, shattering the surrounding space. And a huge abyss with no bottom was cracked underneath. I didn't expect that you have grown to this point in such a short time. Looking at Lin Yu standing there unscathed, Chi-Sha's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even the other two looked solemn, and were extremely shocked. Because on the way here, Chi-Sha had already told them that the opponent was a 10th level lord who had just advanced a few days ago, and would not be too strong. The result was beyond their expectations. Lin Yu's strength was not only not much weaker than theirs, but he also had endless means. He actually blocked the attack of the 3 of them alone. If he continued to grow like this, what would happen? He would definitely become a major concern for their Taishian realm. This boy must not be kept. In an instant, the 3 people's eyes changed when they looked at Lin Yu, becoming even colder. There are many things you didn't expect, Lin Yu snorted coldly, not knowing what they were thinking. And it was not as easy as it looked on the surface. It was still very difficult for him to resist the opponent's several rounds of attacks in succession, adding the consumption of running away. He now has less than half of the rule power left. If he continues like this, it may be disadvantageous to him. However, the 3 of the 7 evils did not give him a chance to think. Go! With a loud shout, they attacked again, and a series of powerful attacks fell, forcing him to shuttle through space again to escape. Chase! The 3 of them chased after him, and also teleported behind him. And he couldn't get rid of him even if he wanted to. Finally, after several interceptions and fights, Lin Yu teleported to a barren black land. The space behind him was also distorted, and the 3 of the 7 evils crossed the space and chased him again. But, when they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes suddenly widened, and their faces were horrified. Chapter 518 Terrible Enemy. On the entire dark land, there were dense white spider silks everywhere, connecting the ground and the sky. No! To be precise, it was connected to the pillar of light in the distance. The entire area of more than 1,000 kilometers around the pillar of light was almost completely covered by spider webs. Countless spider-type monsters wandered in it. Indistinctly, they could even see many huge figures that were so powerful that they made their hearts palpitate. And the reflections of terrifying spiders that appeared from time to time in the pillar of light in the distance. Spider Mother. It's the Spider Mother's nest, the insect lord said in a trembling voice, and couldn't help slowing down. The last of the 72 demons, Spider Mother Alazar, was said to have many 10th level and 11th level offspring, and was the most terrifying existence that was good at bewitching people. Even if an 11th level lord broke into it, he might not be able to escape unscathed. I didn't expect that they would accidentally break into the Spider Mother's nest. That is to say, those huge black shadows were all monsters above level 10. And they might even be level 11. Boy, you dare to run to such a place. Aren't you afraid of death? Chi-Sha shouted in shock from behind. Catch up with me first if you can, Lin Yu sneered, and his speed increased instead of decreasing. And he continued to go deeper into the spider's nest. Chase! I want to see how you die. Chi-Sha's face darkened, and he also accelerated to chase Lin Yu. The other two gritted their teeth and followed his pace closely. At this time, it was still the periphery of the spider mother's nest. As long as they were careful, they should not encounter any danger. However, they did not dare to teleport over a long distance, because if they were not careful, they might fall into the habitat of those powerful monsters, and they might be in danger at that time. In this way, one chased and the other fled, and they soon left the entrance of the nest far behind them and entered the nest. TSK. Lin Yu tisk. He didn't expect these guys to chase him so hard and dared to chase him in. In this case, then don't leave. After thinking about it, he stopped, and Kong Ming appeared beside him. A dazzling green light burst out, instantly illuminating the entire nest inside and outside. The ordinary spiders that were constantly crawling below were also killed by the light, and the damage caused was turned into healing, feeding back to him to heal his injuries. Damn it! Do you want to die here? Seeing the large area of the destroyed nest, Chisha's eyes widened with anger, and he didn't know what he was going to do. I don't know whether I will die or not, but if you want to kill me, you must pay a price, Lin Yu said coldly. In this case, I can't let you stay. Go! Get rid of him first. With a sharp shout from Chisha, he summoned the undead bone dragon to attack Lin Yu again. The powerful force of rules surrounded his side, and then turned into a monstrous power. Together with the other two, they suppressed Lin Yu from 3 directions. Lin Yu's face was slightly gloomy, and he launched a savage roar without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, leaves all over the sky gathered in the sky, forming a solid wall. Bangs and explosions were heard in the ears, shaking the air violently. At the same time, Ling Shi appeared. The light on the staff burst out, and the thorn entanglement was activated. After the 10th level, the thorn entanglement has changed from a single unit to a group. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Kishes and the flying soldiers around them were entangled in a large number of thorns and fell from the sky. Do you think you can do anything to us with this little trick? Chisha snorted coldly, and a piece of nether ghost fire ignited on his body, burning the thorns into ashes directly. The other two also used their own tricks to break free from the thorns. Then, Qingting's huge body appeared, and vines rose into the sky, entangled the falling flying soldiers. And at the same time, in the vine forest, bang, sparks exploded, and a fiery red streamer swept straight towards Chisha. Chisha's face changed, and he immediately condensed a wall of undead bones in front of him. With a loud explosion, the bone wall collapsed, and the flame passed through his shoulder. The intense pain made Chisha pale, and his eyes were full of shock. The power of the attack just now was so strong that if he was hit head-on, he would be injured even if he didn't die, which made him look at Lin Yu with murderous intent. Because the more he fought with Lin Yu, the more he deeply realized Lin Yu's terrifying potential. If he let him go today, it would be like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. Quick battle. Without hesitation, tens of thousands of troops were summoned directly by them, and launched a fierce attack on Lin Yu again. The number of troops of the 3 people added up to almost 4 times that of Lin Yu. If he confronted head-on, he would definitely lose. This is why he didn't stop to fight with the 3 people. Seeing that there was a dangerous place in front and pursuers behind, he gritted his teeth and prepared to summon the troops for a last-ditch effort. Blood. I smell the smell of blood. Suddenly, a charming voice sounded in the nest. Lin Yu and the 3 of Chisha all changed their expressions, stopped their actions, and carefully looked around. However, after waiting for a while, no monsters were found approaching. The surroundings were quiet and fell into a strange silence. Until then, the plant lord thought of something, and suddenly looked up at the crisscrossing spider silk in the sky, just in time to see a huge monster with a human face and a spider body hanging upside down above their heads, staring at them with fierce eyes. And at the moment, he found the human-faced spider. The human-faced spider also let out a sharp scream, opened its bloody mouth and sprayed countless spider silks, shooting towards the 4 of them. Be careful. Ling Shi, who was beside Lin Yu, raised his staff high, and dense wooden thorns rushed out, rushing straight towards the spider silk. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that the powerful wooden thorns were defeated after touching the spider silk, and they were not a one-shot enemy at all. Without time to think, he teleported several meters away and avoided the terrifying attack. Then he raised his head and looked at the human-faced spider. Name, human-faced Black Widow, Lord, race, Animal. Level. 10th level, A level, average attribute of 160,000. More than twice his. After reading the information in front of him, Lin Yu's heart was in turmoil. I didn't expect that I would actually lead out such a terrifying monster. Not to mention the 3 people of Chisha. They were even more shocked. Retreat. Almost without thinking, he prepared to shuttle through space and evacuate here. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Lin Yu was waiting for this moment. How could he let them leave easily? The power of rules burst out, and the void space skill was activated again, interrupting their teleportation ability. Damn it! Chisha's face changed, and his murderous eyes pointed directly at Lin Yu. They had just consumed a lot of energy, and there was no way to break through the space restraints with brute force in a short period of time. They had to summon the soldiers around them and set up a defensive formation. At this moment, the sharp laughter of the Black Widow rang out again. She didn't give them a chance to react, and directly activated the 10th level skill. The Sky Net? The spider silk shot out from it as the center, instantly covering the entire area, and weaving this area into an airtight giant cocoon with spider webs. Fortunately, Lin Yu was prepared. When the void space was activated, the soldiers had already been put away and exited the skill range. They disappeared from the spot with a teleportation and hurriedly fled out of the nest. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the whole ground shook violently. The 3 of the 7 evils actually broke through the sky net of the Black Widow together, sprayed blood and flew out, and then teleported to escape outside the nest. Not dead? Lin Yu, who was waiting outside the nest, was shocked. He found that he had underestimated the strength of the 7 evils. He could survive in a head-on confrontation with the A-level Lord monster. With this strength alone, he is proud of himself among the lords of the same level. Boy, I will tear you into pieces. Chisha, with blood all over his face, chased up and blocked Lin Yu's way. At this time, his eyes were red and his arms were bulging with blue veins. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. The other 2 were in even more tragic conditions. One had an arm broken and the other had half of his thigh broken, bleeding profusely. It's not easy to kill me in your current state, Lin Yu said indifferently, and did not act rashly, because the Black Widow was nearby. Once they fought, if the time was delayed, the Black Widow would definitely be attracted again. At that time, it would not be so easy to escape again. Chisha. He is right. Let's leave here quickly, and go back to heal our wounds first, the Insect Lord whispered. Yes. There is no need to sacrifice your life for a piece of divine fragment. The Plant Lord followed closely. Chisha heard the words and knew the stakes. He immediately calmed down and looked at the 2. Well, I take you back to heal your wounds first. As he said that, he came directly to the side of the 2 and supported them. The Insect Lord and the Plant Lord breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Chisha would be stubborn and fight Lin Yu to the end. Seeing Chisha give up, they finally felt relieved. Puff! But at this moment, the sound of flesh being pierced suddenly sounded. The Insect Lord and the Plant Lord stared at the bone blades that pierced through their chests, and they couldn't believe it. Turning back with difficulty, they saw Chisha holding the handles of the 2 bone blades with a cold face. Don't worry. I will avenge you. The voice without any emotion came out of Chisha's mouth. The pupils of the 2 shrank, and they opened their mouths to say something. But in the end, no sound came out, and their eyes went black and collapsed. This sudden change shocked Lin Yu. He never expected that the 7 evils would be so vicious that they would not even spare their companions. And they did not even change their expressions. What a terrible mentality. Just as he was shocked, 2 crystals emitting colorful light slowly floated up and fell into the hands of the 7 evils. Not good. Lin Yu's face changed drastically, and he finally knew what the other party was going to do. He directly activated the Shadow skill and rushed forward. At the same time, the power of rules burst out, and a powerful mental wave turned into a huge wave, which fell towards the 7 evils. It's useless. You can't stop me. The 7 evils laughed wildly, and the 2 pieces of the divine body in his hands instantly turned into streams of light and merged into his body. Then a terrifying and boundless tyrannical aura burst out with him as the center, shaking off the mental waves around him. The momentum did not decrease, and it was even more pressing towards Lin Yu. Chapter 519 Bloody light surges to the sky. 6 pieces of Godhead. Feeling the breath coming towards him, Lin Yu's mood instantly sank to the bottom. He had thought of the worst-case scenario, but he didn't expect it to develop to this point in the end. 6 pieces of Godhead represent not only attribute enhancement, but also enhancement in all aspects, especially the range of the origin space, which will be increased to 600 kilometers. Even if he wants to escape by space shuttle, he may not be able to escape. This is trouble. Lin Yu's heart turned rapidly, thinking about how to deal with it. And the 7 evils, who absorbed 2 pieces of Godhead fragments, smiled more and more arrogantly. Boy, I really have to thank you this time for improving my strength so much. You can even kill your companions. I don't want your thanks. Lin Yu snorted coldly, without any intention of retreating. Ha ha ha. Killing your companions? Qisha laughed a few times. Then his expression suddenly turned cold. So what? This world is the law of the jungle. And their mistake is that they trust others too easily. Ha. Since you also know the law of the jungle, you should know that your son's death is just obeying this law. You are looking for death. The scar was revealed, and Qisha's face suddenly sank. His breath became manic, and even the breath of the godhood he just absorbed began to be unstable. There is a chance. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the murder of Qisha's son would have such a big impact on him, and immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "Isn't it? Or is your law of the jungle just fake? Your son's death is just his own fault?" "Shut up," Qisha shouted. His breath surged wildly, and he was obviously completely enraged, with red eyes pointing directly at Lin Yu. "Since you want to die so badly, I grant your wish," without giving Lin Yu a chance to speak. His feet suddenly exploded, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and shot out. So fast! Lin Yu was shocked. The speed of the 6 pieces of divine fragments was indeed much faster than before. Not daring to be careless, he dodged to the side, and then with a thought, tens of thousands of soldiers were summoned, all over the sky and the earth. These were the soldiers he had mutated by killing monsters and recruiting taxes from the principality in the past few days. And it took a lot of effort to reach tens of thousands. "Master, we're here to help you." As soon as several royal families appeared, they immediately burst out with natural power and attacked the 7 evils. For a moment, vines flew, and dense wooden thorns shot into the sky. "Get out of here!" The 7 evils roared, and the nether fire exploded on their bodies, repelling all attacks. Then, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes, he teleported again and appeared behind Lin Yu, stabbing out with a bone blade in his hand. Dang! The war barrier lit up behind Lin Yu, blocking the fatal blow. The huge impact force knocked him hundreds of meters away. The 7 evils chased him closely, and countless bone dragon ghosts and skeletons were summoned by him to launch a fierce attack on the plant army, forcing the royal family to return to support, leaving only Lingxi to assist in the attack beside Lin Yu. Lin Yu stabilized his body, and immediately waved his hand, and the leaves in the sky surged up, turning into a green torrent sweeping towards the 7 evils. Lingxi raised the staff high, and the majesty of the king was directly activated, suppressing the 7 evils in place. "Break it for me!" The 7 evils shouted angrily, and the power of the 6 pieces of the divine body fragments burst out, and they actually broke through Lingxi's majesty of the king. Then the netherworld fire on his body burned fiercely, and instantly burned the leaves covered with cold air into ashes. Lin Yu did not stop. With a thought, several huge vines rushed out of the ground and entangled Qisha's body. Then several red mushrooms with strong flames turned into parabolas and fell to his side. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the whole sky shook violently. Qisha was blown away with his arms crossed, except for his clothes being a little messy. He was not hurt at all. "I said, you must die today. It's not certain who will die." Seeing Qisha rushing over, Lin Yu directly launched a savage roar, and his momentum finally equaled that of Qisha, and collided with him fiercely. The two of them fought back and forth in the air, and in a blink of an eye, they fought for dozens of rounds. There were constant violent explosions in their ears, and various skills burst out one after another. Lin Yu was careless, and was pierced through the thigh by the bone blade that exploded on the opponent's body. However, he also took this opportunity to cut the opponent's abdomen with a sword. Then the two sides fought again. Whoosh! Just when the savage roar was about to disappear, the sound of breaking through the air followed. Under Lingxi's control, the sharp wooden spikes formed a circle and shot towards the 7 evils, forcing him to repel Lin Yu and retreat violently. Looking at the state of the two people again, They were covered with wounds and looked seriously injured. Even their breath became much weaker. I underestimated you for being able to fight me to this extent. Chisha stood in the air, his eyes solemn. I thought he was just a 10th level lord who had just advanced and could be killed at will. But he didn't expect that he could fight with himself with 6 pieces of divine power to such an extent. The terrifying potential made him secretly shocked, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger. At this time, Lin Yu's condition was extremely bad. Not only was the power of rules almost exhausted, but even his injuries were barely maintained by Ling Xi's healing skills. He took a look at the battle situation below. At this time, it was already in a stalemate. It was obviously impossible to get more royal families to withdraw to help. You are almost unable to hold on now, right? Chisha saw the change in Lin Yu's breath and laughed triumphantly. Although he suffered a heavy blow from the Black Widow, the 2 pieces of divine power fragments he just absorbed restored most of his power of rules. In comparison, Lin Yu, who had been fighting at such a high intensity, naturally could not hold on for so long. He was just a sped force. As long as he kills him, he can get one more fragment of the Godhead and leap into the ranks of high-level kings. Thinking of this, he no longer gave Lin Yu a chance to breathe. The space under his feet exploded, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and shot out. Lin Yu's face sank. He knew that if he held back, he might really have to die here today. Buzz! The last trace of rule power burst out, turning into a spiritual wave that spread around. When Chisha rushed halfway, he found that he had come to a twisted forest full of blue thorns, and sharp laughter kept coming to his ears, disturbing his mind. It was the illusion skill of Deep Blue Dream. Lin Yu knew very well that this level of illusion could not trap the opponent for long. So without hesitation, the countdown to the end was directly activated, and the state was regressed to 1 minute ago. Not only did the injury disappear, but the rule power also recovered to 1/3. Then, the thousands of 10th level corpses collected during this period were thrown out, exploded into a ball of blood mist, and then turned into a stream of blood-colored torrents into his body. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the distance. Within a few breaths, the deep blue dreamland was blasted open by Chisha, and the blood energy gathered around Lin Yu was seen at a glance. It's useless. No matter what means you use, you can't be my opponent, Chisha shouted, crushed the void with 1 foot, and rushed towards Lin Yu again. At this time, Lin Yu also completely absorbed all the blood energy, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Roar! A loud roar sounded behind him. The wild roar was launched again. What? Chisha's face changed when he rushed up. He didn't expect that Lin Yu still had the energy to launch a skill, and it was a burst skill that had just been launched. But the arrow had to be shot, and he immediately used all his strength to infuse the bone blade in his hand. Die! He crossed the void with 1 foot, and the bone blade in his hand suddenly expanded, turning into endless blade light, and fell towards Lin Yu. Wherever he went, the space was shattered and collapsed into countless fragments. Looking at the oncoming giant blade, Lin Yu's face was solemn. With a grab of his hand, a sword blade made of rattan would condense instantly. In an instant, blood rushed into the sky, gathered on the sword, and collided fiercely with the blade of Chisha. Boom! The terrifying storm swept across the sky. The 2 armies fighting below were almost blown away thousands of feet without any resistance, and the ground was cracked with huge bottomless cracks, spreading out like a spider web. At the same time, Chisha holding the bone blade was also blown away. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief and horror. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the sky with blood. How could you still have the power of rules? He covered his abdomen with 1 hand, and finally stopped his body, screaming. On his abdomen, there was a huge wound that was deep enough to see the bone, passing through his waist. There are still many things you don't know, Lin Yu snorted coldly. He had not exploded until this opportunity. He didn't give the other party time to react. He stepped on the void and teleported in front of Chisha, stabbing with a sword. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bone shield blocked his attack. Chisha turned pale and fled without hesitation. However, he was severely injured by Black Widow and Lin Yu in succession, and his speed slowed down a lot. He had just escaped a distance when he was immediately blocked by Ling Shi, who arrived and could not escape through space. But the next second, bang! With a loud bang, a fiery red stream of light crossed the space and appeared behind him. And the king's majesty that Lin Yu launched with the power of rules also fell, suppressing him in place. Under the dual blessing of bloody frenzy and savage roar, Lin Yu's strength has reached an extremely terrifying level, directly suppressing Qisha, unable to move. No! Qisha's eyes widened to the extreme, and he wanted to escape, but he could only watch the stream of light piercing through his chest. A piercing pain rushed into his mind, making his eyes blurry, and his eyes went black, and he fell from the air, fearing that he was not dead. Lingxi, who came over, raised his staff and shot out countless wooden thorns, which shot his broken body into a hornet's nest. And then with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. Chapter 520, The Light of Life. Huh? Looking at Qisha falling to the ground, Lin Yu let out a long breath. Although there was no reminder in his mind, he could clearly feel that Qisha's vitality was rapidly fading. Without thinking too much, he appeared next to Qisha with Lingxi, and found that he was staring at the sky with empty eyes. There was basically no intact part on his body. I lost. Qisha opened his mouth and uttered a few words with difficulty. Perhaps because he was about to die, his voice was no longer arrogant and lively. You lost? Lin Yu responded lightly, as if answering his words. Qisha laughed at himself when he heard the words, and his eyes became dazed. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to hold something, but after trying for a while, he still couldn't hold it and fell heavily. A breeze blew by, and a reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Kill the 10th Order Lord of the other plane and gain 54 billion magic energy. The moment the prompt fell, all the undead soldiers in the distance wailed and turned into a pile of dry bones. And a piece of divine fragment emitting colorful light slowly floated up from the body of the 7 evils. Dazzling and dazzling. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly put away the fragment of divine fragment. Feeling the breath of the Black Widow approaching here, he did not dare to stay any longer. After dealing with the corpse, he recalled the soldiers and disappeared directly from the spot, rushing back to the direction of the war camp. This battle can be said to be full of dangers and constant changes. First, the 3 10th Order Lords chased and killed. Then the Lord-level monsters appeared. And then the 7 evils killed their companions. And finally the 2 sides fought. Every step was extremely thrilling. Fortunately, Lin Yu had foresight and had been collecting monster corpses. Although the number of 10th level monsters has been greatly reduced, the corpses accumulated in the past few days have allowed him to burst out his strongest combat power at the last moment, killing the 7 evil spirits in the state of 6 pieces of divine fragments in one fell swoop. This is also thanks to the sudden appearance of the Black Widow, who first severely injured the 7 evil spirits. Otherwise, if the opponent was in his prime, he would probably lose in the end. It can only be said that fate is playing tricks on people, or that he won the result by working hard enough. Looking at the only trace of rule power left in his body and the seriously injured internal organs, Lin Yu did not hesitate anymore and took out the fragments of the divine body while hurrying on his way. May I ask if you want to absorb the fragments of the divine body? Absorb? A slightly trembling voice fell, and the fragments of the divine body in his hand turned into a stream of light and merged into his body. It merged with the divine body in his body. The rule power that was almost exhausted began to recover rapidly. A violent energy surged wildly in his body, colliding with his limbs and bones, and his momentum continued to rise. Lin Yu felt that his strength had improved a lot. Excited, he quickly opened the personal interface to check. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, race, human. Level, 10th level, 5/10. Strength, 50030, plus 25,015. Constitution, 50088, plus 33,058. Agility, 50030, plus 25,015. Spirit, 50088, plus 25,044. Basic skills, double mutation. Rule power, space shuttle. Rule transformation, Godhead power, all attributes plus 50%. Race talent, Constitution plus 16%. Recovery speed plus 16%. Introduction, Lord attribute interface. Records the specific strength and skills of the Lord, which can be unlocked by the 10th level Lord, with an extra piece of Godhead fragment. The average attribute directly increased by 5,000 to more than 75,000. The only pity is, Lingxi's all-attribute aura and Qingdong's constitution aura are only effective for soldiers. Otherwise his attributes would be higher. However, as a lord, His basic attributes are higher than those of the royal family, all reaching the maximum value of the 10th level. This addition and subtraction just makes it equal. When he absorbs enough rule fragments in the future, his basic attributes will be improved, and he will naturally become stronger. After thinking about it, Lin Yu closed the interface, used the rule power that had just been restored to cast a few healing spells on himself, and sped up to the periphery of the monster plane. After the increase of the Godhead fragments to 5 pieces, his origin space increased to 500 kilometers, and the distance of teleportation also increased accordingly, and the speed of travel became much faster. However, what surprised Lin Yu the most was the change after the origin space became larger. The number of galaxies inside seemed to have become more than before, although there is no life yet. In the near future, the number of faith fruits will definitely increase greatly. What a pity, Lin Yu murmured to himself, and couldn't help but regret that he couldn't snatch the 2 Godhead fragments from the 7 evils. If he could get those 2 pieces, his strength would definitely surge instantly and make a qualitative leap. But once the Godhead is merged, it will become one. Even if he was killed, only 1 piece would fall off. The situation was so urgent at that time that it was basically impossible to stop Qixia from absorbing the 2 pieces of the divine fragments, so they could only be wasted by him. Forget it. 1 piece is not bad. Lin Yu was content and did not dwell on this matter for too long. After all, it was not his thing, so it would be useless even if he forced it. So he might as well let it go. Thinking of this, he crossed the space again and disappeared on the spot. After more than a dozen teleportations, he finally returned to the war camp and was teleported back to the territory through the cross-border formation. What he didn't know was, not long after he left, the news of the death of the 3 Qixia spread throughout the war camp like a hurricane. The lords of all walks of life were in an uproar, all discussing this matter. 3 10th level kings died in Taishan realm. Is it true? Is the news accurate? Those are 3 10th level kings. I heard that they went out together this morning. But by noon, the territory in the principality was gone. Fuck. 3 all gone? Could it be the Realm Alliance? It's very likely. I saw them going to the monster plane today. I guess they met a strong man from the opposite side. Or a high-level monster. Killing 3 10th level kings at once. What kind of strength does it take to do that? The lords of various realms exclaimed in surprise. And all kinds of gossips were flying around. However, many of them pointed to the Realm Alliance and high-level monsters. And no one suspected Lin Yu. Even the news in Taishan realm was the same. It was obvious. When the 7 evils set out, they did not let others know their specific actions, but helped Lin Yu invisibly. And even if they had doubts, they could not have suspected a lord who had just upgraded to the 10th level. As a newly promoted lord, could he kill 3 old lords by himself? If he told others, few people would believe it, especially now that it is a realm war. Even the emperor will fall. And the death of several 10th level kings seems to be nothing strange, and no one will associate it with him. Of course. Except for one person. That is Jixinghe, the king of the Great Wilderness Principality. When Jixinghe heard that Qixia was among the 3 dead 10th level lords, his expression immediately became suspicious. Could it be him? Jixinghe couldn't help but flash back to the scene in the war camp. Lin Yu's words. I will solve it myself. Even now he still remembers it very clearly. Originally thought it was just an impulsive word, but now when he heard the news of Qixia's death, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Could Qixia's death be related to Lin Yu? As soon as this thought came up, even he was shocked. However, Jixinghe also knew that this matter was of great importance and could not be concluded rashly. And even if it was true, he couldn't spread the news, because it would only bring trouble to their primitive world and their Shengyao empire. It seems that I have to find a chance to ask. Jixinghe thought silently, then looked at his subordinates who came to report, and continued to ask about the news of Taishan realm. On the other side, Lin Yu didn't know that Jixinghe had guessed the truth of the matter based on some clues at the beginning. At this time, he had already come to the World Tree and began to recruit soldiers with the magic energy he had just obtained. In this battle, he lost a total of thousands of soldiers, leaving less than 9,000. Fortunately, he got a huge sum of 54 billion magic energy from killing the 7 evil spirits, so that he could finally recruit all the soldiers, and no longer had to send the royal family to support him every time when the number of soldiers was less than others. That's it. Using the magic energy he had just obtained, Lin Yu quickly recruited 15,000 soldiers, spent almost 50 billion, and had 4 billion left. Finally, I recruited enough. Looking at the vast array of plant soldiers that filled the entire palace, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Then he called 10 royal families and began to arrange teams for them. It is worth mentioning that, after he reached the 10th level, the forest sage, who had no level and attributes, also learned a new skill. Name: Forest Sage, Royal Family. Lin Yu originally thought that the skills of the Forest Sage, who had no level and attribute information, were fixed, so he didn't pay much attention to it. As a result, he really learned a new skill, which surprised him, forcibly retaining one attribute. This effect is absolutely terrifying. When used with a peace field, it is equivalent to 20 seconds of invincibility. It is very powerful to use it to save lives at critical moments. However, the royal family of the Forest Sage is extremely special. Lin Yu can't use all of its skills, as if they are all beyond the rules. Chapter 521 Demon Heaven. Nothing major happened for a while, except for the faction team's 2 advances during this period. Lin Yu basically traveled between the territory and the monster plane, snatching the kills of the Lord monsters and accumulating strength, because during the war, it is very difficult to kill the 10th level Lord on the opposite side. As soon as you hit the opponent hard, other 10th level Lords will come to rescue immediately, leaving you no chance to attack. This caused the 2 armies to gradually fall into a stalemate, and their side's advancement speed was very slow. In half a month, they only advanced tens of thousands of kilometers. Compared to the area of a continent, it is still too small. But the good news is, after half a month of accumulation, all galaxies in Lin Yu's origin universe began to reproduce intelligent life. The number of faith fruits on the world tree also soared to 50 per day, equivalent to 50 rule fragments. Even the faith output of the principality finally exceeded 10,000. And one more rule fragment could be exchanged every day. Adding both sides together, the harvest in the past half-month alone is as much as 560. Except for 10 used to reward the lords below and exchange materials. The rest have all become his attributes. Name: Lin Yu, Lord, Race, Human. Level: 10th level, 5 out of 10, sure enough. It's still a bit slow. Looking at the personal attributes in front of him, Lin Yu frowned slightly. With his current attributes, it's okay to deal with ordinary 10th level lords. But he has no advantage against those old kings. After all, they have been developing for a much longer time than him, and their foundation must be deeper. This is not the point. The most important thing is that his royal family also needs rule fragments. Otherwise they can't play the advantages of the godhood of the army at all. And at most, they are only stronger than ordinary arms. It is almost impossible to reach the level of independently killing lord monsters in a short period of time. It seems that I have to find a way to speed up the progress. Lin Yu thought silently. Whether it is the origin universe or the development of the principality, a lot of resources are needed. Especially the origin universe, which is definitely his biggest trump card for his current rise. And it is also a unique advantage that other 10th level lords cannot copy, although it is still unknown why this universe was born in his body. But since it is an advantage, it must be grasped well and not wasted. Boom! Just as he was thinking, a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. The originally peaceful Wanjia continent suddenly began to shake violently. In the monster plane in the center of Wanjia continent, a black light column lit up and rushed straight into the sky. What's going on? What happened again? Look over there. The whole Huasha city was filled with exclamations, and the people ran to the streets and looked at the dark light column vaguely visible at the end of the continent. In an instant, it became a mess. The channels of various countries were also shocked by this sudden change, and messages emerged frantically. What's going on? Is the Realm Alliance plotting something again? It seems to be in the monster plane. Is there any treasure? Let's go and take a look first. While discussing, the lords of various realms were teleported to the realm battlefield and inquired about the news. Some of them, who were very close to the monster plane, rushed directly from their own territories to the monster plane to find out what was going on. At this time, in the depths of the monster plane, around the light column guarded by Spider Mother Alazar, unfathomable cracks appeared on the ground and continued to spread in all directions. A strong evil spirit emerged from it, almost covering the entire area. And in the sky, a huge skull floated there, attacking the light column fiercely. Matian, stop struggling fearlessly. You can't break the seal with just the power of a part of your body. In the light column, the huge spider mother Aluzar with a graceful body was majestic, and her 8 compound eyes burst into bloody light, blocking all the attacks of the skeleton. And around her, countless offspring surged frantically, blocking the attacks of the chaotic beasts around. There were spider monsters of the 10th and 11th levels. Even beside her, there were 5 huge black demon spiders. The terrifying momentum was not much weaker than the Emperor of all realms. You know, this is just the last ranked demon, under the obstruction of her offspring. The skull in the sky surged with evil spirits, but it was difficult to get close. The devastating attacks kept falling, causing the entire demon plane to shake violently. You little reptile. You dared to talk to me like that. Your master was just a defeated opponent in front of me. So what if he was a defeated opponent? In the end, he was suppressed by the master for 10,000 years. With us here, you can't escape from the seal. The spider mother's voice was sharp, and her aura suddenly surged, shaking the whole world violently, gradually suppressing the evil spirit that emerged from the crack. However, some of the evil spirits still escaped before the crack was repaired, turning into pieces of black crystals and merging into the bodies of those chaotic beasts. Then, these chaotic beasts roared together, and actually broke free from the spider mother's blockade, roaring and scattering to the periphery, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. The 10,000-year period is coming. I wonder how long you can hold on. Emotion's laughter resounded through the world, and the skull directly turned into evil spirits and broke through the space, disappearing on the spot, leaving only a mess on the ground and the spider mother with a stern face. Go. Intercept those beasts, and never let Emotion's power be absorbed by more people. As the voice fell, a group of descendants also scattered to chase the fleeing chaotic beasts. At the same time, the lords of various realms have also rushed to the realm battlefield. After the initial news gathering, some people immediately formed a team to enter the monster plane and began to explore everywhere. Look! What is that? Suddenly, not far from one of the teams, a group of black beasts appeared and approached them quickly. It looks like a monster. No. The breath is a little different from that of a monster. No matter. Let's get rid of them first. Shouting, several lords immediately summoned soldiers and surrounded the group of black beasts. After a fierce battle, all the beasts were killed in a short while. Then they were surprised to find that these strange 8th-level beasts actually exploded a large number of black crystal blocks. When they picked it up and took a look, their eyes suddenly widened. Faith crystal. It's a crystal that adds faith. Fuck. It's true. 1 crystal adds 100 faith. It's a blessing. These beasts can actually drop this kind of thing. Then what are you waiting for? While others haven't come yet, hurry up and look for it. Excited, the few people did not stop and continued to explore the monster plane, looking for the whereabouts of other chaotic beasts. And this news, like a hurricane, quickly spread to both camps, causing an uproar. For a while, countless lords poured in, making the entire monster plane lively, and the fight between the two camps soared. Lin Yu was the same as them. After learning that there were chaotic beasts in the monster plane, he followed the other 10th levels into the monster plane, and his goal was naturally the light column that had changed. However, he did not act with the other 10th levels, but took advantage of the teleportation distance of the 5 pieces of divine fragments to enter the depths of the monster plane first. As expected, it was as the news said. In addition to the original monsters, there are many more chaotic beasts in the monster plane at this time. They are very similar to the troops used by the black-eyed young man, all of which are composed of evil spirits. It is obvious that it must be related to the terrifying existence suppressed under the monster plane. Master, I feel the breath of the Godhead from that monster. At this time, Kong Ming's neutral voice sounded beside him, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Yu was shocked and looked into the distance along Kong Ming's spiritual connection. Sure enough, he saw a 10th-level beast running in a barren mountain, and the breath of the fragments of the Godhead was faintly emitting from its body. These chaotic beasts actually have fragments of the Godhead? How is this possible? I also felt it, but the breath seems to be different from ours. Ling Shi's voice sounded immediately afterwards, and she also appeared beside Lin Yu. Her eyes were very solemn, as if she had noticed something unusual. No matter. Let's go down and take a look first. The fragments of the Godhead were right in front of him. So how could Lin Yu let it go easily? After looking around and seeing that no one had noticed this place, he immediately flashed and appeared in the barren mountain below, blocking the way of the Chaos Beast. Roar! The Chaos Beast was still escaping from the Spider Mother's pursuit. When it saw Lin Yu appear, it roared at him with murderous intent and stopped running. Lin Yu took this opportunity to finally see its attributes clearly. Name, Chaos Evil, Lord, Race, Chaos. Level, 10th level. Skills, Brutal Bite. Shadow Transformation. Dark Incarnation. Introduction. A beast transformed by the Chaos Chi. It is extremely aggressive and extremely cruel. There is no Chaos level Lord monster. Seeing the interface in front of him, Lin Yu was shocked. And then, he couldn't help getting excited. Although the attribute of 95,000 is very high for him now, it is not as invincible as the F-level Lord. As long as the power of 10 royal families and tens of thousands of soldiers are gathered, there is still a great chance to kill it. Seeing that other kings might arrive at any time, he did not dare to hesitate any longer and directly waved his hand to summon all the soldiers. Go! With a loud shout, 15,000 soldiers, led by the royal family, surrounded the Lord-level beast. Chapter 522 Chaos Godhead Fragments. Roar! The loud beast's roar echoed throughout the barren mountain. Qin Gang, who was at the front, roared wildly, holding a sword in one hand, and rushed towards the Chaos Beast with heavy steps. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Chaos Beast's fierce attack was blocked. Qin Gang's basic physique was 50,000, and with the blessing of the Godhead, talent and wild roar, it has reached a terrifying level of 110,000. Even the strength attribute is just on par with the Chaos Beast, not much inferior at all. And at the moment when the two fought, other arms also took action. The dense attacks fell on the Chaos Beast like a tide, almost drowning it. Then with a burst of air-breaking sounds, a large number of vines emerged and wrapped around its body. Bang! Sparks flew, and the deadly sniper of the cannon suddenly started. The dazzling red light cut through the space, swept out at high speed, and pointed directly at the beast's head. The Chaos Beast felt threatened, and its body turned into a residual image and disappeared on the spot, avoiding the fatal blow of the cannon. When it appeared again, it had come behind the cannon hundreds of meters away, and a pair of sharp claws tore through the space and fell down with a bang. Suppress! Ling Shi's staff in the air pointed, and the Supreme Majesty burst out, directly pressing the beast to the ground, and suffered the backlash of its own attack, and a huge hole was torn in its body. The attack of the Mushroom Demon King followed closely, and a large number of mushrooms appeared, turning into a parabola and falling on the beast, accompanied by a violent explosion. The huge body of the Chaos Beast was blown away, and its body was in tatters, and it looked badly injured. Seeing this, other soldiers immediately seized the opportunity and attacked it again. Vines and thorns flew all over the sky, and bullets were fired continuously, almost blocking all its retreat routes. It could only roar angrily on the spot, knocking out the melee soldiers one by one. Just at this time, the savage roar state passed. Lin Yu did not hesitate and urged the power of rules to continue. And this time, the savage roar effect was even more powerful with the blessing of the fragments of the Godhead, and finally made the attributes of several royal families surpass the beasts in one fell swoop. Dream Tree. The cold female voice of the Soul Chaser sounded on the side, and she directly activated her newly comprehended 10th level skill. In an instant, a dreamlike crystal giant tree rose from the ground, and in a loud bang, dandelions bloomed all over the sky and surrounded the beast. As if knowing the terrifying power of this attack, the Chaos Beast roared, and a large amount of black air suddenly emerged from its body. The already huge body turned into a black shadow of 100 feet, swallowing all the dandelions in one fell swoop. Then it turned into a residual shadow and flew out, so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Stop it! Qin Gang saw at a glance that it wanted to escape, and immediately shouted. The next second, the empty space of the void exploded, blocking the space within a kilometer, and intercepted the Chaos Beast. At this moment, the shadowless shadow kill skill was activated. A teleport appeared behind it, and the dagger in his hand tore through the space, and a cold light flashed. Puff! Roar! The double damage of the fatal blow instantly broke its body. The Chaos Beast howled in pain, and the evil spirit on its body dimmed a little. Lin Yu seized the opportunity and attacked it together with other royal families. Powerful attacks continued to fall, and finally submerged it completely in the Chaos Beast's unwilling roar. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 10th level Lord Monster and obtained 100 million magic energy. The moment the prompt fell, the body of the Chaos Beast turned into energy and gathered rapidly in the air. And in a blink of an eye it turned into a black crystal with a constantly changing shape. Godhead Fragment. Lin Yu was shocked and immediately teleported to the side of the black crystal. As he expected, although the color of this black crystal was different, it was exactly the same as the Godhead Fragment he had seen, and it exuded a strange black light, as if it wanted to swallow up people's sight, and even had a faint breath that made people palpitate. Not daring to be careless, he immediately used his power to wrap it up and put it into his personal space, and then waved his hand to recall all the soldiers. "Let's go. Leave here first," he said to several royals around him, and then teleported away immediately, away from the battle position. Then not long after, several figures crossed the space and appeared above this barren mountain. When they saw the mess below and the evil spirit in the air, they frowned immediately. "We are late. Is it over? What a fast speed! To be able to kill a Lord Monster in such a short time. This person must be extraordinary. Let's go and have a look somewhere else." After saying that, several people flashed again and disappeared from the spot, as if they had never appeared. At this time, on the other side, Lin Yu had already come to a jungle hundreds of kilometers away and hid. After confirming that no one had discovered him, he immediately took out the fragment of the Godhead he had just obtained from his personal space and began to study it carefully. Name: Godhead Fragment, Chaos, Grade, God Level. Level, 10th level. Introduction. The fragment of the Godhead condensed by the chaotic energy has all the functions of ordinary fragments of the Godhead, and is eroded by unknown forces, causing some abnormalities. Please be careful when merging. It is really a fragment of the Godhead. Looking at the information in front of him, Lin Yu was shocked. Just killing a Lord-level chaotic beast. A fragment of the Godhead exploded? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would even think that he was not awake. But immediately, he realized that something was wrong. Chaos Godhead? Lin Yu murmured to himself, and his heart became alert. For their lords, the chaotic energy is definitely one of the most untouchable things. And this time the incident happened so suddenly. It seemed like the terrifying existence under the monster plane was doing something wrong. He would not believe that there was such a good thing in the world, giving him a fragment of the Godhead for nothing. Even the introduction said that this Godhead has problems and should be used with caution. Anyone with a little bit of rationality will not easily integrate it. But the problem is, in the 10,000 worlds, there are some people who pursue power at all costs. In order to improve their strength, they may really absorb this Godhead. This is a conspiracy specifically targeting the lords of the 10,000 worlds. And it is a conspiracy that many lords cannot resist. This is a big trouble. Lin Yu's face became more and more solemn. Although he didn't know what the terrifying existence wanted to do, it was definitely not a good thing. And it might even affect the entire 10,000 worlds. For now, we can only see how the Emperor solve it. After thinking about it, Lin Yu put away the Chaos Godhead again and prepared to seal it up. But at this time, the World Tree in the origin space suddenly reacted. And it was faintly pulling the Chaos Godhead in his hand. And it was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that? Did it want to absorb this fragment of the Godhead like before? Lin Yu was in doubt. Last time, the World Tree was born because it absorbed the Chaos Secret Treasure and the complete Godhead, which gave him another way to gain faith. Now it wants to absorb the Chaos Godhead in his hand again, which is really incredible. But since even the Chaos Secret Treasure, which is higher than the rules of this world, is fine, then a small fragment of the Godhead should not be a big problem. Anyway, it is not fused with the Godhead in his body. Thinking of this, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and wrapped the fragment of the Godhead with power, and slowly sent it into the origin space. At the same time, he concentrated and prepared to extract the fragment of the Godhead at any time. However, what he never expected was, as soon as the Chaos Godhead entered the origin space, it directly escaped from his control and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the World Tree in the center of the space. Then in his shocked eyes, a vast breath of life enveloped the Chaos Godhead, gradually fading the black color on it, turning it into an ordinary Godhead emitting colorful light. And then it merged into the trunk of the World Tree. "Hey! Stop it! Stop it!" Lin Yu hurriedly tried to stop him, But the World Tree was like a hungry ghost who had been hungry for 3 or 4 days, and swallowed the fragment of the Godhead in one bite, causing his heart to stop suddenly. Spendthrift. This is too spendthrift. That was a real fragment of the Godhead. It was gone just like that. Even though Lin Yu was determined, he was stopped breathing by this sudden change, and felt that his heart was bleeding. He had never expected that the World Tree in his own origin space could purify the Chaos Godhead. If he guessed correctly, this might be related to the Chaos secret treasure that merged with the World Tree. Otherwise he really couldn't think of any power that could have such an effect on the fragment of the Godhead. And just as he was stunned, the World Tree that absorbed the fragment of the Godhead also began to change quietly. A pure and incomparable breath of rules spread out from it as the center, spreading to every galaxy in the origin universe. Then Lin Yu found that the reproduction of life in the entire origin universe was gradually accelerating. Some of the galaxies even directly reproduced from the primitive age to the Paleolithic age. A large number of humans began to appear on the planets, and gradually took the lead and held various sacrificial ceremonies. Then strands of faith power visible to the naked eye gathered from all directions, and continued to merge into the World Tree in the center. In a blink of an eye, the faith fruits continued to grow, and they turned from the original 50 to 100, which doubled. This, Lin Yu widened his eyes, and looked at the changes in the origin universe in shock. Just a piece of Chaos Godhead fragment has such a great impact on the reproduction of life? This made him breathe quickly. If he could get more Chaos Godheads, wouldn't it be possible to speed up the reproduction of the origin universe, and increase the speed of obtaining faith? I thought it was just a conspiracy against the 10,000 worlds. But I made this shocking discovery by mistake. He could use the Chaos Godhead that others dared not merge to absorb for the World Tree. This was simply an unexpected surprise. Let's go, and have a look somewhere else. After saying this to the few royals who were responsible for keeping watch, Lin Yu immediately stood up and disappeared into the forest, continuing to search for the traces of chaos beasts in the monster plane. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart how to get the Chaos Godhead from those lords. After all, not everyone can absorb this kind of Godhead. As long as you pay a little more resources, someone should be willing to do it. Of course, this kind of thing must be done in secret, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 523 Godhead Transaction. Bang! A muffled sound rang out in a canyon in the monster plane. Lin Yu panted and looked at the two bodies that fell in front of him. These two chaotic beasts were lord monsters with fragments of the Godhead that he had finally discovered. It was obviously a bit difficult for him to deal with two lord monsters at the same time. But under the siege of the royal family and the plant army, he finally solved it successfully and killed them all, accompanied by two prompts. Two pieces of Godhead fragments emitting strange black light slowly rose and floated in front of him. Lin Yu took a deep breath and directly put them all into the origin space. Then, as before, the two pieces of chaotic Godhead were wrapped in the breath of life, purified into ordinary Godhead fragments, and integrated into the World Tree. Following, the civilization in the origin universe began to multiply rapidly, and the faith fruits on the World Tree also soared from the original 100 to 200. Good. Lin Yu couldn't help but clench his fists, his face full of joy. The output of 200 faith fruits per day is absolutely terrifying for a 10th level lord, which is equivalent to killing 20 SSS level lord monsters. Looking at the entire 10,000 races realm, I am afraid that few 10th level lords can do it. After simply dealing with the scene, he immediately left the canyon and continued to search in the monster plane, see if there are any traces of other chaotic beasts. However, it is very regrettable. He searched until it was getting dark, but he did not find any beasts with fragments of the Godhead. Instead, he encountered many ordinary beasts that were not worth killing. Obviously, these beasts were killed by the lords who heard the news. What a pity. Lin Yu sighed, looking a little regretful. If he could get more chaotic Godheads, he could improve his strength in a short time and reach the point where he could kill high-level lord monsters independently. But the reality is, even though the number of Chaos Godheads is very limited in the entire monster plane, it is not enough for the lords, who are like locusts passing through. He was lucky to get 3 pieces. Forget it. Let's go back and take a look first. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and the evil spirit around him was getting stronger, Lin Yu did not stay in the monster plane anymore, and disappeared from the spot with a teleportation. In less than 20 minutes, he had rushed back to the war camp. Then a reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Lords, Please note that the boundary battlefield has issued a war mission. You can exchange a large number of rule fragments by handing in Chaos Godheads. And this mission is valid for a long time. Sure enough, the emperors began to take action. Lin Yu did not expect that the Chaos Godheads scattered in the hands of the lords would be collected in the form of missions. It seems that there is really something wrong with these godheads. Otherwise the emperors would not be so anxious to issue missions. And they are still the highest level war missions. It is estimated that those lords, who are afraid of problems, and dare not absorb will choose to exchange the Chaos Godhead for rule fragments. Which is at least safer. This also instantly dashed Lin Yu's hope of buying Chaos Godheads in large quantities. Alas, if I had known earlier, I would have come here quickly. A piece of Chaos Godhead fragment of the 10th level can actually be exchanged for 500 rule fragments. Yes, so many rule fragments are enough for me to save for a few months. I guess those guys are going to laugh like crazy? Several 10th level kings stood in the air, discussing this incident with some regret. Lin Yu passed by and happened to hear their conversation, and couldn't help but be surprised. A piece of Chaos Godhead can actually be exchanged for 500 rule fragments? Although this number is not as good as a piece of Godhead fragment for the improvement of the 10th level lord, it is also a large number, and there is no risk, which is enough to make many 10th level lords excited. If he wants to exchange Chaos Godhead from those people, he must prepare as soon as possible. The most urgent task is to contact those who have the Chaos Godhead. After thinking about it, Lin Yu teleported to the sky above the war camp, spreading his perception and secretly observing the 10th level lords who rushed back from the monster plane. Suddenly, he noticed that an old man who hurried to the station exuded a very familiar breath, which was extremely similar to the Chaos Godhead he had absorbed before. Although it was very obscure, he could still catch a trace of it with his spiritual perception of 5 pieces of Godhead. Without hesitation, he flashed in front of the old king and blocked his way. The old king, who was originally planning to return to his own territory, paused and looked at Lin Yu with a vigilant face. "What can I do for you?" His eyes were stern. "I want to buy the Chaos Godhead on you at a higher price. Are you interested?" Lin Yu said straight to the point. "Higher price?" The old king's face changed when he heard this, and then his eyes gradually narrowed. After looking Lin Yu up and down, he felt the extraordinary aura on him and asked, "What price do you want to exchange?" 600 rule fragments. How about it? 600? The old king was shocked. This was 100 more than the war mission, and even he was very tempted. Looking around, he finally lowered his voice and said, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" "Okay." Lin Yu didn't say anything nonsense, and disappeared with him, and came to a hidden corner. At this time, it was dark, and the entire war camp became dark. After confirming that no one noticed them, the old king immediately said, "Are you sure you want to exchange 600 rule fragments for the Chaos Godhead?" His words seemed a little hesitant. After all, the information on the Chaos Godhead was clearly marked. This was a problematic Godhead. He really couldn't understand why Lin Yu would spend a lot of money to buy it. "Aren't you worried that there will be big problems after absorbing it?" "Sure." Lin Yu nodded seriously. "But I need 3 days to collect these 600 rule fragments." 3 days? That's no problem. In 3 days, you can earn an extra 100 rule fragments. This deal is very worthwhile no matter how you think about it. The old king naturally has no reason to refuse. But he still couldn't help saying, "You should be aware of the defects of this godhood. Right? If you use it for fusion, I advise you not to do it." "Don't worry. I'm not stupid." Lin Yu smiled faintly. "I have other uses for these godhoods. If someone you know also has this kind of godhood, you can trade with me at any time. The price remains unchanged." "Are you sure?" The old king looked surprised. 600 rule fragments are not something that everyone can take out. Basically, they will be used to improve strength as soon as they are produced, and at most some will be kept for backup. Hearing that Lin Yu actually wanted to collect more Chaos Godhoods, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. But he also knew what to ask and what not to ask. After taking a deep look at Lin Yu, he immediately said, "Okay, I will ask. And no third person will know about our deal. We will meet here in 3 days." After that, he turned around and left without saying a word. Lin Yu looked at his back as he left, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would act so decisively and so wisely. It saved him from the risk of being targeted by others. Then, he walked around the war camp again. After confirming that no one else had the Chaos Godhead, he didn't stay any longer and teleported back to the territory directly. At the same time, above the monster plane, the emperors of the Anti-Alliance camp gathered together and silently watched everything below. It looks like that person has already started to act, the Dragon Emperor murmured in a low voice, his face extremely solemn. Yes, the 10,000-year period is coming, and he must want to take this opportunity to embark on the road to heaven. A white-haired emperor followed closely. In order to embark on that road again. Haven't we waited for 10,000 years? Another old man interrupted, his words full of vicissitudes of life. I don't know how many people will fall on that road this time. Alas. The Dragon Emperor sighed, turned his back, and said no more. The other young emperors beside him were confused and didn't understand what they meant. But before they could ask, an angel emperor with his eyes closed, surrounded by holy light and 6 pairs of wings behind him, suddenly spoke. How is the matter of Chaos Godhead handled? This person is the strongest person in the Holy Light realm, one of the 10 realms, and is as famous as the Dragon Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, an emperor beside him immediately replied, the tasks have been arranged, but the number is too large, and it is possible that some will be missed. It's good that it's arranged. The Holy Emperor nodded silently. The Chaos Godhead contains the power of that person, and even we can't clear it. We will try our best to deal with it. It doesn't matter if a small part is missed. In this case, I will go back and tell the people in the realm first. Contact me if there is any situation. The Dragon Emperor didn't say much, and disappeared directly on the spot with a flash. Seeing this, the other emperors also said goodbye to each other, escaped into the void one after another, and rushed back to their respective realms. On the way, Emperor Shengyao couldn't help asking Emperor Changfeng beside him, Brother Changfeng, what exactly do they mean by the road to heaven they just talked about? You ask me. I don't know either, Emperor Changfeng said lightly. It has only been more than 5,000 years since I became an emperor, and I only have a partial understanding of the secrets of 10,000 years ago. The only ones who know are the elders of the 10 major realms, including the Dragon Emperor and the Holy Emperor. They all survived from that era. Then why don't they make the secret public? Emperor Shengyao asked again. Who knows? Maybe it involves some interests. Although we usually share the same hatred and fight against the Realm Alliance together, we are not of the same race after all, so we naturally have our own selfishness. Emperor Changfeng sneered, and was somewhat non-committal. After hearing this, Emperor Shengyao fell into deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Here, an incident involving ferocious beasts that had swept across the entire demonic plane had temporarily come to an end, quietly producing various impacts in all realms. Chapter 524 Unexpected Gains. 3 days passed quickly. According to the agreement, Lin Yu took the 600 rule fragments he had accumulated and met the old king at the war camp, and finally successfully exchanged them for the Chaos Godhead in the other party's hand. Happy cooperation. Looking at the rule fragments in his hand, the old king's face was full of smiles. Happy cooperation. Lin Yu also smiled. After spending so much time, he finally got another Chaos Godhead, and it was worth it for him to accumulate all the faith fruits of these 3 days. After chatting with the old king for a few words, he left directly and went to the corner to absorb the Chaos Godhead. This time he was lucky. After absorbing the Godhead, the number of low-level civilizations in the galaxies of the Origin universe suddenly increased, causing his number of faith fruits to soar to 250 per day. At this rate, it will be just a matter of time before his strength is improved to the point where he can kill the Lord Monster alone. After thinking about it, he closed the interface and went to the war front to meet up with other kings. Today is the day for a massive attack on the Realm Alliance. Early in the morning, the lords of all realms gathered from the realms and formed a mighty army of lords on the battlefield, which was endless. As soon as Lin Yu appeared, Ji Xinghe from the primitive realm team looked at him. Here we are. Well, what's the situation now? Lin Yu asked. The Holy Land of the Tying Realm is in front, which is the center of the continent. There may be a big war, so be careful. Holy Land? Will the Realm Alliance sacrifice the entire continent like last time? The last time the 10 major battlefields exploded. Lin Yu still remembered it clearly, which directly broke the monster plane apart and triggered the fusion of the 10,000 Realms continent. He was really afraid that the Realm Alliance would do something crazy again. Don't worry. The emperors have been prepared, and will not let this happen again. Jixing has smiled. That's good. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. While the two were chatting, the emperors suddenly appeared above the army and waved their hands. Let's go! With one order, the entire huge team began to move. The lords rode on their mounts and followed the leaders of various circles to cross mountains and rivers, cross the plains, and advance rapidly towards the depths of the continent. Finally, after 2 hours, the army advanced to the vicinity of the Taiyin Realm Holy Land, and saw at a glance that the Realm Alliance army, which was already waiting outside the Holy Land, was almost all over the sky and the earth. The two camps had fought countless battles, big and small, and there was no need for too much talk. As soon as they met, they heard the emperors on both sides shouting. Everyone listened to the order. Attack! Kill! Charge! In an instant, the shouts of killing shook the sky. The armies of both sides turned into a black torrent and collided fiercely on the plain. Lin Yu and the team was already familiar with the road. He flashed and followed the other kings to the chaotic area on one side, and collided violently with the opponent's 10th level team. Boy, let me meet you. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. The mechanical lord who had fought with him before appeared again, staring directly at Lin Yu and rushing over. Beside him, there was also a beast lord with a weaker momentum, summoning tens of thousands of soldiers, blocking Lin Yu's way on the left and right. You? Lin Yu frowned, feeling a little strange. It stands to reason that the number of 10th level lords in the Realm Alliance should be less than theirs. So how could there be two besieging one? He looked around in confusion, but found that the number of 10th level lords in the Realm Alliance was much more than before, almost reaching the same level as them. Could it be Chaos Godhead? Lin Yu's face changed, and he finally understood the reason. Seeing that the two soldiers were surrounding him, he did not hold back, and with a thought, the plant army appeared instantly. Stop them! With a loud shout, the ancient tree army led by Qin Gang spread out and built a thick defense line in front, and the two sides' troops collided fiercely. Huh? The mechanical lord exclaimed lightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He remembered that Lin Yu's troops should not be so strong before. Could it be a pity? Before he could think about it, several royal families in Lin Yu's plant army suddenly rose up and began to attack their troops fiercely. Dream Tree. Since it was a group battle, Lin Yu was naturally not panicked at all. I saw the natural power of the Soul Chaser burst out, and a giant crystal tree suddenly rose up and bloomed at the battle between the two sides. Countless dandelion seeds spread out, covering the entire sky in a blink of an eye, and fell towards the opponent's troops. And at the moment when those troops were touched by the dandelion seeds, they were struck by lightning one by one, and their eyes turned red. Then, in the shocked eyes of the mechanical lord and the beast lord, their troops turned around and began to attack each other. In a blink of an eye, the whole scene became a mess, and the offensive collapsed immediately. It was the Soul Chaser's killing illusion skill that made the parasitic enemy fall into an endless illusion, attacking everything in front of him without distinguishing between enemies and friends. What's going on? The mechanical lord was shocked and widened his eyes, and hurriedly stimulated the troops through mental connection, trying to wake them up. However, how could he know that Lin Yu, who had 5 pieces of divine fragments at this time, had already crushed them with his troops' attributes, and brought the Soul Chaser's killing illusion effect to the extreme? Anyone with a lower mental attribute than it would basically be temporarily disturbed by the mind. Taking this opportunity, Wu Ying was like a swimming dragon, shuttling back and forth between the two troops, with cold light flashing continuously, harvesting the lives of one troop after another. With a 50% dodge bonus of the 10th level skill, almost no troop could attack him, and every time he dodged an attack, a phantom that looked exactly like him would appear beside him. And the phantom also inherited all his abilities. 1 divided into 2. 2 divided into 4. 4 divided into 8. In just a breath, a large number of shadowless phantoms appeared on the field, constantly wandering between the arms. Then, all the phantoms activated the mirage at the same time, and 2 phantoms appeared around them again. Shadow kill. With a bone-chilling voice coming out of Wu Ying's mouth, all the phantoms directly activated the shadow kill skill, turning into a residual image and teleporting behind the enemy arms. The spiked dagger in his hand tore through the space, and a cold light flashed. Puff! With a double attack bonus, all the locked arms were killed instantly, and none survived. How could it be possible? The Mechanical Lord and Beast Lord above the team were horrified. It was the first time they encountered such a strange arm. One unit actually killed through their rear. No! 5 pieces of Godhead. How can you have 5 pieces of Godhead fragments? At this time, the Mechanical Lord finally felt the change in Lin Yu's aura, and his face changed instantly. When he first fought with Lin Yu was just like him, with only 4 pieces of Godhead fragments. And at that time, they could barely tie. Now he suddenly realized the change in Lin Yu's strength, and he was shocked and couldn't help but retreat. The gap of 1 more piece of Godhead is absolutely fatal to the 10th level Lord. In addition to the terrifying combat power shown by Lin Yu's royal unit, he finally wanted to retreat and prepare to escape from here. You just reacted now? It's too late. Lin Yu sneered. How could he give them a chance to escape? The savage roar was launched directly, and a large piece of red light instantly covered the entire plant army, which made them suddenly raise their momentum. Buzz! An invisible wave broke out. The empty space of the void followed and completely blocked the 2 people's means of escape. Damn it! The Mechanical Lord's face was livid, and he knew that he had fallen into Lin Yu's trap. He immediately burst out and tried to break through the space blockade with brute force, but found that it had no effect. It's useless. You can't escape. Lin Yu's indifferent voice sounded again. Calming itself has an additional 40% spirit bonus, plus the improvement of Savage Roar. The power of the skill has already reached an extremely exaggerated level, let alone 4 pieces of Godhead fragments. Even 5 or 6 pieces may not be able to break through the blockade. And while he was speaking, Tunshin directly transformed into a 1,000-foot phantom, like a giant mouth of a carnivorous plant that swallowed everything, and bit the 2 of them. At the same time, with a bang, a stream of fiery red light shot out and instantly locked the 2. You want to trap me? No way. Facing the continuous attacks that followed, the Mechanical Lord was more decisive than last time, and almost did not hesitate to start the mechanical overload. A strong arc of electricity exploded on him, and the whole person turned into a residual shadow and retreated violently. The speed was so fast that it rushed out of the void space in a blink of an eye, recalled the troops, and teleported away. The Beast Lord had no time to react, and was pierced through the chest by the cannon bullet, and then swallowed by Tion. The exaggerated scene immediately attracted the attention of other lords around, all of whom were surprised. Kill the 10th level Lord of the other plane, and obtain 800 million magic power. Only 800 million? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a poor 10th level Lord. He looked at Tion's mouth in confusion, and found a black Godhead slowly flying up. Chaos Godhead. That's it. Lin Yu suddenly realized. No wonder this Beast Lord looked so stupid, and had no 10th level combat level at all. It turned out that he was a counterfeit that had just been promoted through the Chaos Godhead. There were suddenly so many 10th level lords in the Realm Alliance. I'm afraid they were made of Chaos Godhead. They really don't worry about the side effects at all, which is worthy of the style of the Realm Alliance. Without thinking too much, under the scorching gazes of the other kings, he put away the Chaos Godhead. You know, that thing is equivalent to 500 rule fragments. If it weren't for the powerful strength that Lin Yu just showed, they would have wanted to rob it directly. However, this also made them pay attention to the problems on the Realm Alliance side. Suddenly, their eyes sparkled, and they all stared at those strange lords, who only had 1 fragment of the Godhead. Even Lin Yu was the same, and his eyes became hot when he looked at those lords. He seemed to have found a way to plunder the Chaos Godhead. Chapter 525 Monthly Settlement. Charge. Kill. The deafening shouts of killing continued to ring out on battlefields of all levels. The anti-alliance camp and the Realm Alliance's army fought fiercely, with corpses strewn all over the ground and a strong smell of blood in the air. This battle lasted much longer than any previous one. The 2 sides fought fiercely for a whole day, from morning to night, without any signs of retreat. The Realm Alliance relied on the Holy Land. When the troops were exhausted, they would immediately teleport back to the territory to replenish troops, and then continue to rush to the battle to join the battle, making it difficult for the anti-alliance camp to advance even a little bit. Even the battles above level 10 were stuck in a stalemate because of the appearance of the Chaos Godhead. Lin Yu didn't know how many times he had retreated to recover. In short, when the power of rules was about to be exhausted, he would immediately retreat to the rear and let others make up for it. The only thing he was thankful for was, with the 2 life-saving skills of the Forest Sage and the survivability bonus of the plant race talent. His troops did not lose much. In addition, the large-scale group healing of the Lantern Grass Army is a magical skill that can basically heal the troops from the dying state. Retreat! Finally, before the sky was about to turn dark, a loud shout came from the sky. The Anti-Alliance army, which had consumed a lot of resources, gave up the attack and retreated in the direction they came from, and finally ended the battle that lasted for a day. Let's go! In the chaotic zone, the kings did not entangle with the opposite side anymore, and they all led their troops to retreat. In a blink of an eye, they all scattered and disappeared. Lin Yu naturally followed the pace of the large army and hurried back to the war camp. Unlike other lords, this time he had a huge harvest. He grabbed 4 pieces of Chaos Godhead alone, all of which were provided by those rookies who were forcibly promoted. So the first thing to do when he returned to the territory was to take out those Godheads and carefully put them into the original universe. Whoosh! A few sounds of breaking through the air sounded. As soon as the Chaos Godhead entered the origin universe, it turned into a stream of light and swept towards the world tree. Then it was wrapped in the breath of life, gradually shed the chaotic breath on it, and merged into the world tree. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was, after absorbing the fragments of the Godhead this time, the number of faith fruits on the world tree did not increase, and it was still the original 250. But the power of the fragments of the Godhead turned into a huge breath of life, forming a huge halo around the world tree, which kept rotating around the world tree. Then, the entire origin universe rumbled with a loud bang, and suddenly began to vibrate violently. All the primitive humans in the galaxy saw this miraculous scene in the void, and they all knelt on the ground and worshipped devoutly. One after another, streams of light flew out of those galaxies and merged into the halo of life. The world tree standing in the center of the universe suddenly burst out with a breath of rules that Lin Yu had never felt before, as if it did not belong to this world. At the same time, 10 royal soldiers were inspired by something and appeared in the origin space at the same time. A stream of light also appeared on their bodies and swept towards the life halo. Why are you all here? Lin Yu asked in confusion. The origin space is the space transformed by his soul, and the soldiers are individuals manifested by his soul power. So there is a very close connection between the two. But now this sudden situation caught him off guard, and he didn't understand what happened at all. We don't know why. It's as if we suddenly got rid of the constraints of the rules outside and had some connection with the rules of this space. Ling Shi said in great surprise. The existence of their soldiers was born from the evolution of the rules of the 10,000 worlds. That is, with the rules of the 10,000 worlds, they were born. But now, they have completely gotten rid of the constraints of the original world and established a connection with the newly born rules of this origin universe. Could it be that the rules of this origin universe are actually at the same level as the 10,000 worlds continent? Or even higher? Even though Ling Shi is calm, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock in her eyes. As their master, Lin Yu could naturally feel their thoughts and was surprised. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why only the royal soldiers were freed from their restraints, but the ordinary soldiers were not? And would this change have any impact on the royal soldiers? Doubts kept popping up in his mind, making him feel overwhelmed. In the end, he had to temporarily exit the origin space and return his consciousness to his body. Forget it. Let's improve our strength first. Seeing that the changes in the origin universe were still going on, Lin Yu didn't waste any more time. Take out the newly matured faith fruit, exchange it for rule fragments, and then directly pick up a piece to absorb. May I ask if you use rule fragments to strengthen attributes? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the rule fragment in his hand merged into his body. The next second, something strange happened. On the world tree in the origin space, a light suddenly lit up, turning into 10 streams of light and merging into the bodies of 10 royal families. Then, their 4 attributes all increased by 1 point. What's going on? How come your attributes also increased? Lin Yu was shocked, as if he finally understood the meaning of the change in the origin space this time, and his eyes suddenly widened. It seems that the rules of the Master's origin world have taken effect, the Summon Qing Gang said in a deep voice, with a hint of joy in his words. Hee. I also feel it. When the Master's power becomes stronger, we will also become stronger, the Mushroom Demon King said mischievously. Then, other royal families began to speak out, saying that their strength had been improved. Lin Yu was very excited. He didn't expect that after the origin space absorbed the chaotic godhead, such a change would occur. It swept away his gloomy mood, because the fruit of faith did not increase. You know, the rule fragments needed for the 10 royal families to improve their strength are very terrifying. Even if he has the faith fruits produced by the origin universe, he doesn't know when he can improve their attributes. He can wait. But the Wanjia continent, where wars are frequent, can't wait. Although it still takes a long time to improve now. It gives him hope, and finally makes him truly see the power of the origin universe. It makes him more curious. What will this universe look like in the end? It's just right. I saved so many faith fruits, and can use them to develop the principality. After absorbing a few more rule fragments to confirm that it was not an illusion, Lin Yu was in a good mood and planned to use some resources to cultivate the lords below. Anyway, he now produces 250 faith fruits every day, which is equivalent to 250 rule fragments. This is absolutely unimaginable for other principalities. With so many faith resources to support, cultivating lords is no problem for him. It is just right to take advantage of this truce to first upgrade the level of the lords in the principality, and fill the vacancies of the 8th and 9th level lords, so that the national strength of the Holy Blessing Principality will also be improved. After thinking about it, Lin Yu teleported to the highest palace, overlooking the entire capital from a high position. Swoosh! Just at this time, a magic airship flew over from a distance, passed over the city, and landed in the flying dock in the mountain area. After this period of construction, the mountains have been transformed into the forging and trading area of the capital, which is specially used to open up the market for the dwarf kingdom here. For this reason, Lin Yu also specially built a new flying dock there to speed up the circulation of trade. Facts have proved that his decision is very wise. Because of the settlement of the dwarf kingdom, many merchants and practitioners from surrounding principalities came here in droves and gathered in Huansha City by airship. The population of Huansha City suddenly surged to nearly 2 million. Now Shui Chonggui and his team have begun to plan for the new urban area, and plan to expand the urban area. Otherwise, they can't accommodate so many floating populations. You can say, at this time, Huansha City has become a veritable large city. Standing at the highest point of the palace, you can clearly see the vast urban area that continues to stretch out, and the surging crowds on the streets. In the sky, there are also guards patrolling on flying mounts, and magic airships flying to various principalities. It looks like a medieval industrial city. Time flies so fast. Lin Yu sighed, then retracted his gaze, clicked on the principality management interface, and began to perform various operations. At this time, the principality channel began to become more and more lively because of the end of the war. The lords who had just returned from the battlefield were excitedly discussing the previous realm war, or showing off their gains, and messages continued to emerge, until the sun just set. A reminder suddenly sounded in their minds. Lords, please note that the monthly settlement of the principality list has begun. The system will issue rewards based on the strength ranking of each lord. Please go to your personal space to check. Huh? The monthly settlement has come so soon? It seems that it has indeed been almost a month. Haha. I just ranked 100th in the 6th level list this time, and I can finally get the top 100 reward. Ah! I almost made it into the top 100. I should have killed a few monsters to accumulate some experience for the troops. Monthly rewards. What will they be? I heard that our neighbor Jiuhua Principality gives a higher level of territory essence and magic power. Higher level of territory essence? So good? The entire Principality channel was in a mess, and everyone was excited by this sudden reminder, sending messages and discussing. Then, with the sound of reminders, the rewards of the 6th level list began to be issued, and the lords on the list also received reminders. But, when they saw the extra things in their personal space, they were instantly shocked. Fuck. My reward for the top 100 is 500 points of faith and 50,000 magic power. Am I seeing this right? The reward for the top 10 is 1,000 points of faith and 100,000 magic power. Me too. The 9th place got 1,000 faith. Hiss. 1,000 faith? Is this true? Wouldn't that mean you can directly upgrade to level 7? Shit! If I had known this, I would have improved my strength a little more. The top 100 will directly upgrade to level 7. This is too exaggerated. Chapter 526 Roadblock. The distribution of ranking rewards made the entire channel of the Holy Blessing Principality completely boiling. All the lords were shocked by the generosity of the monthly ranking rewards, which was beyond their imagination. This also made those 7th and 8th level lords, who had not yet received rewards, begin to look forward to it, wondering what kind of rewards they would get this time. At this time, Lin Yu, who was in the territory, had already clicked on the 7th level list to check. Holy Blessing Principality list, 7th level, number 1, Weijun Undead System, Moyuan City. Number 2, Pangjiaojiao Demon System, Linglong City. Number 3, Huangchini Beast System, Shiyu City. Number 4, Mingqingdan Mechanical System, Shuangye City. Unexpectedly, the first place was the young man Wei Jun, who he personally recruited. He was indeed a seedling with the initial S-level assessment. He came from behind and topped the list. As for Mingqingdan being ranked 4th, he was not very surprised. After all, that guy came at the same time as himself, and he had many exchanges with Huasha City and obtained a lot of resources, so his strength would naturally not be too weak. Moreover, after the two of them completed the task of recruiting new lords last time, they had already received the faith rewards he issued, so they could be upgraded to the 8th level now. It seems that there are other considerations, so they temporarily stay at the 7th level. Without thinking too much, he clicked his fingers and arranged faith rewards enough to upgrade to the 8th level for the top 10 of the 7th level, and then clicked on the 8th level list. At this time, on the 8th level list, in addition to the 3 of Yinwu occupying the top 3, there are 7 who have just been promoted recently. Exactly 10 8th level lords. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu gave Yinwu and the other 3 50,000 faith and 100 million magic power respectively, and the rest were 10,000 faith plus 10 million magic power. In this way, when Yinwu and the others are promoted to the 9th level, they can barely support the beams in the principality and fill the vacancies of high-level lords. After doing all this, Lin Yu calculated that he had spent a total of 350,000 faiths, or 35 faith fruits. This was less than 1/5 of his daily output. Not bad. Lin Yu was very satisfied with the result, and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he closed the interface and went to do other things. Little did he know, the rewards he kept issuing made the entire Holy Blessing Principality exclaim. The news even spread through the Empire channel, causing an uproar in the various principalities. Did I hear correctly? The Holy Blessing Principality actually rewarded so much faith this time? Oh my god! The top 3 of the 8th level will be directly rewarded with 50,000 faith. 50,000 faith. Can't that upgrade to the 9th level? Upgrading 3 9th levels at a time. The Holy Blessing Principality is really generous. I just calculated. This time the reward alone costs more than 300,000 faith. More than 300,000? This is too extravagant. Not to mention the lords. Even the kings of the principalities were shocked by the news. More than 300,000 faiths are a considerable amount for them, and it will take at least 10 or 20 days to accumulate enough. It is absolutely impossible for them to take out all of them at once to reward the lords below. After all, they also need to use faith to exchange rule fragments to improve their strength. So they were naturally shocked and surprised by the financial resources displayed by Lin Yu. It is completely unimaginable why he, a king who has just advanced for a month, has so many surplus resources to develop the principality. But it is foreseeable that, after this incident, the Holy Blessing Principality is likely to usher in a wave of relocation. Many of the lords who receive the news will surely be attracted to move their territories from other places to the Holy Blessing Principality. It is only a matter of time before it develops. They have to re-examine the national strength of the Holy Blessing Principality. Of course, they don't know yet. Lin Yu's real strength at this time has actually far surpassed those newly promoted kings, and can even be ranked in the upper reaches among the principalities under the Holy Yao Empire. It's just that he doesn't show his strength at ordinary times. Next, all we have to do is accumulate. After finishing the affairs of the principality, Lin Yu returned to the world tree again, looking at the embryo of the faith fruit that grew again in the origin universe, full of expectations. During this period, he has made so much effort and collected a lot of resources to speed up the development of the origin universe and the principality. Now the foundation has been laid. It only takes time to accumulate slowly. I believe that it won't be long before his and the royal family's strength will make a huge leap and surpass other lords of the same level. In this regard, he was still very confident. He didn't care about the reaction in the principality anymore and went to rest in the palace. The battle in the boundary battlefield was much more intense than Lin Yu imagined. In the next month, they attacked 3 times but failed to successfully capture the Holy Land of Tying Realm. The Realm Alliance was defending the teleportation array and had been fighting a war of attrition with them. In addition, the high-level lords created by the Chaos Godhead actually delayed their advance, and the center of the continent could not be captured for a long time. On the other hand, the battlefield of Guiyuan Realm on the other side won victory after victory and had advanced to the end of the opposite realm. They were preparing to fully capture the continent, further compressing the living space of the Realm Alliance and shifting the focus of the attack to the battlefield over there. Many high-level lords were mobilized there, and the war on their side gradually subsided, waiting for the next order. In this regard, Lin Yu was also happy to be free, and gained a rare development time. He has been committed to the development of the principality and the training of his subordinates. After accumulating for a month, he got a total of 7,500 faith fruits. All of them were exchanged for rule fragments and absorbed, which made his and the royal family's attributes soar to a very exaggerated level. This attribute is the attribute after he absorbed all the rule fragments. With the addition of the godhood and racial talent, his physique finally broke through 100,000. And it was no problem to resist the attacks of the Lord monsters without chaos infection. Even the spiritual attribute reached more than 90,000. This is not taking into account the 4-leaf clover protection. With the blessing of 5 pieces of godhood fragments, the 4-leaf clover protection can increase all attributes by 60%. Although it is only 60% of the basic attribute, it can make the physique and spirit soar to about 150,000, which is equivalent to the level of B-level Lord monsters. If you take into account the 30-second burst of Savage Roar, with the attack of the royal family, there is still a very high chance of winning. Of course, if you want to kill, 30 seconds is probably not enough. But he will definitely not lose, because his royal army attributes have also been greatly improved along with him. Especially the Qin Gang, who has the highest comprehensive attributes and is the face of the door, has very strong attributes at this time. Name: Ancient Tree Venerable Qin Gang Royal Family, with a physique of 110,000. It is definitely his strongest defensive unit at present. There is no problem in confronting F-level Lord monsters head-on. The same is true for other royal families. The average attributes are basically above 90,000, and the strength can be regarded as a qualitative leap. This is Lin Yu's improvement in the past month, which can be said to be quite considerable. It's time to find a higher level Lord monster. After looking at the attributes of himself and the royal family, Lin Yu is full of confidence and is no longer limited to competing with other lords for F-level Lord monsters. After all, the higher the level of the Lord monster, the more rule fragments it drops. There is also a chance that the same level of national treasure will appear, which can provide additional territory effects like the territory holy object, and can also increase the recovery speed of the principality's resources and the speed of obtaining faith. These are all crucial things for the development of the principality and its own strength. If you can kill the 10th level lord on the opposite side and get more godhead fragments, it will naturally be better. So without wasting time, he got up and walked into the cross-world portal and teleported to the war camp. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that he had just walked out of the primitive world station and was about to rush to the monster plane, when 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. What's the matter? Lin Yu frowned and looked at the people who came. An old man and a middle-aged man, both of whom were 10th level lords, and he didn't know them. They blocked his way so suddenly, and it was estimated that they were not kind. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the old man said sinisterly, "My friend, I found that you have been purchasing Chaos Godheads during this period. You should have collected a lot of them. Right? Are you monitoring me?" Lin Yu's face sank, and the power of rules was running secretly. Not many people knew about his acquisition of Chaos Godhead, and it was all done secretly. Either someone leaked his information, or the other party had been stalking in the war camp. Otherwise it would be impossible to know about this matter. Don't get me wrong. We just want to exchange something for the Chaos Godhead in your hand. Feeling the aura surging from Lin Yu, the old man squinted and smiled. His teeth were a little yellow, and even 2 of them fell off. There were a few dark brown spots on his chin, and his dry and wrinkled skin exuded a trace of old age. This is a sign of the end of his life. Lin Yu's heart trembled, and he seemed to know why the other party wanted the Chaos Godhead. But what surprised him even more was that the aura on the other party was as many as 8 fragments of the Godhead. Even the aura of the middle-aged man next to him was not much weaker than that of the old man. These two people. Very strong. Chapter 527 Killing the Lord Monster Alone. The old man in front of him was obviously the kind of person that Lin Yu had guessed before, who would fuse the Chaos Godhead at all costs. He wanted to forcibly upgrade to the 11th level by fusing the Chaos Godhead to increase his lifespan. So, the other party had 8 pieces of Godhead fragments, and it was very likely that a part of them was fused with the Chaos Godhead. And now only 2 pieces were missing. It just so happened that now was a period when both armies were on the sidelines, and there was no way to obtain the Godhead fragments by killing the Lord of the other side. So he finally found me. In an instant, Lin Yu guessed the reason behind it almost exactly, and his heart couldn't help but be alert. People like this who are about to die are the most terrifying. If possible, he didn't want to have anything to do with such people. Moreover, the side effects of the Chaos Godhead are still unknown, and what changes will occur after relying on it to upgrade to the 11th level is also for this reason, which made him even more cautious and didn't want to easily contact. So after a moment of silence, he said, "You are late. I have already exchanged all those Chaos Godheads for resources." "Oh, handed them in?" The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Yu deeply. "But I heard that you bought them from them at the price of 600 rule fragments. If you hand them in, wouldn't it be a loss-making business? Do you think we are fools? I think you just want to deceive us." The middle-aged man next to him glared with anger, and his momentum surged wildly. Lin Yu glanced at him, said nothing, and looked at the old man again. "Believe it or not, I don't have a single Chaos Godhead on me now. If there is nothing else, then I will leave." After saying that, he ignored the reactions of the 2 people, disappeared in a teleportation, and continued to rush towards the direction of the monster plane. Looking at his gradually fading breath, the old man's face suddenly sank, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Are you going to kill him?" the middle-aged man whispered. "No." The old man shook his head. "Absorbing the Chaos Godhead is strictly prohibited by the higher-ups, so it's better not to make any trouble. So we just let him go." "Of course not," the old man sneered. "Since he is unwilling to hand over the things, then we can force him to hand them over in other ways." "What methods?" The man was stunned. Then, the old man whispered a few words in his ear, which made his eyes light up instantly, and a cruel smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Lin Yu, who left the war camp, quickly passed through the chaotic area and entered the monster plane. After simply identifying the direction, he directly shuttled through the space and disappeared on the spot. In less than 10 minutes, he had already arrived at the depths of the plane full of high-level monsters and began to look around. "Master, there is a very strong breath over there." Suddenly, when passing a swamp, Kong Ming's voice came from the side. Lin Yu paused and looked in the direction Kong Ming pointed. As expected, he could vaguely sense a chilly breath in the center of the swamp. That breath was hidden very deeply. If you didn't look carefully, you might not be able to find it. Only Kong Ming's basic spiritual attribute was relatively high, so he could find the breath. "Let's go and take a look first." Lin Yu made a prompt decision and immediately took Ling Shi and Kong Ming to approach carefully. The other royal families in the origin space were tense and ready to fight at any time. And just as they approached the swamp, the entire swamp suddenly began to surge violently. One after another, huge black water crocodiles emerged from the swamp, almost covering the entire swamp. Then, the rock pile in the center of the swamp, which looked like a small hill, also slowly rose, revealing a giant rock armor crocodile lurking underneath. The extremely powerful breath suddenly erupted, sweeping around, and even set off a wave of mud in the swamp. Name: Lord of the Black Swamp, Lord, D-level Lord. Lin Yu's face changed slightly when he saw the interface popping up in front of him. Especially the defense of up to 140,000 made him frown. He didn't expect to encounter a D-level Lord monster here. Roar. Without giving him a chance to think, the black crocodile king in the center of the swamp roared and gave orders to the ordinary black water crocodiles around him. In an instant, countless D-level black crocodiles rushed out of the swamp and surrounded him. Some crocodiles opened their mouths and shot out black water arrows, flying straight into the sky. Forget it. Let's get rid of them first. Facing the flying attacks, Lin Yu waved his hand and summoned all the soldiers, landing on the ground at the same time. Qing Gang, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately led the ancient tree legion to line up in front and open the war barrier to block the water arrows. "Attack!" Lin Yu shouted, and the entire team began to attack the crocodile group across the ancient tree defense line. Compared with other types of troops, his plant troops are obviously more suitable for fighting in this swamp, and they can walk on flat ground. In a moment, vines rushed out and rolled towards the crocodiles. The Mushroom Army and P Army in the back, led by the Mushroom Demon King and the cannon, threw mushrooms to bombard and fired bullets like 9 stars in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Haha. Blow up the little crocodile over there too. The violent explosion was accompanied by the joyful shouts of the Mushroom Demon King. Every time she pointed to a place, the mushroom army around her threw a large piece of mushrooms directly, blowing the crocodiles that rushed up into pieces. Under their bombardment, the whole team quickly advanced to the depths of the swamp and came not far from the Black Crocodile King. Until then, the Black Crocodile King finally moved. He knocked away several crocodiles around him, rumbled through the swamp, and rushed towards them. The huge size and the powerful momentum that was approaching immediately made Qin Gang, who was in the front, stop his action, not daring to be careless. He immediately launched a savage roar and went straight to meet it. Bang! With a loud bang, the two collided fiercely. The huge impact force directly knocked Qin Gang, who was in a savage roar state, back dozens of meters away. But with the strength and physical attributes of more than 100,000, he successfully blocked the momentum of the Black Crocodile King's forward charge. Very good. The Green Vine Mushroom Demon King and the Soul Chaser will be responsible for cleaning up the crocodiles, and the others will attack the Crocodile King with me. Lin Yu made a prompt decision and issued one order after another. The Green Vine Mushroom Demon King and the Soul Chaser are the most suitable for large-scale killing attacks against a large number of crocodiles. As for the other royal families, they turned their spears and launched skills to launch a fierce attack on the Black Crocodile King. Bang! At this time, the deadly sniper of the cannon broke out. The bullet surrounded by flame suddenly shot out, shuttled through space, and swept forward. Feeling threatened, the Black Crocodile King roared, and a thick black light appeared on his scales. In a burst of sparks, he actually blocked the bullet from the cannon and shook it aside. Even the shadowless dagger only splashed a spark when it fell, and it couldn't break the scales at all. So strong defense? Lin Yu frowned slightly. The fatal sniper of the cannon has double damage. With the blessing of the Wild Roar, it can deal more than 200,000 burst damage. In other words, the defense skill of the Black Crocodile King actually directly increased his defense to more than 200,000. Let me do it! Seeing this, Tunshin immediately opened his mouth, and a huge suction force appeared, swallowing the defense energy on the Black Crocodile King. The originally dazzling black light also dimmed instantly. Well done. Keep attacking, Lin Yu shouted, and the power of rules burst out, and one long-range skill after another, and attacked the Black Crocodile King together with other royal families. The Black Crocodile King roared continuously, and swept Qin Gang and Wuing away with a sweeping blow, and sprayed a large number of water arrows from his mouth, shooting at Lin Yu. However, under the dual blessing of the four-leaf clover protection and the Wild Roar, Lin Yu's attributes had already soared to more than 150,000. The turtle shield mirror wall appeared in front of him and easily blocked its attack. Then let the flower elf core treat the injured Qin Gang and Wuing, and continued to rush forward to hold it back. The attributes of other royal families have also reached more than 100,000 at this time. With the blessing of skills and talents, every attack is extremely fierce. In just half a minute, the scales of the Black Crocodile King were broken, and a large number of wounds appeared. Roar! Finally, the Black Crocodile King was completely angry, opened his mouth and roared to the sky. The next second, the momentum of all crocodiles suddenly increased, and the defense attribute actually soared by 50%, pressing the plant army back. Under their fierce attack, the ancient tree soldiers and cactus soldiers in front also began to suffer casualties, and were torn into pieces by the crocodiles that rushed up. In just a few seconds, Lin Yu lost hundreds of soldiers. Even Qin Gang and Wuing who were blocking the front were hit by the tail of the Black Crocodile King and flew hundreds of meters away and couldn't get up for a long time. Fortunately, the Forest Sage activated the Light of Life in time, so that they were not killed instantly. Kong Ming! How dare he hesitate? He immediately shouted to Kong Ming in the air. Kong Ming received the signal, and a large piece of twisted light suddenly lit up on his body, instantly illuminating the entire 1-kilometer range of the swamp, and the other lantern grasses in this range. Because of Kong Ming's thousands of lights talent, lit up the same light one after another. Under the cover of this light, the effect of the abyss roar that the Black Crocodile King had just launched disappeared immediately, and the originally fierce momentum of those crocodiles also fell. It was Kong Ming's 10th level skill, Absolute Domain. It invalidates all the enemy's buffs for 10 seconds. Without the buff, the Black Crocodile King was a toothless tiger, and Lin Yu no longer held back. The power of rules burst out, and the enhanced version of Savage Roar was launched again. In an instant, he himself and the attributes of all the soldier sword, and once again restrained the Black Crocodile King's actions, and a fierce battle broke out in the swamp. After countless rounds of attacks, the Black Crocodile King's momentum finally began to weaken, and he was defeated under their attacks. Submission. At this moment, Ling Shi in the air stretched out his staff with majesty. The King's majesty was launched, and with the blessing of 20% skill power, the Black Crocodile King was pressed to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu's power of rules burst out. A large piece of wooden thorn suddenly rushed out from the ground, and with a puff sound, it successfully pierced through the Black Crocodile King's jaw and passed through its head. Attacks from other royal families followed suit, turning its huge body into a hornet's nest, and its originally violent posture came to a halt. Chapter 528 Leaking the News. Successfully killed the 10th level Lord Monster and obtained 100 million magic energy. A crisp reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. A stream of energy floated out from the body of the Black Crocodile King and merged into his original universe, which made his 10th spirit relax, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that the D-level Lord Monster was so difficult to deal with. It took him so many troops and methods to kill it. Fortunately, the skills of the royal troops were powerful enough after the attributes were upgraded. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take to end the battle alone. You go and help deal with the remaining crocodiles first. I go see Qin Gang and Wu Ying. After telling the several royals around him, Lin Yu immediately rushed to the place where Qin Gang and Wu Ying fell. Thankfully, they are both fine. Although they were seriously injured, they were not in danger of life and slowly recovered under the treatment of the Flower Spirit Core. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Yu then stood up and came to the body of the Black Crocodile King, picking up all the treasures formed by the energy. What made him very happy was that this time he actually exploded 4 rule fragments and a national treasure. Sure enough, the drops of D-level Lord Monsters are much richer, 4 times that of F-level, and treasures like national treasures are not always available. It made him earn back all the expenses of the loss of troops. Without hesitation, he immediately picked it up to check the properties. National Treasure, Roar of the Abyss. Item level, D-level. Territory effect. Every time you are attacked, you will receive a treatment equivalent to 4% of the physical attribute. National effect. Resource regeneration speed plus 37%. Faith acquisition plus 37%. Introduction. A national treasure, which can be used on the country in charge to obtain additional bonuses, and only one can be effective at the same time. A healing national treasure? After reading the properties in front of him, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The national treasures he had obtained before had either thunder or wind attributes, which were completely incompatible with his army. At most, they were just the effects of national characteristics. But this national treasure was different. Not only did it have high resource regeneration and faith, but its territory effect was also very suitable for his plant army. Although it was only 4%, it was still very powerful for a 10th level attribute. And this was only a D-level national treasure. At least for now, this national treasure was enough. After all, he heard that some kings of the principalities were still using the lowest level F-level national treasures. I get a higher level one when I become stronger in the future. Lin Yu thought silently, and contentedly put the national treasure into his personal space. Then he got up and returned to the team, and together with the army, he dealt with the remaining crocodiles, and hurriedly left the swamp to continue exploring the monster plain. Good luck. Throughout the day, he encountered a total of 6 Lord Monsters below D level, except for 2 that he didn't get anything because there were too many people robbing. He killed the other 4 alone, and harvested 13 rule fragments and some unused low-level treasures. They can be used as rewards for the lords in the principality. As the sky gradually darkened, the evil spirit in the monster plane became more and more intense. He didn't stay any longer and rushed back to the war camp directly. However, what Lin Yu never expected was, just as he entered the boundary station and was about to teleport back to the principality, an invisible force suddenly wrapped him up. "Come here," accompanied by a cold voice. He was pulled into the crack with almost no resistance and appeared in a magnificent huge tent. He looked closely. Next to the long table on both sides, there were 2 rows of terrifying figures sitting, and he was standing in the middle of the long table, being stared at by sharp eyes. "Emperor. All the people sitting in this tent are emperors." Lin Yu was shocked and felt a vast pressure that almost suffocated him. The representative of their primitive world, Emperor Xingyao, was sitting in the middle of the long table, and was signaling him with his eyes, as if he wanted to say something. But immediately, a majestic figure sitting in the first seat said lightly, "Don't panic. I called you here specially, just to ask you something." Lin Yu looked at the man after hearing this. Unexpectedly, when his eyes met with him, his head suddenly made a buzzing sound, as if it was hit hard by a sledgehammer. So strong. Lin Yu was shocked to the extreme. Just one glance. There was such a powerful force. This person's strength is probably the top among the emperors of all worlds. And he is much stronger than Emperor Xingyao. As if to respond to his thoughts, the voice of Emperor Xingyao finally came from the side. "This is the supreme commander of our anti-alliance camp, the Dragon Emperor. Hurry up and salute him." Dragon Emperor. Lin Yu was secretly shocked and finally realized why the other party looked so familiar. It turned out that he was the strongest person in the beast god realm. Before, he only glimpsed him from a distance on the battlefield, and couldn't see his appearance clearly. Now that he was in such close contact, he finally knew how terrifying the strongest person in one of the 10 realms was. It was not a good thing for a strong person of this level to ask him questions. How could he dare to stand there? And hurriedly bowed his hands to salute. "Greetings to the Dragon Emperor, and to all the emperors. No need to be polite." The Dragon Emperor raised his arm in the air, and an invisible force helped him up, and then said directly, "The reason why I called you here is that someone reported that your primitive world has secretly hidden the Chaos Godhead. So I want to confirm it." "Hidden Chaos Godhead?" Lin Yu's face changed slightly. How did this matter get to the ears of the Emperor? Could it be the 2 guys I met today? And it even rose to the level of the entire realm. I'm afraid someone is targeting their primitive world. Hidden Chaos Godhead. Does the primitive world also want to use it to create a few high-level lords? A great emperor next to him said sarcastically. "Fu Guang, don't talk nonsense." Emperor Xingyao's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice. Lin Yu was surprised to hear that. He had heard of Emperor Fu Guang, who was one of the emperors in Taishian realm. The Taishian realm was originally at odds with their primitive realm, and the battlefield happened to be next to the Taishian realm, with many spies, so it was not difficult to convey the message. So, the 2 guys I met today were also from Taishian realm? Or were they related to Taishian realm? If that was the case, then he knew what was going on. It was obvious that they wanted to take advantage of the issue and use the matter of Chaos Godhead to suppress their primitive realm and discredit them. I'm not talking nonsense. You know the current situation. Many people have privately merged Chaos Godhead in order to improve their strength. Can you guarantee that there are no such people in your primitive realm? Emperor Fu Guang asked back calmly. What a secret fusion. Big talk. Just looking for excuses because you are not happy with our primitive world. If this kid doesn't have it, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Emperor Xingyao was originally hot-tempered. Seeing that the other party was targeting the primitive world everywhere, he immediately got angry and even raised his voice a few degrees. The emperors of other realms were watching the show with interest. No one said anything to persuade them, and even wished they would fight each other. In the end, it was the Dragon Emperor who stopped them when he saw that they were getting more and more intense. Okay, stop arguing. It's not a big deal. I just have to confirm it to prevent accidents. Among the emperors of various realms, the prestige of the Dragon Emperor is still very high. Seeing him speak, Emperor Xingyao and Emperor Fu Guang didn't say anything more. They snorted coldly and sat back in their seats. Until then, the Dragon Emperor looked at Lin Yu with burning eyes. I heard from the people below that you have collected no less than 5 pieces of Chaos Godhead fragments during this period, but you didn't hand them in. This is not a small number. Although I didn't feel the breath of Chaos Godhead from you. For safety reasons, we still want to check your Godhead. Is it okay? This is no problem. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and replied. 5 pieces of Godhead fragments are indeed not a small number. If used properly, it can even create 5 11th level lords. Although he doesn't have any on him now. The world tree in the origin space has absorbed a lot. So he is still very worried that the emperors will see something. After all, his origin universe is of great importance. And he naturally doesn't want others to know unless it is absolutely necessary. If it attracts the covetousness of the strong, it will definitely be a disaster for him. But now so many emperors are watching. He has no ability to refuse at all. So he can only look to Emperor Xingyao for help. Then, he saw Emperor Xingyao nodded to him very seriously, which made him feel relieved. He took a deep breath and slowly activated the power of rules to slowly wrap the fragments of the divine nature in his body. The next second, an irregular crystal-emitting colorful halo emerged from his body and floated quietly above his head. Forcing the divine nature out of the body is very dangerous for the Lord. It is like the inner elixir of a cultivator. Once it is destroyed, it is almost the same as death. However, all the emperors present are great emperors. If they really want to kill him, they don't need to be so troublesome. So he is not too worried. After seeing his colorful divine nature flying up, the emperors from all walks of life had different expressions. Emperor Xingyao breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Fu Guang frowned. Obviously, this result was somewhat beyond his expectations. See, I said no. So don't look at people with your dirty eyes all day long. Emperor Xingyao laughed triumphantly. Especially after seeing the expression of Emperor Fu Guang, who looked like he had eaten a fly. He felt even more relaxed. And almost laughed at him. Okay. Take back the Godhead. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Lin Yu's Godhead, the Dragon Emperor's tone became much gentler. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately put away the Godhead and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious. The emperors did not feel the existence of the origin universe from him. This made him both happy and shocked. Even the emperors could not detect it. What level of existence is this origin universe? What a pity. Without giving him a chance to think more, the Dragon Emperor immediately said, okay. Today's matter ends here. Don't report it casually without sufficient evidence in the future. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his words, which should be said to Emperor Fu Guang. After that, he waved his hand and sent Lin Yu back to the war camp. Chapter 529 Crazy. After returning to the war camp, Lin Yu finally relaxed. He looked around. His eyes became extremely deep. I thought I had kept the acquisition of the Chaos Godhead secret, but it was still discovered by others, reported to the Emperor, and used it to suppress their primitive world. It is true that the realms will never be united. Even if they have formed an alliance and are fighting against the Realm Alliance together, they will still be targeted by other hostile realms. It seems that we must be more careful in the future. Think about it. He did not stay any longer and directly sent back to the Principality of Shengyu through cross-border transmission. Then, he took the national treasure he had just obtained and came to the world tree. Excuse me. Should the national treasure be replaced with? Roar the Abyss. Replace? With a response? The square jade block in his hand slowly rose and floated above the world tree, replacing the original national treasure, and then sprinkled a large piece of fluorescence. The original national treasure with wind attribute disappeared into the void and was directly recovered by the system. After the replacement was completed, the interface of the principality was opened. The resource regeneration and faith acquisition rate were indeed improved. In addition to the effect of the Overlord certificate, his current faith acquisition is 137%, which means he can get about 15,000 faiths every day. It is estimated that few principalities can reach this level, unless it is an SSS level national treasure and other additional props. But the attributes of SSS level Lord monsters can reach a terrifying level of 200,000. Looking at the entire world, I am afraid that only those old kings with 9 pieces of divine fragments can have them. There are only a handful of lords of this level, and they are basically the top figures in each realm. Most of the 10th level lords still have less than 7 pieces of divine fragments. Then, he looked at the situation of the lords in the principality again. After the reward measures in the past few days, the number of high-level lords in the principality finally began to increase. Not only did many 8th level lords emerge, but even Yen Wu and the other 3 successfully rose to the 9th level, filling the 9th level vacancies in the principality. Another part of them moved here from other surrounding principalities. After Lin Yu had someone investigate their resumes and found no problems, he approved their entry and allocated some territories of corresponding levels. As for those territories with the most abundant resources, they were temporarily kept and assigned to the trustworthy people under his command later. In general, the current Xingyu Principality has gradually gotten on the right track and has begun to look like a principality. He can finally go out with peace of mind and focus on improving his own strength. Thinking of this, he closed the interface directly, teleported out of the palace, and went outside to inspect the development of the new city. The sky around him gradually darkened. The next morning, Lin Yu got up as soon as it was light. After a simple wash and breakfast with the help of his servants, he teleported to the war camp through the portal, intending to continue to hunt Lord monsters in the monster plane. Hurry! I heard something happened at the Taishian Realm Station. Go check it out. Suddenly, a quick shout sounded on the side, and several 9th level lords hurriedly ran past him and rushed to the outside of the station. Something happened at the Taishian Realm Station? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, stopped immediately, and then directly tore open the space and teleported to the sky above the Taishian Realm Station. To his surprise, at this time, there were already many 10th level lords who had rushed over like him above the station. Even the surroundings of the station below were full of people, all pointing and talking inside, with shock on their faces. Following their gazes, Lin Yu finally saw the situation inside. The entire station was razed to the ground, and there were still a large number of lord corpses lying on the ground. Especially when he saw the corpse in the center, his pupils shrank suddenly. 10th level. That was actually the body of a 10th level lord. What happened? You have to know. This is the base camp of their anti-alliance camp, and there are always high-level lords and even emperors watching. Who is so arrogant that he dares to wreak havoc here and kill so many lords? I heard that it seems that a 10th level king in Taishian realm suddenly went crazy when he was promoted to the 11th level and attacked the lords next to him crazily. As if to respond to Lin Yu's question, a king next to him suddenly spoke. He suddenly went crazy after being promoted to the 11th level? Is there such a thing? The other kings were shocked and looked at him one after another, including Lin Yu. The king obviously knew the situation. Seeing so many people looking at him, he did not hide it and continued, yes. He went crazy. If the emperor had not appeared in time to kill him, it is estimated that more people would have died. I heard from people in the Taishian realm that the man seemed to be dying, and wanted to forcibly upgrade his level by fusing the Chaos Godhead. But he suddenly lost control and ended up like this. It's because of the Chaos Godhead. Everyone's faces changed when they heard this. They didn't expect it to be related to this thing. Several of the kings were even more pale, with horror in their eyes. Chaos Godhead actually affects people's minds. This was something Lin Yu had never expected, and he was shocked to the extreme. Fortunately, he was not as blinded by profit as these lords and merged those Chaos Godheads. And the king who was about to die was probably the old man he met yesterday, because they were all related to the Taishian realm. I didn't expect that he didn't go to settle accounts with that guy, and the other party had been solved by the emperor because of his madness. It was really karma, and he deserved it. At this time, in the tent where the emperors of all walks of life held meetings, a hearty laugh spread throughout the tent. Ha ha ha. Fu Guang, didn't you say yesterday that our primitive realm secretly hid the Chaos Godhead? Then how do you explain this today? You don't even know this, do you? At this moment, Emperor Xingyao was in such a good mood. Yesterday, they were framed by the Taishian realm for hiding something. But today, someone from the Taishian realm got into trouble. This slap in the face was really loud, and even he was a little unexpected. Humph! There are so many people in the entire Taishian realm. How could they take care of every one of them? Emperor Fu Guang's face was livid, but he could only utter this sentence to refute. But after hearing his words, Emperor Xingyao laughed even louder. Even the emperors of other realms nearby had strange expressions, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Finally, the Dragon Emperor stood up and said, "Okay, now is not the time to have conflicts. Let's discuss the matter of Chaos Godhead first." When these words came out, the faces of the emperors suddenly became stern, and even the laughter of Emperor Xingyao instantly subsided, and his eyes became solemn. "What do you think of today's incident?" the Dragon Emperor continued to ask. "Need I say that? It must be that person who did it," one emperor said hurriedly. "It is true that only that person can control people's hearts through the Godhead." Another emperor nodded silently. "For now, we can only find those who have absorbed the Chaos Godhead as soon as possible to avoid another incident like today. It's easy to say, but it's not easy to do. There are so many people in the whole world. Even we can't take care of everyone. Just like Fu Guang said just now. In short, it's better to check it out first. At least to minimize the risk. Otherwise it will affect the morale of the army. Okay. Let's do it. The Dragon Emperor nodded silently. Then the emperors discussed some other things and left in a hurry. An impromptu meeting came to an end here. The news that the king went crazy spread throughout the realms in a short time and began to ferment among the lords. Gradually, everyone understood the horror of the Chaos Godhead and avoided it, not daring to touch it easily, or directly exchanged it for resources. Under such high attention, Lin Yu did not easily acquire the Chaos Godhead again, so as not to be targeted by others again. So in the next few days, he has been traveling back and forth between the territory and the monster plane, hunting Lord Monsters and collecting resources. The energy obtained after killing the Lord Monster is also constantly accelerating the reproduction of the origin universe. Finally, at noon on the third day, new changes occurred in the origin universe. In the galaxy closest to the world tree, the first cultivator began to appear, and unconsciously absorbed the energy he sent into the origin universe to strengthen himself. This made Lin Yu very happy, because compared to technological civilization, he hoped that his original universe would evolve into a cultivation civilization, because the individual abilities of cultivators are stronger and they can provide more faith, which is of great benefit to the improvement of his strength. In excitement, he worked even harder to hunt down Lord Monsters, and wandered between the territory and the monster plane every day from dawn to dusk. This continued until more than 10 days passed. He was finally interrupted by the voice of Emperor Xingyao. Everyone, gather at the boundary battlefield and prepare to launch a general attack. A rough and loud voice sounded in the Empire channel. Lin Yu, who was about to set out to hunt monsters, was shocked and stopped immediately. After waiting for so long, is it finally time to launch a general attack? Just in time. His attributes have been greatly improved during this period. It's time to get more fragments of the Godhead. After thinking about it, he didn't hesitate and teleported directly to the boundary battlefield with other lords, and clicked on the personal interface to take a look. Chapter 530, First Show of Strength. With a full 70,000 basic physical and mental strength, Lin Yu's current strength can be said to have completely crushed the 10th level lords, who had just advanced not long ago. Even those old kings may not be able to strengthen their attributes to this extent. The most important thing is, because of the origin universe, the attributes of the royal soldiers also improved with him, which is equivalent to having 10 people with similar combat power. 10 against 1. Even if facing an opponent with 6 or even 7 pieces of divine fragments, he is not at all inferior. This is also the source of Lin Yu's current confidence. As long as he does not encounter an enemy with more than 8 pieces of divine fragments, he does not have to worry. Everyone listen to the order. Set off. With the Dragon Emperor shout, the assembled anti-alliance army finally moved, riding on their mounts and rushing towards the Boundary Alliance station. And Lin Yu was in the 10th level king team of the original world, flying in the air with the power of space. I heard that this time both sides will attack at the same time, leaving no chance for the Realm Alliance to come back for help. The king of Liuhua country whispered. Both sides attack at the same time? Didn't the battlefield on the Guiyuan realm side advance to the end of the opposite continent? Ji Xinghe said in surprise. After this period of fighting, the battlefield on the Guiyuan realm side has won victory after victory, and is about to occupy the entire opposite continent. As long as they move forward, they can advance to the next realm and attack the hinterland of the Realm Alliance. At this time, they should concentrate their forces to attack. So I guess the Realm Alliance will put its main forces on the Guiyuan realm side. This is our opportunity. The king of Liuhua country on the side interrupted. They have been unable to break through the central holy domain of the opposite Taiyin realm, and the stalemate has lasted too long. So now they need a breakthrough. A breakthrough that can completely break through the opposite defense. And this breakthrough is today. Even though Lin Yu doesn't know much about military affairs, he knows that today will be a critical moment for a turnaround. And it is also a great opportunity for him to kill the opposite 10th level lord. Because once the opposite holy land is breached, it will definitely affect the morale of the army and fall into chaos. Killing the enemy in chaos will definitely greatly increase the success rate. No wonder the kings are looking forward to it. Just like this, they chatted and moved forward. The entire endless team quickly crossed the plains, crossed the mountains and forests, and came to the holy land of Taiyin realm. At this time, On the battlefield on the other side of Guyuan Realm, the mighty Anti-Alliance army also advanced to the outside of the Realm Alliance headquarters at the end of the continent, preparing to take control of this continent in one fell swoop. However, what no one expected was, just as they were about to assemble the team and launch a full-scale attack, they found that the Realm Alliance headquarters was empty at this time, without even a single figure. Strange. Why is there no one? The kings looked at each other. The low-level lords below were also in a commotion and stopped one after another. I thought that they would be greeted by the main force of the Realm Alliance, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Did the Realm Alliance abandon the city and flee? No. They have transferred all their troops to the Taishian realm. Suddenly, the Holy Emperor, who was in charge of leading the army, opened his eyes and burst out with a vast and brilliant light. When these words came out, the faces of the emperors all changed. They actually gave up the battlefield here to protect the Taishian realm? Aren't they afraid that we will directly attack their hinterland? No. They want to gather all their forces to destroy our team in the Taishian realm. Abandoning a realm to severely damage us is indeed the style of the Realm Alliance. In an instant, the emperors guessed the Realm Alliance's plan, and their faces turned ugly. Leave some people to continue to lead the troops to advance, and the others will follow me to support, the Holy Emperor said lightly, as if he was not surprised by this situation. After speaking, he began to summon other emperors to work together to build a space channel and prepare to support the Taishian realm. At the same time, at the other end of the monster plain, as soon as Lin Yu's Anti-Alliance army arrived outside the Holy Land of Taiying Realm, they were ambushed by the Realm Alliance army. Charge! Kill! The deafening shouts of killing instantly covered the entire Holy Land within and outside the tens of thousands of kilometers. Countless Realm Alliance lords emerged frantically, turning into a black tide that surrounded their team. In the sky, the space was distorted. One by one, the emperors led the lords of the 10th and 11th levels to appear, and the number was so large that it was even more than their side. What's going on? Why did the Realm Alliance suddenly appear so many people? This number? I'm afraid that all the lords of the entire camp have gathered here. The entire camp? Did they just give up the battlefield on the Guyuan realm? Quick! Stop them! The lords of the Anti-Alliance camp cried out in surprise, and hurriedly summoned their troops to resist the attack of the Realm Alliance. The two teams fought in a group in a blink of an eye. And above the void, the emperors headed by the Dragon Emperor also looked at the figures that suddenly appeared on the opposite side with a stern look. Qianji, Mo Luo, I didn't expect that the two of you would appear together. You are really willing to spend a lot of money. In this situation, how could they not know the strategy of the Realm Alliance? They actually gave up the battlefield on the Guyuan realm to deal with them. It didn't matter. After all, they had long understood the methods of the Realm Alliance. What made them most solemn was the group of figures covered with evil spirits behind Qianji and Mo Luo, because those emperors actually all relied on the Chaos Godhead to advance. Although their strength was not as good as their genuine emperors, their number was very exaggerated, with thousands of them, which exceeded the number of emperors on their side. Dragon Emperor. It's time to settle our old accounts thoroughly. The Qianji Emperor had a grim expression, and without saying any more nonsense, his boundless aura suddenly burst out, shaking the entire void violently. It's time to settle them properly. The Dragon Emperor flipped his arm, and was gradually covered with a layer of dragon scales. The purple gold dragon robe on his body moved without wind, as if it had merged with the world. Do it! Accompanied by a loud shout, the two of them suddenly shot out, turning into a 1,000-foot phantom, and slamming into each other fiercely. The terrifying energy exploded between the two, causing the Wanjia continent below to tremble. In the void, the sky was upside down. The sun and the moon were extinguished, and one after another, the space turbulence that destroyed the world swept across thousands of miles. Hold them. The other Anti-Alliance emperors looked at each other, then stepped through the void and directly met the emperor on the opposite side. For a time, the entire void was surging with wind and clouds, and thunder roared, as if the world was about to collapse. And at this time, Lin Yu, who was below, had also followed the other kings to collide with the 10th level team that was almost twice their size, and fought fiercely at the edge of the monster plain. Hold on. We will win when the support from Guyuan realm arrives. A king shouted loudly, desperately resisting the attack of the two 10th level lords in front of him. Because of the difference in numbers, almost everyone had to resist more than two enemies on the opposite side, and the battle was extremely fierce. Ha ha. Die. You anti-alliance trash. At this time, two of the lords also targeted Lin Yu and the team, laughing wildly and surrounding him. Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and his perception was fully opened. He could see the strength of the two at once. One had 5 pieces of divine fragments, and the other had 2 pieces of divine fragments, which were demonic and elemental respectively. Obviously, they were targeting his plant-based characteristics of being afraid of fire. As soon as they met, tens of thousands of lava demons and flame elements were summoned, forming a siege in front of him. The two lords even exploded with the power of rules, and the sky was full of fire rain and lava land, turning the entire area into a sea of fire in a blink of an eye. There were even fire dragons wandering in the flame zone, and roars could be heard faintly. National treasure effect? Lin Yu was extremely surprised. He remembered that the fire skills of the demon system and the element system did not have such additional effects. In other words, the territory effect of the opponent's national treasure was a special blessing for the fire skills. However, it's not so easy to deal with him just by this. Come out! With a low shout, the 10 royal families and tens of thousands of plant soldiers were summoned at once, forming an airtight encirclement around him. The ancient tree army led by Qin Gang was on the periphery. In a burst of muffled bangs, they directly carried the flames to block the opponent's army. What's going on? Why are his plant soldiers not afraid of fire? The elemental lord was shocked. Under the burning sea of fire, the huge ancient tree army marched forward, with fluorescent light constantly emerging from their bodies, healing their injuries. This is the effect of Lin Yoshin's national treasure. Every time they are attacked, they will receive a treatment equivalent to 4% of their physical attributes. The physical fitness of plant-based soldiers is already high, and the melee soldiers have 20% of Qi-Gang talent and 10% of Lingxi skill. Even if the flames have additional damage to them, it can't be fatal. What's more, there are flower spirits and lantern grass soldiers in the back who are working hard to treat them. So this level of attack is basically painless. It only took a while for the front row to stabilize the formation, and the back row soldiers also began to attack the enemy frantically. This guy is a bit tricky. Burst out. Seeing that the offensive of his own army was blocked, the demon lord face sank, and all the lava demons suddenly burst into flames, and their momentum suddenly rose. And those flame elements even had circles of blazing fire rings appearing on their bodies, burning the surrounding air red. Then, at the command of the two, they launched another fierce attack on the plant army. Buzz. At this moment, an invisible wave appeared, with Kongming as the center, sweeping the surrounding area of 1 kilometer. Together with other ordinary lantern grasses in the range, they also bloomed with dazzling brilliance, covering those fire soldiers. The flames of the fire soldiers, which were originally aggressive, suddenly dissipated and returned to their original state, and their momentum also weakened. The two people on the opposite side were shocked and their eyes widened. The burst skills they just activated were all ineffective? What happened? What a pity. Without giving them a chance to think more, countless wooden thorns had already condensed in the air and shot towards them. At the same time, there was a loud explosion, and the fiery red light shuttled through the space and instantly locked the two. Be careful, the elemental lord shouted in shock, and teleported to the side. But it was still a step too late. He was directly blasted open by the fatal sniper of the cannon, and a blood hole was blown out. The demon lord burst out the power of rules, and condensed a flame shield in front of him. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Ling Shi's wooden spikes had already hit the shield with a bang. Then, with a crack, it shattered instantly, turning into countless sparks and dissipating in the air. How could it be possible? The demon lord was shocked. The flame protection that he was so proud of was actually broken so easily. Chapter 531 The Power of a Blow. At this moment, the 10th level lords of the two realm alliances finally deeply felt the terrifying strength of Lin Yu. No! Not only is his strength terrifying, even the strength of the soldiers around him is outrageous. Isn't the basic attribute of the soldiers only 50,000 at most? How can it be so strong? The demon lord was panicked, looking at Lin Yu in the distance and the powerful soldiers around him. He was shocked. After suffering a heavy blow, the elemental lord quickly retreated to his side and let the water element use hydrotherapy to urgently treat the wound. Be careful. This guy is very strong, the demon lord said in a deep voice, no longer arrogant. At this moment, an invisible spiritual wave suddenly erupted with Lin Yu as the center, sweeping towards them. The two people's faces changed, feeling the power of that spiritual force, and immediately teleported away and retreated to the back of the army. Responding so quickly? Lin Yu looked surprised. His deep blue illusion was almost instantaneous, but it was still dodged. It turned out that every 10th level warrior should not be underestimated. Indeed, his various skills are indeed powerful. For example, the mental illusion can control and kill people. The fatal sniper can kill people in one shot. And the bloody kingdom can cause percentage damage. But the opponent is not a wooden stake after all. And he has his own various means. It is impossible for him to just stand there and let you take him away with a combo. If the battle of the 10th level is really so simple, he would not have to fight so hard. However, the Lord can't do it, but the soldiers can. At the moment when his deep blue illusion erupted, the lava demons and flame elements around him were all struck by lightning and fell into confusion. Attack! With an order, Qin Gang's Savage Roar and War Barrier were activated at the same time. And together with the 10th level tree demon summoned by Ling Shi, they stepped heavily and crashed into the chaotic soldiers on the opposite side. At the same time, large vines emerged, like giant pythons wandering between the teams, accompanied by a thick bloody poisonous fog, which enveloped them all in an instant. It was the bloody kingdom of Qingtang. All the demons and elements covered by the poisonous fog were constantly eroded by the bloody poisonous fog before they even had time to break free from the illusion of the deep blue dream, and fell down in pieces. It was like a plague spreading. In the forest, there were also the plant legions led by the mushroom demon king and Tunshin, bombarding the remaining demon elements and swallowing them one by one. Damn it. Retreat quickly. Seeing the vine forest of Qingtang spreading rapidly, the demon lord face changed drastically, and he immediately summoned his troops to retreat. However, at this moment, 3 cold lights flashed, instantly locking his throat and the elemental lord throat. Assassin? The two were shocked. How could there be assassins in the plant system? There was no time to travel through space. A ball of blazing flames burst out from his body and slammed into Wu Ying, who launched the attack. But unexpectedly, except for one of the phantoms being burned to charcoal, Wu Ying and the other phantom's body suddenly became dazed and dodged the attack. At the same time, the Phantom Walker was triggered and 2 new phantoms were generated next to them. Shadow kill. Wu Ying and the 3 phantoms disappeared directly on the spot and teleported behind the 2 people. The dagger in his hand burst out with cold killing intent. So fast. The demon lord was shocked. This speed was even faster than him. A lord. Could it be that its agility attribute was higher than his own? Puff. Before he could think about it, the sound of flesh being cut open was heard. The elemental lord was unable to dodge, and a huge cut was opened on his back. He screamed and dodged to the side. Retreat. In this situation, the demon lord dared not stay for long, and immediately wanted to retreat, and wanted to escape with the elemental lord. But the next second, the Kongming, who had been waiting in the air for a long time, suddenly burst into a distorted wave, and together with the lantern grass flying all over the sky, the entire space within the range was completely blocked. Suppress it. Lin Yu soared into the sky, and the power of rules burst out, and an unparalleled majesty was like a substance suppressing the 2 people. The 2 who just wanted to escape were suddenly pressed to the ground and could not move. At the same time, the Lingxi soul chasers next to them all jumped up. Countless with thorn dandelions rushed in, instantly covering the entire world, covering the area where the 2 were. Get out of here! The demon lord shouted in surprise, and a surging demon fire suddenly ignited on his body. There was a loud explosion under his body, and he actually broke through Lin Yu's kingly majesty and turned into a stream of light to escape to the outer periphery of the space blockade. Following, the elemental lord, who only had 2 fragments of the godhead, was completely drowned by the attacks of Ling Shi and Zhuai Han amidst a scream. Want to escape? Lin Yu's eyes focused, and the power of rules burst out again, constructing a large mirror wall in front of the demon lord. Bang! The flying demon lord hit the mirror wall hard, causing circles of ripples. Before he could stabilize his body, the terrifying mental fluctuation appeared again, rushing into his mind fiercely, making his brain blank instantly. Lin Yu seized the opportunity, raised his hand, and dense wooden spikes condensed in the air. At the same time, sparks flew below, and the deadly sniper of the cannon was launched. The fiery red light with endless power, and the wooden spikes shot towards the demon lord, who was in a brief state of unconsciousness. Enough. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. An old man in a white robe actually ignored the blockade of the void space and teleported to the demon lord. He raised his arm, and a holy light shield appeared in front of him. With a violent explosion, the bullets of the cannon and Lin Yu's wooden spikes were blocked by the shield. And the shield cracked with a sound, turned into fragments and dissipated in the air. It actually blocked it. Lin Yu was secretly shocked and looked at the person who came with vigilance. Then, he detected the breath of the other party through perception. And his face changed suddenly. 9 pieces of Godhead. The old man in white robe actually had the aura of 9 pieces of Godhead. It was the first time he encountered such a strong man. So he didn't dare to be careless and immediately recalled all the troops. The demon lord who escaped the disaster bowed deeply to the old man, then turned and fled. At this moment, the other 10th level lords, who were fighting nearby also noticed the situation here. When they saw the old man who suddenly appeared, some of them changed their faces. It's him! The king of Wuliang in the Eternal Realm. Wulian? It's him! The one who is said to be the closest to the 11th level? I didn't expect that even he is here. Go and notify those people. The kings kept shouting and recognized the identity of the old man at once. Some people hurriedly left to notify other old kings whose strength could match Wuliang. Some people hurried over to temporarily delay the other party's steps. But at this moment, the elemental lord that was just killed by Lin Yu suddenly burst into a dazzling colorful halo. And a crystal with a constantly changing shape slowly rose up and caught everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned at first. And then, their eyes suddenly widened. Godhead fragment. In an instant, all eyes became hot, and even breathing began to become rapid. And each of them showed greedy expressions. Not to mention Lin Yu and Wuliang, who were closest. All their eyes fell on the Godhead fragment. For people at Wuliang's level, a Godhead fragment may not cause him too much psychological fluctuation. After all, as long as he wants, there are still many opportunities to upgrade to the 11th level. But he just doesn't want to upgrade to become the upgrade rations of other 11th level lords. I want this Godhead fragment. The unquestionable voice sounded in Wuliang's mouth, as if it was an emperor who dominated everything. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the kings changed, and they hesitated and dared not step forward. Wuliang glanced at them proudly, then waved his hand, and a force of space wrapped the fragment of the Godhead and slowly flew towards him. Do you want to take this fragment of the Godhead? Have you got my consent? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, interrupting Wuliang's action. Not far away, Lin Yu slowly rose into the air, and an invisible force also enveloped the fragment of the Godhead, staring at the other party coldly. This sudden change shocked all the kings nearby. What does he want to do? Doesn't he know how terrifying Wuliang's strength is? He dared to challenge that kind of person. Is he crazy? Although the fragment of the Godhead is good, it is not worth losing your life for it. Is that guy a fool? The kings talked a lot, hesitating whether to go up and stop it. But they were frightened by Wuliang's terrifying strength and did not dare to get close. At this time, Ji Xinghe and several other kings of the principalities under the Shengyao Empire also rushed over after hearing the news, and immediately saw Lin Yu who was confronting Wuliang. It's Lin Yu. How did he run into King Wuliang? No! Lin Yu is in danger. Go save him. Ji Xinghe and others' expressions changed, and they wanted to rush up and grab Lin Yu. But at this moment, Wuliang spoke. He looked at Lin Yu indifferently. You want to stop me? His voice was emotionless, as if he didn't take Lin Yu seriously. But those who knew him knew that he had already killed him, and they were all shocked and hurriedly retreated. So what? Lin Yu said lightly, and at the same time, the corpse in the origin space exploded, turning into a bloody torrent that merged into his body, causing his breath to rise continuously. Since that's the case, I won't let you go. Die! Wuliang didn't say any more nonsense. He shouted loudly, and a vast and boundless holy light force gathered in front of him and fell towards Lin Yu. Wherever he went, the space was shattered and the earth cracked. The terrifying power even forced the other kings to retreat in panic, and it was difficult to get close. You are the one who should die. Facing this devastating blow, Lin Yu did not advance but retreated. With a roar, the four-leaf clover protection and wild roar were directly launched. Suddenly, his momentum broke through the shackles and reached an unprecedented height. The huge rule power exploded, and a huge phantom condensed behind him, as if the real spiritual power was infused into his fist. and it collided fiercely with the opponent's holy light power. Boom! The void was dark, and turbulence surged. The terrifying air wave exploded between the two people, turning into an endless air wave sweeping the void, and even blowing those kings away. Lin Yu and Wu Yang both vomited blood, and the backlash caused their bodies to surge. They finally managed to stabilize their bodies in the air. Tie! The two of them actually ended up in a tie. All the king's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 532 The Supreme Four Heavenly Demons. You are quite good for blocking my attack. Wu Yang stared at Lin Yu with a stern look, no longer showing his contemptuous expression. You too. Lin Yu reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. But his heart was not as relaxed as it seemed. In the previous collision, the opponent did not even use the burst skill to block his full strength attack. The strength is definitely the strongest among the 10th level lords he has ever seen. The basic attribute may have been strengthened to more than 80,000. And it may even be close to the maximum value of the 10th level. 100,000. Yes. The upper limit of the attribute enhancement of the 10th level lord is 100,000. This is what Lin Yu heard from other kings recently. It's just that few people in the 10,000 worlds can reach this level. So no one mentions it. The opponent is obviously a person of this level. If he bursts out with all his strength, he may not be his opponent. However, this time he won. Lin Yu smiled triumphantly, opened his palm, and a brilliant crystal-emitting colorful light appeared in front of him, floating quietly. Fragment of the Godhead. He grabbed the fragment of the Godhead. Other kings exclaimed. Wu Yang's face changed when he heard it, and he finally reacted. However, Lin Yu would not give him another chance to snatch it. With a prompt, the fragment of the Godhead in his hand turned into a stream of light and merged into his body. Congratulations. The fusion was successful. The number of fragments of the Godhead changed, and the bonus of various abilities increased. The pleasant prompt sound, accompanied by a huge force, instantly surged to his whole body. The body that had been severely injured gradually recovered, and even the rule power consumed in the battle just now was replenished. Name, Godhead Fragment. Level 10, 6/10. Feature 1, all arms attributes increased by 60%. Feature 2, the upper limit of arms quantity increased by 60%. Feature 3, unlock the power of rules. Can use the skills of existing arms, and increase the power by 60%. Feature 4, the core condensation time of the territory is reduced by 60%. Feature 5, unlock the power of space. Can freely shuttle through space, and have the ability to fly. Feature 6, unlock the personal attribute panel. Introduction, the fragment containing divinity, after being integrated with the Lord, activates various abilities. The more fragments are integrated, the stronger the ability is. It is a must for upgrading territories above level 10. You are looking for death. Seeing that Lin Yu actually absorbed the fragment of the Godhead in front of him, Wu Yang's face suddenly sank, and a terrifying aura surged wildly, and he was ready to attack again. But at this moment, the space next to him was distorted, and a majestic figure suddenly appeared and blocked him. Wu Yan, how are you? An old voice sounded, and an old man with the same aura as Wu Yang appeared, with a faint smile on his lips. It's you? Seeing the person coming, Wu Yang immediately put away his breath, and his expression became solemn. Even the kings who were watching from a distance caused a commotion. It's King Daqing of Buzhou realm. King Daqing? Isn't that the strongest person of the 10th level in Buzhou? I heard that his strength is almost the same as King Wu Yang's. And even he is here. The kings retreated to the side, commanding their troops to resist the attack from the opposite side, while secretly paying attention to the situation here. Lin Yu, who had just absorbed the fragments of the Godhead, was also surprised. He didn't expect that there would be another strong man who could rival the opposite side. And it seems that he is from their anti-alliance camp. And he is even familiar with King Wu Yang on the opposite side. Young man, you step back first. I deal with this guy. The king of Daqing tilted his head slightly, and whispered to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. He naturally wanted someone to hold back such a powerful opponent. After all, even if he could win, he couldn't kill the opponent, not to mention that he might not win. So there was no need to waste time on such an opponent. So without hesitation, he said, "Thank you." After that, he turned around and left with his troops, away from the area where the two were confronting. And the kings who were fighting on the side saw him and avoided him, all with solemn expressions. There was no way The strength he showed just now was too terrifying. He could actually fight against a top powerhouse, like the Wulyong King. They didn't want to fight against such a person. In addition, Lin Yu had just fused a piece of the divine fragment, and his strength was greatly improved. As long as he was not stupid, he would not easily trouble him again. This also created a weird picture. All the people in the Realm Alliance avoided Lin Yu and watched him retreat to the back of the anti-alliance team. It was not until then that Ji Xinghe and his friends finally came to their senses in shock, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. This was the first time they had seen Lin Yu use all his strength, and they were extremely shocked. In just a few months, his strength has reached the point where he can fight against a strong man with 9 pieces of divine fragments. Is this really a 10th level lord who has just advanced? Is there anything crazier than this in the world? It was only then they finally realized Lin Yu's terrifying strength and dared not look at him with the eyes of a 10th level rookie. Be careful. Just as they were thinking, King Yuehua suddenly reminded them with a startled voice, pulling them back. Without giving them a chance to think more, the Realm Alliance launched an offensive again, pressing them step by step, forcing them to put their minds back on the battle and desperately resist the Realm Alliance's attack. In a blink of an eye, the whole scene was in a mess again, and the flames of war continued to spread all around. Even after Lin Yu had just rested and recovered for a short time, several Realm Alliance lords from other directions surrounded him. But this time he was not so lucky. All the opponents they encountered were about 5 godheads, and they were very cunning. They would run away immediately when the situation was not good, or someone else would come to disrupt the situation. There was no chance to kill them at all. Due to the difference in numbers, the team of the anti-alliance camp also began to retreat step by step, with a large number of casualties, not only in the high-level battlefield, but also in the low-level battlefield. Hold on. Everyone hold on. Support is coming soon. We must not let the opponent break through the defense. Kill! The deafening shouts of killing spread throughout the battlefield. The anti-alliance army, which was originally coming with great momentum, had difficulty resisting the attack from the opposite side. But gradually, they found something wrong. Something is wrong. It has been so long. Why hasn't the support from Guiyuan realm come yet? A 10th level lord said solemnly, looking towards the other end of the monster plain. Although the 2 battlefields are far apart, with so many emperors here, they should be able to cross the space and rush over soon. But now it has been so long, and there is still no trace. Could something have happened? Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded throughout the 10,000 worlds. As if to respond to their doubts, the entire 10,000 worlds continent began to shake violently. The rules and barriers between the realms were rapidly melted in this vibration. The continents were completely connected, and they squeezed madly towards the monster plane, as if they wanted to completely merge together. Under the squeeze of the entire 10,000 worlds continent, huge bottomless cracks began to appear on the monster plane, spreading rapidly from the outside to the inside. No. The realms are starting to merge. The faces of the emperors who were fighting fiercely changed, and they all retreated. The entire battlefield was also in chaos because of this sudden change, and no one knew what happened, until a wild laugh that resounded throughout the 10,000 worlds appeared. Ha ha ha, I said. You can't suppress me. The whole world was shaken violently by this laughter, as if the whole sky was about to collapse. At the same time, a large amount of black evil spirit began to emerge from the ground in the monster plane, and gathered madly towards a huge skeleton that suddenly appeared in the void. The light pillars composed of the 72 demons also dimmed a lot in this vibration, and there was a feeling of being extinguished. Obviously, the shrinkage of the monster plane again made their power fade away. Once it faded to a certain extent, I am afraid that there will be no way to maintain the seal and continue to suppress that terrifying existence. Humph. With us here, you will never escape from here. Suddenly, a cold snort resounded through the world. The 4 golden light pillars next to the portal in the deepest part of the monster plane suddenly burst into a dazzling light. A terrifying ancient aura emerged, accompanied by the roar of dragons, tigers, phoenixes and cries, which actually suppressed the scattered evil spirits. The supreme 4 heavenly demons. Lin Yu, who was at the edge of the demon plane, was shocked. The 4 deepest light pillars represented the top 4 strongest demons among the 72 demons. I didn't expect to see them in person today. You know, that is a terrifying existence that even the Emperor of the 10,000 worlds cannot defeat. It has been suppressing the ancient door in the deepest part of the demon plane. Some people even speculated the strength of the Supreme Four Heavenly Demons has already broken through the shackles of this world and reached the legendary 13th level. It's useless. The 10,000 years are coming. You can't suppress me. The huge skeleton in the void roared, and then shuttled through space again and disappeared on the spot, as if it had never appeared. The vibration of the 10,000 worlds continent also gradually subsided at this moment, and returned to its original appearance. But the lords of each realm could clearly feel that the rules between them and the lords of other realms no longer existed, as if they were completely integrated. We are late. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. The Holy Emperor on another battlefield finally crossed the space with reinforcements and rushed here. The emperors of the Realm Alliance seemed to have expected this situation a long time ago. They looked at them deeply and waved their hands directly. Retreat! Without any hesitation. The entire Realm Alliance army began to withdraw quickly, without any intention of fighting. Chapter 533 Emerald Green Dragon. A great battle ended with the retreat of the Realm Alliance. The anti-alliance camp also took advantage of the arrival of reinforcements and finally succeeded in breaking through the Realm Alliance base camp, marching deeper into the heart of the Realm Alliance. It was not until dark that they stopped their march and moved the war camp with them. It's finally over. Jixinghe stood in the sky with other kings, looking at the direction where the Realm Alliance army disappeared, and breathed a sigh of relief. Each of them was more or less seriously injured. Some were even severely injured and almost lost their lives, which was extremely miserable. The main reason was that the Realm Alliance's action this time was too sudden. Who would have thought? They would actually give up the important pass on the Guiyuan realm and concentrate their forces to attack the Taishan realm. After all, although the great emperors are very capable, they are not omnipotent. What's more, they are facing the emperor level on the opposite side. How can they be omniscient and omnipotent in the game between the same level? Even if you want to investigate, the other side will not let you find out their plans so easily. In addition, there is a terrifying existence hidden on the opposite side that threatens the safety of the 10,000 worlds at all times, which makes it even more elusive and can only be improvised. Fortunately, although their losses this time are huge, they are not to the point where they cannot be compensated. At least the casualties of high-level lords are much less than expected. The only thing that is worrying is the changes in the 10,000 worlds continent and the monster plane. Such a big change. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that something big is going to happen next. Sure enough, just when Lin Yu was resting with the army, the voice of Emperor Xingyao suddenly came from a distance, above level 10. Come here. The Emperor's voice was rarely serious, and even from a distance, the kings could feel a little unusual, because they found out, in addition to the Holy Emperor who usually represented the realm, even the emperors of other primitive realms came. 11 emperors gathered in the open space in the distance to discuss something. With extremely solemn expressions, Lin Yu did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly got up and rushed over with other kings. In a blink of an eye, all the lords above the 10th level of the primitive realm gathered together, making the whole open space lively. Lin Yu, Jixinghe, and others nodded to each other, and then came to stand behind the Holy Emperor. Then, Emperor Longyuan, wearing golden armor, looked around and said straight to the point, I called you here to convey an important matter. You should have seen the changes in the monster plane just now. The seal in the monster plane began to loosen after the fusion of all realms. During this period of time, the Realm Alliance will probably organize forces to destroy the 72 array centers. At that time, the monster plane will definitely fall into chaos. What you have to do next is to do everything possible to stop them. Emperor Longyuan's voice was extremely heavy, and at the same time contained an irresistible majesty, which made all the kings look stern. Of course, everything should be based on your own safety. Don't act rashly, and give the other side a bargain. That's all I have to say. After saying that, Emperor Longyuan stepped aside and stopped talking. The kings below were talking about it, with expressions of doubt and uncertainty. The Realm Alliance is going to attack the monster plane. Doesn't that mean that it will be more dangerous to go there in the future? This is definitely not good news for weaker kings, and can even be said to be bad news. But for some stronger people, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An opportunity for them to quickly obtain Godhead fragments and improve their strength level. Because on the battlefield, the lords cooperate with each other, and it is almost difficult to kill the high-level lords on the opposite side. But the monster plane is different. As long as you wait patiently, there is still a great chance to squat on the high-level lords, who are alone. Lin Yu and the team is now holding this idea, and plans to make good preparations after returning this time to ambush and kill the 10th level lords of the Realm Alliance. Emperor, will the seal in the monster plane not last long? Suddenly, Ji Xinghe on the side whispered to Emperor Shengyao, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. Including him, all the kings under the Shengyao Empire were shocked and looked over. In fact, they wanted to ask this question a long time ago. Coupled with the solemn expressions of the emperors, they felt a hint of unusual atmosphere. Now when Ji Xinghe asked, all eyes fell on Emperor Shengyao, wanting to get an answer from him. Emperor Shengyao seemed to have expected them to ask this question, and his brows slightly frowned. But in the end, he sighed and said, originally, I shouldn't tell you about this. But since you all asked, I tell you. Yes, you guessed right. It will probably take less than a year for the entire monster plane to completely collapse. By then, speaking of this, Emperor Shengyao paused and stopped talking. But when these words fell into the ears of Lin Yu and others, it was like a bolt from the blue, making their faces change drastically. There is still a year before the monster plane collapses. Lin Yu was stunned in place, his heart full of shock and horror. He thought that the seal would be broken sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. 1 year. That terrifying monster will break free from the seal and reappear in the world. That is to say, he now has only 1 year to improve his strength. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. As if he knew what they were thinking. Emperor Shengyao said immediately, 1 year is enough time for us to make a lot of preparations. We should improve our strength as much as possible and reduce the power of the Realm Alliance. These are what we should do most now. But in order not to cause panic, you'd better not spread this news at will for the time being. Do you understand? Emperor Shengyao gave a final warning, and his voice became much more serious. Lin Yu and others were immediately stern when they heard this. Understood. The response sounded in their mouths. Well, let's go back first. Emperor Shengyao nodded with satisfaction, then waved to them, signaling them to leave. That's it. A brief meeting ended here. The kings were worried and didn't want to chat anymore. They all rushed back to their respective principalities. And Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little more urgent in his heart, and hurried back to the territory by cross-border teleportation. In this battle, he successfully obtained the 6th fragment of the Godhead. Only 4 pieces are left to upgrade to the 11th level, from the principality to the kingdom. For fragments of the Godhead are not too many or too few. As long as he is well prepared, he still has a great chance to gather them with his current strength. So his next goal is to strengthen his own and the royal family's attributes to near full value. At that time, including him, there will be 10 full attribute combat forces. Killing those 10th level lords with 1 or 2 pieces of divine fragments will be no problem at all. After thinking about it, he calmed down and looked at the development of the origin universe. After this period of reproduction, the number of faith fruits on the world tree has increased to about 280. Adding the output of the duchy and the harvest from killing lord monsters outside, it should be more than 300. In other words, he and the royal soldiers can improve the average attribute of at least 300 points every day, which is not too slow. In this case, let's continue to hunt lord monsters tomorrow. Looking at the vast universe in front of him, Lin Yu thought silently. When he had 5 pieces of divine fragments before, he could easily kill lord monsters below level D. Now with 6 pieces of divine fragments, his average attribute has increased by another 5,000 or 6,000. Even without bursting, it can reach 120,000. It is time to try to hunt higher level lord monsters. After all, the higher the level of the lord monster, the more rule fragments it will drop after death. If you can kill an SSS level monster, that means 10 rule fragments for each monster, which is much faster than a low level lord monster. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu directly exited the origin universe and quickly came to the world tree. After this period of research, he has studied out several important 10th order mutant embryos. It happened that killing the elemental lord today obtained tens of billions of magic energy, plus the tens of billions of magic energy accumulated from the recent taxes of the principality and killing monsters, which is enough to replace the original strange troop with the proliferation troop and the 4-leaf clover troop. So he did not do anything else and began to concentrate on the mutation troop in the territory. And this time, his mutation strategy has changed. He replaced all the front row ancient trees, cacti and nut soldiers with 4-leaf clover mutant soldiers. which inherited the physical protection skill and increased physical fitness by 40%. The back row long-range output soldiers inherited the mental protection and increased mental strength by 40%. The remaining flower spirits, lantern grass, and sunflowers were all replaced with proliferation soldiers. 1 for 4. And the treatment was maximized. Finally, there was his air force. The advanced forms of the demon ancestor dragon and the demon compassionate dragon recruited 1,000 each to fill the gap in his lack of air combat. It is worth mentioning that, after the plant dragon branch was upgraded to the 10th level, it also comprehended very good skills. Name: Emerald Dragon King. Rare skills: Shadow Swiftness, Super Regeneration, Dragon Might. Death Breath: bursts out the power of nature. Spits out a death breath full of destructive energy in a straight line in front of the enemy, causing 120% of the spiritual attribute damage to the enemy. Combo skill: Double Dragon Combination. Introduction: the Green Dragon clan that controls the power of life, together with the Emerald Dragon Mother. They are known as the Guardians of the World Tree. Name: Emerald Dragon Mother. Rare skills: Shadow Swiftness, Super Regeneration, Rose Dance. Life Breath: spits out dragon breath containing life energy in a straight line in front of the enemy, causing 50% of the spiritual attribute healing to friendly parties, and recovering 5% of physical fitness per second in the next 10 seconds. Combo skill: Double Dragon Combination. Introduction: the Green Dragon clan that controls the power of life, together with the Emerald Dragon King. They are known as the Guardians of the World Tree. Chapter 534: Harsh Forging Conditions. McJern, are you in there? Underground of the Dwarf Kingdom's capital, Lin Yu shouted as he walked forward. Walking in the underground tunnel, he could hear the sound of hammering and the sound of lava surging. There was even a wave of heat coming from time to time, forcing him to squint. Crossing the corner, he saw Magern hammering equipment next to the furnace. He swung the hammer of war in his hand vigorously and slammed it onto the forging table. "You're here." Seeing Lin Yu come in, Magern was not surprised. He stopped and looked at him. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I want to ask you what kind of materials are needed to build a set of 10th level equipment for attack and defense conversion." Lin Yu directly stated the purpose of this trip. After the brief fight with the Wuliang King last time, he deeply felt the weakness of the plant system's weak attack and realized that he still lacked a burst attack method. The opponent didn't even activate his enhanced skills, but he was able to severely injure him with one blow when he was at full burst, while he could only cause minor injuries to the opponent. The characteristics of plant-type attacks are that they are continuous and have strong endurance, but lack of burst. It's okay to encounter opponents who are weaker than you. You can crush them with high attributes. But once you encounter someone who is stronger than you, this defect will be infinitely magnified. So what if you have strong endurance without burst means? It is equivalent to having no means to win. So you can only passively take a beating. Not to mention wearing out the opponent through a war of attrition. And others also found out. After the 10th level lords controlled the power of space, the freezing and deceleration effect of the Frost Spirit set was very limited to them, greatly reducing the practicality of this set of equipment. So he wanted to find a breakthrough in the equipment to see if there was any good solution. For example, the attack and defense conversion equipment he had seen before was very suitable for him. Attack and defense conversion is possible, but the material requirements are very high, Maghin said after a moment of hesitation. "Can it be made?" Lin Yu's eyes lit up. "Materials are not a problem. As long as you tell me, I can go and collect them." "In that case, then go and collect the cores of rock monsters, the sternums of power-type beast monsters, and the energy cores of spirit monsters. And you need 3 of each, preferably Lord-level ones. So that should be enough to make a 3-piece set," Magjin said, stroking his beard. "So many?" Lin Yu was surprised. The material requirements are indeed ridiculously high. Not only do they require a total of 9 materials, but they also specify the type of monster. Given the scarcity of 10th level monsters now, it may take a lot of effort to collect them. However, considering that he might encounter various powerful enemies later, he nodded and agreed. "Okay. I go collect the materials now, and come back to find you when the time comes." After that, he hurried out of the forging furnace. "You're in such a hurry. Why don't you stay and have a drink with me before you leave? Let's do it another day. I've been busy lately. I catch up when I'm done." Lin Yu waved his hand without looking back, and disappeared into the corner of the cave in a moment. McGunn curled his lips and shrugged. ignoring him, and continued to hammer equipment aside, as if forging was the life of them dwarves. Boundary battlefield. Inside the garrison of the primitive world. After some preparation, Lin Yu brought the newly recruited army here and hurried to the direction of the monster plane. It has been a day since yesterday's camp war. On the battlefield at this time, many lords from all walks of life are still tirelessly traveling back and forth, calling friends and running in all directions. I don't know how Yin Lai and the others are doing. Lin Yu thought silently while flying and looking at the crowd below. Recently, he has been busy developing the principality and improving his strength. He only feels that time has passed quickly. It seems that more than 3 months have passed since he last said goodbye to Yin Lai, Sidu Jian, Ji Yunchuang and others. 3 months may not be a big deal in the past, but the realm war during this period has made many people successful and greatly increased their upgrade speed. The precious resources that could only be obtained in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds in the past can now be exchanged by killing enemies. I think with the ability of Yin Lai and the other 3, they should be preparing for the road to the saints soon, especially Ji Yunchuang, with the support of the King Father behind him. It is estimated that he will be the first to be promoted to the 10th level. At that time, the 12th principality will appear under their Xingyao Empire. This was completely unthinkable before the war. However, everything has its pros and cons. The realm war gave them unprecedented development opportunities, but also brought huge hidden dangers. That is the collapse of the monster plane. Once the terrifying monster sealed under the monster plane is released, I am afraid that the entire 10,000 worlds will suffer, and even the lives of all living beings will be destroyed. Therefore, during this year, he must improve his strength as much as possible, at least to the point where he can protect himself. After thinking about it, he did not stop, and teleported away from the spot, rushing towards the monster plane. According to Magna, to create attack and defense conversion equipment, you need the core materials of 3 types of monsters: rock, beast, and spirit. To find these 3 types of monsters, the fastest way is to go to the vicinity of the 72 demons of the same type. If you remember correctly, the 62nd rank disaster turtle ancestor is a defensive monster, and there should be many 10th level or even 11th level defensive lord monsters around it. The 62nd? Lin Yu murmured to himself, looking at the sky-high light pillars that spread across every corner of the monster plane, and finally locked onto one of the heavy light pillars emitting a yellowish-brown aura. Got it! With a flash, he rushed directly towards the light pillar. Ranking 62nd, he has begun to approach the inner area of the monster plane. The probability of encountering high-level lords and high-level monsters will definitely increase greatly, and there is even the possibility of encountering 11th level monsters. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless, and basically kept his senses fully open while rushing on the road. Once he sensed danger, he could escape immediately to ensure his own safety. He kept vigilant all the way. Soon, he came to a place less than 5,000 kilometers outside the territory of the disaster turtle ancestor. Looking around, the surrounding terrain has all turned into mountains composed of giant rocks, and a large number of rock monsters of various shapes gathered and wandered here, all of which were defensive. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised, but immediately, he realized that something was wrong, because in the sky not far away, a large number of figures were gathering at this time, divided into 2 groups of people confronting each other from a distance, almost covering the entire periphery. It was the 10th level lords of both camps. Even at the forefront of both teams, there were several terrifying figures standing, as if the entire space was integrated with them. 11th Order Lord. Lin Yu's face changed, and his steps stopped immediately. He watched from a distance, and was extremely curious. What on earth could attract so many high-level lords? Even the extremely rare 11th Order lords? Boom! Suddenly, a shocking roar sounded in the depths of the mountains. At the same time, it was accompanied by a dull roar that resounded through the world, shaking the entire air violently. Lin Yu couldn't help but look at the light column thousands of kilometers away. Indistinctly, it seemed that many vast figures were fighting madly, and even the space around the light column collapsed. Could it be that the emperors were fighting? Or were the high-level members of the Realm Alliance attacking the seal guarded by the disaster turtle ancestor? Just thinking, the terrifying power of the collision turned into a wave of air and swept around. Then, with a rumbling sound of footsteps, countless rock monsters ran out from the depths of the battle, and 10th Order leaders and Lord monsters were everywhere. There was even an 11th level giant alligator turtle, with an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Yu was shocked. He finally understood why these lords were waiting outside. Before he could react, loud shouts rang out. Go! Stop them! Suddenly, all the lords fell to the ground, summoned soldiers and rushed towards those lord monsters. And the teams of both camps collided fiercely. Those 11th level lords even rushed directly to the giant alligator turtle and fought in the air. In an instant, the space collapsed and turbulence surged. No 10th level lord dared to approach easily. Seeing such a fierce scene, Lin Yu immediately came back to his senses. He glanced around the field and directly targeted a D-level Lord Rock Armored Dragon in the corner. The reason for targeting that one was that there was only a 10th level Beast Lord from the Boundary Alliance next to it, who did not look strong, and seemed to have no more than 3 pieces of divine fragments. Let's go, he said to Ling Shi beside him. And then he appeared behind the man, infused the power of space with the big knife on his waist, and stabbed at the opponent. The Beast Lord who was clearing the monsters around him changed his face, and teleported away through space almost reflexively, appearing 100 meters away. He actually dodged? Lin Yu was surprised. He only felt the existence of 2 fragments of the Godhead from the other party, but his aura was much stronger than that of the Elemental Lord he met before. It was obviously a king who had been upgraded to level 10 for a long time, and his attributes had been strengthened to a very high level. Seeing that the opponent's troops were surrounding him, he did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of plant armies appeared and went straight to meet the beast army in front of him. Beast run. The Beast Lord was obviously a veteran on the battlefield. He was not panicked at all and shouted directly to the beast army. Roar! Beast roars came one after another, and all the beast soldiers were covered with a faint red color. Their speed suddenly increased, and they turned into afterimages and flew towards Lin Yu's ancient tree army. Sharp claws cut through the air, and with a tearing sound, they tore deep and unfathomable wounds on the ancient tree soldiers. It actually broke through the defense of the ancient tree in one go. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The racial talent of the beast system. The attack has a tearing effect and ignores some defenses, which is indeed not to be underestimated. Just at this time, the Lord-level rock armored dragon in the distance also stared at them and rushed over with a roar. Chapter 535 The Gate to the Living World opens. Originally, Lin Yu wanted to attack the Beast Lord, but the appearance of the Lord-level rock dragon disrupted his pace. Qingting, Cannon, you lead the team and Qingang to block it. Without thinking too much, he immediately gave orders to the 2 royals around him. The huge size of Qingting and the penetration ability of the cannon are most effective against this kind of giant defensive monster. One can restrict movement, and the other can effectively cause damage. The Mushroom Demon King and the Soul Chaser, who are good at group battles, are responsible for cleaning up the ordinary monsters that rushed over. Then, with Qingdong's savage roar, all the plants raised their momentum and blocked all the monsters back. Attack! Seeing that he was dragged by the monster, the Beast Lord immediately seized the opportunity and gave orders to the dragon soldiers in the air. In an instant, thousands of huge dragons flew by, opened their mouths and suddenly spurted out a flame road towards Lin Yu, turning everything into a sea of fire. Air raid? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, and 2,000 newly recruited emerald green dragons also roared over his head, blowing up a large gust of wind. Roar! The dragon roared, and a series of death breaths were sprayed out, turning into destructive energy and heading straight for the opposite air force. At the same time, the floating void light skill exploded, and together with the death breath, it enveloped all the dragons on the opposite side. Ah! The dragon screamed and was directly knocked to the ground by this double attack, and its corpses fell like rain. It's not an enemy at all, and the damage caused by the light skill was also converted into healing to heal the soldiers burned by the flames below, allowing their wounds to slowly recover. How could it be? The Beast Lord on the opposite side was shocked and finally felt the power of Lin Yu. He didn't hesitate at all, and immediately recalled the soldiers and turned around to flee. Want to escape? Lin Yu's face sank, and he teleported above the Beast Lord, and the void space was activated, completely blocking the surrounding space. At the same time, Ling Shi followed closely, and the violet staff in his hand burst out with natural power. The majesty of the king descended, suppressing all monsters and beasts within a kilometer. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was, at this time, the Beast Lord suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and a lion phantom with the aura of the king emerged from his body. temporarily blocking the suppression of the majesty of the king. Then the phantom changed and turned into a vigorous cheetah, blessing him, making his speed rise sharply, rushing out of the range of the void space, and teleporting away. The action was decisive, without any drag, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Beast blessing? Lin Yu frowned and looked at the direction where the other party disappeared. He could no longer sense any breath of the other party. It was estimated that some means of concealing the breath were used. It seems, even a 10th level lord with only 2 pieces of divine fragments is not so easily suppressed. After all, attribute suppression does not mean that there is no ability to resist. People who can rise to this level basically have 1 or 2 means of life-saving escape. Especially for the Beast Lord, whose reaction was so quick. He had obviously been in the world for many years, which made him feel ashamed. Forget it. Let's get rid of these monsters first. Without chasing the other party, Lin Yu teleported back to the team and began to clean up the monsters with the plant army, surrounding the Lord-level rock dragon that was entangled with the green vine. What surprised him was that, under the erosion of the bloody kingdom of the green vine, the rock dragon was not afraid at all, and its own recovery speed directly caught up with the damage caused by the bloody kingdom per second, and fought back and forth with the vines of the green vine. Second sister, can you do it? If not, let me swallow it in one bite, Tunshin said loudly and rudely. Get lost, you little flower. Aren't you afraid of biting your teeth off? Qington cursed angrily, and finally stopped holding back. The blood-colored stamen on her head suddenly touched a large area of bloody poisonous fog, making the poisonous fog around her body much thicker, and the damage of the bloody kingdom doubled. With the help of the Banshee Corps and the P Corps led by the cannons next to her, she finally succeeded in breaking the shell of the rock dragon. The rock dragon howled in pain, and a yellowish-brown light appeared on its body, trying to resist the attack of the plant army. But at this time, Lin Yu's troops were no longer as strong as before. There was basically no pressure to deal with D-level lord monsters, under the siege of several royal families. It took less than 3 minutes for countless attacks to hit his body, and he fell to the ground unwillingly, killed a 10th level lord monster, and gained 100 million magic energy. A sound prompt sounded, and a stream of energy turned into a stream of light and flowed into Lin Yu's body, accelerating the reproduction speed of the origin universe. Lin Yu discovered, after the number of faith fruits exceeded 250 per day, the rate of increase slowed down a lot, and it seemed to have reached a bottleneck. If he wants to make another huge breakthrough, the civilization level inside must reach a certain level. But he is not greedy. He just took a quick look and immediately came to the body of the rock dragon to collect the 4 rule fragments and a piece of origin crystal that fell. The origin crystal is not very useful for lords above the 10th level, but it is extremely precious for those below the 9th level. Thinking back to the time when Lin Yu finally got a piece, he didn't expect that a 10th level monster would explode so easily. He finally knew why the 10th level lord had so many top quality resources to reward the people below. Sure enough, the level gap is still huge. He didn't think much about it. After putting the things away, he immediately cut open the body of the rock dragon and took out a rock crystal block shining with a yellowish-brown light. This should be the rock core that Majin mentioned. He happily put it away and prepared to leave here. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, he found that a group of 10th level lords of the Realm Alliance surrounded him quickly, and his face was stern. Deal with him, accompanied by the shout of the middle-aged man in the lead. More than a dozen 10th level lords directly burst out the power of rules, turning into a series of powerful attacks to bombard Lin Yu. The power was so strong that all of them had more than 5 pieces of divine fragments, especially the leading man, who had reached the terrifying level of 8 pieces of divine fragments. You don't have to think about it. This team was specially formed to hunt down lords of the same level. Although Lin Yu was very confident in his own strength, he was not arrogant enough to be able to compete with so many 10th level lords at once, unless he also strengthened all the attributes of the royal family to the maximum value. Retreat. Without any hesitation, he immediately recalled the troops. At the same time, the Forest Sage's peace domain was activated to block the attacks from all directions. And then the power of rules was fully activated, forcibly breaking through the unstable space, and teleporting to appear dozens of kilometers away. It actually blocked it. The middle-aged man looked at the place where Lin Yu disappeared in surprise. What skill could actually block the joint attack of so many people at once, and still be unscathed? Do you want to chase? Another person asked, wanting to continue the pursuit. No. That guy is quite strong. Chasing him is just a waste of time. Go find other lone people. The man stretched out his hand to stop him. He raised his head and took a deep look at the direction where Lin Yu teleported away, and did not stay for long, and went to other places to continue looking for prey. Didn't you catch up? Feeling that there was no other breath approaching behind him, Lin Yu immediately stopped, his expression surprised and extremely solemn. As the Emperor said, the current monster plane has become much more dangerous than before, and you will be besieged by the opposite lord if you are not careful. It seems that you have to be more careful in the future. After thinking about it, he did not stay in the original area, and went to other directions to continue looking for other Rock Lord monsters. Good luck. The battle of the Emperor in the depths of the plain lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended. In these 2 hours, Lin Yu killed 2 D-level, 1 C-level and 1 F-level Lord monsters, and obtained a total of 4 rock cores. 1 more than Magan said. Even the rule fragments. He also got 15 pieces, which was much better than expected. You go to the surroundings to guard first. I will deal with the body, Lin Yu said to the several royals around him, and then flashed to the side of the Lord monster's body, ready to take out the rock core in its body. Boom. But at this time, a terrifying loud noise came. Another beam of light thousands of kilometers away suddenly shook violently, bursting out a dazzling brilliance. Then, in Lin Yu's shocked eyes, the beam of light that shot straight into the sky quickly dimmed and gradually disappeared between heaven and earth. Formation Center. One of the formation centers guarded by the 72 demons. It was actually breached, and it was the 72nd one, the one guarded by the Spider Mother, who was most familiar to him. What on earth happened? At this moment, Lin Yu was really shocked. He quickly took out the rock core, stood up, and called back the troops to rush to the location of the light column. At the same time, the lords in various directions of the monster plane also saw this picture, which immediately caused a great uproar, and all gathered from all directions. Sure enough, the power of the 72 demons began to decline. In the endless void, a great emperor, who was guarding the base camp of the Realm Alliance, opened his eyes, and burst out with a vast and brilliant light. The powerful strength of the 72 demons is a well-known thing, but few people know that their power is actually closely related to the monster plane. Now that the monster plane is gradually withering, the power of the 72 demons has also been affected. Although it is still strong, it is no longer as daunting as it was before. And just when everyone rushed to the direction of the light column, a long string of prompts sounded without warning over the entire Wanjia continent. Lords, please note that due to unknown reasons, the fusion of the Wanjia continent has accelerated. The fusion progress has been achieved, and one of the 3 hidden realms, the Living Realm, has been opened. The Living Realm is a place where all those who cannot become lords are accommodated, and it controls the balance of life in the Wanjia. After passing the test, you can enter the gate of the Living Realm and reach the Living Realm. By obtaining the Heart of the Realm, you can gain the power to control some of the rules of the Wanjia and transcend the rules. Quiet. The entire Wanjia continent was silent. All the lords who were on their way or fighting stopped their actions and looked up at the sky in shock. Especially Yen Lai, who was in the territory and was about to go to the realm battlefield, stared with his eyes wide open. And the whole person was stunned. A place for all those who cannot become lords. In just a dozen words, it seemed to have some kind of magic, causing his burly body to tremble violently. One of the 3 realms of life, death, and reincarnation. It actually opened at this time. Chapter 536, Primordial Realm. The sudden reminder made Lin Yu pause for a moment. He had only heard a few words about the 3 mysterious realms of life and death from other lords. It is said that the entrances to these 3 realms have been completely closed since tens of thousands of years ago, and even the Emperor could not enter. The 2 most powerful realms in the entire 10,000 realms, the Primordial Realm and the Origin Realm, have been responsible for guarding the entrances to the 2 realms of life and death, so they could not participate in the battles between the realms. I thought these 3 realms would remain silent, but I didn't expect that they would be opened again today because of the fusion of the 10,000 realms. Although it was only the Living Realm, the reminder mentioned several important information that shocked him. A place for all those who could not become lords. It means that when the 10,000 realms collapsed and everyone was forcibly teleported here, those old people, children and people with insufficient mental and physical fitness were teleported to the Living Realm? If this is true, then he finally understands why many people can't find their relatives. They didn't die in the novice village, but were taken in collectively. If they could take in all the unqualified people in the 10,000 worlds, how big would the domain of this living world be? Lin Yu didn't dare to imagine it. Nor did he want to imagine it. It wasn't that he had any relatives to look for. On the contrary, even before he came to this world, he had always been alone. And he had no concept of any relatives since he could remember. As for friends, let alone. He was a social animal who worked 996 every day. And he was exhausted every day. How could he have time to go out and make friends? Even if he knew someone, there were few people he could call close friends. To put it nicely, he was alone. And to put it bluntly, he was alone. What he was most worried about, rather, it was the impact of the opening of the living world on the situation in the 10,000 worlds. If the Realm Alliance controlled the entrance to the living world and used it to threaten the lords on their side, it would probably lead to very serious consequences. After all, the hint mentioned a sentence at the end. Obtaining the heart of the realm would gain the power to control some of the rules of the 10,000 worlds and transcend the rules. Lin Yu didn't know what the heart of the realm was, but he was very clear about gaining the power to control part of the rules of the 10,000 worlds. This was definitely something that all lords and even emperors could not refuse. It was also what they had been pursuing. Beyond the rules. That meant no longer being bound by the rules of this world. This alone was enough to drive countless lords crazy. Brothers, did I hear you right? Those who didn't become lords are in the living world. No, you heard it right. It's true. In that case, some people may not be dead, but just teleported there? Great. I must go there to take a look. Suehua. Wait for me. The lords were talking in various channels, all discussing the topic of the opening of the living world. Some lords who had been looking for their relatives rekindled their hope and frantically inquired about the news of the living world. Let alone them. Even the emperors of both sides, who were fighting in the monster plane, stopped and temporarily gave up the fight. And at this moment, in a corner of the Wanjia continent, in an isolated realm, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky, instantly dispersing the dark clouds above, and sank straight into the void. Then, accompanied by a violent vibration, a ladder to heaven built of layers of platforms slowly rose and appeared at the edge of the realm, extending from the ground to a dreamlike translucent barrier on the edge of the continent. Faintly, you can still feel the rich breath of life spreading through the barrier. It's as if you can reach another world by passing through that barrier. It's the direction of the Taichu realm. The faces of the emperors were stern, and they looked at each other. And then, they disappeared into the void. What realm struggles? What the rise and fall of the myriad races are nothing compared to the power that transcends the rules. Except for a few emperors who do not fight for fame and power to stay in guard. Almost all the emperors rushed to the Taichu realm. At the same time, dazzling rays of light also lit up above the various realms, all converging towards the direction of the primordial realm. Attention! Lords! The road to the gate of the living world has been opened. Lords above level 10 can build a teleportation through the national management interface to the trial land. Only after passing the test of the trial land can they officially enter the living world. Another series of prompts sounded. But this time it was not over the continent, but in the minds of all the lords. Those low-level lords were stunned at first, and then immediately exploded. Can we build a teleportation directly? So we can go there too? Quick! Quick! Come back, King, and build a teleportation array. I thought I had to reach a certain level of strength to get there. Now it's alright. Don't be too happy too soon. Didn't we just say that we have to pass some trials? Anyway, let's go and see the situation first. Lin Yu glanced at the Principality channel, and the news came out like a tide. He had originally planned to go and see, and he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately left the monster plane and rushed back to the territory. After returning to the territory, he rushed to the World Tree and clicked on the Principality interface to see that there was indeed an additional teleportation construction option. It actually leads directly to the primordial realm. It takes 1 billion magic energy to build this teleport, and it consumes 10 million magic energy every day. Do you want to continue? Damn! Robbing money. Lin Yu's face darkened instantly. He didn't expect it to be such a money-burning thing. Luckily, his principality now has a daily revenue of more than 100 million magic energy. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of money. Seeing that the voices of the lords in the principality were getting more and more intense, he didn't hesitate anymore and directly chose to build the teleport. The next second, a stream of light shot up from his territory, swept towards the light connected to the primordial realm above the primordial continent, and merged into it. Lords, please note that the teleportation to the trial land has been successfully constructed. You can select the teleportation coordinates through the portal function and teleport. It's open. The teleportation is open. It's open so quickly. Great. Long live the king. Hearing the prompt sound, there was a jubilation in the Holy Blessing Principality. And immediately the brave people walked into the portal and tried to teleport. Lin Yu did not hesitate and also entered the portal under the world tree. Please select the teleportation coordinates. The current coordinates are Boundary Battlefield and Trial Land. Trial Land? Swish. As the voice fell, the light lit up, and Lin Yu disappeared instantly. At the same time, on various directions of the continent, rays of light also lit up one after another, and people continued to teleport to the trial land. However, what Lin Yu did not expect was, this teleportation was different from the past, and he could actually see the scenery outside the teleportation channel. When he crossed the space and flew to the edge of the continent, he was shocked by the scene in front of him, because at this time, at the edge of the Wanjia continent, there was actually a huge independent realm wrapped in a light curtain, and there was only a small entrance to this realm. It was as if he was trying to break free from the Wanjia continent. Could this be the legendary strongest realm? The Taichu realm? Before he could think about it, the power of space had already taken him into the Taichu realm. Then, a strong breath of life came to his face, and he could clearly sense it even through the space channel. And the scene in front of him also changed, turning into a lush and green land with islands floating in the air, like a fairyland on earth. Then the scene in front of him was trance again, accompanied by a strong sense of weightlessness. When Lin Yu stood still again, he had come to a green grassland stretching for thousands of miles in the deepest part of the Taichu realm. Looking closely, the whole grassland was actually covered by a huge formation connecting heaven and earth. One after another, the transmission light lit up. The lords of various realms teleported over one after another, looking around in bewilderment. Is this the trial ground leading to the living world? Even the magic circle has been built. What a fast speed. Such a strong breath of life. I feel like it's almost catching up with those healing skills. Is it because it's close to the living world? Look! It's the emperors. A cry of surprise suddenly sounded in the crowd. And the lords, who had just teleported over, couldn't help but look into the distance. Sure enough, they saw that the emperors had arrived before them, and were standing in the air in two groups, facing the hundreds of tall figures on the opposite side from afar. Emperor level? Lin Yu was shocked and looked at the hundreds of figures on the opposite side. They were all emperors he had never seen before. Could it be the emperors in the Taichu realm? There are actually hundreds of emperors in the Taichu realm. This is not the point. After all, he had heard about the strength of the Taichu realm. What shocked him the most was an ordinary old man with white beard in front of the hundreds of emperors. He looked like an ordinary old man, but he seemed to be integrated with the world. He was the world, and the world was him. He felt his soul was being sucked away if he looked at him for a second longer. So strong. Lin Yu felt a turbulent wave in his heart and couldn't help but take a half step back. He felt that the old man's strength was even several times more terrifying than that of the Dragon Emperor. There was actually such a strong man in the 10,000 worlds. Could it be that he had already crossed the 12th level? It's been 10,000 years, and this day has finally come. At this moment, the old man spoke slowly. The old voice seemed to have some kind of magic, which directly hit the hearts of everyone present and shocked them back to their senses. Yes, it's been 10,000 years, and the gate of life has opened again. You have been guarding the entrance for so long. There should be no reason to stop us again. Right? The Dragon Emperor of the Anti-Alliance side spoke first. This was the first time that Lin Yu heard the emperors talk about the secrets of 10,000 years ago, and he immediately concentrated and listened carefully. Do you really want to pursue the world seed? The old man looked up at the Dragon Emperor. With just one glance, the faces of the emperors changed slightly, and their breath became agitated. Only the Dragon Emperor and several powerful emperors remained calm and looked at him calmly. You should know that the road leading there is about to appear. If you want to pass it 100%, only the World Sea can do it. Chapter 537 Ladder to Heaven. The road leading there? Hearing the words of the Dragon Emperor, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder. What does this mean? Where is that place? Unfortunately, the two did not stay on this topic. After a moment of silence, The old man said. For the past 10,000 years, our Taichu realm has been responsible for guarding the Gate of Life, just to prevent people from disturbing the order of that world. Now that the Gate of Life has been opened, we will naturally not stop you anymore. But the rules of the life realm are different from those outside. Entering it is not something that can be done by strength. Also, this is the territory of the Taichu realm. I don't care how you fight and kill each other. Don't disturb the tranquility of this realm. Otherwise, don't blame me for doing it myself. After speaking, a vast and boundless burst out from him, instantly spreading across the entire world. The faces of the emperors of various realms changed, and they couldn't help but retreat, their eyes full of horror. They didn't doubt the old man's words at all, because the other party does have the strength to kill one of the emperors from all realms. Fortunately, the old man was just a deterrent. Seeing that no one had any objections, he and the hundreds of emperors behind him shuttled through space and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the clouds behind him dissipated, revealing a ladder to heaven standing on the edge of the realm, and the illusory barrier connected to the top of the ladder. That is the entrance to the living world. The emperors of all realms were delighted, and immediately someone turned into a stream of light and rushed to the ladder. However, the next second, when the emperor entered the range of the ladder, his expression suddenly changed, and he fell directly from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge deep pit was smashed on the plain. The emperor did not suffer any damage with his strong body, but all the lords were shocked. Even the emperor couldn't fly in the air? What is the origin of this ladder? Lin Yu looked at the ladder in shock. The whole ladder was ridiculously high, with a total of 1,000 floors. It was also ridiculously wide, with each floor being a huge platform, divided into 7 areas, corresponding to each level. It extended all the way to the void of lightning and thunder, and was closely connected to the illusory barrier. With his current eyesight, he couldn't even see the situation at the top clearly. Be careful. The space above is blocked. The emperor stood up and patted the dust, and warned the outside with a serious face. The space was blocked? Doesn't that mean there is no way to fly in the air or teleport? The lords on the periphery were in an uproar, and even the emperors changed their faces slightly, and immediately landed on the ground and stepped into the range of the ladder to investigate. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the Dragon Emperor took the lead in climbing the first step, then frowned, and climbed the second step, and then the third step. With each step up, the pressure from heaven and earth will increase. Be careful when you come up later. This was said to the other emperors and the low-level lords outside. Until then, the lords finally understood the meaning of the trial. It turned out that they were asked to climb this ladder. Only by climbing this ladder can they be qualified to enter the world of life. I didn't expect that there would be such a trial before entering the world of life, which immediately made the lords, who wanted to go in to find their relatives, worried. There are 1,000 steps, and the pressure on each level will increase. Can anyone really pass the test? I just want to go in to find my family. Why do we have to do this kind of trial? Don't worry. What if the test is not strength? Indeed, I didn't see it said to be a test of strength. Anyway, go up and try it first. Let's go up and take a look. The trial of the ladder did not dampen the lord's determination to enter the world of life. After the discussion, many people immediately walked into the area of their own level and began to climb the ladder. The rest of the people chose to wait and see outside for the time being. As time went by, more and more lords were teleported in, spreading all over the borders of the grassland, and gradually divided into 2 major camps: the Boundary Alliance and the Anti-Alliance, gathering on the left and right sides respectively. The air was full of gunpowder, but no one took action at this time. However, no one dared to take it lightly, because there was no prompt on the ladder that said that they could not attack others. They did not want to be attacked by the opponent when they were halfway up, which would ruin their previous efforts. Especially careful people also found that, when the ladder was halfway across, the surrounding environment began to become more and more severe, and attacks such as ice, fire, and lightning gradually appeared. Even in the second half, there would be space cracks, which looked extremely unstable. Lin Yu, I finally found you. Just as Lin Yu was observing the situation on the ladder, a familiar shout suddenly sounded in the crowd behind him. He turned around and saw Situ Jian walking towards him through the crowd. It's you. Where's Yin Lai? Why isn't he with you? Lin Yu asked in surprise. Don't mention it. As soon as that guy came, he ran up directly and said that he must enter the living world today. Situ Jian pointed in the direction of the ladder and said helplessly, "Have you gone up?" Lin Yu knew that Yan Lai had been looking for his sister. He also knew that this was why Yan Lai had been trying so hard to become stronger. "I just hope that guy won't be too impulsive. After all, the situation is still unclear, and no one can predict what he will encounter up there. That guy is like this. No matter how you persuade him, it's useless. I should go up too, so that he won't get into trouble, and think about it. Okay, go quickly. Don't let him do anything stupid. Then I go first." After saying that, Situ Jian walked directly into the 9th level area of the ladder and chased after Yan Lai. After watching him leave, Lin Yu did not sit idle any longer and began to make preparations downstairs. "Look! Someone has reached the 100th floor." Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the crowd. Lin Yu was stunned and could not help but look in the direction of the crowd. What surprised him was that the first person to reach the 100th floor was not the Great Emperor, nor the Lord above the 10th level, but an unknown 9th level Lord. What happened? Could it be that, as those lords said just now, the pressure on the ladder did not depend on the strength? Puzzled, he could not help but look in other directions, and found that several 10th level lords had sweat on their foreheads when they approached the 100th floor, looking very tired. This obviously had nothing to do with strength, but varied from person to person. What Lin Yu did not expect was that, not long after the 9th level lord reached the 100th floor, the great emperors and lords of various levels also began to reach the 100th floor one after another. But no one continued to climb, but all rested on the spot. What's going on? Why did they all stop? Is there any change after the 100th floor? No. It seems something has appeared. A cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd below, interrupting everyone's discussion. On the 100th floor platform, dazzling rays of light suddenly lit up, and all kinds of objects wrapped in light appeared out of thin air. Level 6 troop tokens. Level 7 troop secret treasures. Level 8 territory sacred objects. Level 9 origin crystals. Level 10 rule fragments. And not just one, but 10. This time, the crowd was completely boiling. I didn't expect that there would be treasures on the ladder. This is only the 100th floor. What about the higher floors? Instantly, all the lords who were watching immediately swarmed towards the ladder and began to join the climbing army, making the entire ladder extremely crowded. At this time, those who first climbed to the 100th floor also began to fight for those treasures, fighting fiercely on the platform, and loud noises continued to be heard. Lin Yu followed the crowd to the bottom of the ladder and narrowed his eyes, looking at the lords who were fighting above. If he guessed correctly, in addition to rewarding the lords, those treasures may also guide them to fight and consume their physical strength. In other words, once you are blinded by greed and fight for those treasures, you will fall into the trap of the ladder trial. In the end, you will only waste a lot of physical strength and miss the opportunity to climb the ladder. The trial of the gate of the living world is really not as simple as imagined. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless, and immediately followed the crowd to the bottom of the ladder and stepped on the first step. Boom! With a roar, the moment his feet landed on the platform, overwhelming pressure swept towards him, making his footsteps sink. Lin Yu tried it, and in this area, he really couldn't use the power of space, nor could he summon soldiers. He could only use the most basic power of rules to activate skills. Not bad. At least not all means can't be used. He did not stay for long, but simply felt it, and then continued to move towards a higher level. As the level continued to rise, the pressure gradually increased, and he finally felt something unusual. It seemed that there was an invisible force that was constantly eroding his heart. Although it was very weak at the beginning, it was slowly getting stronger, making him faintly have an impulse to kill, and the pressure around him also became much stronger. When he calmed down, the pressure would weaken. So that's it. Lin Yu suddenly showed a look of realization. This ladder trial is not a test of a person's strength, but a test of a person's murderous intention. The heavier the murderous intention, the stronger the pressure. No wonder even those 10th level lords had a hard time climbing. Among all the lords present, which one didn't have a lot of blood on his hands? Only a few could keep their original intentions unaffected. Of course, under the same conditions, the stronger the strength, the stronger the pressure that can be resisted. So one's own strength still has some effect. Forget it. Let's go up first. Lin Yu didn't know how many floors he could climb. He just tried to stay calm and keep a distance from other 10th level lords to avoid conflicts and consume physical strength. Soon, he joined the main force and came to the 100th floor. The pressure of the first 100 floors was not too strong. Only about twice as strong as the beginning. As long as they were not murderers and had a strong murderous aura, they could basically climb up. At this time, many lords from all walks of life had gathered on the platform. They had already snatched up the 10 rule fragments and were resting and recovering in their own camps. They were not in a hurry to continue climbing. Lin Yu did not stop, took a deep breath, and continued to walk towards the 101st floor. However, what he never expected was that when he stepped on the 101st step, a pressure far greater than before fell down, almost pressing him to half kneel on the ground. This is Chapter 538 Temptation. Such a strong pressure. Lin Yu stepped heavily on the platform of the 101st floor, his eyes full of shock. The pressure after crossing the 100th floor was actually doubled compared to the 100th floor. The difference of one floor is a world of difference. Doesn't it mean that the pressure will increase geometrically every 100th floor? No wonder those people didn't rush to climb. Obviously, they all felt this change and prepared to accumulate strength to recover before continuing to climb. However, will things really be so simple? Of course not. Just when most people climbed to the 100th floor and stayed on the platform to recover, a large area of light suddenly lit up on the platform of the 200th floor, and dazzling things began to appear one after another, especially in the direction of the 10th level. 20 pieces of rule fragments appeared directly, floating quietly on the platform. The lords of various realms, who were still recovering, were all shocked. Rule fragments? There are even things on the 200th floor? And the number has doubled. Quick! Let's go up! Although it is not difficult for a 10th level lord to obtain 20 rule fragments, it is also a considerable amount. And the most important thing is, according to this rule, the number of rule fragments will probably increase when it comes to the 300th, 400th, and even 500th floors. In other words, the sooner you climb to the top, the more benefits you will get. How dare you hesitate? Lords of all levels hurriedly got up and began to climb to the 200th floor. Some lords even burst out all their strength and rushed to the top under pressure, causing countless people to exclaim and chase after them. In a blink of an eye, driven by the interests, all lords were in chaos and all accelerated their speed to climb the stairs. In less than a moment, a nimble lord in the 9th level area crossed the 150th floor and went straight to the 200th floor. The golden light covered his body, and it was obvious that he had used explosive means to grab the treasures above as soon as possible. But what was beyond everyone's expectation was, just when the man was about to reach the 200th floor, he suddenly screamed, as if he was hit hard. The whole person vomited blood and flew back, fell heavily to the platform below, and rolled for dozens of meters before barely stopping. The pool of blood on the platform was shocking, causing an uproar among the other lords below. What a strong pressure! It actually knocked people down in one go. Be careful. Don't rush too fast. The pressure behind is getting stronger and stronger. The pressure after the 100th floor is twice as strong as the previous one. It's only more than 100 floors. The lords were horrified, and the last bit of contempt for the trial disappeared. They immediately slowed down and adjusted their breath, fearing that they would follow the footsteps of the 9th level lord. But even so, there were still a small number of people who began to sweat and tremble, looking like they could hardly hold on, and even their steps slowed down a lot. On the other hand, there was another small number of people who seemed to be not affected much, and climbed up the stairs one by one very easily, heading straight for the 200th floor. Lin Yu was in the middle of the 10th level climbing team, not in a hurry or slow. He was not the kind of person who loved killing, but he could not be pure-hearted and kind as the Virgin Mary. So the pressure he received could only be said to be neither strong nor weak. The best way was to save energy as much as possible and not participate in the battle, so that he would have a chance to impact higher levels. Anyway, his origin universe now produced more than 200 rule fragments a day, so there was no need to compete with other lords and waste energy. As the number of climbing levels gradually increased, some people began to be unable to hold on and retreated from the ladder. As for those lords who first climbed to the 200th floor, they also started another round of scramble for treasures. "Get out of here!" a lord shouted angrily, knocked away the siege of two enemies, and snatched the treasure. However, in the next second, more lords surrounded him, and he was seriously injured in an instant. and was blasted off the platform by the powerful pressure. The entire platform was in chaos, and lords were constantly blown down, and people kept rushing onto the platform. The scene looked extremely spectacular. Lin Yu and some lords did not participate in the battle, and went around and continued to go up. At this time, there were already many people who crossed the 200th floor, and there was no intention of stopping. A group of 10th level lords had even climbed to more than 250 floors, and were moving towards the 300th floor. What a fast speed! How did they do it? A 10th level lord next to Lin Yu said in shock, looking at the figure far away. I feel that it's a bit hard to reach the 200th floor. Don't they need to rest? I recognize a few people. They seem to be the top kings in the 10 major realms, and those large realms. They have at least 8 fragments of the Godhead. 8 pieces of Godhead fragments. It seems that they are heading for the top. Although the main test of the ladder is not strength. Strong strength still has an advantage in this regard. At least the ability to resist pressure will be much stronger. And the initial climbing speed is absolutely amazing. Lin Yu was in the crowd, looking at the leading figures above in surprise, and found that King Wuliang and King Daqing, who had fought before, were among them. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a strong man with 9 pieces of Godhead fragments. Seeing that those people had left him far behind, he did not stop and stepped on the 201st floor of the stairs. Boom! As soon as the sole of the foot landed, the overwhelming pressure suddenly attacked, which was directly doubled compared to the 200th floor. Some kings who stepped on it were so shocked that they retracted their feet. However, Lin Yu just paused for a moment, and then stepped on the platform smoothly and walked towards the next floor of the stairs. They climbed up layer by layer until the leading team reached the 300th floor, and a large light finally lit up on the platform. As Lin Yu had guessed before, 30 rule fragments appeared. Some lords who could not resist the temptation immediately left the team and rushed to those rule fragments, starting a fierce battle for them. But most of them remained rational and did not join the battle. Instead, they stayed at the edge of the platform for a short rest and slowly recovered the rule power in their bodies. There was no way. The higher the level, the stronger the pressure. Many people had to mobilize the power of rules to bless themselves in order to block the pressure from all directions. When Lin Yu went up to the platform, there were no less than 110th level lords gathered on the 300th floor, and the number was still increasing. But they were not in a hurry, because after 300 floors, it was equivalent to passing 1/3 of the ladder, and the pressure to be faced was geometrically increased. If you want to rest and recover your physical strength, you can only do it now. Otherwise, the more you go, the greater the consumption will be. As a result, more and more lords gathered on the platform, and no one was in a hurry to continue to move up. However, at this moment, a reminder suddenly sounded in the minds of all lords. Lords, please note that the number of people in the trial land has reached the requirement, and the first round of rewards has begun to refresh. As the voice fell, the entire ladder, boom, made a loud noise and suddenly shook slightly. Then a series of lights lit up, and the treasures that had been robbed on the first 3 levels were refreshed again and appeared on the platform. Not only that, even in the middle of the ladder, on the platforms of the 400th and 500th floors, energy surged and burst into dazzling light. 40 pieces of rule fragments appeared on the 400th floor and scattered everywhere. Then, in the shocked eyes of all the 10th level lords, the energy on the 500th floor quickly gathered and turned into a colorful crystal that kept changing its shape, floating quietly in the center of the platform. Fragments of the Godhead. There are actually fragments of the Godhead. Go! All the 10th level lords were shocked and reacted immediately. They stood up and rushed to the 500th floor without hesitation. Even Lin Yu in the crowd was shocked. He had never expected that there would be fragments of the Godhead on the ladder, and they appeared exactly halfway. Even if he had expected it, he could not withstand such temptation. He stood up and turned into a shadow and rushed to the upper level. At the same time, he launched the 4-leaf clover protection and the shadow skills in succession to increase the speed to the extreme. The other lords were not to be outdone. They added skills one after another, and climbed the stairs frantically with roars. You know, under such a strong pressure, the consumption of the power of rules is very terrifying. Even the lords with 9 pieces of the Godhead consumed it at a speed that was visible to the naked eye and kept flying. Gradually, some people could not hold on, and their speed slowed down, especially after crossing the 400th floor. Even the old kings with 8 or 9 pieces of divine fragments felt their bodies sink and frown. The pressure above the 400th floor was already 8 times that of the beginning. Even though they were strong, they had to slow down. And the speed competition turned into an endurance competition in an instant. Climbing up step by step, Lin Yu followed closely behind them, and climbed up more than 400 floors behind them, and finally felt the terrifying pressure from all directions, which almost made him breathless. In terms of strengthening skills, the lords of each system are basically the same. After all, the skills of the soldiers are limited. The only difference is the blessing of attributes and racial talents. In the state where this soldier cannot be summoned, the additional bonus of humanoid equipment, the full attribute bonus of humanoid system, the physical recovery bonus of plant system, and the magic effect enhancement of angel system immediately showed a unique advantage, which can directly strengthen the strength of the lord. In addition, Lin Yu also has additional skills of royal soldiers. This is also his advantage. Seeing the 500th floor platform getting closer and closer, he finally stopped holding back, and burst out with a savage roar, suddenly turning into a shadow passing by the other kings, and rushed straight to the platform. Not good. Stop him. The other kings obviously did not expect Lin Yu to suddenly attack, and he also had such a powerful burst of means. They immediately roared and surrounded him, trying to block his way. For a while, a large number of attacks emerged, turning into a surging wave and rushing straight to Lin Yu. Some people accelerated and rushed to the platform. Chapter 539, The Battle of Godhead Fragments. The Lord of 9 pieces of Godhead Fragments has stronger skills than Lin Yu. In addition, the basic attributes are higher, and the speed of bursting out in a short period of time is a few points faster than him. In a blink of an eye, he rushed onto the platform and headed straight for the Godhead Fragment. Lin Yu's face was turned, and the tortoise-shield mirror wall and war barrier opened together. With a loud bang, he blocked the attacks from all sides. With the inertia of the explosion, he also rushed out of the crowd and rushed to the platform. This piece of Godhead Fragment is mine. A middle-aged man who rushed to the front shouted in a deep voice. His feet were like wind, and his speed increased suddenly. It turned out to be an elemental lord who strengthened the agility attribute to the extreme. Stop him. Seeing this, the other lords turned their spears around, gave up attacking Lin Yu, and roared and chased after the man. For a while, various means of burst appeared, and after images swept across the platform, chasing closely behind the man, the majesty of the king. Lin Yu did not hesitate and directly activated Ling Shi's 10th level skill. In an instant, a powerful pressure erupted with him as the center, sweeping across the entire 1-kilometer range. The kings of all walks of life, who were chasing fiercely in front, were instantly stopped by the dual pressure of the majesty of the king and the latter trial. What's going on? This pressure has suddenly become so much stronger. No, it's the skill effect. The kings' faces changed, and they finally felt the power of rules. Just as they were shocked, Lin Yu's feet suddenly exploded, speeding past them and rushing straight to the fragment of the Godhead in the center of the platform. Humph! But at this moment, an old man snorted coldly, and the terrifying power of rules formed a protective layer around his body, directly resisting the suppression of the majesty of the king. As soon as he raised his hand, thousands of sword lights appeared, turning into a golden torrent sweeping towards Lin Yu. Is it really broken? Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and he had expected this situation to happen, because there were too many kings with higher attributes than him. His skills could not play their full effect. Without hesitation, the power of rules burst out, and a huge phantom of the piranha plant appeared behind him, swallowing all the sword lights in one gulp, and then exploded in the air. Although he successfully blocked the opponent's attack, he missed the best opportunity to get rid of the pursuit. At this moment, the effect of the savage roar on his body disappeared, and his speed slowed down. Those lords also took the opportunity to break through the shackles of the absolute domain and accelerated to catch up. Lin Yu had no choice but to start the countdown to the end and reset all states to 1 minute ago. All this happened in a flash. In just a blink of an eye, all the kings had come to the fragment of the Godhead less than 200 meters away, and their momentum surged. Get out of here! I heard one of the burly men roar, and the bone-chilling coldness burst out of him and swept around. The kings' faces changed, and they dodged to the side without thinking. The next second, sharp ice cones rushed out from where they were standing, turned into ice crystals, and spread across the field, then exploded into countless ice spikes with a bang. shooting in all directions. However, this level of attack can only play a blocking role, and cannot cause substantial damage to the Lords present. Just a wave of his hand directly blocked the spike attack. A trifle. Seeing the big man rushing out of the crowd and rushing towards the fragment of the Godhead, another person sneered, and a huge ghostly evil eye appeared above his head, emitting a gray light that seemed to be real. Medusa's 10th level skill. Serpent God's Gaze. The big man's attention was all on the fragment of the Godhead. He was caught off guard and was hit by the gaze. Rocks appeared on his body and temporarily sealed him in place. At the same time, other kings also took action. Amid the roars, large-scale control skills of various forms appeared one after another, causing chaos on the field. Anyone who dares to approach the fragment of the divine body will be attacked immediately, and can only retreat violently to save their lives. The spectacular scene made other low-level lords on the side stunned. So scary. Is this a battle of the 10th level? I feel that any attack can blow me into pieces. I wonder who will get the fragment of the divine body in the end. It's probably the old kings of those big realms. The lords talked and exclaimed, all attracted by the battle situation on the 10th level, guessing the final ownership of the fragment of the divine body. But they didn't notice. In the corner of the platform, a figure surrounded by vines was staring at the battle situation on the field, waiting for the best time. Now! Seeing that everyone's skills were frequently used, the consumption was huge. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the savage roar was directly launched, turning into a residual image and rushing out of divine protection towards the fragment of the divine body in the center of the field. Seeing this, the other kings immediately wanted to stop him. Absolute domain. Lin Yu's mind moved, and an invisible wave erupted with him as the center. The kings from all walks of life, who were about to attack, paused, and felt that all the enhanced states on their bodies instantly dissipated and returned to the most original state. No. It's a state-clearing skill. The faces of the kings changed drastically, and even the speed that had just been condensed was interrupted. Small tricks. Break it for me. I only heard a roar from several old kings, and they were ready to break through the skill suppression with brute force. But the next second, Lin Yu's rule power erupted again, taking advantage of their weak strength without state blessing. He directly launched Qin Gang's gravity field skill. In an instant, the surrounding space sank and pressed down on all the kings in the range. Without the state blessing, they were already exhausted from resisting the pressure of the trial, and were immediately forced to move by this continuous suppression. By the time several powerful kings burst out their power to break through the skill blockade, Lin Yu had already rushed into the field and grabbed the fragment of the Godhead that was shining with colorful light. Please ask if you want to fuse. The fragment of the Godhead. Once fused, it cannot be restored. Please decide carefully. Fusion. Without any hesitation, Lin Yu directly chose to fuse. Then the fragment of the Godhead in his hand burst into dazzling light and gradually merged into his body. At the same time, there was a bang under his feet, and he quickly rushed out of the encirclement, looking for death. Seeing that Lin Yu merged the fragment of the Godhead in a blink of an eye, the kings were completely angry. They all jumped up and chased after him, and a series of terrifying attacks fell. However, after fusing the 7th fragment of the Godhead, Lin Yu, who was in full force, was no longer as powerful as before. The Phantom Walker's skill was activated, and the whole person began to become illusory. While moving left and right, he easily dodged more than half of the attacks. And at the same time, phantoms that looked exactly like him appeared beside him to help him resist the remaining damage. The small part of the damage that finally fell on him was resisted by him with his strong physical attributes and the damage reduction skill. Then his figure flashed and finally disappeared completely in a phantom. It was Wu Ying's stealth skill. Nothingness. Damn it. Let him run away. The kings looked gloomy and looked at the direction where Lin Yu disappeared, but did not continue to chase him, because the fragments of the Godhead had been completely absorbed with the strength that Lin Yu had just shown. Even if they continued to chase him, they might not be able to kill him, although they were very unwilling and angry in their hearts. There was no need to fight to the death for a moment of anger, which might affect the trial in the end. So he just looked deeply at the direction where Lin Yu disappeared, and began to sit down and recover. And those low-level lords, who had been paying attention to this side, were in an uproar, and they did not expect that it would be such a result. On the other side, Lin Yu, who was sneaking away, quickly retreated to the platform of more than 400 floors below and gradually appeared. Looking back, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was chasing him. After all, if so many powerful kings came to hunt him, he would probably have to escape from the ladder and wait until the storm was over before continuing to climb. Fortunately, the worst result did not happen. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but get excited. Unexpectedly, he actually obtained the 7th fragment of the Godhead during this trial. Finally, it was not a wasted trip. He took a look at the wounds all over his body and did not stay any longer. He retreated directly to the 400th floor platform to recover from his injuries, and then opened the personal interface. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, race, human. Level, 10th level, 7/10, strength, 57004, plus 39,903, physique, 71012, plus 61,070, agility, 57004, plus 39,903, spirit, 71012, plus 49,708, basic skills, double mutation, power of rules, space shuttle, rule transformation, power of Godhead, all attributes plus 70%, raise talent, physique plus 16%, recovery speed plus 16%, introduction, Lord attribute interface, records the specific strength and skills of the Lord, which can be unlocked by the 10th level Lord, 130,000 physique, 120,000 spirit. This is his attribute after obtaining the 7th fragment of the Godhead. Even without burst skills, it is comparable to the D-level Lord monster, and single combat is not a problem at all. In comparison, because the main focus has always been on strengthening physique and spirit, strength and agility are slightly weaker. Otherwise, he would not have been caught up by those kings so easily just now, and he would not have consumed so much physical strength and rule power. He rested in the corner of the platform for half an hour before he finally recovered to his peak state, and then stood up to continue climbing. But at this moment, there was a sudden uproar from the crowd in the distance. On the 10th level platform, someone actually successfully climbed to the 700th floor and entered the area of thunder and lightning. Lin Yu couldn't help but look up and look at the vaguely visible figure. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. It's him! Lin Yu was shocked, because the figure standing on the 700th floor at this time was none other than the black-eyed young man with that terrifying heart. He didn't expect that after such a long time, he would actually meet the other party in this way, and appear so blatantly in front of the emperors from all walks of life. Isn't he afraid of being discovered? What he didn't expect was that on this ladder, where the killing intent was heavier and the pressure was stronger, that guy could actually reach such a high level and even lead other lords. And just like him, he reached the 10th level. Chapter 540 I Might Die. Lin Yu didn't understand why the guy could climb to such a high level, and he didn't understand why he would risk being discovered to climb the ladder. He glanced at the 12th level area at the other end, which was hundreds of meters away from here. Because of the rules blocking it, the sound couldn't be transmitted, and the emperors have already climbed the ladder, and they probably won't come down for a while, so there's no way to notify them for the time being. I want to see what you're up to. Lin Yu gradually narrowed his eyes. I immediately stood up and continued to climb to the higher level. At this time, lords of all levels had basically reached the height of 500 floors. But after crossing the 500th floor, the number of people suddenly dropped sharply, leaving less than 1 in 10,000 able to go up. And the speed also slowed down. All of them were moving forward step by step, struggling to support themselves. Some stayed at a certain level without moving, obviously reaching their limit, and forcing themselves to go up again might cause the body to collapse. It's nothing. The biggest obstacle is the lightning and thunder and space cracks that appear from time to time. It is already very difficult to resist the pressure, and if you encounter this kind of external environment, few people can survive. Ah! Just thinking about it. A scream suddenly came from not far away. A young 10th level lord on the 600th floor had extremely bad luck and happened to be the unlucky one. He was struck by a lightning, vomited blood and flew back, and fell heavily on the 600th floor platform. Are the 10th level lords being eliminated there? It seems that the next step will be a protracted battle. Lin Yu's face was solemn, and he continued to move forward at the same speed. After fusing the 7th fragment of the Godhead, he obviously felt much more relaxed than before, and the pressure was also weakened a lot. But he did not dare to take it lightly, and tried his best to control his breath. After a while, he crossed the 500th floor again and officially entered the second half of the ladder. Along with it came an overwhelming, terrifying majesty, which pressed down on him from all directions, forcing him to activate the 4-leaf protection to increase his attributes to resist. Fortunately, it was still within the tolerable range. Lin Yu took a deep breath, glanced at the other lords, who were slowly moving forward above, and moved again. His speed was not slow, and he soon passed by the 10th level lords one by one and successfully climbed to more than 600 floors. Boom! A thunder exploded not far away. The height of the 600th floor has already touched the border of the primordial realm, and the surrounding space began to become unstable. Small cracks kept appearing, forcing them to devote some of their energy to guard against them, and the pressure of climbing suddenly increased. Lin Yu looked around and found that there were less than 1,000 10th level lords, with strengths of both strong and weak, and there were both realm alliances and anti-alliances. However, in such a harsh environment, let alone attacking others, it was already extremely difficult to resist the pressure, so no one was willing to cause trouble. That's it. After spending nearly half an hour, Lin Yu relied on his highly enhanced attributes to finally catch up with the vanguard near the 700th floor. The kings who were advancing slowly step by step turned their heads to look at him, and their eyes were all stern, and they immediately recognized him as the one who had just snatched the fragment of the godhead. But even if they wanted to take action at this time, there was no way. They could only look at him deeply, and then retract their gaze. Lin Yu looked around and happened to meet a familiar face. "Is it you? It's you?" Two surprised shouts rang out almost at the same time. Yi Lingyin looked at Lin Yu, who appeared not far away, with a face full of surprise. Lin Yu was the same. He didn't expect to meet Yi Lingyin, who had worked together to kill the 10th level monster before. Here, and in such a high-level place. Oh! What a coincidence. Lin Yu casually raised his hand and greeted. He was not surprised that Yi Lingyin could reach the 10th level. After all, the other party had successfully condensed the fragment of the godhead several months ago. What surprised him the most was that the other party could maintain the same climbing speed as other old kings. And it didn't seem too difficult. After a careful feeling, there were only 2 pieces of divine fragments on the other party. In other words, he didn't rely on strength to climb up, but because the killing intent in his heart was not strong, the pressure he received was weaker than others. It's a coincidence. Yi Lingyin responded softly, not showing any dissatisfaction with Lin Yu's casualness, but looking at him with some shock, because she actually felt the breath of 7 pieces of divine fragments from Lin Yu. It's only been a short time. It has reached this point. I'm afraid those great emperors were not so exaggerated in their early days. This made her look at Lin Yu a little different, but she had more important things to do now, so she didn't say much to Lin Yu, and turned around again, staring at the illusory world at the top of the ladder, with an unprecedented firmness in her eyes. Lin Yu shrugged and ignored him. After all, they were not too familiar with each other, so a greeting would suffice. So soon, the two fell into silence again, each resisting the pressure from all directions, and continuing to climb. In a blink of an eye, noon arrived. As the number of climbing levels continued to increase, the surrounding environment began to become more and more severe. More and more people were seriously injured because they could not hold on, and had to retreat to the bottom of the ladder to recover. Even Lin Yu was struck by several lightning bolts, and wounds appeared on his body, and then slowly healed under the recovery bonus of racial talent. He did not dare to consume too much rule power, because now just resisting the pressure already feels like it is not enough. And it is only a matter of time before the rule power is exhausted. As more and more people retreated, the entire border grassland became more and more lively. How many people will be able to successfully reach the top in the end? I estimate less than 10. Fewer. Right? If there are less than 10, what's the point of opening the gate to the living world? I also feel that this trial is not to prevent us from entering, but rather to screen us. Indeed, you can see from above that many people have already reached more than 800 levels. The lords who returned were talking about it, watching the trials at various levels below. After this round of failure experience, many of them have grasped the tricks of the trial, and plan to continue climbing after recovery. After all, in the living world, their relatives and friends are waiting for them. So how could they give up so easily? Look! Someone has caught up with that great man. Suddenly, a cry of surprise interrupted everyone's discussion. Behind the leading black-eyed young man on the 10th level platform, a figure surrounded by the breath of life approached rapidly, and soon caught up with the gap between him and the black-eyed young man. and successfully climbed to the 900th platform. This person is no other than. It was Lin Yu, who relied on the blessing of plant-based physique and recovery speed, and relied on the wild roar to burst out and surpass the latecomers. You are here as expected. The black-eyed young man did not seem surprised by Lin Yu's appearance, but sat cross-legged on the platform to rest, as if making final preparations. The last 100 layers of pressure had reached a very terrifying level, as if the whole world was pressing on him. And even speaking was extremely difficult. Even Lin Yu had been relying on healing skills to support himself, and beads of sweat kept coming out of his forehead, soaking his clothes. What are you planning this time? Lin Yu got straight to the point, staring at the other party with burning eyes. The reason why he caught up so quickly was to find out about this matter. Some things are better not to know, the black-eyed young man said lightly, without answering. His condition at this time was not much better, with wounds all over his body and a much weaker breath. Lin Yu could not feel any breath of the fragments of the divine nature from him, but he could vaguely detect his strength, which was definitely not much weaker than his own. What a pity. Before he could think about it, the other party had already stood up slowly and walked towards the last 100 floors. Then he paused, and suddenly a word came lightly. The enemies that this world has to face are far more terrifying than you can imagine. We are just pawns. After saying that, he left directly without giving Lin Yu a chance to react. Enemies of this world? Pawns? What does that mean? Lin Yu was puzzled, but he could feel that the other party seemed to know something. Even from the other party's voice, he could faintly hear a hint of bitterness and helplessness, which made him very unfamiliar, as if he had changed of person. Bang! Unexpectedly, a muffled sound suddenly came at this time, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Yu raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound, and found that the black-eyed young man was actually half kneeling on the platform of the 901st floor, shaking violently. Even the blood vessels on his body burst, splashing a large amount of blood. This is... Lin Yu's pupil shrank, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. With the opponent's strength, he couldn't even get to the 901st floor. You know, this guy was leading just now. How terrifying is the pressure from the next 100 floors? Just at this time, the old kings who wanted to play it safe also rushed to the 900th floor platform. They also saw this scene and were all shocked. Then a king with 8 pieces of divine fragments didn't believe in evil and stepped on the platform. The next second, his face suddenly changed, and the half-foot was quickly withdrawn. He stepped back in panic, his face full of horror. What's wrong? Is the pressure from above very strong? Someone couldn't help asking immediately, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gulu. The king swallowed his saliva, reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and said with fear, "No, it's not just strong. I feel that if I step on it, I might die." Wow. The kings heard this, and immediately set off an uproar, regardless of whether they had already boarded the platform or had just arrived. They were all shocked by his words. And at this moment, it seemed as if someone had been detected entering the last 100 floors. On the platform of the 1000th floor, a large area of dazzling light suddenly lit up, and an object wrapped in golden light slowly fell from the sky, attracting everyone's attention.